Yi Yun, a man of low talent, was tasked with guarding the waste pill room of the ancient path Holy Land, yet he unexpectedly awakened the Creation Divine Furnace. As long as waste pills are thrown and they transform into supreme-grade elixirs. Conquer the aloof senior sister with pills. Conquer the sword immortal maiden with pills. What of low talent? What of lacking background?
Every powerful presence turned their gaze here. All wished to witness how this peerless prodigy ranked first on the Hundan Tianbang would face the Guishu slashing Dao tribulation at the
Then you can try. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at the woman in the green dress before him. Did she still think of herself as his first love? He was a transmigrator who had arrived in this Xintian continent decades ago. Since childhood, he had been an orphan relying on Pei Yuyan as his only family. Yi Yun had taken care of her since childhood, and they had pledged themselves to each other. Later, through his hard work at multiple jobs, he finally saved enough for them to travel to the ancient path Holy Land and participate in the entrance examination together. As one of the overlords of the Eastern continent, the ancient path Holy Land boasted 10,000 years of history and profound heritage, attracting countless cultivators. Pei Yuyan tested at the profound grade in constitution and successfully became an outer disciple. He was less fortunate. His constitution was the lowest mortal grade low. Fortunately, the Holy Land needed a servant at the time, so they took him in, assigning him to clean and guard the waste pill room. Since waste pills were generally toxic, his position was essentially that of a caretaker for toxic, harmful, non-recyclable garbage. Later, Pei Yuyan's heart changed. She called off their engagement, stating that with her qualifications, she deserved a... She even demanded that Yi Yun address her as senior sister. After that, Yi Yun managed the waste pill room, seldom seeing Pei Yuyan. He worked diligently for decades, nearing retirement, his hair already turning white. Moreover, due to the erosion of pill poison, he had only a few years left to live. As for cultivation, he had always been stuck at the first layer of qi condensation. But unexpectedly, fate smiled upon him. An elder above bestowed upon him a third-grade Shengxian pill, a breakthrough elixir that even outer disciples dreamed of. They claimed it was to honor his decades of dedication to the Holy Land, but in reality, it was to encourage other servants to follow his example and become obedient workhorses for the sect. When the news reached Pei Yuyan's ears, she actually came to the waste pill room to demand that Yi Yun hand over the Shengxian pill. Yi Yun, with your low talent and age, taking the Shengxian pill would be a waste. Why can't you just let me have it? Pei Yuyan wore a green dress, her curvaceous figure rising and falling, looking extremely alluring. As a cultivator, decades had passed, and she remained youthful and radiant, a look of pride in her eyes when she gazed upon Yi Yun. If you agree, I can give you spirit crystals and talismans. Yi Yun sneered inwardly. Could the spirit crystals and talismans she had be compared to a Shengxian pill? He frowned and said coldly, I'm about to die. What use do I have for these? If I take the Shengxian pill, maybe I can break through and live a few more years. No. Pei Yuyan immediately refused, but then softened her tone. I'm in a critical period, trying to become an inner disciple. What's the point of you breaking through and living a few more years? Better to let me have it. Don't worry, after you die, I'll hold a grand funeral for you. These words made Yi Yun's mouth twitch. He had still held a sliver of care for this woman, but now was to take action. He was already prepared to offend an inner sect disciple. Yi Yun's face darkened as he roared angrily, Pei Yuyan. To you, my life is so cheap and worthless, isn't it? Didn't you once say that for me you would give everything? Laughable. And you said you would marry no one but me. What happened? Yi Yun finished speaking and turned to leave. Pei Yuyan grew frantic. This was her last chance to become an inner disciple. Without the Shengxian pill to break through the bottleneck, she would never be able to advance. Thinking of this, she no longer dared to maintain her pride. She hurried forward and grabbed him, saying, I'm sorry I've wronged you. If you can forgive me, I'll do anything. After saying this, she thought of something and bit her lip. Even getting re-engaged with you. Yi Yun sneered inwardly. Re-engaged. Given his physical condition, by the time she came out from a few secluded cultivation sessions, the grass on his grave would probably be waist high. In truth, even if he took the Shengxian pill with his inferior constitution, a single pill could hardly change anything unless he had a large number of pills to assist his cultivation. Yi Yun sighed. Normally, shouldn't a transmigrator awaken a golden finger and start a glorious dragon and phoenix life? As a transmigrator, wasn't he too unfortunate? But just then a clear voice rang in his ears. Detected that the host's lifespan is less than 1 year. The Creation Divine Furnace is now activated. This divine furnace can reshape waste pills, waste swords, waste talismans, etc., and bring them to perfection. Tip: each reshaping requires consuming spiritual energy and a certain amount of creation value. Name: Yi Yun. Constitution, mortal grade, low cultivation, qi condensation, first layer, lifespan, 360 days, creation value 0, can be obtained through combat. Hearing this, Yi Yun felt like cursing. Seriously, could this golden finger have arrived any later? If it had been a year later, he would have been buried already. But thinking about the effect described, Yi Yun suddenly became excited. Reshaping waste pills into perfect pills. Good heavens, he worked in the waste pill room. That place had no shortage of these things. With hundreds of thousands of disciples, and nearly 1,000 alchemists in the ancient Path Holy Land, a huge amount of waste pills were produced every day. Even if a few went missing, nobody would notice. Then the problem was creation value. At that moment, Pei Yuyan, seeing him in a daze, asked, Yi Yun, are you willing? Compared to her previous aggressive tone, her voice was now much softer. Yi Yun quickly snapped back to reality. As soon as he looked up at Pei Yuyan, a line of prompt text appeared before his eyes. Detected that Pei Yuyan possesses creation points. Please find a way to obtain them. This surprised Yi Yun a little, and he took another look at Pei Yuyan. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen her for years, and Pei Yuyan's figure had become more and more exquisite. Truly the epitome of delicate curves. Moreover, he had heard that due to her proud temperament, she had never formed a Tao partner before making her a relatively pure female sword cultivator. Just looking at her appearance, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This, I truly like. That made things simple. Yi Yun took a deep breath and looked at Pei Yuyan. Alright, for the sake of our past feelings, if you agree to one small condition, I'll give you this Shengxian pill right now. Pei Yuyan had originally only tried to appeal to his emotions, never expecting him to actually agree. This Yi Yun was still as childish as before. Thinking this, she quickly responded. No problem. As long as it's within my power, I'll agree. It's simple. Yi Yun's lips curled up as he gazed at Pei Yuyan's pure yet graceful figure and her fair skin. Senior sister, you know that I'm on my last legs, ready to go at any moment. So before I die, I want to sleep with you, senior sister. When you said sleeping, did you really mean just sleeping? Pei Yuyan stared at the aged Yi Yun, wondering if she had missed. Before this, he would even blush at holding her hand. To this, Yi Yun curled his lips into a sly smile. Senior sister, what do you think? As he spoke, his hand had already reached Pei Yuyan's delicate shoulder. Her body trembled like a provoked lioness, and she glared at him. Yi Yun, what do you take me for it? Yi Yun, what do you take me for it? Seeing this, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. If you're unwilling, then you're free to leave. Don't bother me while I take the ascending mystic pill to cultivate. But though he said that, his hands did not stop sliding down from her shoulder, brushing over her graceful waist. Pei Yuyan clenched her fists, her heart filled with endless conflict, whether to agree to his terms. On one side was the qualification to enter the inner sect, on the other was her own purity. But while she hesitated, Yi Yun had already touched her all over and lifted her up from behind. When she came to her senses, she was already pinned beneath him. Rip! The cloth on Pei Yuyan's chest was torn away, a hint of panic appearing on her face as she raised her hand to push him off. Then Yi Yun leaned close to her ear and said, Senior sister, your cultivation is no advantage now. I don't suppose you want to fail this last chance to become an inner disciple, do you? You? Pei Yuyan bit her lip lightly. She could easily crush him with a single hand. Yet in the end, she silently turned her face away as if permitting his actions. As long as she didn't look at his old face, perhaps it was acceptable. Then he'll start. Yi Yun grinned, ready to cultivate new territory. As for Pei Yuyan, she was still somewhat nervous. It's my first time. Please, be gentle. Yi Yun agreed, then prepared to get to work. But after a long while, Pei Yuyan still felt no movement from him. She couldn't help but open her eyes and ask in confusion. What are you doing? Why haven't you started? Yi Yun's old face flushed red, and he coughed lightly. It's been too long since I've used it. The startup is a bit slow. How about you help me out?
Emperor Heng Yu, why are you still in the Jiang family? Didn't you leave long ago?
Pei Yuyan looked at the crimson stain on the bedsheet beneath her, adjusted her clothes slightly, then got up, put on a new long dress. After standing, she held out her hand to Yi Yun, the meaning obvious. After receiving the ascending mystic pill from Yi Yun, she looked at him coldly, with lingering resentment. If you dare speak a word of today's events, don't blame me for being rude. With that, she turned and left. Congratulations. You have gained 10 creation points. At the same time, an information panel appeared before Yi Yun's eyes. Name: Pei Yuyan, Constitution, Profound, Grade Lower, Cultivation, Condensing, Chi, 13th Layer, Impression, Aversion, Deadly Enemy, Aversion, Indifference, Slight Fondness, Admiration, Close Friend. For Yi Yun, Pei Yuyan's aversion didn't matter. After all, she wouldn't dare harm him within the Holy Land. Looks like there won't be a next time. Yi Yun shook his head, watching her graceful figure depart, and couldn't help but this Pei Yuyan was truly attractive. Pity that his body couldn't take it. He nearly threw his back out. As for the ascending mystic pill he had just given away, Yi Yun felt no regret at all. After all, he possessed the Creation Divine Furnace. With a flash of inspiration, he immediately went to the place where discarded pills were stored. The discarded pill room in the Holy Land was responsible for centralized management and periodic destruction of failed pills, somewhat like a garbage dump. What greeted the eyes was a space as vast as a library, with countless sealed cabinets storing various From these cabinets, black pill toxins oozed out. If I remember correctly, it should be this batch. Yi Yun glanced around, took a charred pill that resembled goat droppings from one cabinet. Instantly, a foul stench assailed him. This was the breath of the pill toxin. And this was a batch of 5 failed pills from the workshop of a certain Holy Land alchemist who had failed to refine the ascending mystic pill. Discarded pills of this degree were a dime a dozen in the room. Consuming them directly would be as toxic as poison. Yian pinched his nose, took out the lump, and tried shouting, "Reshape." Instantly, the divine furnace's prompt echoed in his ear. Consuming 10 creation points, reshaping the pill. Then the discarded pill in his palm was enveloped in brilliant multicolored light. Yian felt his internal qi being rapidly drained. After a full 10 minutes, the colorful glow gradually faded. In its place were 5 ascending mystic pills radiating golden light and rich fragrance. It actually worked. Yian looked at the 5 ascending mystic pills before him, his aged body trembling with excitement. And they're all top-grade, flawless quality. Pills were not only graded from 1 to 9 in rank, but also in quality. From the lowest discarded pills, to good, fine, excellent, and the highest flawless quality. Starting from good quality, they contained a small amount of pill toxin, and could not be taken consecutively. The higher the quality, the less toxin. Flawless quality had no toxin, and could be repeatedly consumed. Thus, any pill reaching flawless quality was extremely precious, let alone a flawless ascending mystic pill. The ascending mystic pill he gave to Pei Yuyan was just a common good quality pill. Tisk, these pills must be worth a fortune. Yiyun was thrilled. He only needed to expend qi and creation points to reshape discarded pills into flawless ones. If this ability were to leak out, it would drive the entire Xintian continent mad. So no matter what, no one could. Looking at the pill in his hand, Yiyun felt excited and directly popped one into his mouth, intending to taste it. Not bad, a bit sweet. Yiyun had just licked his lips when a torrential surge of qi rushed down his throat and rapidly flooded every part of his body. Under the colossal medicinal force, his cultivation stuck at condensing qi first layer instantly broke through. Cultivation stages: condensing qi, innate Dan formation, origin, spirit life, and death, transcendence, Tao establishment, Tao controlling, and to return to origin, emperor realm. As his cultivation rose, Yiyun's aged face became slightly younger, and his eyes gained more vitality. This wonderful sensation intoxicated him. Condensing qi second layer. What if I take another? By the next day, Yiyun had taken 3 ascending mystic pills, and his cultivation had risen to the 4th layer of condensing qi. But he also vaguely realized that the ascending mystic pill was essentially a pill for aiding breakthroughs, not for direct advancement. Though one could keep eating, the improvement would diminish.
When his divine sense withdrew from the starry chessboard, black and white stones had already filled most of the board. Jiang Wuhan felt as if—
"Are you there? I need to talk to you." Yiyun's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected her to come back so soon. Speaking of which, he was full of energy today, and had been wondering where to release it. He immediately opened the door, looked at Pei Yuyan, who had changed into a white dress, and revealed a sunny smile. "What a coincidence, senior sister. I happen to have a business of about $1 billion to discuss with you." "A business worth over $1 billion?" Pei Yuyan looked at him, strangely feeling puzzled. Was it her imagination, or did this Yiyun seem younger than yesterday? At this moment, Yiyun did not answer immediately, but asked with a smile, "Let's talk about that later. First tell me, senior sister, why did you come looking for me?" When mentioned this, Pei Yuyan snorted lightly, and said indifferently, "It's not me. I was ordered by an elder to issue an announcement to all the menial departments." "Oh, what announcement?" Seeing Yiyun's confusion, Pei Yuyan's face showed a hint of schadenfreude. Just yesterday, the saintess decided to promote the rejuvenation reform of menial servants. Anyone who has been in the Holy Land for 20 years and still hasn't passed the outer disciple assessment will be expelled from the ancient path Holy Land. This rule takes effect immediately. After listening to Pei Yuyan, Yiyun's mouth twitched. Damn, is the saintess out of her mind? The so-called outer disciple assessment is held once a year, requiring one to defeat an outer disciple whose strength ranks at the bottom of the Holy Land. However, those who become menial servants generally have extremely poor cultivation talent, and even compared to the weakest outer disciples, they are vastly inferior. What's worse, this year's outer disciple assessment is only 5 days away. If it were before, he wouldn't have cared, since he was going to retire anyway. But now that he has the Creation Divine Furnace, he absolutely cannot be driven out of the waste pill room. Though he had already cursed the saintess in his heart, he secretly resolved to pass this outer disciple assessment. Even if he were to die, he would die in this waste pill room. At this moment, Pei Yuyan cast a glance at him, her tone slightly sarcastic. "In short, with your qi condensation first layer cultivation, you'd better pack your bags and prepare to leave the mountain." After all, the outer disciples responsible for the assessment generally have cultivation at the 5th or even 6th layer of qi condensation. Moreover, they all have mystic techniques and magic artifacts, making them incomparably stronger in combat than a menial like Yiyun at the 1st layer. "Alright, I understand." Yiyun nodded, already having a plan in mind. Seeing this, Pei Yuyan snorted. "So what did you mean by that business you mentioned earlier?" Mentioning this, Yiyun quietly stepped forward, his hands becoming restless on her body, the meaning quite obvious. "You tell me, what kind of business?" Pei Yuyun's body trembled, then she glared at him. Yuyun, don't go too far. As her words fell, she pushed Yuyun away with such force that he nearly got sent flying. As a cultivator only one step away from advancing from qi condensation to Xintian, her strength was quite formidable among outer disciples. Pei Yuyun glared at him coldly and said in a stern voice, "Last time it was for the pill that I reluctantly yielded to you. There won't be a next time. Really, I was thinking of giving senior sister another ascension mystic pill of flawless quality. It seems I was being presumptuous." Yuyun sighed softly, his face full of regret. At the same time, he took out a golden pill from his hand. It was exactly an ascension mystic pill of flawless quality. Wait. Pei Yuyun's eyes were full of shock when she saw the pill. "Where did you get this pill?" However, Yuyun only smiled mysteriously. "That's none of your business. A pill doesn't care where it comes from. If you had 2 ascension mystic pills, your cultivation would surely increase greatly, and you could steadily enter the inner sect. Senior sister, just say, do you want it or not?" Pei Yuyun frowned, slightly hesitating inside. This was an ascension mystic pill of flawless quality of immense value, and she only needed to spend a few minutes to easily obtain it. How could that not be a huge profit? Yet she also worried that if this got out, she would be seen as a woman of easy virtue. But while she hesitated, Yuyun had already stepped forward, pulling down the dress on her shoulder, revealing half of her snowy white shoulder. Pei Yuyun pursed her lips, but did not stop him. "Forget it, I'll just treat it as self-consolation." 30 minutes later, Pei Yuyun sat on the edge of the bed, her pretty face still flushed, and reached out her hand to Yuyun. The pill. As if too overwhelmed, her voice was a little weak. Yuyun was straightforward, tossing her a flawless ascension mystic pill. Then he showed a sunny smile. "Then I wish senior sister a smooth advancement, and becoming an inner disciple." Pei Yuyun ignored him, put away the pill, and silently changed into a clean white dress. After standing up, she turned her face and pursed her lips. "About today. Don't worry, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know." Yuyun smiled faintly, his answer quite satisfying to Pei Yuyun. She nodded slightly, then attempted to stand up and leave, but stumbled and almost fell on the spot. In the end, she had to support herself against the wall before slowly leaving. When she was about to leave, he could faintly hear Pei Yuyun muttering under her breath, "This guy, did he take some kind of pill, eh?" Yuyun watched her go, and the divine furnace's prompt sounded in his ear. "Congratulations. You have gained 20 creation points." Pei Yuyun's impression has risen from disgust to slight fondness. Yuyun was stunned. The creation points he got were more. Could it be related to time? Moreover, Yuyun had originally thought that after being so ruthless to Pei Yuyun, she would hate him to death. How come her impression of him had instead jumped to slight fondness? Now it was Yuyun's turn to be puzzled. Could she be an M? But none of that mattered anymore. His top priority was still to continue improving his strength and somehow get through the outer disciple assessment 5 days later. Next, he needed to get some pills that could boost his cultivation speed. Qi gathering pill, I choose you. Yuyun took out a clump of waste qi gathering pills from a cabinet of waste pills. Although this pill wasn't as precious as the Ascension Mystic pill, it was more practical for him now. This qi gathering pill could greatly increase the absorption of mystic energy, making it the best choice for a qi condensation disciple like him. Consuming 10 creation points, reshaping the pill. Soon 5 qi gathering pills of flawless quality gleaming with golden light appeared in his palm. Not bad, not bad. Time to start cultivating. Without another word, Yuyun swallowed a qi gathering pill and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Immediately, he felt an endless stream of mystic energy surging into his body from the world. This qi gathering pill was truly powerful, boosting his cultivation speed by dozens of times despite his garbage mortal grade lower physique. Amazing, this is absolutely amazing. Yuyun was thrilled, feeling that from now on he could even achieve immortality just by consuming pills. After taking 3 qi gathering pills in succession, 3 days later, Yuyun's cultivation successfully advanced to the 5th layer of qi condensation. Good, now my cultivation is on par with the outer disciples. Yuyun thought thoughtfully, but this wasn't enough. To pass the assessment, he needed to defeat an outer disciple. A cultivator's strength depends not only on cultivation level, but also on cultivation techniques, mystic techniques, artifacts, talismans, etc. Each is important. Outer disciples usually have 1 or 2 artifacts, or even mystic techniques. Thinking of this, he decided on his next step to visit the disciple market set up by the Holy Land. There he could sell 1 Ascension Mystic pill and exchange it for a few decent Earth-grade artifacts and talismans, greatly enhancing his combat power. In the ancient sacred land, there lies the Yunlan market. Located on the outskirts of the sacred site, it initially served merely as a trading place for disciples. Over time, it gradually evolved into a bustling marketplace, thriving for a millennium. Now within the Yunlan market, as long as you possess Xuanjing, you can almost buy anything the disciples need for their cultivation. Whether you are an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple, if you have a need, this is the place to come. As Yuyun arrived, what met his eyes resembled a worldly street, filled not only with shops, but also stalls selling various goods on both sides. Selling pills. Various first-tier pills at discounted prices. Come take a look. Ordinary grade life-saving talismans 100 sold with no negative reviews. Senior brothers and sisters, my skills are top-notch and my prices are low. If you have dual cultivation needs, come take a look. The Yunlan market is vast, encompassing everything from pills to talismans and magical treasures. Surprisingly, even dual cultivation furnaces can be purchased here as long as you offer enough xuanjing. The other party will willingly allow you to absorb their cultivation. According to Yi Yun's calculations, 1 xuanjing holds the purchasing power equivalent to thousands of coins in the world before his rebirth. As a servant disciple, he earns only 3 xuanjing a month. To be promoted to an outer sect disciple, one can earn 10 xuanjing a month. For inner sect disciples, it said they can earn hundreds. As for the price of a dual cultivation furnace, after a glance Yi Yun felt it was better to cultivate on his own. Forget it, let's focus on the main business first. The purpose of Yi Yun's visit was primarily to sell Shengxian pills and acquire magical treasures. Due to the considerable amount of money involved, he chose a shop with decent foot traffic. The shopkeeper was a fair-skinned woman in a blue dress wearing a badge of an outer sect disciple at her waist. Next to her on the wall hung a token symbolizing an inner sect disciple, indicating that the shop had an inner sect background. Upon seeing Yi Yun enter, the blue dress woman noticed his simple attire and asked indifferently, "Are you buying or selling?" Such clothing typically indicates a servant disciple with little profit potential, so she naturally lacked enthusiasm in her service. Yi Yun glanced around the shop, which appeared to primarily sell pills and magical treasures. He immediately spotted several decent magical treasures, and by the counter lay an ancient blue long sword broken in two, but exuding an extraordinary aura. It seemed he had found the right place. Yi Yun said softly, "I want to sell pills first, and buy some items as well." The blue dress woman nodded slightly, extending her hand. "All right, let's see the pills." Yi Yun did not waste words, and directly took out the pills from his storage bag and handed them over. Upon seeing the golden pills in his hand, the blue dress woman was momentarily stunned, then her eyes noticeably widened. This is Shengxian pill, and it's of flawless quality." Yi Yun feigned calmness and smiled lightly as he asked, "How much xuanjing can this fetch?" The blue dress woman's gaze towards Yi Yun changed. As an outer sect disciple, she had rarely seen Shengxian pills, let alone flawless ones. Where did this seemingly servant-like guy come from? Regardless, what mattered most now was this transaction. "I'll offer 5,000. "Oh no, I'll offer 6,000 xuanjing. 6,000? Haha. Do you think I'm a fool? A flawless Shengxian pill is worth at least 7,000 xuanjing outside." Yi Yun scoffed coldly and immediately reached to take back the pills. This made the blue dress woman anxious, as she did not want to lose this big customer, and hurriedly said, "Wait. 7,000 it is, but I only have 6,000 xuanjing in cash right now. Aren't you still planning to buy something? Can we offset that?" If this were outside the sacred land, that flawless Shengxian pill could sell for 8,000. Yet Yi Yun wanted to keep it simple and agreed. "All right, then show me your magical treasures, and remember to bring out the best ones." "Of course, friend, right this way." The blue dress girl's eyes sparkled, realizing she had encountered a significant customer today. Instantly, she enthusiastically began to introduce the store's products to Yi Yun. This ordinary grade superior golden spirit crossbow is incredibly powerful. Below the Dan transformation realm, it can easily pierce through the xuanqi defenses of opponents of the same level, priced at 800 xuanjing. And this ordinary grade superior Yuan Wu shield can withstand most Xian techniques from opponents of the same level, valued at 1,000 xuanjing. Then there's this impressive piece. The ordinary grade finest Qing steel armor can withstand a full force strike from a peak innate cultivator, valued at 2,000 xuanjing. These three are the best magical treasures in our shop. Do any of them catch your interest? After hearing her introduction, Yi Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he had to choose one, undoubtedly he liked all three. In the continent, magical treasures and techniques are categorized into 4 grades: celestial, mysterious, ordinary, and inferior. Typically, outer sect disciples are lucky to have 2 or 3 inferior grade items. These treasures are utterly unattainable luxuries for outer sect disciples. Imagine with the golden spirit crossbow in his left hand, the Yuan Wu shield in his right, and wearing the Qing steel armor. Participating in the outer sect disciple assessment like this would seem foolproof. Yi Yun pointed, exuding wealth. "Only children make choices. I want them all." Hearing this, the blue dress woman was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "Great, great, great. I'll wrap them up for you right away." She moved quickly, seemingly afraid Yi Yun would change his mind. What a fortunate day to encounter such a distinguished guest. While she was packaging, Yi Yun's attention was drawn to an ancient blue long sword broken in two on the counter. "By the way, what about this sword?" The blue dress woman turned to look, and seeing his interest, quickly stepped forward to explain. "As you can see, this is a Xiantier flying sword treasure destroyed during a battle with an evil cultivator by an elder in the Dan transformation realm. Currently it cannot be used, but it still counts as a beautiful woman's personal flying sword. If you're interested, you can buy it for collection. Its original price was 1,000 xuanjing, but for you half will do. Looking at the sword resembling a shattered piece of ice, Yiyun couldn't help but smirk. This senior sister was quite bold to ask for that. Flying sword treasures are among the most precious types. If it were a complete Xian'er flying sword, it would typically be priced in the tens of thousands. Even then it would depend on whether anyone was selling it. Good treasures are always scarce. A broken one like this has repair costs that could buy a new one, leaving only its collectible value, which might be worth a few hundred xuanjing at best. Yiyun thought for a moment and extended a finger. 100 xuanjing. Deal. Yiyun's heart sank. This was too generous. Fortunately, it was only 100 xuanjing, so he wouldn't incur a massive loss. After completing the transaction, Yiyun acquired 3 Xian'er magical treasures, 1 broken Xian'er treasure, and 3,100 xuanjing. Just as Yiyun was about to leave, his peripheral vision was caught by a notice on the wall, seemingly a request for a pill. The general content was from an intersect senior sister seeking a Xinghua pill. Shopkeeper, could this intersect senior sister have been afflicted by cold poison? Having stayed in the waste pill room for decades, he was somewhat familiar with the effects of certain pills. The Xinghua pill is a rare pill rated as a 4th-tier pill, higher in grade than the Shengxian pill, primarily used to eliminate various stubborn cold poisons. The blue-dressed woman immediately nodded and sighed. Yes, that senior sister is deeply poisoned now. Without the Xinghua pill she may. Isn't she an intersect disciple? Can't she find someone to help her? That is possible, but this pill is too precious. The conditions offered often require her to become a servant or maid, and the senior sister would rather die than endure such humiliation. I see. Yiyun pondered. Given the large number of disciples in the ancient sacred land, unless there were close ties, or they hailed from the same sect, most relationships were based on interests. If one wishes to obtain rare pills from others without any personal connection, a significant cost must be paid. However, asking intersect disciples to become servants is indeed a harsh demand. Suddenly Yiyun spoke up. Upon hearing this, the woman in the blue dress brightened. Is that true? Of course. Yiyun nodded, not appearing to be joking. This brought great joy to the woman in blue. If it were someone else, she might have doubted it. But this person had just produced a flawless grade Shengxian pill, so he might indeed have a way to obtain the holy fire pill. The woman in blue immediately said, "It seems senior sister is still in closed-door cultivation. Can we meet here in 5 days?" Yiyun thought for a moment. The outer sect disciple's assessment was the day after tomorrow, and he had no issues 5 days later. No problem, then let's meet in 5 days. After agreeing on a time with Yiyun, the woman in blue warmly sent him off. After all, if this matter were to succeed, it would not only mean making a big client, but would also indirectly save the life of an intersect senior sister. As for Yiyun, after leaving the shop, he went to buy some items from other places. For instance, a high-grade movement technique, sword techniques, and a concealment skill that could mask his aura. These basically completed the essential skills he needed for cultivation. With these items in hand, once he familiarized himself, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his chances in the outer sect assessment in 2 days were nearly assured. Speaking of which, the battle list should have been released by now. Since the advancement assessment required prior registration, the list of matchups would be released before the assessment. It should have already been publicized. However, Yiyun was too lazy to check. After all, to remain in the waste pill room, he had to win no matter who the opponent was. But just as Yiyun returned to the waste pill room, he discovered that his superior, who managed the miscellaneous affairs, was waiting for him. Due to the unpleasant odor of the waste pill room, he kept pinching his nose and complained, "Is this wretched place fit for humans?" "Senior brother Su, what brings you here?" Yiyun approached him and asked with a smile. The supervisor of miscellaneous affairs was named Su Jiu, also known as Old Vulture. He had been in the miscellaneous department a few years longer than Yiyun. Aside from being a bit greedy at times, he treated others fairly well. Seeing Yiyun, he pinched his nose and said, "Junior brother, you might have to forfeit the advancement assessment tomorrow." "Huh? Why?" Yiyun was taken aback, asking in confusion. Su Jiu then extended his hand, retrieving a cloth bag from his storage bag, and handed it to him. Opening it revealed hundreds of Xian crystals. This puzzled Yiyun even more. He glanced at him and asked, "Senior brother, what does this mean?" Su Jiu wasted no time and spoke plainly. "This is from Senior Sister Xuelan of the Inner Sect, who asked me to pass it to you, hoping you will concede in tomorrow's assessment." Yiyun frowned and asked, "But what does my winning or losing have to do with her?" "It has everything to do with it. You may not know, but due to the new regulations set by the Holy Maiden, if the outer sect disciple responsible for the assessment loses, they will be directly sent away." Su Jiu looked at him and explained, "And your opponent this time is Senior Sister Zuelin's cousin, who has poor cultivation talent. She is worried you might outperform her, so she sent me to speak with you." Su Jiu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "With your strength, you wouldn't be able to win anyway. Why go through the trouble of offending an inner disciple?" Sujio stepped forward and patted his shoulder. With your strength, you wouldn't be able to win anyway. Why go through the trouble of offending an inner disciple just before retirement? Based on his understanding of Yi Yun considering the latter's physique, he figured a single punch would leave him in shambles, let alone achieving victory. However, Yi Yun calmly replied, "Senior brother, please convey to that senior sister that her offer is quite generous, but I decline. Think carefully about the consequences of offending an inner disciple. If she takes a disliking to me, she can just come and kill me." Yi Yun shrugged. In the ancient path sacred land, mutual killings among disciples were considered a grave sin even if he was merely a miscellaneous disciple. Under normal circumstances, he might not wish to offend an inner disciple, but with the current threat to his fundamental interests, he couldn't care less. He could only say that if soldiers came, he would block them. If water came, he would dam it. All right, then I wish you good luck. Sujio shook his head and left, still pinching his nose as he murmured, "I really don't understand what is worth waiting for in this wretched place." After sending Sujio away, Yi Yun closed the door, went to his resting area, and took out all the treasures he had just obtained. First, Yi Yun took off his clothes and put on the Qing steel armor. It might save his life at a critical moment. Then he bound himself to the golden spirit crossbow and the Yuan martial shield, quickly mastering how to operate them. With 3 artifacts in hand, Yi Yun felt terrifyingly strong. Next up is this flying sword. No matter how powerful the previous items were, they were still mundane-grade artifacts, incomparable to this mysterious-grade flying sword artifact. Yi Yun took out the shattered flying sword. Even in its broken state, he could still sense its sharpness. On one part of the blade, the words Qing Shao were engraved, seemingly the name of the sword. Yi Yun planned to try and see if the Creation Divine Furnace could reshape it. If it worked, he would only need to purchase discarded artifacts in the future. The cost-performance ratio would be incredibly high. Creation Divine Furnace activate. Immediately a prompt sounded in Yi Yun's ear. Insufficient creation value. Reshaping this item requires 50 points of creation value. Seeing this consumption number, Yi Yun couldn't help but gasp. Reshaping a mysterious grade artifact was indeed too expensive. If converted to pills, it would be enough for 5 furnaces of Shengxian pills, enough to buy a brand new mysterious grade artifact. Forget it, I'll wait until the creation value is sufficient to discuss this. Yi Yun temporarily put away the flying sword and turned his attention to the newly purchased mysterious techniques, planning to learn them quickly to enhance his combat power. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard somewhere in the sacred land, Sujio was bowing to the woman in white before him. "Senior sister, the suggestion you proposed has been rejected by him, and here are the 200 Xian crystals you provided." The woman in front of him was the senior sister Shualan he spoke of. She was fair-skinned and beautiful, exuding an aura of a fairy. Upon hearing his account, the woman in white's expression darkened, and she let out a light snort. That guy really is refusing a toast, and instead opting for punishment. She then waved her hand at Sujio. "All right, you can leave now." Sujio nodded and respectfully departed. At this moment, the girl in green beside Shualan proudly lifted her head. "It's nothing, cousin, just a mere old miscellaneous servant. With my cultivation at the 5th level of chi condensation, I could knock them all away with a single hand." Shualan furrowed her brows slightly, and then sighed softly. "Very well, we can only proceed like this for now." After saying this, she reached out and patted the girl in green's head, giving her instructions. "Even if he is weak, do not underestimate him. Additionally, your cultivation talent is poor. After this, he'll find a way for you to secure a management position in the miscellaneous department, so you can stay in the sacred land. This is the last thing your cousin can do for you. In the ancient path sacred land, if outer sect disciples cannot advance to the inner sect within 100 years, they will likely be sent away to participate in grassroots work within the sacred land. Although entering the miscellaneous department is not glamorous, it allows one to stay and enjoy the cultivation environment of the sacred land, making it easier to improve cultivation levels. Moreover, given her cousin's personality, she was genuinely worried about sending her out. The girl in green, however, was not happy at all and pouted at Shualan. "Cousin, haven't you received any news about the pills?" Upon hearing this, Shualan smiled faintly. "Today I received news from Lingyan that someone might have the holy fire pill and wants to meet with me. There might still be a chance." Upon hearing this, the girl in green grasped her hand earnestly. "It's not a chance, there will definitely be an opportunity." Seeing her serious expression, Shualan paused for a moment and then smiled as she nodded. "I hope so." 2 days later, the day of the assessment arrived. The venue lay outside the Zaici upon a vast plaza. The attendant disciples waiting for the examination were mostly no longer young, clad in simple garments. Some were visibly nervous, others wore faces of quiet confidence. Although they were merely attendant disciples of the Gudao Shengdi in the outside world, they would still be envied as scions of immortal households. Until recently, most could expect to remain within the Shengdi for life, enjoying comforts others envied. Yet lamentably, they now faced this cruel selection. "I truly do not understand what that Xingnu intends." Amid the crowd, Yi Yun sighed softly, unable to fathom why the Shengdi had suddenly grown so severe. Among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Shengdi, attendant disciples numbered over 10,000, and roughly 1,000 of them had long passed the age limit. At present, fewer than 50 dared to register for the assessment. By past proportions, it would be fortunate if 1 in 10 remained. Siwu Jian Elder Chen Yuan has arrived. With the shout, the clamorous plaza fell instantly silent, and every gaze turned to a single point. From within the ZEC emerged a middle-aged male cultivator in a white robe flanked by the ZEC's senior officials. He swept the assembled crowd with an austere glance. The Siwu Jian supervised all daily affairs of the Shengdi, appointments, transfers, promotions, and it was a post of considerable authority. The steward elders of the Siwu Jian possessed at minimum the Huadan stage, and to these attendant disciples they were imposing figures. The attendant disciples felt his oppressive aura and dared not meet his eyes. They bowed their heads and saluted. "Greetings, Elder Chen." Chen Yuan waved a hand and spoke calmly. "No need for ceremony. I trust you already know your opponents. From now on you will spar with outer disciples in sequence. Victors will be promoted to outer disciple status. Losers will be sent back down the mountain. The rules are simple. The examination centers on sparring. Do not take an opponent's life, or you will be expelled from the Shengdi. Is that understood?" At those final words his tone suddenly hardened, and a potent pressure swept forth, sending tremors through everyone's minds. They answered in unison. "Understood." Yiyan could not help but murmur inwardly. So this is a Huadan powerhouse. Truly, attaining the Huadan stage marked one as among the powerful in the outside world, and within the Shengdi it often led to administrative positions. It was a realm he had once only dared imagine in dreams, yet after acquiring the Zhaohua Shenlu it no longer seemed impossible. Yi Yun resolved that he would consume alchemical pills as if they were mere food. One day, he would reach the Huadan stage. Next, the first pair of disciples will fight. With Chen Yuan's announcement, the outer disciple promotion assessment officially began. Yi Yun's turn was still some way off. He had checked the notice yesterday, and his number was 25. His opponent, an outer disciple named Xuelan. After the assessment began, the outer disciples, those standing as candidates, arrived and entered combat one after another. As for the results, the attendant disciples scored scarcely any victories and were frankly routed. Over a dozen attendant disciples stepped forward, and all returned battered and bruised. Perhaps the Shengni's new regulations had driven the outer disciples to strike harder than in any previous examinations. The gap is simply too great. Yi Yun shook his head. Most of those who had gone up lacked even a single magic. Against outer disciples superior in treasures, arcane techniques, and cultivation, they were utterly outmatched. If you know the gulf between you, why not choose to surrender? At the sudden feminine voice, Yi Yun paused, then turned to see two women approaching him. Wherever they passed, both attendant and outer disciples showed surprise. An inner senior sister has come. Rare indeed, and she approaches that useless Yi Yun. Has Yi Yun somehow attached himself to an inner disciple? Yi Yun noticed the woman wore the waist token of an inner disciple. She wore a white gown, and her features were cold and aloof, her bearing graceful, giving an ethereal, otherworldly impression. Beneath her gown, a pair of smooth, long, jade-like legs showed in fleeting glimpses, sculptural in their perfection. Yi Yun could not help but sigh that he genuinely admired them. At that moment, the woman's cool voice sounded. "Are the legs pleasing?" "Pleasing." Yi Yun realized his mistake the instant he answered, and snapped back to attention, meeting the white-gowned woman's indifferent gaze. Yi Yun felt awkward and cleared his throat. Senior sister, did you need me for something?" "I only came to ask one last time, do you truly refuse my proposal?" "Proposal?" Yi Yun paused, then understanding the identities of the two before him, narrowed his eyes and Yi Yun felt awkward and cleared his throat. Senior sister, did you need me for something?" "I only came to ask one last time, do you truly Hearing this, the girl beside her sized him up and curled her lip. "With your decrepit bones, be careful later. Don't let me flatten you with a single slap." "Fine then, we'll see." Yi Yun shrugged without arguing. At this, Xuelan said coldly, "If that is so, I hope you will not beg for mercy when the time comes." Just 2 days prior, she had specially bought 2 mortal mid-grade magic treasures for her cousin to further strengthen her combat prowess. In truth, in her cousin Zulan's mind, though her innate talent was poor, she had already reached the 5th level of condensing qi. With her arcane techniques and the newly purchased treasures, dealing with a lowly attendant disciple was nothing. How could she possibly lose? Impossible. Before long, the 24th bout concluded, and still not a single attendant disciple had won. Many of those who had yet to fight, seeing the difficulty, were already ashen. "Damn it, is there really any attendant who can win?" someone shouted in the stifling atmosphere. 25th bout, attendant disciple Yi Yun versus outer disciple Xuelan. Yi Yun remained unaffected. He sauntered onto the stage with casual ease, drawing astonishment from many. "Tell me, how many rounds will this old creak of Yi Yun last?" "Need you ask? I bet he'll be on his knees begging within 3 moves. Too generous, at most 1 move, and Yi Yun is finished." Indeed, after being corroded for years in the waste pill room, whether he can walk away alive is doubtful. The attendant disciples whispered and gossiped, taking grim pleasure, a common enough behavior among them. Beneath the arena, Shualon crossed her arms and watched the platform with a cold expression. On the platform, Chun Yuan, acting as referee, spoke indifferently. 25th bout began. As the words fell, Shualon raised her sword and sneered at Yi Yun. Old man, when I beat you until you crawl and cry, don't go calling for your mother. Yi Yun shook his head at her taunt. Little sister, you talk too much. Before she could reply, a golden hand crossbow appeared in his hand, aimed with deadly precision at Shualon. Now he only wished to tell those who had once looked down on him a single sentence: gentlemen, times have changed. On the arena, a glint of brilliance flashed in Yi Yun's eyes as he pulled the trigger of the golden spear. In an instant, strands of golden, profound energy swiftly gathered towards the crossbow, ultimately transforming into a piercing golden arrow that shot out with a thunderous roar. The sharp aura contained within the arrow caused Shualon, who had just been full of pride, to suddenly change her expression. Not good. The speed of the golden arrow was so fast that with her strength, she had no ability to evade it, and could only hurriedly summon a blue crystal. Greenwood barrier. Thick green vines swiftly sprang from the ground, weaving together to form a massive wooden barrier before her. The originally mid-grade common treasure, the Greenwood Shield, was a defensive trump card given to her by her cousin. She never expected to be forced to use it right from the start. What was even more unbelievable was that the subsequent golden arrow directly shattered the Greenwood barrier in front of her. How is this possible? Shualan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. The next moment, the shockwave generated by the barrier's explosion sent her staggering backward. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes. Wait, did Ian just push Shualon back with one strike? The key is, where did he get such a powerful treasure? Not only that, but the profound energy he released seems to have already reached the 5th level of chi condensation. Surrounding people were astonished. This was no longer the Yi Yun they remembered. Whether it was the 5th level of chi condensation or the treasure comparable to a high-grade common item, it all revealed an incredible aura. Although Shualon also sensed something was wrong, she still refused to believe it and gritted her teeth at Yi Yun. How could I possibly lose to a useless servant like you? With her furious shout, a blue light flickered in her hand, revealing a ruler. As Shualon formed seals with her hands, the blue ruler suddenly flew up and split into hundreds, raining down upon Yi Yun. 1,000 transformations, ruler, go. This was another mid-grade common treasure provided by her cousin, and now she could only rely on it to turn the tide. As long as she could suppress Yi Yun with the treasure, she could take the opportunity to expand her advantage and eliminate him. Yet facing the barrage of attacks, Yi Yun stepped forward proactively, extending a hand. A blue-gold shield quickly unfolded before him, nullifying all the falling blue light, rulers remaining completely unshaken. Yi Yun, holding the shield, braved Shualan's treasure attack and swiftly closed the distance between them. You? Don't come closer. Seeing her attack was ineffective, Shualon immediately panicked, retreating in haste to create distance from Yi Yun. At the same time, a hurried female voice reached Yi Yun's ears. If you concede, I'll give you 1,000 Shin crystals. Surely this was the voice of Shualon beside her, and her offer had significantly increased, indicating she was truly anxious. Unfortunately, Yi Yun ignored her and continued to close the distance with Shualon. Seeing this, Shualan's cold voice followed. If you defeat her, I will never let you go. As the saying goes, even the mud doll has some temper. The continuous threats and temptations ignited Yi Yun's anger. Damn, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yi Yun scoffed coldly, transforming his anger into strength as he struck Shualon with a palm. Due to Shualan's inner turmoil, she completely forgot to evade, and Yi Yun's palm struck solidly, sending her flying. Thus, this battle was declared over. The entire process didn't even last 3 rounds, marking an unprecedented achievement for a servant disciple. For a moment, the entire arena fell silent, as everyone stared in astonishment at Yi Yun on the stage. Meanwhile, Yi Yun couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuan. Senior, I should have passed the test right. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan finally came back to his senses and nodded. Indeed, you have passed. With his announcement, this outer sect assessment was officially confirmed. Yi Yun felt joy in his heart and turned to look at Shualon, finding her tending to her cousin below the stage. As if sensing his gaze, Shualon raised her head and shot him a cold glance. I will remember this grudge. Yi Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Since he chose to take action, he was already prepared to offend an inner sect disciple. After Yi Yun's battle, there were no more servant disciples who achieved victory until the entire assessment concluded. Thinking about it, it was normal. Most of these servant disciples were forced into a desperate situation by the Holy Maiden, and winning was indeed surprising. Shortly after, Chen Yuan announced the end of this assessment, and the other servant disciples all returned to pack their things and leave. As for Yi Yun, he was retained by Chen Yuan, who, after sizing him up, asked, Yi Yun, are you the one who was exceptionally granted the ascending Shin pill by Elder Yu? Yi Yun immediately cupped his hands and smiled. Indeed, that is me. If it weren't for that pill, I might not have been able to win today. While responding, he did not forget to raise a hand to acknowledge the elder who granted the pill. However, Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and replied calmly, I don't think that's the case. Among the servant disciples, it's rare to see someone who can produce 2 mid-grade common treasures. Yi Yun's heart sank, but he still pretended to be calm and scratched his head. Not at all. I was merely lucky this time to unexpectedly obtain 2 treasures. Fortunately, Qin Yuan did not press further and instead asked a question. Fine, everyone has their own opportunities, so I won't inquire further. He then took out a roster and glanced at it. I see you've been working in the waste pill room. Now that you are an outer sect disciple, you don't need to stay there any longer. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun became anxious, leaving the waste pill room. Where would he find so many waste pills? Senior, may I stay? Why is that? Because the Holy Land has just rewarded me for my management with the ascending Xian pill. Yi Yun's expression was resolute, as if he were about to join a sect, earnestly saying, now that I have become an outer sect disciple, I still wish to continue shining in my current position to repay the Holy Land for its cultivation. This declaration left Qin Yuan dumbfounded. What great determination. Previously, which servant disciple in the waste pill room didn't want to escape as quickly as possible? Who would have thought that now he would encounter a disciple who wanted to stay voluntarily? Good. Very good. That's the spirit. Qin Yuan took a deep breath and patted his shoulder with appreciation. Since it's your determination, then stay in the waste pill room. If you encounter any troubles during this time, feel free to come find me at the affairs hall. Seeing this, Yi Yun also breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to him. Thank you, senior. I will remember this. However, although he stayed in the waste pill room, he still needed to collect the items due to being an outer sect disciple. Afterward, Yi Yun, guided by Qin Yuan, went to the affairs hall to complete the registration and collect his outer sect disciple badge, uniform, and so on. Having completed everything, Yi Yun joyfully returned to the waste pill room, looking down at the jade token at his waist with great happiness. From now on, I am officially an outer sect disciple of the Ancient Path Holy Land. This also meant that from now on he would be considered part of the Ancient Path Holy Land. As for servant disciples, at most they could only be regarded as laborers of the Holy Land, easily stepped on by anyone, but that would no longer be the case. Yi Yun sat back on the bed contemplating his future plans. Next, I just need to wait to meet that senior sister. After all, he had just offended an inner sect disciple, so to ensure good days ahead, he needed to find a backing among the inner sect as soon as possible. Naturally, Yi Yun thought of the agreement made with someone a few days ago. Unless something unexpected happened, it should be a solid. Just then a knock sounded at the door along with a woman's voice. Yi Yun, are you in there? I'm coming in. Yi Yun's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, thoughts materialized. Come in, the door isn't locked. After several days of not being able to play whack-a-mole, anyone would feel a bit restless. Now seeing Pei Yuyan again, Yi Yun noticed she was wearing an ethereal, white dress, her charming face adorned with makeup. You actually put on makeup just to see me? Yi Yun was somewhat surprised, but was quickly met with a roll of Pei Yuyan. You are too self-absorbed. How could I possibly wear makeup for an old man like you? Yi Yun was not surprised by her response. So, what are you doing here? Pei Yuyan slightly puffed her chest and proudly said, guess what? See any difference between me today and before? Yi Yun, gazing at her impressive figure, widened his eyes and said, what difference? Could it be that you are going command? You old pervert. Pei Yuyan was enraged by his reply, suddenly unleashing a strong aura of profound energy that sent a gust of wind blowing through Yi Yun's hair. Seeing that the conversation might lead to her really taking action, he dared not continue teasing. Just kidding, I can see that you've broken through to the innate realm. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuyan's expression softened a bit, and she withdrew her aura with a huff. Not only that, I have successfully advanced to become an inner disciple. That truly is something to celebrate. Yi Yun nodded in approval, before asking, so did you come here just to show? Of course not. I also came to warn you that what happened between us must not be known by a third person. Pei Yuyan stared at Yi Yun, her tone icy. Otherwise, even if you retire from the Holy Land, I will ensure you are torn to pieces. After all, once in the inner sect, there might be an opportunity to attach oneself to the second generation of immortals or talented cultivators, allowing her to rise alongside the Qingyun. Therefore, the matter of her physical transaction with Yi Yun must absolutely remain a secret. Yi Yun understood her thoughts, yet was indifferent, feeling pity for some potential future suitor. No problem, I won't tell anyone. If at least you know what's good for you. Pei Yuyan huffed, then prepared to leave, but her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the disciple token hanging from Yi Yun's waist. Immediately, she displayed an expression of disbelief. You passed the outer disciple assessment. Yes, I was lucky enough to pass. Yi Yun picked up the jade token and chuckled. Are you regretting that I wasn't kicked out of the Holy Land? With your strength, how could you possibly pass the assessment? Pei Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened, then she quickly reacted anxiously, asking Yi Yun, wait. Do you still have? Suddenly her breathing quickened as she stared at Yi Yun intently. Well, technically I don't have any left, but... Yi Yun's lips curled into a smile, as one hand fell on Pei Yuyan's shoulder. He gently tugged, revealing part of Pei Yuyin's delicate shoulder. Pei Yuyin's body trembled, instinctively pulling away and glaring at him. I won't do that kind of thing with you again. The first time was fine, although it was a bit painful, and only took a few minutes. It was a pleasant exchange. However, during the second time it lasted for several dozen minutes, to the point where she dared not recall what she had become. The most crucial part was that every time she thought of those things afterward, she felt an itch in her heart, and her body would unconsciously react strangely. She was very concerned that if this continued, she couldn't even imagine what she might turn into. Sister, are you really not going to celebrate with me? Stop thinking about it. I will not sell my body again. I'll offer 2 third-grade gathering chi pills. Pei Yuyin was silent for a moment, then quietly walked to the bedside and sat down, pouting as she said, "This is the last time, no next time." Seeing this, Yiyun's lips curled up as he leaned close to her ear and laughed. "Since that's the case, then sister, don't resist later. Why not enjoy it properly with me?" Pei Yuyin seemed to come to terms with it. After all, they had to do that kind of thing. Rather than making herself uncomfortable, it would be better to enjoy it, as he suggested. After all, it was just this once and no one would know, so she decided to indulge just this once. As a result, afterward, she actually embraced Yiyun and took the initiative to kiss him. Half an hour later. "Congratulations, you have gained 30 points of fortune value." Yiyun was astonished by the system notification that his fortune value had increased. Could it be related to Pei Yuyin's cultivation? In a good mood, Yiyun glanced at Pei Yuyin beside him and smiled. "I had a great time today. Here are your 2 gathering chi pills." At that moment, Pei Yuyin's complexion was flushed and her dress was still not put on. However, it didn't matter anymore since she had already revealed herself to Yiyun. She looked at the pills Yiyun handed over, her expression turning to one of astonishment. "Another flawless quality. Where on earth did you get these pills? Would you believe me if I said I refined them myself?" "I wouldn't believe your nonsense. How could you refine flawless gathering chi pills?" "Why not? I've actually been learning alchemy all along." I just suddenly comprehended it. Yiyun shrugged and said casually, "If you don't believe it, then forget it." To some extent, he wasn't lying at all. After all, he was using the Fortune Divine Furnace to refine them. Seeing Yiyun's confident demeanor made Pei Yuyin ponder, could it be that this guy was telling the truth? Soon after, she put on the long dress she had come in with, but as she stepped off the bed, her legs went weak, and she almost fell. "It seems you can't walk steadily." In response to Yiyun's reminder, Pei Yuyin shot him a glare. "Who's to blame? I told you to be gentler." Yiyun lightly coughed, his expression slightly awkward, clearly knowing that this matter indeed had something to do with him. "Sister, do you need me to help you back?" Pei Yuyin huffed lightly at his post-matter gentleness. "No need." With that, she summoned a flying sword and sat on it, soaring into the air. Yiyun was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that reaching the innate realm allowed her to fly short distances. Seeing she had a way, Yiyun smiled and nodded. "This works too. By the way, if you need anything next time, you can come find me here, and we can continue to explore." Upon hearing the last word, explore, Pei Yuyin's face suddenly flushed, and she glared at Yiyun in anger. "Get lost. Even if I die, I won't come looking for you again." With that, she flew off on her sword, leaving the out. Yiyun shook his head and smiled. He didn't believe what she said. The allure of the pills was enough to tempt anyone. Besides, Pei Yuyin today was definitely someone who had tasted the fruit of her desires. As for her earlier words, Yiyun just wanted to say one thing: everyone has a moment of wisdom. I don't take one moment as a lifetime. Not long after, now dressed, Yiyun sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out the broken Shin-level flying sword he had purchased earlier. "Thanks to her, I have finally gathered enough 50 points of fortune value." Looking at the broken flying sword on the bed, Yiyun took a deep breath and reached out. The flying sword, which had been shattered into pieces, began to emit a golden light and rapidly reassembled itself. Finally, with a flash of white light, the broken cyan flying sword lay on the bed as if brand new. The ancient cyan sword body exuded an unusually sharp aura. "It's done." Yiyun's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked it up. A profound-grade flying sword. This was a treasure he had never dared to imagine before. Therefore, Yiyun could not wait to bond it to himself. He immediately cut his finger and stained the sword with his blood. The flying sword quickly absorbed it and burst out with a cyan light. Thus, the Qingxiao sword officially belonged to him. I wonder how powerful this profound-grade treasure is. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yiyun secretly slipped out of the waste pill room and found a secluded grove in the sacred land. After looking around to make sure no one was watching, Yiyun took out the Qingxiao sword and gazed at a massive tree in front of him that would take 2 or 3 people to encircle. As Yiyun channeled his mystic energy into the sword, the Qingxiao sword burst out with a cyan light. "Open up." A sharp light flashed in Yiyun's eyes, and with a swing, the sword in his hand traced a beautiful cyan arc before him. Moments later, a rumbling sound echoed through the forest, scattering birds and beasts. As the dust settled, Yiyun stared at the fallen thick tree and the clean cut on its trunk, his mouth opening wide in amazement. Wow, no wonder it's a profound-grade treasure. This sharpness is truly incredible. If it were an ordinary mortal-grade treasure, it probably couldn't have cut through with a single strike, let alone sliced through so effortlessly. Staring at the Qingxiao sword in his hand, Yi Yun's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Next, I need to find a sword-controlling technique. Although using it as a handheld sword was already quite good. However, as a flying sword treasure to unleash its full power, it must be driven by a sword-controlling technique. But for that he would have to wait and try his luck at the market. Perhaps some disciples would be selling one. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Today was the day of the appointment, and it was time to go to the Yunlan market to meet that injured inner-sect senior sister. Before leaving, he deliberately searched the waste pill room for a batch of waste pills of the Holy Fire Pill. As a 4th-grade pill with very narrow application, waste pills of the Holy Fire Pill were scarce, showing how difficult it was to find a finished pill. Taking the waste pills of the Holy Fire Pill, Yi Yun headed straight to the Yunlan market and found the shop where he had made the agreement last time. Seeing Yi Yun appear, Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and she called out, "You finally showed up. I thought you had bailed. What's the rush? I'm here now." Yi Yun looked around and asked, "By the way, what about that inner-sect senior sister you mentioned?" Ling Yan didn't waste words as she waved at him and said, "Follow me. Senior sister is resting at her residence." Yi Yun nodded and followed her, leaving the Yunlan market and heading straight to a remote peak in the sacred land. What came into view were a few courtyards scattered across the peak. Ahead is senior sister's residence. Ling Yan pointed to one on the side. According to the rules of the Gudao sacred land, outer sect disciples had to share quarters, while inner sect disciples enjoyed independent courtyards. And it was said that reaching the rank of true disciple would grant ownership of an entire mountain as a residence and cultivation site. When the two arrived at one of the courtyards, Ling Yan knocked on the door and said, "Senior sister, I've brought the person." After a moment, a cold female voice came from inside. "Come in." Hearing this voice, Yi Yun was stunned. Why did it sound vaguely familiar? While he was pondering, Ling Yan had already pushed open the door and glanced at him. "What are you waiting for? Come in." Yi Yun snapped back to reality, thinking it might just be his imagination. So he followed Ling Yan into the small courtyard and entered one of the wooden houses. This appeared to be the inner-sect senior sister's boudoir, furnished with a bed, dressing table, and other furniture, with a faint floral scent lingering in the air. On a meditation cushion on the floor, a female cultivator in white robes was sitting cross-legged with her back to them. A faint cold aura seeped from her, seemingly caused by the cold poison inside her. Ling Yan stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Senior sister, this is the alchemist I mentioned earlier." At that moment, the white-robed female cultivator stood up. Yi Yan also gave her a faint smile. "Hello." Then the white-robed female cultivator turned around and instinctively replied, "MMU." But before she could finish, the white-robed female cultivator froze, her beautiful eyes visibly widening. Almost at the same time, she and Yi Yun let out shocked exclamations. "It's Yue." Clearly neither had forgotten the other. The white-robed female cultivator's gaze immediately turned cold, and across from her, Yi Yun's mouth twitched, his heart filled with frustration. "No way, how could we run into each other? With hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Gudao sacred land, the odds were simply too absurd." The white-robed female cultivator before him was none other than the inner-sect disciple Xuelan, who had once aroused his vigilance, the woman who had threatened him. At the same time, Xuelan never expected that the alchemist she regarded as her last hope would be Yi Yun, with whom she had recently had a conflict. Moreover, this guy was clearly a menial disciple, and at best now an outer sect disciple. How could he be an alchemist? Ling Yan, who was confused by their reactions, scratched her head. "Do you two know each other?" Xuelan kept a cold face and gave Yi Yun a sarcastic laugh. "Know each other? Oh, we know each other all too well." Sensing her enveloping hostility, Yi Yun felt helpless, wondering how to explain. But at that moment, the cauldron of creation transmitted a prompt. Detected creation points on Xuelan. Find a way to obtain them. Yi Yun's mouth twitched again. This might be a bit difficult. Just then Xuelan glanced at Ling Yan. "You may withdraw now. I want to have a proper private chat with this alchemist." She emphasized the word alchemist, clearly targeting Yi Yun. Ling Yan, not understanding what was happening, but sensing the subtle tension between them, could only bow and say, "Then you two talk, I'll wait outside." When Ling Yan left the room and closed the door, silence fell inside. Finally, Xuelan broke the silence, staring at Yi Yun coldly. "Spit it out. What is your purpose in pretending to be an alchemist as a menial disciple?" At this point, Yi Yun simply decided to go all out. With a calm expression, he met her gaze. "I'm not pretending. I really am an alchemist." This answer somewhat caught Xuelan off guard. With furrowed brows, she asked, "If you are truly an alchemist, how did you become a menial disciple?" Yi Yun shrugged. "Who says a menial disciple can't be an alchemist?" Xuelan fell silent for a moment. Indeed, there had been extraordinary talents among menial disciples before. There were even some loners who preferred to keep a low profile, enjoying the feeling of hiding their strength. After a while, Xuelan took a deep breath and changed the topic. "Fine, even if you really are an alchemist, can you produce the Holy Fire Pill?" "Of course. Do you think I came here to embarrass myself?" I suppose not. From their earlier reactions, it was clear that neither had known it was the other. In the end, this was just a normal transaction. They had merely run into each other in this awkward coincidence. Xuelan's expression softened considerably as she looked at Yi Yun and asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" She never believed in free lunches. Since he had come to her, he must want something. "It's simple, serve me once, and afterward I'll refine the holy fire pill for you." Yi Yun, utterly indifferent to the blade before his neck, replied with a faint smile. "Just this once. Afterward we'll be even. Besides, I'm not forcing you. But I imagine this is far better than being a servant or slave for life, isn't it?" Xuelan shot him a glare and snorted lightly. "You're no better than them. Being a servant, to put it nicely a handmaiden, to put it bluntly a long-term play. Once they tired of you, you'd be discarded like trash. To her, that was worse than death." In comparison, Yi Yun's offer was indeed much better, though still deeply repulsive. "Then it's up to you." Yi Yun didn't press further, wearing an utterly indifferent expression. Now the pressure fell squarely on Xuelan. After a long moment, she asked coldly, "Why should I trust you?" "You don't have to. Find someone else." "You?" Yi Yun's blasé attitude made Xuelan want to kill him. Yet deep down her will to survive was undeniable. Otherwise she would have struck the moment she saw him. But surrendering herself to Yi Yun like this was unthinkable. After a tense standoff, Yi Yun simply shook his head and said, "Fine. Since you're unwilling, consider I was never here." With that he rose and left without a moment's hesitation. This panicked Xuelan, who immediately called out, "Wait." At this Yi Yun turned with a smile. "Changed your mind?" Xuelan bit her lip, then "When can you refine it?" "Right after this. I already have all the ingredients. And if you fail, then you can kill me." Yi Yun smiled faintly, his expression supremely confident. This made Xuelan falter for a moment, then she nodded and temporarily sheathed her long sword. "If you break your word, it'll make you regret ever being born." In response to her threat, Yi Yun merely shrugged and asked with a grin, "So, senior sister Xuelan, shall we begin?" As he spoke, he stepped forward and reached out to grasp her. Xuelan's delicate body trembled, but she gave a slight nod, tacitly permitting his actions. Then, recalling something, a flush of red crept across her usually cool face. "This is my first time. How should I do this?" Unlike Pei Yuyan, who sought to cling to others, Xuelan was a true cultivator devoted solely to the Tao and rarely involved in worldly affairs. This brought a glint to Yi Yun's eyes as he said with a smile, "So you know nothing, sister? No matter, he'll teach you step by step." The moment his words fell, he lifted Xuelan onto the bed and pounced after her. Xuelan could only watch as she was pinned beneath him, her clothes, which draped her graceful figure, being peeled away one by one. Ling Yin, who was guarding outside, suddenly heard a thud from inside the room. Thinking of the scene when the two met, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, are you two all right?" After a moment, Xuelan's soft voice came from inside. We're fine, just discussing important matters. Go wait outside the courtyard and don't let anyone in." "Understood. They'll keep watch." Ling Yin relaxed. She had feared from the commotion that a fight had broken out. Since they were discussing business, there was no need for her to disturb them. As she left the yard, however, she couldn't help muttering about her senior sister's reply. Her voice. Was it always that soft? Inside the room, Xuelan let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing Ling Yan's receding footsteps. Her face was flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, as though she had experienced something. Yi Yun beside her asked with a smile, "Is it fine now?" "Wait." Xuelan extended her hand, first locking the door from a distance, then using her mystic chi to unfold a layer of azure soundproof barrier around the room. Only then did she lie back down, turned her flushed face, and whispered, "All right, you may continue." After a profoundly deep exchange with Xuelan, the affinity between them had successfully shifted from coldness to disgust. But to Yi Yun it didn't matter. It was merely a transaction. What counted was the prompt that rang in his ears. "Congratulations. You have gained 50 creation points." Yi Yun's eyes lit up. So the higher the target's cultivation, the more creation points one could earn. Soon Yi Yun dressed himself and stepped off the bed refreshed. He glanced at Xuelan on the bed and said with a smile, "Lend me the room next door. My alchemy arts cannot be shared." At that moment Xuelan sat against the bedside, covering her upper body with a sheet, and glared at him fiercely. "If you dare run away, I'll tear you limb from limb. Don't worry, I'm not that shameless." Yi Yun gave a faint smile, then entered the adjacent small room to be. Seeing this, Xuelan finally let down the sheet and looked at her usually sleeping wooden bed, now in disarray, with a few streaks of crimson staining a certain spot. She tried to get up and tidy it, but the soreness in her legs brought a blush to her face as she silently cursed Yi. "That bastard," he said, "had be gentle." But despite the curses, he had indeed let her experience what it meant to be a woman's pleasure. So much so that now instinctively a thought surfaced in her mind, why not do it again? But then she shook her head and bit her lip. "How could I think such a thing? That old geezer. I can't let him take advantage of me again. After clearing those strange thoughts from her mind, Shuelan changed into clean clothes and cleaned the bed so that Ling Yin wouldn't notice anything. Once done, she sat cross-legged on a cushion, gazing curiously at the room where Yi Yun was refining. Can that old man really refine a sacred flame pill? Despite his confident display, she still couldn't believe that a menial disciple could produce a fourth-grade pill. After all, though alchemy's skill was not tied to cultivation, among qi condensation cultivators, third-grade alchemists were exceedingly rare, let alone fourth-grade ones. Meanwhile, in the inner room, Yi Yun took out a failed sacred flame pill. Reshape. Consuming 20 creation points. Reshaping the pill. The creation points consumed this time had doubled, showing that fourth-grade pills were far more precious than third-grade ones. Before long, Yi Yun looked with satisfaction at the 4 fourth-grade perfect sacred flame pills in his hand. The reason there were only 4 was not because the failed pill had been skimped, but because as the grade increased, fewer pills were produced per furnace. For example, a furnace of 5th grade yielded 3 pills, 6th grade 2, and top-tier pills from 7th to 9th grade produced only 1 per furnace. Hence, the higher the grade of a perfect pill, its rarity increased exponentially. Done. Now I can deliver the goods. Yi Yun kept 1 sacred flame pill for himself, planning to exchange the remaining 3 for mystic crystals to buy other cultivation resources. Having finished reshaping the pill, Yi Yun didn't rush out. After all, he had to keep up the appearance of an alchemist. Finally, after a full hour or more, Yi Yun pushed open the door and walked out. Shuelan had been waiting at the door, and the moment he came out, she stepped forward and asked eagerly, "The pill, did it succeed?" Yi Yun staggered out, making people suspect he might drop dead at any moment. Then he raised his hand with difficulty, revealing the holy flame pill in his palm. "Fortunately, I have not failed my mission." Taking the holy flame pill from Yi Yun, Shuelan was stunned. After examining it carefully, she exclaimed in shock, "It's actually a flawless holy flame pill." She looked up in disbelief and asked Yi Yun, "Your alchemy skills are so extraordinary." But when she saw him swaying as if about to collapse at any moment, she couldn't help but support him and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just overexerted myself. You'll be better after a rest." Yi Yun shook his head, then raised his head with difficulty and said, "As for you, take the medicine quickly so as not to delay the healing of your injuries." Shuelan, who originally detested him, saw that despite being extremely weak, he still cared about her, and the coldness on her face softened somewhat. Thinking that after all he had saved her life, she gently helped him to the freshly tidied bed. "I'm not in a hurry. You sit here for a while." Thank you." Yi Yun nodded, and with her support sat on the bed. The realism of his acting would probably make even an Oscar-winning actor stand aside. Seeing this, Shuelan looked at Yi Yun and said coolly, "After this, the grudges between us are settled." According to her meaning, it seemed that the matter of eliminating her cousin last time was now put aside. Yi Yun was indifferent to this, just smiling faintly. "In that case, if you need any pills next time, feel free to find me at the Waste Pill Hall." The implication of his words was all too clear. The flush that had just faded from Shuelan's face reappeared. She glared at him and said with a hint of shame, "Such a thing will not happen again." TSK. Yi Yun did not argue, only smiled without speaking. Shuelan obviously did not want to dwell on this topic with him, so she changed the subject. "By the way, since your alchemy skills are so formidable, why are you still staying in the Waste Pill Hall?" Even within the ancient path sacred land, there were not many who could refine a flawless holy flame pill. The alchemy skill Yi Yun displayed was enough to secure him an elder position at the heavenly pill peak. Regarding this, Yi Yun was completely making it up on the spot. "It's simple. The Waste Pill Hall is full of lessons from failures, and here I can summarize the issues in pill refining and thus improve faster." Yi Yun, after all, had hardly studied alchemy. He mainly made things up as he went along, since the other party couldn't verify anyway. And indeed, Shuelan found it strange, but only commented on him. "You really are a strange one." Yi Yun shrugged. After that, he and Shuelan chatted casually about this and that. It was then that he learned that her cousin had been settled in a town close to the sacred land. About this matter, Yi Yun sighed helplessly. "In the end, if it weren't for that saintess causing trouble, I wouldn't have bothered to take the outer sect exam. The blame falls on her for making those reforms. And I have a feeling that woman will continue to cause trouble." Seeing him complain, without restraint, Shuelan shook her head and said, "The saintess must have her reasons for doing this. We ordinary disciples should avoid discussing the affairs of the higher-ups, lest we bring trouble upon ourselves." After saying this, she seemed to think of something and changed the topic. "Oh right, since you've entered the outer sect next month." But before she finished, Shuelan shook her head again. "No, I almost forgot, you're an alchemist, no need to participate in that." However, her hesitant manner instead piqued Yi Yun's interest. Yi Yun looked at her and asked doubtfully, "What were you about to say?" Upon hearing this, Shuelan pondered for a moment and said, "I was just going to ask, now that you're an outer disciple, are you planning to participate in this year's 3 Saints trial?" Then I remembered that since you're an alchemist, you probably wouldn't join such a combat activity. But to her surprise, Yi Yun was stunned after hearing this. Then Yi Yun asked with curiosity, What is the Three Saints trial? You don't know? Xuelon quickly realized the reason. Oh right, I almost forgot you just entered the outer sect, and before that you were in the waste pill hall isolated from information. It's normal that you don't know. After that she gave Yiyun a general explanation of what the Three Saints trial was. As the name suggests, the Three Saints trial is ostensibly a competition of trial type held among the three sacred lands to train their respective disciples. During the Three Saints trial, each of the three parties will send a team composed of outer sect disciples to enter a special space called the Ancient Dragon Secret Realm. But in fact, this is not a sports competition. At its core, it's an activity set up by the three sacred lands for their own benefit. The Ancient Dragon Secret Realm is said to be the place where a 9th-rank mystical beast fell, as a super mystical beast comparable to an Imperial Realm powerhouse. One dragon dies, all things thrive. The secret realm transformed from a desolate land into a place of abundant spiritual qi and excellent feng shui. Not only does it nurture various heavenly treasures, but every few years a large number of dragon crystals are formed within. The dragon crystals are condensed from the power of the ancient dragon, and they are top-tier treasures whether used for alchemy or artifact forging. Unfortunately, due to the unstable space within, only cultivators at the qi condensation stage can enter. In the end, to peacefully obtain the dragon crystals from the secret realm, the three sacred lands seized this opportunity and created the activity called the Three Saints trial. Each sends outer sect disciples to participate, which not only yields dragon crystals, but also trains the disciples of their own sacred land. A case of killing three birds with one stone. Moreover, every time the Three Saints trial is held, the high echelons of the three sacred lands set up gambling pools, each betting that their own disciple will take first place. The way to determine rankings is simple: whoever brings out more dragon crystals wins. After listening to Xuelon's explanation, Yiyun found it quite interesting and couldn't help asking, in that case, do the outer sect disciples who participate in the Three Saints trial get rewards if they achieve results? Of course, and very generous ones. Xuelon nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and said, if I remember correctly, this year's internal rewards of our sacred land are personally designated by the Saintess and are the most generous in the history of the Three Saints trial. Oh, what are the rewards? Let me think. First, the top 5 can be exceptionally promoted to inner disciples. Xuelon recited as she thought. Then they can choose one from the Earth-grade low-tier mystical techniques, cultivation methods, or magic treasures at the Sacred Lands Treasure Pavilion and Library Pavilion, along with some spiritual crystals and other rewards. Hearing this, Yiyun raised an eyebrow. This reward. Isn't that impressive, is it? The identity of an inner disciple was hardly attractive to outer disciples who could make it to the top 5. The only thing worth looking at is the choice of one Earth-grade low-tier item among 3, though precious, a single piece isn't that exaggerated. However, Xuelon took a deep breath and said, the key is the reward for first place. Being promoted directly to inner disciple goes without saying. Then you can choose one each from Earth-grade low-tier cultivation methods, mystical techniques, and magic treasures. And the first place can also choose to become a nominal disciple of the Saintess. Finally, an unprecedented, the first place can go to the Saintess Hall for 3 days, stay with her day and night, and ask for guidance on cultivation at any time. After listening to Xuelon's account, Yiyun finally understood why this year's rewards could be hailed as the most extraordinary in history. Whether it was the 3 out of 3 selection of Earth-grade low-rank items, or becoming a disciple of the Holy Maiden, these were astonishing prizes. But the most alluring was the final clause, which even moved Yiyun's heart. 3 days of living with the Holy Maiden. Yiyun swallowed nervously. Though deeply embarrassed, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Yet ideals were plump while reality was bony. Even if he truly had 3 days of contact, he seemed to have no opportunity. After all, a noble Holy Maiden would never be short of any elixirs. Thus Yiyun merely entertained the thought. Just a fleeting fantasy. No, I must come first. Yiyun's eyes blazed with a resolve, as if he were about to swear allegiance. Of course, this was not because he coveted the unattainable Holy Maiden. Simply because the rewards for first place were truly generous. After all, once one advanced to the Xiantian realm, one needed to officially cultivate a cultivation technique to continue improving, and the grade of the technique directly affected the cultivation speed. Thus, a self-selected Earth-grade low-rank technique was quite enticing. Outside, such a grade of technique was truly hard to purchase, even with mystic crystals. Therefore, Yiyun thought he should start planning his future advancement strategy early. So he asked impatiently, by the way, how does one apply for the Three Saints trial? Hearing this, Xuelon looked at him in surprise. What, you want to participate? Of course, why not go and take a look? Take a look. Xuelon's eyes flashed coldly. I must warn you, the Three Saints trial is not an intersect sparring match. Once you encounter disciples from the opposing sacred land, it becomes a life-or-death battle. No matter how many benefits the Three Saints trial offered, it could not change the fact that it was a real battlefield of life and death, where countless outer disciples died each time. Xuelan's reminder did indeed sober Yi Yun. If there was mortal danger, he had to consider whether it was worth taking. After all, with the fortune Creation Divine Furnace, as long as he stayed in the waste pill room, everything he needed for cultivation would eventually come to him. Alright, I'll think it over. Seeing that Yi Yun seemed to give up, Xuelan breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she cared much about Yi Yun, as she simply didn't want the man she had just saved to die in the Three Saints trial. But in truth, Yi Yun had not completely given up. He was still thinking about how to rapidly increase his strength. By the way, there is something I'd like to ask you. Seeing the conversation at a good pause, Yi Yun redirected it to another matter. Do you know who has a sword control technique that can be traded? Preferably mystic grade low rank. For a chi condensation stage cultivator, mystic grade low rank magical treasures and techniques were already the limit they could wield. Higher grades required a volume of mystic energy beyond their capacity, so Yi Yun did not covet anything superior. Yet even this surprised Xuelan. Aren't you an alchemist? What do you want a sword control technique for? Don't worry about that, just tell me if there is one. Well, let me think. Xuelan pondered for a moment. Though many disciples possessed mystic grade sword techniques, those belonged to the sacred land, and they only had the right to use them. Passing on the sect's techniques to others without authorization was a capital offense. So to buy one had to find a disciple who personally owned a mystic grade sword technique, which was rare. After a long while, Xuelan suddenly thought of something. Oh, I know an elder sister from Yunv Peak. She once cultivated a sword control technique. And because she came from an aristocratic family, that mystic grade sword technique was a family inheritance. Later she switched to cultivate the Yunv Peak sword technique. Within the Gudao sacred land, there were 2 directorates, 5 halls, and 9 peaks. The 2 directorates and 5 halls were the 7 functional departments that maintained the sacred land's operations. The 9 peaks were akin to 9 master schools. Any inner disciple could choose one to join, but each peak had its own admission conditions. Because Yunv Peak's techniques tended toward the Yin and Soft, the primary condition for accepting disciples was that they must be female cultivators. Over time, Yunv Peak not only possessed remarkable strength among the 9 peaks, but also became a sacred land in the hearts of countless male disciples. Thus, every month people would be caught on Yunv Peak attempting to peep at female disciples bathing, to the point that now the peak rarely allowed male cultivators up. Even so, there were still persistent individuals only to catch a glimpse of the most exquisite spring scenery. Yi Yun didn't think much of it. As soon as he heard about the sword control technique, his eyes lit up. That's perfect. Can you introduce me? As he spoke, a sacred flame pill appeared in his hand, once more still of flawless quality. Xuelan's breath caught in her throat, then she stepped forward silently and pocketed the sacred flame pill. Afterward, she cleared her throat and said, considering you saved me, I can arrange an introduction. Then you can go directly to Yunv Peak to find her. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yi Yun smiled. No problem, that's enough. As long as he met the other party and could communicate, he didn't believe she would have no desire for elixirs. Seeing Yi Yun's confident expression, Xuelan snorted lightly. Don't get too excited. I must warn you that elder sister has always been aloof and dislikes socializing. Whether you can conclude a deal depends on you. Don't worry, with my personal charm, it's a done deal. Yi Yun grinned, teasing. I just hope your friend doesn't end up falling in love with me. Hearing that, Xuelan rolled her eyes at him. She hadn't noticed before, but this old fellow was incredibly narcissistic. How could anyone possibly fall for him? Yet thinking of Yi Yun's actions, she warned, speaking of which, you'd better not set your sights on that elder sister, or you'll face the consequences. Yi Yun had merely spoken casually, but her words piqued his curiosity. Oh, may I ask why? Xuelan said flatly, simple, she has a fiancé, and they are already engaged. She had intended to dissuade Yi Yun completely with this. But unexpectedly, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and grinned after hearing this. Isn't that even better? Xuelan was full of question marks. A moment later she spat at him. You really are a scoundrel. Hi, just joking. Do I look like the type to steal someone's partner? Very much. Yi Yun spread his hands helplessly. Really, where has the basic trust between people gone? Xuelan merely cast him a cold glance. When someone told me they just rub against it, why didn't they mention this? Ahem. Yi Yun coughed lightly and turned away. In any case, I'm not the kind of person you think. Rest assured. I hope so. After all, that elder sister's fiancé is a true disciple. If you dare to steal his partner, well. Yi Yun was startled. A true disciple. Then I understand. After this, both Yi Yun and Xuelan vowed to each other that they would never reveal what had transpired that day. When Yi Yun departed, Xuelan gave her a token as a pledge, telling her that with it, she could ascend Yunv Peak unimpeded 3 days later. Soon after, Ling Yin, who had been waiting outside the courtyard, saw Yi Yun leave, and could not help but ask, so did you two come to an agreement? Yes, we had a very pleasant talk. With that, Yi Yun smiled and left. Ling Yin, perplexed, hurried over to Xuelan and asked, Senior sister, how did it go? Did you make a deal? Naturally we did. Seeing Shui Lan's relaxed expression, it was clear she had obtained the pills. That fellow is quite impressive. Ling Yan was astonished, and then asked curiously, by the way, what conditions did he propose? At this mention a hint of blush flickered across Shui Lan's face before she said calmly, nothing much, just some ordinary things. Seeing Ling Yan about to ask more, she coughed lightly. Alright, I need to go into seclusion for a few days. You should head back. I owe you a favor this time, and I'll repay it when I can. No worries, senior sister, go ahead and dispel the poison. Ling Yan nodded repeatedly without giving it much thought. But after leaving, the more she pondered, the more something felt off. For some reason she found senior sister's speech strange today, and also noticed her walking a bit awkwardly just now. What's more, when she had come out, senior sister was wearing white robes, but now she had changed into a cyan long skirt. Definitely unusual. All signs pointed to one conclusion. That's it. That fellow must have forced out senior sister's cold poison. We don't know exactly how she did. In any case, Ling Yan's eyes shimmered with the light of wisdom, convinced her guess was perfectly correct. Haha, I'm indeed clever as heck. After all, it couldn't be that the two of them were just on the other side of a wall, indulging in carnal pleasures within the boudoir. Back at the waste pill chamber, Yi Yun now focused solely on growing stronger quickly. Thus, after refining a batch of chi-gathering pills, he immediately plunged into intense cultivation. Finally, 3 days later, at the cost of 5 chi-gathering pills, he smoothly broke through the bottleneck and reached the 6th layer of chi condensation. My cultivation talent is truly unmatched. Now Yi Yun felt as though he was trading flawless pills for cultivation and extravagance beyond the ordinary. After the arduous breakthrough, Yi Yun bathed comfortably. Seeing the sky darkening outside, he decided to rest for a while and go to Yunf Peak the next day to trade for the art of sword control. Just then the door of the waste pill chamber was pushed open and a familiar female voice came through. Yi Yun coming in. Without a doubt, the only female cultivator who would visit Yi Yun now was Pei Yuyan. But today Pei Yuyan wore a gleeful, almost gloating smile. Seeing this, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and asked, looking for me this late, something up? Indeed, Pei Yuyan's lips curled slightly. Right, I have a good news to tell you. Oh, what good news? Yi Yun sensed it was probably nothing good, or else she wouldn't have that expression. As expected, after teasing him, Pei Yuyan said with a smile. In tonight's meeting, the Holy Maiden decreed a new policy aimed at rejuvenating the outer sect disciples of the Holy Land. All outer sect disciples over 70 years old must choose to take an assessment for promotion within a short period, or they will all be dispatched after the 3 sages trial. Now it was clear why she was gloating. Yi Yun had just entered the outer sect and was immediately hit by a major reform. In a way, his luck was truly something. At her words, Yi Yun's mouth twitched slightly, and he began offering friendly greetings to the Holy Maiden in his mind. That cunning Holy Maiden is deliberately targeting me, isn't she? He wanted to be a menial laborer, so she rejuvenated the menial disciples. He barely got promoted to the outer sect, and now she rejuvenates the outer disciples. While Yi Yun could guess that the Holy Maiden was reducing the number of outer sect disciples to concentrate resources and steer them toward an elite path. For him, a newly promoted outer disciple, this was a deadly blow. The crucial issue was the tight timeline. There was no way to get promoted to the inner sect through normal channels. Looks like I have no choice but to participate in the 3 sages trial. With only a month left until the trial, following the standard promotion route would require defeating an inner disciple at the Xiantian realm. In contrast, the 3 sages trial involved only outer disciples at the chi condensation stage. It was relatively easier to achieve results there. While only relatively easier, it was still quite challenging. I've heard enough. You can leave now. Yi Yun glanced at Pei Yuyan and said flatly. But she didn't move, and he asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Pei Yuyan then coughed lightly and asked, by the way, you said you're an alchemist, right? So what if I am? Can you refine spirit refining pills? Spirit refining pills. Hearing those 3 words, Yi Yun paused, instantly understanding her intention. She wanted him to refine pills for her. Amused, Yi Yun suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, since his cultivation talent was poor, why not use pills to improve his physique? Though it wouldn't directly boost his talent, optimizing his constitution could significantly speed up cultivation. Enlightened, Yi Yun's eyes lit up, but then he looked at Pei Yuyan with a playful grin. Didn't someone say she would rather die than come to me again? Pei Yuyan felt a bit awkward. Honestly, she had not wanted to come at all, preferring never to see Yi Yun's old face. But the previous boost from ascension pills and chi-gathering pills had been too satisfying. Returning to slow cultivation was unbearable. So she convinced herself that she would just do it for relaxation, and Yi Yun was just a toy that moved on its own. Thinking that way made it barely acceptable. Finally, she pursed her lips and said, cut the crap. Are you coming or not? Coming, why not? Yi Yun thought for a moment and said with a smile, 2 spirit refining pills. Pei Yuyan glared at him. I want 3. Just 2. If not, forget it. Yi Yun rolled his eyes and said flatly, this is a 3rd grade pill. With 3 spirit refining pills, I could hire several outer sect senior sisters. It wasn't that he was stingy, but if he gave in to 3 now, she would likely ask for 4 or 5 next time. You? Pei Yin was speechless for a moment, then gritted her teeth. Fine too it is. With that she sat on the bed and began to expertly remove her clothes, ready to lie down and receive Yi Yun's conquest. But Yi Yun lay down first, surprising her. What are you doing? Yi Yun rested his hands behind his neck and I'm tired today. You get on top and do the work yourself. Half an hour later, Pei Yin got out of bed, wiped herself clean, and dressed. Then she looked at Yi Yun on the bed and snorted softly. In a few days he'll come to you for the pills. With that, Pei Yin left with a satisfied expression, leaving Yi Yun alone on the bed. It took him a while before he sat up, bracing his waist. He couldn't help but mutter, this woman is truly ruthless. It was often said that only the ox tires from plowing, not the field. Now he had personally experienced the truth of those words. Pei Yin seemed determined to compete with him. Yi Yun felt as if he had become her warhorse. If it were before, his waist would probably have broken. Fortunately, I've gained another 30 creation points. Only this could console Yi Yun now. Next time he would make sure to take revenge on Pei Yin. But for now, improving his strength was more important. In the coming month, he'll undergo hellish training. Yi Yun made up his mind. According to the information he had gathered over the past 3 days, the 3 Saints trial had no special requirements. Any outer disciple of the ancient path Holy Land could sign up. However, since the trial disregarded life and death, only a few had the courage to participate, and they were all outstanding among the outer disciples. Fortunately, the final ranking was not based on raw strength, but on the number of dragon crystals obtained. This way he didn't need to have overwhelming power. The key was to use his wits and gather as many dragon crystals as possible during the trial. Of course, he also had to obtain the mysterious great sword art mentioned by Senior Sister Shualan. Sleep now. Tomorrow he'll go to Jade Maiden Peak. Jade Maiden Peak, located to the southeast of the ancient path Holy Land, was a scenic mountain resembling a paradise. According to some rumors, the inner disciples of Jade Maiden Peak numbered over 1,000, each one a beautiful fairy. This point Yi Yun quickly agreed with after stepping into Jade Maiden Peak. Tisk, this is such a feast for the eyes. Since entering Jade Maiden Peak, not only was the surrounding scenery pleasant, but the senior sisters he saw were each more beautiful than the last. As far as the eye could see, there were graceful figures and pairs of fair jade-like legs revealed beneath skirts. To put it bluntly, this could definitely be called a man's paradise. How wonderful. If only I could cultivate here. Yi Yun sighed in his heart as he continued walking. But since few men usually entered Jade Maiden Peak, the sudden appearance of an old fellow naturally drew the attention of the Jade Maiden Peak disciples. Soon he was stopped by a female cultivator dressed in white who asked coldly, "Hey, do you have business on Jade Maiden?" This white-clad female cultivator was valiant and spirited, staring at Yi Yun with an unfriendly expression, as if taking him for a suspicious infiltrator. In her hand, she held a stick. If he couldn't explain himself clearly, it would likely land on Yi Yun. Yi Yun quickly cupped his hands and said, "I am Yi Yun. I have some matters to discuss with Senior Sister Mo." As he spoke, he showed the token given by Shualan. The white-clad female cultivator glanced at it and asked in surprise, "Senior Sister Mo you mentioned. Is that Mo Rian?" "Exactly." Yi Yun nodded, then asked, "Since you know of her, could you tell me where she lives?" After confirming the token was genuine, the white-clad female cultivator pointed in a direction and said, "Go straight ahead, turn right at a red lantern, then left, then right at a stone pagoda, then right again. Finally, you'll see a wooden building. That's it." Due to the abundant greenery, the route on Jade Maiden Peak was quite complex, and Yi Yun quickly took careful note. Then he nodded and thanked. "Thank you, Senior Sister. I've memorized it." The white-clad female cultivator was dismissive, glanced at him, and said coldly, "Remember, don't wander around the mountain. Lately there have always been outsiders coming up to peep at the baths. If you're caught, be careful. They'll break all 3 of your legs." In response to her warning, Yi Yun said with a serious face, "Senior Sister, rest assured, I am not that kind of shameless lecher." "If it better be." The white-clad female cultivator snorted coldly and then left. Yi Yun, standing there, couldn't help but sigh in relief. These senior sisters of Jade Maiden Peak all seem hard to deal with. Actually, thinking about it, anyone would want to explode if they were spied on while bathing every now and then. Fortunately, Yi Yun indeed had no intention of doing such shameless things. Then he set off, following the route the white-clad senior sister had given. As he went deeper into Jade Maiden Peak, the surroundings became increasingly complex. Without the route, Yi Yun felt he would have gotten lost. Soon he saw a towering stone pagoda ahead and was momentarily stunned. Wait, did that senior sister say to turn left or right here? A fork in the road lay before him, but Yi Yun couldn't quite remember the route. He wanted to wait for a senior sister to ask, but no one came for a long time. Finally, after a moment's thought, Yi Yun extended his finger. "Little rooster, point to whoever I choose." He simply resorted to metaphysics and looked to the left. Senior Sister Mo should be to the left. Anyway, even if he took the wrong path, as long as he didn't wander off, it shouldn't be a big deal. If he met someone along the way, he could ask again. So Yi Yin took the left fork, and shortly after he left, a female disciple passed by the fork. Did the wind blow the sign over again? The female disciple walked into the grass, and indeed saw a fallen signboard. She casually placed it back on the road. The marker on the right read, Disciples Cave Dwelling. The marker on the left read, Forest Hot Spring. Yi Yin felt that he had probably taken the wrong path. The main reason was that the road was getting more remote, leading into a dense forest with no Jade Maiden Peak disciples in sight. After quite a while he didn't see any other fork. It seems I really took the wrong way. Yi Yin shook his head, considering whether to go back the way he came. Just then the sound of trickling water came from ahead. Someone. Yi Yin's eyes lit up. Perfect, he could ask someone for directions. Immediately he trotted over, and soon saw a pool of water emitting steam. As a former menial disciple who had just been promoted to outer disciple, Yi Yin could never have imagined how good the treatment of inner disciples could be. On the 9 peaks, each had its own open-air hot spring. The result was predictable. When Yi Yin reached the hot spring, he was greeted by a beautiful spring scene. In the misty hot spring, scattered flower petals floated. And right at the edge, a female cultivator of exquisite beauty was soaking in it. She cupped the water and poured it over her body, her fair, fragrant shoulders exposed, making it impossible to look away. This. Yi Yin swallowed. It seemed he had indeed come to the wrong place. Instinct told him it would be best to leave quietly now, or if caught red-handed, even 10 mouths wouldn't be enough to explain. However, as he was stealthily backing away, he didn't notice a small twig underfoot and stepped on it without any warning. With a snap, upon hearing that sound, Yi Yin knew he was finished. Sure enough, the female cultivator in the hot spring immediately let out a cold shout. Who's there? In an instant, a streak of green light shot out, hurtling straight toward Yi Yin. Senior sister, spare me. It's a misunderstanding. Yi Yin hurriedly spoke, raising both hands. In the blink of an eye, the woman who had been in the pond was already close at hand, draped in a white bath towel. Her alluring curves were unmistakably revealed beneath the wrap of the towel. Water droplets trickled down her cheek, traced across her neck, slipped past her collarbone, and vanished into the deep valley of her décolletage. Though the sight of the beauty emerging from her bath was utterly enchanting, Yi Yin had no heart to appreciate it. The reason was a long sword suspended just before his neck, its tip nearly pressing against his throat. A mere inch forward and his life would be forfeit. Senior sister, I was looking for someone and took a wrong path that accidentally led me here. In response to Yi Yin's explanation, the female cultivator looked at him coldly and said, On such a vast Jade Maiden Peak, you just happened to stray to the bathing spot. Do you expect me to believe that? In fact, many in the past had used this very excuse when caught peeping. As Yi Yin had thought earlier, this situation was indeed as impossible to clear as being caught in the Yellow River. Yet even so, he had to explain. Really, I'm here to find Immortal, senior sister Immortal. Look, I even have her token. He immediately produced the item and showed it to the female cultivator across from him. He only hoped this would prove that he hadn't come to spy on someone bathing. Seeing the object in his hand, the female cultivator's expression remained indifferent as she slowly uttered a single sentence. I am the Immortal you are looking for. At these words, Yi Yin's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, isn't this awkward? Helpless, he could only curse his own hand for pointing in the wrong direction just now. What made him even more torn between laughter and tears was the voice of the fortune creation furnace that reached his ears at that moment. Detected fortune points on Immortal. Find a way to obtain them. Obtaining fortune points from her. He would have to be insane. Given the current situation, if he said even one wrong word, he might well end up having 3 legs broken. Ahem, what a coincidence. Yi Yin could only scratch his head awkwardly. Fortunately, after confirming his identity, Immortal did put away her flying sword and gave him a once-over. Then she asked calmly, You are the Yi Yin that junior sister Xuelon mentioned. Yi Yin immediately bowed respectfully and said, That would be me. It seems the senior sister has told you. Immortal nodded slightly and said in a flat tone, She only said you had something to see me about, but didn't go into details. Upon hearing this, Yi Yin nodded, thinking that senior sister Xuelon was quite reliable. If she had explained the purpose and the other party had no intention of selling, he wouldn't even have a chance to try. But before getting down to business, Yi Yin glanced around and cleared his throat. Senior sister, how about we change the venue for our talk? This was actually for her sake. After all, negotiating in just a bath towel would probably make anyone uncomfortable. Moreover, if they were to run into others from Jade Maiden Peak, it would be even more awkward. However, Immortal dismissed the idea with indifference. Just make it brief. What business do you have with me? Well, fine. Since that was the case, Yi Yin had no choice but to speak honestly. To be frank, I wish to purchase from you the sword control art you once cultivated. The conditions can be negotiated. He had thought she would at least consider it, but as soon as she heard, she said coldly, I refuse. Immortal's rejection was crisp and decisive, allowing no room for further thought. However, Yi Yin was not discouraged and continued, Don't rush to refuse. I can trade with elixirs, whether 3rd grade or 4th grade. Or perhaps you name a price. In his view, this offer was already extremely generous, A few rare elixirs would match the value of a profound greatsword manual. But Immortal remained unconvinced, saying blandly what you said. I have no interest in and I don't need them. Huh. This answer puzzled Yiyun. If she simply disliked him and didn't want to deal, Yiyun could understand. But claiming she didn't need elixirs, could it be that her background was so vast she had no worries about elixirs at all? In fact, he did ask, elixirs are essential resources for cultivation and growth. How could you not need them, senior sister? Yet her reply surprised him even more. It's very simple. I have no desire to cultivate and no interest in becoming stronger. This left Yiyun speechless and simultaneously dumbfounded. Being a cultivator, yet telling him she had no interest in cultivation or getting stronger. Wasn't that like someone who frequents brothels claiming they only go there to study rather than out of liking for women? This woman truly was as strange as Xuelon had said. At that moment, Immortal stared at him coldly. Junior brother Yi, if there's nothing else you may leave. Seeing that Immortal had already given him the boot, Yiyun felt helpless. After one final futile attempt to persuade her, he gave up entirely. In the end, he bowed to Immortal and said, fine, since you are unwilling, I won't force it. I apologize for, as the saying goes, even if the deal falls through, goodwill remains. Yiyun figured he could just exert more effort and find another sword control art elsewhere. He thought selling a few more elixirs and asking around should net him a good one. Just as he was about to leave, he muttered under his breath, offer this 3 saints trial, I suppose I'll have to run my legs off. The moment the words left his mouth, a query came from behind him. Immortal, you're going to participate in the 3 saints trial? Yiyun was taken aback and turned to reply, yes, that's why I wanted. But before he could finish, he sensed something was off. To be precise, senior sister Immortal before him seemed peculiar. She appeared to be in great pain, one hand pressed to her forehead, her beautiful face twisted in agony. Her breathing grew short and rapid, and she could barely stand steady. It looked as if she had This sudden turn of events startled Yiyun. Senior sister, are you alright? He moved to support her, but as soon as he reached out, Immortal pushed his hand away. Immortal behaved like a startled animal, hissing. Don't touch me. At this, Yiyun naturally dared. Whether she got hurt or lost control and killed him, he would have no one to reason with. However, Immortal's suffering seemed only to intensify to the point where the hand clutching her towel also loosened. The result was predictable. Under Yiyun's gaze, the uncontrolled towel slid from her body. What then met his eyes was an unforgettable spring scene. Ah, so beautiful. Though moments later, Yiyun swiftly turned away, neither from disinterest nor disdain, but from sheer trepidation. Who knew what vengeful fantasies this woman might conjure afterward, perhaps even demanding his eyes as recompense. Half a minute passed in silence. Behind him, Immortal gradually stilled, followed by the soft, whispering rustle of fabric gliding over skin. After a brief pause, Immortal spoke coolly, you may turn around now. Only then did Yiyun dare face her. And indeed, she stood composed once more, draped in a flowing azure gown. Compared to her earlier state of undress, this attire lent her an ethereal, almost celestial grace. Yet her gaze held a subtle, unsettling shift from before. Senior sister, just now. And nothing at all, merely an old ailment. And with a dismissive wave of her hand, Immortal made it clear she wished no further inquiry. Then fixing him with a knowing look, she let out a faint, enigmatic laugh. And so, was it pleasing to behold? And pleasing? Oh no, I saw nothing. Yiyun shook his head vigorously, realizing too late how nearly he'd been ensnared by her teasing. Immortal's lips curled ever so slightly. A smile neither wholly mocking nor purely seductive, but something far more ambiguous. How unforthcoming you are. Wouldn't you like to touch it? Nah. Yiyun was utterly flustered. Was her personality suddenly bolder, more unrestrained? Only moments ago she had radiated icy aloofness, bordering on world weariness. Noticing his stunned expression, she instantly smoothed her features back into their familiar detached calm. Enough, I was merely jesting. And her gaze settled upon him, and her tone shifted sharp and deliberate. In the sword manual you seek, I will grant it to you. Huh. Yiyun blinked, stunned. Then elation surged within him. And really, then I am profoundly grateful. He couldn't fathom why her mind had changed, but such fortune demanded no explanation. It would save him precious time, the rarest currency he possessed at present. Yet Immortal added, voice low and measured, do not rejoice too soon. I ask for no pills, no treasures, only one favor in return. A material request would have seemed natural, but entrusting him with a task, that struck him as peculiar. Still he nodded and asked, cautiously curious. May I ask, what is it you require of me? At that, Immortal extended her palm, revealing a hand-drawn map. Its surface marked with numerous locations, one circled boldly in crimson. Yiyun studied the map, puzzled. And senior sister, what is this? And this, she replied, is the spatial map of the 3 sages' trial, the realm into which you disciples shall enter. Her words clarified his role. Whatever task awaited him was inextricably bound to the trial. As if confirming his suspicion, her finger traced deliberately to the crimson circle. During the trial, you must journey to this location and retrieve for me a single scale. Yi Yun glanced where she pointed, but having never entered the trial, the map's symbols meant little to him. May I inquire, what manner of scale is this? And you know well enough the trial grounds lie atop the resting place of an ancient dragon. I do. So this scale, imprecisely, a scale from that ancient dragon. At those words, Yi Yun recoiled inwardly, startled. Yet she added calmly, true, it holds negligible value for most. But for a friend of mine it is indispensable. Her explanation rang plausible. Dragon scales, though grand in name, were in essence no different from fish or serpent scales. In abundance they were priceless, prized materials for forging supreme-tier artifacts. Yet a solitary scale, merely ornamental, neither nourishing nor worth discarding. Yi Yun raised a brow. And how then do you know the scale remains there? Rian answered flatly, a junior sister, who entered last trial, told me. Alas, her fortune faltered. She failed to claim it. But she did mark its precise location. And after a thoughtful pause, Yi Yun voiced the question that truly mattered. This task, surely it isn't perilous. Ni's intuition whispered otherwise. And no, you will face no danger whatsoever. Her expression remained unwavering, even solemn. And if you doubt me, I shall swear upon the heavenly Tao itself. And for cultivators such an oath was absolute, unbreakable, irrevocable. That she offered it suggested sincerity, at least in this matter. Yi Yun pondered deeply, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Very well, I accept. But let me be clear, should danger arise I withdraw immediately. And agreed. Entirely understandable. Rian proved unexpectedly gracious, then extended her hand, placing a jade slip into his palm. And within lies the sword manual you sought. Remember, it is for your cultivation alone, never to be shared. Thank you, senior sister. I swear I'll keep it secret. Ni Yun accepted the slip and glanced inside. Indeed, a profound rank sword manual. Delight swelled within him. He hadn't expected such generosity. Perhaps his earlier misgivings about her had been unjust. Then Rian placed another item into his hand. Take this teleportation talisman as well. In dire straits it may yet preserve your life. Na-sealed talisman imbued with escape artifice. Exceedingly rare, even among inner-sect disciples. Yi Yun frowned. But, you just said there'd be no danger. Rian cast him a cool sidelong glance, and replied, voice glacial. I merely fear you'll be slain by disciples of the other two sacred sects before completing your task. Nah, well, and though part of him bristled at the implication, refusing such a boon would be folly. Grinning broadly, he clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, senior sister. I shall accept it without fault. Thus, despite minor detours, their bargain concluded smoothly. Rian observed him, her voice serene. If nothing else remains, return now to your cultivation. And though still reserved, her tone carried a faint, uncharacteristic softness. Yi Yun bowed respectfully, and replied, thank you, senior sister. Until we meet again. But as he turned, his body froze. He pivoted back, clearing his throat lightly. Senior sister, I'm afraid I've forgotten the way out. And he dared not risk another wrong turn. And another sight he ought not witness. Rian sighed softly. Very well. I shall escort you out. The two of them walked down the mountain together, chatting along the way. Yi Yun's inquisitive spirit ignited as he curiously asked, Sister Mo, I heard you are already engaged. Is your fiancé a true disciple? Mentioning this, Rian's expression darkened slightly, as she nodded gently. Yi Yun, oblivious to her mood, continued to exclaim, that's wonderful. To be able to become a Tao partner with a true disciple unlike me, who has no such opportunity. These words seemed to strike a nerve within Rian, as she coldly replied, I never wanted to be engaged to him, nor do I like him. Yi Yun was taken aback, looking at her in surprise. Not like him? Then why? Rian fell silent for a moment, and then turned her gaze towards the sky, speaking softly. In life there are times when one is not in control of their own fate. After a simple conversation, Yi Yun had a rough idea that she was probably being forced into marriage. Then you. Just as he was about to delve deeper, Rian shook her head, making it clear that he should not. Seeing this, Yi Yun had no choice but to give up, letting out a helpless sigh in his heart. There was nothing he could do to help her, being merely an outer disciple facing a true disciple. For a moment both of them fell silent, and neither spoke again. However, some disciples from Yunu Peak who passed by were surprised to see them walking down the mountain together. Isn't that Rian? How could she be with an older man? Look at Rian's hair, it seems like it hasn't dried yet. Why does it look like she just took a bath? Wow, really? Could they be in that kind of relationship? Look at that old guy's waist, token he's just an outer disciple. This is interesting. As they passed by, many people whispered, speculating about the situation. In reality, if it were merely Rian, they wouldn't have been so concerned. There were plenty of playful disciples at Yunu Peak. But the key point was that Rian was the fiancé of a true disciple. At the foot of Yunu Peak, Rian gazed at the moss-covered steps. Just follow this path down, and you shouldn't get lost, right? Indeed, if he got lost again, Yi-Yun might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into. Thank you, sister. I'll take my leave now. Yi-Yun grinned and prepared to turn away. But just then Imo-Rian seemed to think of something. By the way, there's something else. Yi-Yun paused and turned back, asking in confusion, what else is there? He thought she might have forgotten to mention something. To his surprise, Imo-Rian stared at him and asked, do you want me? Want? No, I don't. Yi-Yun was momentarily stunned and quickly shook his head. He thought to himself, why does this woman always like to spring surprises? Seeing her pensive expression, Yi-Yun asked, somewhat confused. Sister, why are you asking such things? A joke was one thing, but now, just as he was about to leave, she actively sought him out for inquiries. But clearly this time the situation was a bit off. Imo-Rian silently turned her face away and casually said, if you can survive and return, I can accompany you. For that kind of thing. Looking at her expression, it was hard to tell whether she felt embarrassed about this statement or truly didn't care. Yi-Yun was dumbfounded. Oh, was this still the aloof sister Imo he remembered? He opened his mouth and after a long pause finally squeezed out a sentence, sister, you must be joking again. While he often spoke narcissistically, Yi-Yun was still self-aware enough to not think any woman would like him for it. Naturally, he also didn't believe there was such a thing as free benefits in this world. But it seemed Imo-Rian was determined to teach him a lesson, and after hearing his words, she offered no explanation. She glanced around, and then reached out, grabbing Yi-Yun's wrist. Sister, you. Before Yi-Yun could finish, he saw Imo-Rian placing his hand in front of her. This sudden action left Yi-Yun stunned, questioning whether he was dreaming. Then he saw Imo-Rian bite her lip, and asked, is it soft? From her expression, it seemed she felt embarrassed about this matter, but that only made it more puzzling. Yi-Yun was dazed for a long time before instinctively replying with a word. Just this one action had already answered Yi-Yun's earlier question. Were Imo-Rian's previous? Clearly not. Even after leaving Yunu Peak and returning to the useless pill room, Yi-Yun was still staring blankly at his palm. That soft sensation seemed to linger before his eyes, leaving him with endless aftertastes. This is truly bizarre. Yi-Yun secretly lamented, increasingly unable to understand that Sister Imo, who not only gifted him techniques and talismans, but now also benefits. If it weren't for the information he received from Sister Shualan that Imo-Rian was a rather traditional noble young lady, he would have suspected that she was a benefactor of sorts. After thinking it over, Yi-Yun still couldn't understand and decided to put it aside for now. Forget it at this point, I should focus on my cultivation first. Yi-Yun shook his head and then took out the jade slip he obtained, which was very simple, containing only 4 big characters. Wind Spirit Sword Technique. After going through such a roundabout way, it was all for this sword technique. Next, he just needed to practice it to unleash the true power of the Qingxiao sword. Immediately, Yi-Yun began to cultivate eagerly. Charge, charge, charge. In a certain elegant courtyard within the sacred land, a young man in brocade was sitting at a table while a maid in green was pouring him tea. Is it really as you said that Ruyan personally sent him down the mountain? The young man in brocade, handsome and with an extraordinary bearing, fixed his sharp gaze on an inner disciple before him. As he spoke, he elegantly lifted the teacup, took a sip after blowing on it. The inner disciple nodded respect. This was witnessed by a disciple of Yunu Peak. Moreover, as he spoke towards the end, he seemed a bit hesitant. The young man in brocade remained indifferent, looking at him and asking, moreover what? The inner disciple took a deep breath and cautiously said, additionally, it is said that someone saw Sister Ruyan looking as if she had just taken a bath. Could it be that they? Before he could finish, the young man in brocade set down his teacup and shot him a cold glare. I know Ruyan's character. She is reserved and introverted. How could she be that kind of person? Besides, he is merely an outer disciple and quite old at that. How could Ruyan possibly take a liking to him? It must be a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the inner disciple nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, what you said, senior brother, is absolutely right. Then he asked another question. But speaking of it, do you need me to warn him to keep his distance from sister? The young man in brocade waved his hand lightly, saying indifferently, what warning? In the end, he's still one of our own. After finishing, he glanced at the maid in green beside him. You handle this matter. To this, the maid in green asked no further questions. As the sword attendant of this young man in brocade, he was her master, so she simply bowed and replied, I understand. The inner disciple, who was aware of this true disciple style, could not help but take a deep breath, silently mourning for Yi-Yun. It seemed that the sacred land was about to have another outer disciple meet an unexpected demise. Since the departure of Yunu Peak, Yi-Yun had been immersed in the pill refining room. While practicing the Wind Spirit Sword technique, he did not forget to enhance his profound energy. Now there are 60 creation points left, and I must allocate them wisely. After some contemplation, Yi-Yun made the following distribution. First, he focused on the gathering chi pill. As a major consumable, he directly remade 4 batches, yielding a total of 20 gathering chi pills. Just these pills alone would be dreamt of by inner sect disciples. Next were the spirit refining pills and ascending Shin pills, each remade in one batch. The former was meant to satisfy Pei Yuyan and to refine his physique, while the latter was to avoid hitting a cultivation bottleneck. Looking at the pile of pills before him, Yiyun was filled with confidence. If he couldn't break through now, he really wouldn't need to practice anymore. Let's start with the spirit refining pill. Yiyun sat cross-legged on the ground and immediately took a spirit refining pill. This pill could refine the body, cleanse the marrow, and enhance his affinity with the profound energy of heaven and earth, effectively boosting his cultivation talent. As the spirit refining pill went down, his entire body felt a heat surge through his flesh and bones, almost like soaking in a sauna. When the effects of the spirit refining pill finally diminished, Yiyun opened his eyes and could clearly feel that his rate of absorbing profound energy had significantly increased. Not bad, it's effective, so let's continue. Yiyun was overjoyed and immediately took another spirit refining pill. After consuming 3 pills in succession, Yiyun felt as if he had undergone a transformation, with his cultivation speed increasing by more than 3 times. The key was the invigorating sensation throughout his body, far exceeding the pleasure of a fresh wash. As for the remaining 2 pills, they were reserved as a reward for Pei Yuan, otherwise he would have no way to explain himself during their next meeting, and she would undoubtedly give him a thorough beating. Just as Yiyun prepared to stand up, he suddenly felt sticky all over and discovered that his entire body was covered in a layer of black sludge. What the heck is this? All the impurities from within. Yiyun's mouth twitched slightly, akin to not having bathed for years, then going to a bathhouse and having a master scrub off 2 pounds of dirt. Soon after, when he washed off, the entire tub turned black. After refining with 3 spirit refining pills, Yiyun took another gathering chi pill, and indeed its effectiveness had greatly improved, being at least twice as potent as before. This astonishing result thrilled Yiyun. At this rate, I might actually reach the peak of the 13th layer of chi condensation before the 3 saints trial. With this thought, Yiyun became even more diligent in his cultivation, gradually breaking through from the 6th layer of chi condensation to the 7th layer, then to the 8th layer, to the 9th layer, to the 10th layer. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had passed. During this time, Yiyun relied entirely on the flawless gathering chi pills to elevate his cultivation speed to an absurd level. Whenever he hit a cultivation bottleneck, he would directly use the flawless ascending Xian pill to break through, akin to adding water to dough when it becomes too dry. By the time Yiyun finished his cultivation, he had reached the peak of the 10th layer of chi condensation, ready to break through to the 11th layer at any moment. Additionally, his sword technique saw the greatest improvement. Control the sword with the heart, rise without wind, go. Inside the pill refining room, Yiyun formed hand seals, softly commanding. At the same time, the Qing Shao sword floating before him trembled slightly, then with a whoosh it transformed into a beam of blue light and shot out. Under Yiyun's control, this azure sword shadow darted around the pill refining room, making sharp turns and weaving through gaps with incredible fluidity. It seems I have quite the aptitude for sword control. This was his daily training routine, continuing until he exhausted his profound energy. In his perception, manipulating the Qing Shao sword was even easier than handling a certain flying projectile. In just half a month, he had grasped the wind spirit sword technique, an accomplishment that would take others several months to achieve. Not long after Yiyun completed his training for the day. Afterwards, he gently stroked the Qing Shao sword, deep in thought. With my current strength, I should be considered a top expert among the outer sect. Among the 200,000 outer disciples of the ancient Tao, Sacred Land 95 have a cultivation level between the 5th and 9th layers of chi condensation. Among them, those who can advance to the 10th layer are extremely few. As for those who can advance to the innate stage, if there are 1,000, it would be quite good, and for him, that doesn't seem too far off. After half a month of hard training, it's time to treat myself to something good. Yiyun put away the Qing Shao sword and planned to run out of the pill refining room to the kitchen area to celebrate with some delicious food. Moreover, during this time of cultivation, he had not stepped outside at all except for Pei Yuyan. Coming to collect spirit refining pills, he hadn't seen anyone else. Just as Yiyun leisurely left the pill refining room, a graceful figure hidden in the shadows nearby was gnashing her teeth in hatred. This old guy finally came out. Since accepting her master's orders, she had been guarding outside the pill refining room, waiting for the right opportunity to deal with him. However, half a month passed and Yiyun did not emerge again, leaving her to suffer outside in the wind and sun, unable to eat properly and afraid to sleep. She was on the verge of breaking down. She even considered that if Yiyun didn't come out soon, she would risk rushing into the pill refining room to take him out. Fortunately, Yiyun finally appeared. Daring to make me suffer so much, old man, I will definitely dismember you. The figure in the darkness angrily followed him. When Yiyun went out, the sky was still just at dusk, but when he returned after eating, it was already late at night. On the way back to the pill refining room, Yiyun was satisfied, patting his full belly. Alas, it's a pity Pei Yuan isn't here, otherwise we could have exercised a bit after the meal. Since the last time he got the pills, Pei Yuan had not come back, leaving Yi Yun feeling a bit bored. Meanwhile, due to the intense practice over the past half-month, he had exhausted all his pills and needed to think of a way to remake some. Just as Yi Yun was pondering his next steps, he suddenly sensed something and came to a halt, glancing around with his peripheral vision. Who is it? The place he was in was a forest he had to pass through on his way back to the pill refining room. Just a moment ago, he had vaguely felt as if someone was watching him. While he was observing his surroundings, a series of whistling sounds suddenly reached his ears. Immediately after, golden flags flew out from around him, rapidly plunging into the ground. These golden flags emitted a golden light, forming a barrier that enveloped him. Yi Yun sensed something was amiss and immediately punched the barrier, only to find it felt like striking a mass of cotton. This is a top-tier artifact of the mortal level. Yi Yun sensed the unusual nature of these flags and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he noticed a shadow descending from the tree, wielding a short blade that glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Yi Yun instantly understood that this person was most likely here to kill him, and judging by the speed, they were probably a chi condensation practitioner at the 10th layer, close to his own level. Without hesitation, Yi Yun summoned the Yuan Wu shield, blocking the incoming strike. Who are you? Yi Yun gazed intensely at the black-clad woman before him, questioning in a deep voice. Even more bizarrely at that moment, he heard a notification from the Creation Divine Furnace. Detected that the opponent possesses creation points, please find a way to acquire them. Yi Yun's mouth twitched slightly. How could there be an opportunity to earn creation points when facing someone who wanted to kill him? Meanwhile, the black-clad woman did not explain, only coldly snorted in response. You'll find out after you die. Then the black-clad woman seemed to perform some secret technique, emitting a faint black smoke from her body. In an instant, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already behind Yi Yun, and the short blade in her hand was aimed directly at his chest. Old man, die. The cold glint in the black-clad woman's eyes flickered. She believed this strike would be unavoidable for Yi Yun. And indeed, as Yi Yun turned around, the woman's blade had already struck his chest. Then there was no more after that. The short blade in the hands of the woman in black instantly pierced through Yi Yun's clothing, but just as it struck his chest, it emitted a sharp sound. Is this a protective magic treasure? To withstand her attack, it was clearly a treasure of considerable quality, at least of upper or even top grade among mortal artifacts. This exceeded her expectations. Seeing her attack fail, the woman in black hurriedly attempted to withdraw and create distance. Unfortunately, Yi Yun coldly sneered and said, "Wanna run? First take a hit from me." He immediately raised his hand and launched a punch, hitting the woman in black, without a hint of hesitation, sending her flying. In that instant, the mystic energy he emitted astonished the flying woman in black. How can this guy be at the 10th level of chi condensation? According to the information provided by her master, the Yi Yun before her should only be at the 5th level of chi condensation. Yet here he was doubling that number, and the gap in their strength was far beyond just a simple doubling. The information is incorrect. I must retreat quickly. The woman in black immediately made a judgment. Tonight's assassination had failed, and she needed to escape as soon as possible. In midair, she retracted the golden flag she had summoned. Soon her flying body crashed into a tree, producing a muffled thud. Though her entire body felt as if it were about to fall apart, she could not afford to care about that any longer, and hurriedly tried to meld into the darkness behind her. However, before she could make a move, a green sword light flew towards her at an incredible speed, pressing again. "Dear friend, please do not move." Yi Yun walked over with a smile, gazing at the woman in black. Clearly from this moment on, the outcome had already been decided. Seeing that escape was impossible, the woman in black unexpectedly leaned her neck towards the sword, seemingly attempting to commit suicide. Fortunately, Yi Yun, who was watching her, immediately pulled back his sword slightly, while he himself lunged forward and grasped her neck. Want to commit suicide? It's not that easy. Yi Yun snorted coldly, and seeing the woman in black still struggling, he simply raised his hand and knocked her unconscious. Not long after, when the woman in black regained consciousness, she found that her mystic energy had been sealed and her hands and feet were bound with ropes. All her weapons had been removed, and she had completely become a powerless, ordinary person. Moreover, due to the ropes binding her, she couldn't even stand up and could only lie on the ground. Yi Yun sat nearby on a rock, playing with the storage bag he had taken from her and the jade token symbolizing her identity as an outer sect disciple. "You're an outer sect disciple, Chen Yue, right? Now tell me who sent you here." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu turned her face away, completely ignoring his question. Not going to speak. Seeing her uncooperative demeanor, Yi Yun chuckled. "That's fine, we'll just send you to the law enforcement hall. I believe the senior brothers and sisters there will have ways to make you talk." Upon hearing the words law enforcement hall, Chen Yu's expression changed slightly, and she coldly replied, "No one sent me. I just find you displeasing." "That's ridiculous. Do we even know each other?" Yi Yun rolled his eyes at her. He barely knew anyone, let alone offended anyone. If someone was after him because of alchemy, they wouldn't be seeking his life outright. At the very least, they would want to capture him alive to interrogate him about how he obtained it. Seeing her remain silent, Yi Yun did not press further. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and sat cross-legged beside Yu. Then Yi Yun gently stroked her chin with his fingers and smiled. Actually, it's obvious that you were sent by the true disciple senior brother Chen Tianao, only he would have the motive to kill me. The true disciple Chen Tianao he mentioned was the fiancé of the senior sister, Immortal. He said this primarily because both of them shared the surname Chun, and Yi Yun simply guessed casually. After all, many people had seen him spending time with Immortal, and if she were to come looking for trouble, because of that it wouldn't be impossible. Moreover, seeing the change in Chun Yu's expression, he already had his answer. It seems indeed it was him. Yi Yun shook his head. Just out of jealousy, he wanted to kill him, clearly showing that Chun Tianao was not a good person. Seeing that she had been exposed, Chen Yu simply stopped pretending and shot him a glare. Since you know, you better let me go, otherwise my master will not spare you. Rest assured I won't kill you. Yi Yun shrugged. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but, with his cultivation, he couldn't kill her without making noise and dispose of the body while erasing all traces. The ancient sect strictly forbids disciples from harming each other. If discovered, it would be a death sentence regardless of status. At present, Chen Yu was merely a pawn and not the mastermind. It wasn't worth risking for her. Seeing that he seemed to back down, Chen Yu couldn't help but snort lightly. If that's the case, why not release me? Just then Yi Yun was still smiling at her. I will let you go, but I need to ask for something from you first. Chen Yu did not understand his meaning and frowned. All of my things have already been taken by you. What else do you want? How could that be? There's still you. Yi Yun smiled slyly, one hand grabbing her thigh. After all, she still had some creation value he had not obtained. Chen Yu immediately trembled, instantly understanding what he intended to do. Now she was a bit panicked and hurriedly exclaimed, I am Chen Shixiang's sword attendant. How dare you do that to me? He sent you to kill me. Do I still care about that? Yi Yun shot her a glare, reaching out to stroke her body. At that moment, Yi Yun resembled a villain from some movies, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Moreover, you wouldn't want to see your master targeted by the law enforcement hall due to your failure, would you? You? After hearing this, Chun Yu was momentarily speechless, appearing somewhat resigned. She bit her lip and lowered her head. I understand. Seeing her comply, Yi Yun was not polite, and first untied the ropes binding her feet. Chen Yu cooperated without struggling, but she soon realized that Yi Yun did not untie the ropes from her hands. Instead, he tied her up to a nearby tree, forcing her to kneel on the ground facing the tree, maintaining an extremely humiliating position. Chen Yu looked at him pleadingly, almost begging, Please, I beg you, not in a place like this. Not only was it in the wilderness, but in this state, it was utterly unacceptable for her. Unfortunately, Yi Yun completely ignored her. After preparing everything, he coldly sneered at her. Don't worry, in this desolate place, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will find out. After saying that, he disregarded Chen Yu's pleas and directly proceeded. Half an hour later. Congratulations. You have earned 20 fortune points. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Yun did not stop, however. He wished to conduct an experiment. Another half hour passed in the blink of an eye. This time, however, no fortune points were granted. It seems that it can only be obtained once within a short period. Having arrived at this answer, Yi Yun let out a soft sigh, but upon reflection it made sense. If it could be farmed endlessly, one would simply find a few people to exploit indefinitely. He then turned his gaze to Chun Yu, who lay on the ground. Her hands were still bound to the tree, and her entire body had collapsed, drenched in sweat. Her face was flushed crimson as she raised her head with difficulty to look at Yi Yun, panting as she spoke. That's enough, isn't it? Yi Yun gazed at her and clicked his tongue in admiration. I never expected you to still be intact. Your master never touched you. He had originally assumed that Chun Yu was merely a vessel to satisfy Chun Tianao's desires. Chun Yu turned her face away and said coldly, That is none of your concern. Can you release me now? Of course. I've had a splendid time today. Yi Yun replied with a faint smile, having no interest in prying into her affairs. He then raised his hand and severed the rope binding her hands. Deprived of support, Chun Yu crumpled to the ground, her slender fair wrists marked with red welts from the rope. Her pitiful appearance was enough to stir further desires. Fortunately, Yi Yun had already had his fill of amusement. He waved his hand and said, All right, you may go. Chun Yu, like a bullied young girl, awkwardly pulled on the torn pieces of her clothing. Then, her body limp and weak, she could only lean against a nearby tree trunk to force herself upright. Unlike his interactions with Pei Yuyin and senior sister Xuelan, where he was mindful not to harm them, he felt no tenderness whatsoever toward this assassin who had tried to kill him. In his eyes, she was merely a talking vessel. Yi Yun watched coldly from the side and finally added a warning. By the way, tell your master it's best not to provoke me again, or he'll make sure even he, a true disciple, won't have a moment's peace. Hearing this, Chun Yu lifted her head and cast him an equally cold glare. I shall report everything truthfully. With that, she limped away, quickly disappearing into the darkness. After she left, Yi Yun surveyed the messy scene and let out a soft sigh. They say a beautiful face spells disaster. It seems I must be more cautious from now on. He did not expect that a few threatening words would stop that true disciple from making another move against him. Ultimately, one's own strength was paramount. Only by constantly growing stronger could he make others truly fear, and even dread, him. After that, Yi Yun did not leave immediately. He carefully cleared away all traces of the battle around him. Then returning to the discard pill room, he began happily looting the spoils. Chun Yu herself was not exceptionally strong, but as the sword attendant of Chun Tianao, she did possess quite a few fine treasures. The most precious among them were two top-grade mortal artifacts. One of them was the golden banner that had initially trapped Yi Yun. This treasure was called the Golden Light Banner, capable of trapping cultivators within 3 minor realms of the user's own cultivation level, and could hold even a peak Xiantian cultivator. The other was a pitch-black crystal, the Shadowless Stone, an exceedingly rare spatial artifact. Its function was to store mystic chi in advance. Upon activation, it allowed the user to make an extremely rapid displacement within a 3-meter radius. So that's how he ambushed me from behind earlier using this treasure. Yi Yun toyed with the Shadowless Stone, recalling how his opponent had vanished and then appeared behind him. Had it not been for the Qinggang armor blocking that strike, he might have met his end right there. But however perilous it had been looking at these trophies, now Yi Yun's mood was quite buoyant. This time I've truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Speaking of which, with the 3 sacred trials approaching, he had been wondering whether he should acquire some more artifacts. But as it turned out, a benefactor had delivered them straight to his doorstep. Besides these 2 artifacts, her storage pouch also contained numerous pills and 100 or so mystic crystals, an immense wealth for an outer disciple. It was just that Chun Tianao would probably be furious. Not long after, in Chun Tianao's private courtyard, having bathed and changed clothes, Chun Yu came to report back to him. In her report, she spoke of her defeat and being interrogated. But what Yi Yun had done to her, she chose to conceal. Master, that is what happened. Chun Yu stood before Chun Tianao bowing. He looked at her, not thinking much of it, but was somewhat surprised. That old geezer is actually that formidable. Then, as if recalling something, he asked with concern. By the way, since the assassination failed, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Chun Yu bit her lip, then shook her head. No. Because we were within the Holy Land, he dared not kill me. That's good. Chun Tianao nodded, lost in thought. It seems he was hiding his true strength during the outer sect exam. Yes. That fellow possesses many artifacts and is quite powerful. In that case. Seeing Chun Tianao deep in contemplation, Chun Yu ventured a question. Master, should we attempt another assassination? No need. Chun Tianao shook his head slightly. This failure has likely put him on guard. We cannot act rashly anymore. He was not afraid of Yi Yun alone, but worried that the man might have prepared, perhaps even alerted the enforcement hall, making any further move a trap. This answer, however, seemed to displease Chun Yu. Are we just going to let it go? Of course not. Chun Tianao snorted coldly, picking up a registration form from beside him and narrowing his eyes. That old geezer plans to participate in the 3 sacred trials. Master, you mean? Exactly. Many people die in every 3 sacred trials anyway. One more, Yi Yun won't raise any eyebrows. During the 3 sacred trials, with no rules whatsoever, disciples from the 3 great holy lands always fight and kill each other. It's perfectly normal for someone to die inside. All he needed to do was find a few trustworthy outer disciples to quietly take care of Yi Yun inside. Hearing Chun Tianao's plan, Chun Yu's eyes lit up. You are truly far-sighted, master. Chun Tianao gave a cold snort and said icily. A mere outer disciple can never escape my grasp. This old fool not only laid hands on my fiancée, but also dared to take the artifacts I gave you. This time he'll make sure he remains forever in the Void Realm. Chun Yu's assassination attempt was just a minor episode for Yi Yun, but it reminded him that Chun Tianao had set his sights on him. Therefore, in the following period after Yi Yun reforged 2 batches of chi-gathering pills, he continued to immerse himself in arduous cultivation within the waste pill chamber. No matter how bold Chun Tianao was, he surely wouldn't dare to send someone to kill him in this waste pill chamber. And after several days of intense training, Yi Yun smoothly broke through the bottleneck and reached the 11th level of chi condensation. Finally broke through. Yi Yun took a deep breath. With 10 days left until the 3 Saints trial, if he had enough pills, he might even be able to surge to the peak of chi condensation. But looking at the pills beside him, the 2 batches of chi-gathering pills he had just reforged a few days ago were already down to only 3. Truly, these pills are far too easily consumed. But if anyone knew how he cultivated, they would probably complain. Eating pills like this is like eating rice. No matter how many, it's never enough. Just as Yi Yun was planning to cultivate for another 2 days, and then find a way to get more pills, suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the waste pill chamber. Yi Yun was startled and asked curiously, is it senior sister Pei? But then he thought, no, if it were Pei Yun, she wouldn't knock so politely. Sure enough, a familiar voice came from outside. It's me, Xuelon. Yi Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to greet her. Opening the door, it was indeed senior sister Xuelan from the inner sect. He hadn't seen her for a while. Perhaps due to her injuries, healing Xuelan's complexion looked much rosier than last time. Yi Yun smiled and greeted her. Senior sister Xuelan, you're a rare guest. Have your injuries healed? Thanks to your pills they have. Xuelan nodded slightly, then looked around, and said, I came this time to see where you a powerful alchemist live your daily life. Ahem, I wouldn't say I'm that powerful. Yi Yun felt a bit sheepish about the title of alchemist. Fortunately, Xuelan didn't focus on that. Instead, she was more concerned with the environment of the waste pill chamber. When she followed Yi Yun inside, she soon frowned. What a strange smell. Do you always live here? Yi Yun smiled faintly, which made Xuelan regard him with newfound respect. To possess such alchemical skills, yet remain down-to-earth and live in such a place. No wonder he had achieved so much. He truly had the bearing of a master. Xuelan looked around, and said approvingly, seeing this, I have to say I admire you. Hearing this, Yi Yun gave, that is truly my honor. Due to the chaotic environment of the waste pill chamber, filled with the smell of discarded pills, Xuelan searched for a while, before finding a relatively clean spot to sit down. Then she asked Yi Yun, by the way, did you go see senior sister Imo? Did the meeting go smoothly? As the intermediary, she was quite concerned about this. Yi Yun scratched his head, unable to help thinking about what had happened with Imo Rian on Jade Maiden Peak. Finally, he cleared his throat, and said, well, it went smoothly, I suppose. And the transaction? It's done too. Yi Yun's affirmative answer surprised Xuelan. Really? That senior sister is notoriously aloof and hates interacting with people. At first she indeed disagreed, but when she heard I was going to the Three Saints trial, she surprisingly agreed readily in exchange for me doing her a favor. Yi Yun explained. Of course, as a reliable man, he didn't reveal the specific content of the deal. Hearing this, Xuelan looked at him in surprise, and asked, so you agreed? Of course, I had no reason to refuse. Yi Yun shrugged. In his view, it was no different from getting a sword art. After listening, Xuelan was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Alright, you still want to participate in the Three Saints trial? She had originally thought that after last time Yi Yun had given up. It seemed that this guy wanted to master the art of sword control precisely to enter the Three Saints trial. At this, Yi Yun smiled, and didn't continue the topic. Senior sister Xuelan, you didn't come all this way just to care about me, did you? The reason he thought this was mainly because this senior sister's favorability toward him was still at the stage of disgust. It was impossible for her to deliberately come to care about him. Sure enough, seeing through his thoughts, Xuelan took a deep breath, and said, you know about my cousin, don't you? Yes, she should have been sent out on a mission, right? But she was injured recently. Xuelan looked at Yi Yun, and said hesitantly, I want to ask you for a pill. Okay. Yi Yun nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Xuelan hesitated for a moment. I need a 4th grade dissipating goo pill. As the name suggests, the dissipating goo pill's main effect is to neutralize some goo poisons from evil cultivators. Like the sacred fire pill last time, it was a rather niche pill that most alchemists wouldn't know how to refine. But Yi Yun nodded without hesitation again. Okay. Xuelan's face lit up with joy, and she then asked, can you refine it today? Okay. Seeing Yi Yun agree again, Xuelan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Then please start. I'll pay with mystic crystals. However, this time, Yi Yun shook his head like a rattledrum. That won't do. Xuelan was stunned and asked puzzledly why. But Yi Yun raised the corner of his mouth, looking at her with a smile. Here I only accept payment through dual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xuelan was dumbfounded. Then she glared at Yi Yun. You pervert. How can you be so lecherous? However, to her rebuke, Yi Yun replied proudly. As the saying goes, a man without lust is not a true man. Isn't that perfectly normal? You. Xuelan was choked by his twisted logic and couldn't speak. What annoyed her even more was that Yi Yun had already moved close to her and started to touch her. Yi Yun wrapped one arm around her waist, leaned to her ear, and whispered with a teasing breath, Senior sister, actually you enjoyed it last time too, right? Xuelan pursed her lips and said angrily, how could that be? Absolutely not. Of course, even she felt a bit guilty saying that. Ever since the last experience, occasionally, she couldn't control her hands. Is that so? Yi Yun seemed to see through her heart and directly kissed her. This sudden attack stunned Xuelan. Although she had enough strength to kick Yi Yun hundreds of meters away, at this moment, she felt her whole body go limp. Bastard you. She wanted to scold Yi Yun, but when the words reached her lips, there was an indescribable softness. It even felt like she was acting spoiled. This boosted Yi Yun's confidence even more, and he became even more unscrupulous. Senior sister, think about it. We've already done it once. What's one more time? No one will know. As for the benefit, like last time, I'll give you 2 flawless dissipating goo pills, and your lovely cousin will be fine soon. This series of temptations caused Xuelan, who was gradually aroused, to be in a state of inner turmoil. Until the mention of her cousin, that was the final blow. Xuelan went limp in his arms, and in her heart, she had already prepared an excuse for herself. Yes, she wasn't doing this because she wanted to nor because her body was aroused, but simply to save her sister. Finally, she softly murmured this time. Be gentle. Don't worry, it'll be very gentle. Half an hour later. Under Yi Yun's efforts, unsurprisingly Shui Lan's favorability had actually increased. From previous disgust, it leaped directly to slight fondness. So this is what they mean by love growing over time. Yi Yun pondered, and as the favorability increased, the amount of creation points he obtained this time was also higher. Congratulations. You have received 60 creation points. Yi Yun, content and satisfied, turned his head to look at Shui Lan, who was still sharing the bed with him, and teased, Senior sister, did you enjoy it this time? To ensure repeat business, he deliberately restrained himself, so as not to make Shui Lan uncomfortable. This would not only boost her favorability, but also possibly lead to a next time. Shui Lan, her face flushed with crimson, slightly turned away. I didn't like it that much. Is that so? But you were quite proactive. Shui Lan's blush deepened even more as she silently buried her face in the blanket, her heart tangled like a mess of threads. She truly couldn't understand how she had become like this. Seeing this, Yi Yun did not continue to tease her, but instead turned to business matters. By the way, your cousin was just sent out on assignment. How did she end up with such a potent goo poison? The need for a 4th-grade dissolving goo pill indicated an extremely powerful poison, and the poisoner must be at least a core refinement cultivator. At this mention, Shui Lan's expression gradually darkened. The place where she was stationed was recently attacked by heretical cultivators, and the perpetrator was a goo master. Yi Yun was startled and couldn't help asking, who would be so bold as to attack them? Although they had been assigned away, they were still disciples of a holy land capable of throwing their weight around wherever they went. In response, Shui Lan snorted coldly, it's none other than that Juyo Holy Land, and those bastards. Now Yi Yun understood, if it was Juyo Holy Land, that made perfect sense. In the eastern continent, there were 3 major holy lands that check and balanced each other, carving up the territory among themselves. Among them the Gudao Holy Land and the Yueluan Holy Land, both at least outwardly claimed to be righteous cultivators. The Juyo Holy Land, however, was notorious for stirring up trouble. Many infamous heretical cultivators in the outside world hailed from this very holy land. However, when facing another holy land, neither Gudao nor Yueluan was willing to engage in a life-or-death struggle. As long as core interests were not involved, they would let things slide. Suddenly Yi Yun thought of something and asked, so before, were you also injured by Juyo Holy Land? Shui Lan said coldly, I don't know what Juyo Holy Land is plotting, but they've become more and more restless in recent years. Just among the disciples who went out for training recently, many have been attacked. After hearing her account, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. It seems the outside world isn't peaceful either. Since joining the sect, he hadn't been out for decades and didn't know what the outside had become. At this, Shui Lan looked at him and warned, in any case, you'd better be careful when participating in the 3 Holy Lands trial. Who knows if Juyo Holy Land will cause trouble inside this time. Got it'll be careful. Yi Yun curved his lips slightly. He wasn't too worried about the 3 Holy Lands trial. Based on his previous inquiries, very few cultivators at the peak of chi condensation had entered the trial in past sessions. As long as he himself reached that level, barring any major accidents, he could safely get through this 3 Holy Lands trial. Before long, Yi Yun got out of bed, first pretending to go refine the dissolving goo pill for Shui Lan. In reality, he was searching for discarded pills and finding a room to stay in. In the end, Yi Yun spent 20 creation points to refine a batch of dissolving goo pills and later handed them to Shui Lan. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to come again. Yi Yun waved his hand with a smile, causing Shui Lan's face to redden even more. Who would ever look for you, you lecher? Having said that, she grabbed the pills and quickly left, nearly stumbling as she went. Yi Yun wasn't worried. Given how this senior sister had acted earlier, there would most likely be a next time. Life is truly wonderful. Having thoroughly enjoyed himself, Yi Yun watched Shui Lan leave, and then his expression gradually turned serious. Alright, time to get back to training. Fun is fun, but for the sake of the 3 Holy Lands trial, he still needed to improve his strength as much as possible. Now, with 40 creation points remaining, Yi Yun, as usual, first refined a batch of Ascension Shin pills, followed by 3 batches of Chi Gathering pills. Before long, dozens of pills were smoothly in hand. This should be enough. Over the remaining 10 days, Yi Yun still immersed himself in the discarded pill room, cultivating with full concentration. While Yi Yun was in closed-door cultivation, the Gudao Holy Land was quite lively as the 3 Holy Lands trial approached. Due to the new policies instituted by the Holy Maiden, many outer disciples who had exceeded the age limit now faced the choice of being sent away or taking a gamble on the 3 Holy Lands trial. As a result, many disciples who intended to participate were making a final sprint during this last period. In the blink of an eye, the day before the 3 Holy Lands trial arrived. In the discarded pill room, Yi Yun sat cross-legged. All the pills he had obtained last time had been used up. Just moments ago, he had taken the last Ascension Shin pill. Now he was in the most critical breakthrough stage. Sensing the surging Xian Qi within his meridians, he was at some kind of tipping point, yet he still couldn't break through. Finally frustrated, Yi Yun let out a fierce shout, "Damn it, break!" Whether it was this cry that unblocked his conception and governor vessels. With a loud boom, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Yi Yun, and the fluctuation of his Xian Qi suddenly became much stronger. At this, Yi Yun finally relaxed, and when he opened his eyes, only boundless ecstasy remained. Ha ha ha, I made it. For the past month, he had been cultivating day and night, all for this moment. From the first level of Qi condensation, a little over a month ago, after being nourished by numerous flawless pills, his cultivation had finally reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm. From this moment on, within the entire outer sect, he could be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Now, even if he encountered the so-called top experts among the outer disciples of various holy lands, while he couldn't guarantee victory, he at least had no problem preserving himself. Unfortunately, time was still too tight. Otherwise, if pills were abundant, Yi Yun felt that in at most another 10 days, or half a month, he could break through to the Xiantian realm. However, he was already very satisfied with his current progress. After all, to ordinary outer disciples, his rate of improvement must have seemed like a rocket. Moreover, not only had Yi Yun's cultivation greatly increased, he was also able to skillfully wield the wind spirit sword art and the several magic artifacts on his person. As for his actual combat ability, he would only know after a real battle. Yi Yun looked at his hands, a wide smile on his face. Now everything is ready. All that remains is for the 3 Holy Lands trial to begin. The next day, on a certain platform within the ancient sacred land. Since the location of the 3 sacred trials was in a subspace known as the illusory realm, thus before commencement, participants were required to gather here and enter through a teleportation array under the guidance of the team leader. As an event that opened only once every 50 years, each Trisage trial was highly valued by the sacred land. Early that day, all outer disciples who had signed up for the Trisage trial had already gathered here. When they spotted Yi Yun among the crowd, many disciples who knew him were taken aback. How strange, this old fogey Yi Yun actually dares to join the Trisage trial. Does he think this trial is the same as the outer sect assessment? This guy doubt he'll make it out alive. Regarding this outer sect assessment, he was the only menial disciple who had passed. Yi Yun still had a certain degree of recognition among the outer sect, and many had heard of him, knowing that he had once defeated an outer disciple at condensing Qi level 5 using a magical artifact. However, such strength was utterly insignificant in their eyes, and in the Trisage trial. Though he overheard their discussions, Yi Yun paid them no heed. Indeed, only the elites of the outer sect have come. Mingling in the crowd, Yi Yun also observed the surrounding outer disciples. Roughly estimating there were about 100 people in total, with those at condensing Qi level 10 and below making up over 90%. As for those at condensing Qi level 11 or higher, there were fewer than 10 altogether. And disciples at the peak of condensing Qi like himself numbered only 2, both of whom appeared rather advanced. The reason was simple: younger ones who reached this realm were mostly confident in breaking through to the innate realm, so they wouldn't risk participating in the Trisage trial. If it's the same in other sacred lands, then there's no problem. Yi Yun let out a sigh of relief, contemplating inward. But suddenly he frowned, sensing 3 chilling auras locking onto him. Glancing around, he soon noticed 2 male and 1 female disciple among the crowd. Though he didn't know any of them, the hostility they directed at him was palpable and unmistakably suspicious. Could it be Chun Tianao again? The auras of these 3 were not weak, though still somewhat inferior to his own. It would be wise to stay cautious. As he pondered, an elder at the pill transformation realm nearby spoke loudly. Everyone quiet down. At his words, the surroundings quickly fell silent, and all eyes turned to him curiously. Then the elder raised his hand, and golden streams of light flew from his palm, landing precisely in the hand. Oh, what's this? Yi Yun examined the golden paper in his hand as the elder announced. What you've been given are the internal maps of the space for the Trisage trial drawn by disciples from the previous session. They mark the approximate dangerous areas and the extraction points. Each of you must memorize them thoroughly. Once the Trisage trial begins, this map will be your greatest guarantee of safety. Of course, since a long time has passed, the dangerous areas may have changed, so you should also stay alert. Hearing his explanation, the disciples' eyes lit up, and they immediately began studying the maps in their hands. Yi Yun too glanced at it with interest before freezing. Strange, isn't this map too sketchy? Though both were internal maps of the Trisage trial, the one issued by the Sacred Land was vastly inferior in detail to the one given to him by Immortal. The map from her marked many dangerous areas differently from the Sacred Land's version. Not being foolish, Yi Yun quickly deduced that the map he held might be a more detailed, perhaps even real-time version. How in the world did senior sister Mo get this map? This even cast a shadow of doubt over Mo Rian herself. Though they had only met once, she had left him with far too many questions. Just then the pill transformation elder spoke. All right, study your maps for now. We'll depart once the team leader arrives. His mention of the team leader stirred low murmurs among the crowd. Did you hear? The team leader this time is said to be the saintess herself. No way. Since when has the Trisage trial ever had a leader of such rank? If it's really her, it would be our great honor. Indeed, doesn't that mean we get to behold the saintess' esteemed visage? Wonderful. Their discussions startled Yi Yun. Indeed, according to previous conventions, each faction would usually send a profound soul realm cultivator to lead the team. The saintess herself taking charge was truly a condescension quite unbelievable. Yet Yi Yun also felt curious about what the legendary saintess really looked like. I hear she's as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Let me see for myself. There was little public information about the Sacred Land Saintess, but many rumors circulated. Since she was brought back from outside by the Sacred Lord, and soon appointed as Saintess, some said, she was chosen for her extraordinary talent. Others claimed she was a reincarnated empress, and still others whispered she was the Sacred Lord's illegitimate daughter. However, she had always kept a low profile, and very few disciples within the Sacred Land had ever seen her. Who would have thought she would come to lead the Trisage trial? In Yi Yun's anticipation, the Saintess did not keep them waiting long. Soon a loud announcement came from the Saintess arrives. Everyone pay your respects. Yi Yun instinctively looked up and saw figures descending from the sky not far away. Most of them he did not recognize, but he could sense the terrifying auras emanating from them. Even Pill Transformation Realm elders seemed ordinary in their presence. These profound and unfathomable seniors could only follow behind a fiery red silhouette. Shortly after, the powerful cultivators parted to both sides and bowed deeply toward the figure. We welcome the Saintess. All the outer disciples on the platform looked up, their gazes momentarily dazed. What came into view was a woman stepping on flames, her figure proud and alluring with a robe like surging fire fluttering in the wind. Behind her, cascaded waist-length crimson hair and her bare feet touched the ground. Her dual vermilion gold pupils seemed capable of melting everything in the world as she gazed down upon everyone with an arrogant look. Behind her, cascaded waist-length crimson hair and her bare feet touched the ground. Her dual vermilion gold pupils seemed capable of melting everything in the world. The Saintess of the Ancient Path, Hong Xian'er, renowned as a natural empress, truly lived up to her reputation. For a moment, under her gaze, many outer disciples nearly knelt instinctively. Disciples welcomed the Saintess. Even Yi Yun, who considered himself quite immune, couldn't help but exclaim sincerely upon seeing her. She is truly beautiful. This one, I really like her. But at the same time, the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace sounded in his ear. Detected creation points on Hong Xian'er. Find a way to obtain them. Regarding this prompt, Yi Yun could only say it was utterly useless. As if he didn't want to obtain them. The key was whether he could even reach her. Judging from the imposing aura she displayed and the policies she had established earlier, this Saintess was undoubtedly an extremely domineering woman. Thinking of this, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, I wonder how one might conquer such a woman. At that moment, he felt someone tugging at the corner of his garment. Hey, when you see the Saintess, why aren't you kneeling yet? Yi Yun finally came back to his senses. He had been so focused on the idea of digging that he momentarily forgot to pay his respects. As a result, among all the outer disciples on the platform, he stood alone, standing out like a crane among. In an instant, numerous gazes fell upon him. Even the descending Hong Xian'er naturally turned her attention. Yi Yun realized and hurriedly tried to kneel, but Hong Xian'er waved her hand, saying, "No need to kneel. Everyone else, please rise as well." Unexpectedly, although this Saintess looked imposing, she was not as intimidating as one would imagine. Thank you, Saintess." Although he didn't have to kneel out of courtesy, Yi Yun still bowed. At that moment, Hong Xian'er looked at him, seeming to recognize. "You are the only one who passed the outer disciple assessment a while ago." The servant Yi Yun. "That's me. Does the Saintess know about me?" "Indeed, I heard that you became an outer disciple, and even chose to stay in the waste pill room." This statement surprised those around them. Most had been to that dilapidated place, which was not fit for anyone to stay. This guy, having become an outer disciple, actually chose to stay behind. To this, Yi Yun seriously replied, "The sect has treated me well. I shall continue to contribute in this waste pill room." "If that's the case, why do you want to participate in the Three Saints trial?" Regarding this question, Yi Yun really wanted to retort, "Didn't you force me to join the Three Saints trial?" Of course, saying that now would surely get him slapped. In the end, Yi Yun still said earnestly, "I believe that cultivation is inherently against the heavens. If I don't challenge myself, I won't achieve great things in the future." Well said. Hong Xian'er nodded slightly and smiled at him. "Then I wish you good results in the trial." "Thank you, Saintess. I will strive to excel." However, Yi Yun's confident words seemed ridiculous to everyone. Just because you've just become an outer disciple and are still hanging around in the waste pill room, do you think you can excel? At that moment, Hong Xian'er looked up at the crowd. "Of course, I also wish all of you to achieve great results in the trial and bring glory to our ancient path, Holy Land. You are risking your lives to fight for the Holy Land. That is the utmost courage. After it's over, I will personally host a welcoming banquet for everyone." As a high-ranking saintess, her words were like the strongest support to the outer disciples. Sure enough, many outer disciples became invigorated. For the Holy Land, unwavering unto death. The phrase about lifting the jade dragon for the Lord's death probably refers to this. Seeing this, Hong Xianer nodded and said, "Very well, let's prepare to depart." Saying this, she raised her head and looked at the crowd not far away. Activate the formation. As soon as the words fell, several formation masters who had been prepared activated their profound energy and infused it into the formation eye. Yi Yun looked around and saw blue pillars of light shooting into the sky, and astonishing and mighty profound energy sweeping across the heavens and the earth. This magnificent scene left Yi Yun and many outer disciples in awe. He saw the platform beneath their feet emit a brilliant blue light until they were completely enveloped in radiance, their bodies feeling lighter. This was Yi Yun's first experience with a teleportation array in many years, feeling as if his soul was being stripped away from the top of his head. Is this the destination? Before his eyes lay a desolate world resembling a desert. Looking around, aside from the disciples participating in the trial, only the saintess Hong Xianer had entered. Not far away in the wasteland there was another group of people. Upon seeing them, that group quickly gathered around. Yi Yun observed their attire and quickly concluded that they were disciples of the Moon Wheel Holy Land. In terms of numbers, they were similar, both groups having just over 100 outer disciples. The leader among them was an elderly man in white, whose aura clearly surpassed the Golden Core stage, likely a nascent spirit realm expert. However, upon approaching, he immediately showed a shocked expression. Hong Xianer, this year the ancient path Holy Land is actually being led by you. The disciples of the Moon Wheel Holy Land were understandably astonished. For the elderly man in white, Hong Xianer was still quite polite, nodding her head and saying, "After all, this is an important event for the Holy Land, and I should come to see and gain some experience." Upon hearing this, the elderly man nodded and sighed. "It seems that the senior Saint Lord has already decided to let you inherit the Holy Land. Congratulations." In response to the old man's praise, Hong Xianer simply replied with 4 words. "That's still a long way off." "Not too far off." The old man scrutinized Hong Xianer and tentatively asked, "Before long, I suppose you will enter the life and death tribulation realm and seek the life and death barrier, right?" "Indeed, that will be soon." "Tisk, tisk, tisk, as expected of the saintess. Your cultivation speed is truly astonishing. I imagine that the life and death barrier will be a trivial matter for you." "I hope so." Nearby, Yi Yun was eavesdropping, equally astonished by Hong Xianer's cultivation speed. The so-called life and death tribulation realm is the realm above nascent spirit, where anyone who reaches this level must seek their own life and death tribulation. Ultimately, in a situation where survival is uncertain, one must break through the difficulties to transcend. Only by overcoming the life and death tribulation can one transcend in this world. No matter how monstrous a genius one is, they must go through this ordeal, otherwise they will be forever trapped in this realm. Generally speaking, reaching the life and death realm takes hundreds of years. Yet this Hong Xianer is not even 100 years old. Her talent is truly remarkable. Alas, is this the value of the saintess? Yi Yun secretly sighed. Had it not been for the Creation Divine Furnace, this would likely be a level he could never hope to reach in his lifetime. However, at the same time, Yi Yun was even more eager to try to conquer this saintess. Just as the two sides were discussing, a youthful, yet resonant voice came from nearby. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, isn't this the fire saintess? What's wrong? Has the ancient path Holy Land run out of people that they need to let the dignified saintess lead the 3 saints trial?" This hostile remark made Yi Yun and the others turn to look in the direction of the sound. Before their eyes was a group of cultivators dressed in black, clearly the disciples of the 9 Nether Holy Land. The leader was a youthful boy with white hair who grinned as he stared at Hong Xianer. Hong Xianer seemed to recognize him and greeted him amicably. "Old man, you're still alive. Of course I haven't had enough fun yet." The white-haired boy was not angered, but instead joked with Hong Xianer. "I heard that the fire fairy is looking for a Tao companion to get through the life and death tribulation. Why not consider me? I guarantee you'll have a good time." This remark infuriated the disciples of the ancient path Holy Land. How dare this old man tease the saintess? If this were outside, even if the white-haired boy had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to openly tease Hong Xianer. However, here, he represented the 9 Nether Holy Land and was not worried about being killed by the other party. Of course, he still underestimated Hong Xianer. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Xianer slightly raised her jade hand. A fiery sword shot out from thin air and instantly plunged into the ground beneath the white-haired boy. "Say another word and I might just castrate you. Even many people from your 9 Nether Holy Land would applaud that." "You?" The white-haired boy looked at the sword beneath him and couldn't help but swallow. This sword struck fear into many men present, including Yi Yun, who felt a chill beneath him. This saintess seemed even fiercer than he had imagined. However, what the white-haired boy had just said intrigued him. "Speaking of which, she is actually looking for a Tao companion. Seeing the two sides at odds, the elder in white had no choice but to step forward to mediate. Both of you calm down. We are gathered here for the three saints' trial, not to fight amongst ourselves, aren't we? With the steps he provided, the white-haired boy ceased his argument with Hong Xianer. Indeed, let this topic end here. The white-haired boy snorted lightly, then coldly addressed the young man in black beside him. It seems that the ancient Tao sacred land is quite formidable this time. Remember to be cautious when encountering their disciples after the trial begins. The young man in black had an ostentatious appearance. Despite having a storage bag, he still carried a long knife. Yi Yun glanced at him, clearly sensing that he was not concealing his aura, practically wearing the words peak of chi condensation on him. This guy is really putting on a show. Facing the white-haired boy's words, the young man in black replied coldly, "Rest assured, senior, I will certainly take good care of the disciples from the ancient Tao sacred land," came the response, which was a blatant threat. Hong Xianer remained unfazed and replied coolly, "Then we'll see if you have the strength for that." The young man in black was quite arrogant, even chuckling lightly at her words. "All right then, let the senior watch closely." Then, as if noticing Yi Yun's gaze, he shot a cold glance at him. "Old man, what are you staring at? Do you want to die?" Seeing him confront anyone who looked at him, it seemed he would kick even a passing dog. Yi Yun did not indulge him and shot him a glare. "It's nothing, just that you look like my grandson. Old man, you're looking for death." The young man in black's killing intent surged, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Seeing this, the elder in white stepped in again to defuse the situation. Enough, stop the nonsense. Let's prepare to open the door." As the elder in white said, their gathering was primarily for the three saints' trial. The young man in black snorted and shot a vicious glare at Yi Yun, as if to say wait and see. Yi Yun, however, could not be bothered with him and looked towards a massive stone door not far from them. It seems the three saints' trial will take place inside there. According to widespread belief, the space for the three saints' trial was sealed by the three great sacred lands, thus requiring cooperation from all three sides to unseal it. As expected, under his gaze, Hong Xianer, the white-haired boy, and even the elder in white stood around the massive stone door in a triangular formation. They each took out a jade tablet, and as they infused their respective profound energy into it, three beams of different colors shot into the stone door. As the colorful lights burst forth from the stone door, the massive door transformed, exuding a powerful attraction akin to a teleportation gate. "The door is open, everyone prepare to enter," the elder in white said loudly while looking at the crowd. "Within the trial space, there will be multiple teleportation gates which will open after 10 days and remain open for 15 minutes. You all must remember to pass through the teleportation gates and return here within that time frame." Yi Yun could not help but ask, "What if we don't make it in time?" The white-haired boy snickered and answered for him, "Missed the chance. Then prepare to stay inside for countless years and have a family feast there." At that moment, Hong Xianer glanced at him and said to Yi Yun and the others nonchalantly, "There's no need to be nervous. The locations of the teleportation gates are obvious, and there will be prompts before they open, just pay a little attention." "Yes." Yi Yun and the others all sighed in relief and responded in unison. As the teleportation gate opened, disciples began to rush in one after another. Yi Yun followed the crowd, during which he seemed to sense something, and instinctively turned to look at the masked female cultivator from the moon, Wol's sacred land beside him. Strange, this aura. Yi Yun scrutinized the female cultivator and found that she wore a veil and her figure was quite good, but the key was the oppressive feeling he sensed from her. As someone at the peak of chi condensation, how could there be someone among the disciples participating in the trial who could exert such pressure on him? Just as he was observing, the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace sounded in his ear. Detected the presence of a creation point on the target, please find a way to obtain it. Yi Yun's lips twitched at how was he supposed to obtain it. Perhaps too captivated, the masked female cultivator turned her face coldly to glance at him. "Do you have a problem?" In an instant, Yi Yun felt as if his soul had been pierced. This woman is not simple. A nothing. Yi Yun shook his head slightly, pretending not to notice anything, and followed the crowd straight into the gate. Seeing this, the masked female cultivator frowned slightly. Did that old man notice something? However, even so, she had no choice but to follow him into the gate. Watching them enter, the young man in black's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Old man, let's wait and see. I can't take on Hong Xianer, nor can I afford to provoke her, but eliminating a mere outer disciple is still within my grasp." After that, he followed them into the gate. Soon after, all 300 outer disciples from the three great sacred lands had entered the trial, and the light on the gate faded away. Only the three leaders remained at the spot, needing to wait there until 10 days later to open the teleportation gate on time. During this period, the elder in white looked at the gate and sighed lightly. Speaking of which, ever since the anomalies appeared in the Three Saints trial hundreds of years ago, the seal within seems to have become increasingly unstable. "Do you think that thing could escape?" In response to his concerns, Hong Xianer replied indifferently, "You're overthinking it. There are multiple seals within, and unless external forces are used to undo the seals, it is impossible for it to escape. Even the white-haired boy agreed, sneering as he said, "Indeed, even the seals inside have multiple protective formations. Even the disciples entering cannot inadvertently trigger them. That thing will have no chance of turning the tables until it disappears completely." The elder in white seemed to find their reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Hopefully. At this moment Hong Xianer glanced at the white-haired boy and snorted, "Rather than that, I am more concerned about what conspiracy your 9 nether sacred land has been plotting in recent years. The territory of my ancient Tao sacred land has been attacked by you more than once." Unfortunately, in such matters the white-haired boy became shameless, spreading his hands and saying, "How could that be? This is definitely a misunderstanding. We from the 9 nether sacred land are peace-loving people." Heh. Hong Xianer scoffed, but said no more, as it seemed that no matter what was said the other party would refuse to admit it. For a faction like the 9 nether sacred land, it was necessary to teach them with an iron fist what should and should not be done. Within the trial space of the 3 saints' trial, Yi Yun felt himself descending from the sky until he finally steadied himself. When he looked around, what greeted his eyes was an endless expanse of primeval forest vastly different from the barren wasteland outside. It appeared to possess its own independent ecosystem, the only difference being the absence of sun and moon replaced by a perpetual empty daylight. Yi Yun was taken aback and murmured softly, "I never thought the scenery here would be so exquisite, truly a paradise hidden from the world." Yet he suspected that the beauty was only superficial. The moment Yi Yun landed, he sensed something rapidly approaching him, then lunging to attack. This is... Instantly, he materialized a golden spirit crossbow in his hand, aimed with lightning speed, and fired. A golden streak of light shot forth, piercing the oncoming creature. As it fell, he saw clearly that it was a crimson, first-rank mystic beast. This mystic beast possessed strength comparable to a human. At the 7th layer of chi condensation, carelessness could prove dangerous. As expected, there really are mystic beasts in here. Yi Yun was astonished. It was said that after a powerful mystic beast fell, low-level ones would spawn around it. Yet after so many years, mystic beasts still existed, truly terrifying, as befitted a 9th-rank mystic beast. Near the corpse of this mystic beast, a crimson crystal was growing from a crevice in the rock, resembling... Observing its appearance, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. "Seems I'm lucky. I found a dragon crystal as soon as I arrived." He hurried over, took the small pickaxe issued by the sacred land, and carefully chipped it out bit by bit. As he held it in his hand, a warm, smooth texture transmitted to his palm. This was their target, a dragon crystal. This tiny crystal was a top-tier resource for formation masters, alchemists, and even artifact refiners. Unfortunately, the vast majority of dragon crystals mined here had to be surrendered, leaving only a scant few for themselves. Yi Yun didn't mind, as he had no use for them anyway. Now time for the real business. Yi Yun took out a map, located the surrounding landmarks, and quickly pinpointed his position on it. The good news was that according to the map, he was not far from the marked location of the dragon scale. The bad news was that the route passed through several dangerous zones that required detours. After planning his route, Yi Yun took a deep breath and gazed toward his destination. Alright, let's go. His objectives for this 3 saints trial were clear, amounting to no more than 2. First, to strive for first place and guarantee at least a top 3 finish, thereby securing his continued stay in the Gudao sacred land. Second, to help Immortal retrieve the dragon scale she needed. Relying solely on his own abilities, either goal would be quite challenging. But with the detailed map, it became far too simple. Half a day passed. Using the map provided by senior sister Mo, Yi Yun successfully circumvented all dangerous areas and arrived near his destination. He paused because he noticed over a dozen corpses scattered on the ground ahead. From their uniforms, they were disciples of the 3 sacred lands, suggesting a fierce battle had occurred not long ago. Every corpse's storage pouch and all belongings had been stripped away, and the bodies of a few female cultivators bore clear signs of malicious rummaging. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yun could not help but sigh. How brutal. This was the 3 saints trial. Unlike sparring matches within the sect, it was a true war of life and death. Seeing the corpses abandoned in the wilderness, Yi Yun felt a pang of pity and raised his hand to burn them all. Not far away on a cliff, several figures stood, all staring down at Yi Yun. Had Yi Yun noticed them, he would have been astonished to find that the leader of this group was the veiled female cultivator from the Yuan sacred land, whom he had observed earlier. They had been present all along and naturally understood that Yi Yun's intention in burning the bodies was kind. Then one of them asked in a low voice, "Grand Elder, should we kill this old man?" Upon hearing this, the veiled female cultivator gazed at Yi Yun, waved her hand, and said indifferently, "No need. I have concealed my cultivation to come here, not to kill. Let us proceed with the real task. The destination is not far." Having said that, she turned and left, and the surrounding disciples followed suit. Down below, Yi Yun involuntarily shivered. I must get out of here quickly. After burning the bodies, Yi Yun hurried away, continuing toward his destination. Before long, Yi Yun arrived near his target and discovered numerous dragon crystals that had yet to be mined. Looking at the map markers and the pile of dragon crystals before him, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This map is incredible. It's like having omniscient vision. Along the way, he had already dug up a considerable number of dragon crystals. At this rate, first place was virtually his. Just as Yi Yun was about to start mining, he suddenly sensed something and cast a sidelong glance toward a patch of "Who's there?" Yi Yun barked. Having reached the peak of chi condensation, his perception had greatly improved, and he clearly detected someone hiding in the grass. Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than three figures emerged from the grass, cold grins on their faces. "Old man, your perception is quite sharp." When Yi Yun saw who they were, realization dawned. These three were none other than the individuals from the Gudao Sacred Lands team who had previously shown him unwarranted hostility. Two male and one female outer disciples stepped forward, staring at him with cold expressions. The woman in the blue dress seemed to be their leader. She stepped forward and shook her head. "What a pity. I was just thinking we could give you a quick death." Yi Yun frowned at them. "We are all disciples of the Gudao Sacred Land. Do you intend to kill me?" "Why?" He feigned confusion, hoping to confirm from these three whether Chun Tianao was behind this. But the trio was cautious. The woman in blue sneered, "Blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." With that, she stared at Yi Yun and licked her lips. "Old man, I advise you not to resist, or you'll anger me, and I'll torture you to death bit by bit." Faced with this threat, Yi Yun couldn't help but snort. "Is that so? I'm afraid you lack the strength." At the same time, the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace echoed in his ear, detected creation points on the target. "Find a way to obtain them." Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Interesting. It seemed a challenge had arrived. Across from him, the three exchanged glances upon hearing Yi Yun's words, and burst into hearty laughter. The woman in the blue gown laughed so hard her figure swayed like blossoms in the wind, her tone laced with mockery. "Old man, are you still living in a dream? Have you even grasped the situation? It's 3 against 1. Advantage lies squarely with us." According to precise intelligence provided by their leader, Yi Yun had merely reached the 10th layer of chi condensation and possessed only several formidable artifacts. Yet they were 3 in number, each cultivating at the 11th or even 12th layer of chi condensation. Their respective artifacts were likewise no trifles, more than sufficient to crush Yi Yun utterly. Yi Yun merely smiled faintly. "Advantage lies with you. Then go ahead, depart this world." "Humph," pretending to be some mystic sage. The woman in the blue gown sneered, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "Once we've captured you, we'll truly savor playing with you, at length." For them, this incursion had but one objective: to eliminate Yi Yun. Having located him, they now held all the time they needed to slowly, exquisitely break him apart. And that was precisely her delight. "All of you, attack." She glanced at her two companions and issued a crisp command. "Yes, senior sister." Both male cultivators nodded in unison, then bared feral grins, summoning a blade and a sword into their palms. In an instant, they lunged in perfect synchrony, one from the left, one from the right, carving 2 razor-sharp arcs of cold light through the air. But before either could close the distance, a streak of azure sword light flashed across the sky, swift as thunderclaps, silent as shadow, and pierced straight through one cultivator's chest. "What?" His mouth gaped open, blood gushed forth in torrents. Disbelief flooded his gaze as he stared down, watching the azure longsword erupt from his own back. "This cannot be." His voice choked off mid-sentence. He crumpled lifelessly to the ground. The remaining outer sect swordsman narrowed his eyes. The azure blade's origin remained utterly invisible to him. Fortunately, he had already closed in before Yi Yun. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Damn you, die!" Fear transmuted into fury, driving him to unleash his full strength. Rainbow Serpent Sword Art. His blade blazed like a celestial arc, surging forward in a lethal thrust, only to strike Hedon against the Yuanwu shield Yi Yun had just raised before him. A thunderous boom shook the air. Shockwaves rippled outward, but Yi Yun stood unshaken, rooted firm. His attacker, however, was hurled backward by the shield's overwhelming resistance. Regaining his footing, the swordsman stared at Yi Yun in utter disbelief. "This is impossible. Even a supreme-tier mortal artifact. How could you possibly withstand it at only the 10th layer of chi condensation?" "Oh, did I ever say I was at the 10th layer?" Yi Yun cast him a faint, knowing smile, freezing the man where he stood. Only then did he sense the profound, resonant aura of spiritual chi radiating from Yi Yun. Clearly not that of the 10th layer, but of the very peak of chi condensation. "You." His pupils contracted sharply, stunned, speechless. Yi Yun seized the opening, surging forward. He delivered a single, devastating fist, sending the man flying. Sensing imminent peril, the outer sect swordsman instantly conjured a cerulean light shield before him. Xuanwu shield, activate. A vast azure barrier unfurled, halting Yi Yun's pursuit. Yet Yi Yun's hand flickered, sealing a swift, intricate seal, while his voice cut cold as frost. Enough. Go join him. Instantly the azure sword embedded in the distant earth trembled, lifted, and whirled, reversing course with lethal precision toward the swordsman. At the exact moment his back was exposed, vulnerable, the azure blade cleaved the heavens, piercing him. As his corpse tumbled earthward, the azure sword returned seamlessly to Yi Yun's grasp. His gaze settled last upon the lone woman in blue, cold, unwavering. Now it's your turn. From the first man's death to the second's fall, no more than seconds had passed. The sudden brutal reversal left the woman in blue too stunned to react. When she finally regained her senses, Yi Yun was already advancing, sword in hand, steps deliberate, eyes locked upon her. You don't come any closer. Terrified by his methods, she realized. He practiced the most arduous art of sword mastery, flying sword technique, and wielded a cultivation art of extraordinary power. Moreover, the flying sword he commanded was no ordinary artifact. Its potency far exceeded anything of mortal tier origin. Instinctively she recoiled, then vanished in a streak of azure light, fleeing backward. Yi Yun scoffed. To flee now? Far too late. He extended his palm. A golden miniature banner spiraled forth, streaking after her at blinding speed. As the golden light banner unfurled, it erupted into a colossal sphere of radiant gold, engulfing her completely. She nearly crashed headlong into its shimmering surface. Damn it! This is the golden light banner. Her face paled. She summoned a long sword and slashed desperately at the golden barrier. Yet every blow shattered harmlessly against its impenetrable surface. Yi Yun approached calmly, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Cease your futile struggle. This banner's defense cannot be breached in any short span, not unless you best me in combat. She understood instantly. As Yi Yun drew nearer, her defiance dissolved. Senior brother, please spare me this once. We are fellow disciples of the same sect. Her voice trembled, her expression now pitiful, vulnerable. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed. His voice dropped low, sharp as a blade. Tell me, who sent you? This. She hesitated, then froze as Yi Yun's flying sword rose silently before him. Think carefully before you speak. Feeling the lethal intent in his gaze, she panicked. It's Chun Tianao. He forced us. He ordered us. Not only did she name the mastermind, she deftly shifted all blame onto him. A shrewd gambit indeed. A glint of frigid resolve flickered deep within Yi Yun's eyes. So it truly is him. It seemed their enmity would end only in mutual annihilation. Upon returning, he would need to devise a strategy, decisive, irreversible. The woman in blue watched him warily. Senior brother, I've told you everything. May I go now? Release you? Yi Yun's brow arched slightly. Then his gaze drifted downward, lingering with cool appraisal over her graceful silhouette. A slow, unsettling smile curved his lips. Here's a proposal, serve me well, exquisitely, and I might consider sparing you. Such a thing. What? You refuse? Yi Yun's lips curled higher, his smile now unmistakably that of a villain. Naturally, I uphold consent above all. You may choose voluntary submission, or compelled consent. The woman in the blue dress pursed her lips lightly. How could someone like her, who usually wielded power and authority outside, have ever been humiliated like this? Yet looking at the glimmering long sword in Yi Yun's hand, she still gritted her teeth and nodded. I am willing. Seeing this, Yi Yun wasted no words and slightly tilted his head. Then what are we waiting for? Remove your armor. After all, the surroundings are complex, and as long as we don't make too much noise, no one will come looking for a while. Looking at the woman in blue, she silently reached for her waist. As she untied the delicate belt, her long dress slid down from her fragrant shoulders. Yi Yun watched beside her, and after a while, seeing her tall stature, he let out a light snort. What are you standing there for, trying to appear taller than me? The woman in blue was quite tall, and in terms of height alone, Yi Yun could only reach her eye level, needing to stand on tiptoe to do so. As she spoke, she pointed to a nearby large tree. The loser should look like a loser of face that tree and lower. This is too. Is there a problem? No. With no other choice, the woman in blue could only voluntarily comply, striking a pose that was utterly shameful. Behind her, Yi Yun glanced over and nodded. Not bad, quite enticing. As he spoke, Yi Yun moved closer. Then I shall not hold back. Half an hour later. Congratulations, you have gained 20 points of fortune value. Yi Yun pulled up his pants side in relief and suddenly felt that matters of color were the most boring things in the world. He truly could not understand why so many people were obsessed with such things. Looking at the woman in blue, her skin was flushed, covered in sweat, and she was weakly kneeling on the ground with her sweat nearby. She was softly gasping, feeling somewhat incredulous towards Yi Yun. This old guy, who looked like he was almost dead, had such extraordinary combat strength. Although she was very reluctant to admit it, this was indeed an unforgettable and profoundly enjoyable experience. Soon after, she raised her disheveled hair and looked at Yi Yun with a pitiful expression. "Senior brother, can you let me go now?" At this point, as long as she could preserve her life, she cared about nothing else. After all grudges could wait until she returned to gradually settle the scores with Yi Yun. In response, Yi Yun examined her, pondering for a moment. Well, he seemed to be considering. Just then the ground suddenly trembled slightly, causing him to pause. What's this? Yi Yun's alertness spiked, and at that moment a dull sound reached his ears. Following that, the woman in blue's scream echoed. "Senior brother, save me." A beast resembling a drilling dragon burst forth from the ground with its gaping maw. As soon as she cried out, the beast swallowed her whole. "It's actually a beast that can burrow underground." Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, he had finished his business, otherwise it would have been quite dangerous. In fact, if she were in her usual state, the woman in blue would have noticed and evaded it. Unfortunately, after Yi Yun's torment, she was now in a physically and mentally exhausted state. Yi Yun watched as the beast crunched down on her, sighing softly. "Sister, don't worry, I will avenge you." As he finished speaking, he summoned a long sword and immediately launched an attack on the devouring beast ahead. Shortly after, Yi Yun used his flying sword to slay the beast and burned its entire body to ashes. Looking at the burning corpse, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. "By the way, it seems that the closer I get to the dragon scales, the stronger the beasts become." Yi Yun took out a map and glanced at it, realizing that he was less than 3 miles away from the marked dragon scales. "Forget it, let's move on. There's no time to mourn for my shapely junior sister. I must hurry to my destination and complete this first task." Before long, he noticed that the surrounding environment seemed to be constantly changing. He was obviously moving forward, yet he was going in circles. This strange phenomenon made Yi Yun frown. Damn it, is it an illusion? He took out the map again and discovered that there were indeed special markings on it. I understand now." Yi Yun quickly comprehended the route and continued moving forward according to the map's guidance, finally no longer stuck in place. Thus, in the last 3 miles, Yi Yun relied entirely on the map to navigate through. Eventually, he found himself in an ancient ruin surrounded by broken walls. "Is the thing here?" Yi Yun traversed through the ruins, the crushed stones beneath his feet making a crunching sound. Surveying his surroundings, he felt increasingly peculiar. How could there be signs of habitation in this place? According to the sacred lands claims, this space was a burial ground for beasts. It was impossible for anyone to have built a palace here. With a sense of curiosity, he quickly noticed a small stone platform standing in the center of the ruins. Above this stone platform, a thumb-sized green scale floated continuously, emitting a faint glow. It seems this is the dragon scale that Sister Emo mentioned. Yi Yun cautiously inspected the surroundings before approaching, ensuring there was no danger. This shouldn't be dangerous, right? The area was barren, and there were no signs of traps. It didn't seem like a place fraught with danger. Finally, Yi Yun took a deep breath and stepped forward to grab the dragon scale. After that, still no danger occurred, but the scale itself unexpectedly erupted with brilliant light. A blazing green beam shot up from the dragon scale, as if proclaiming to the world. With such commotion, it was likely visible from 800 miles away. "Crap, this is not good." Yi Yun's gaze sharpened. He quickly stuffed the dragon scale into his storage bag and fled. Such a loud disturbance would surely attract other cultivators soon. What if they thought he had found a treasure? He would have no way to explain himself. Just as he left, less than a quarter of an hour passed before he saw several figures descending from the distance. Leading them was a young man in black who was none other than a disciple of the 9 nether sacred ground with whom Yi Yun had clashed before entering. He held a long knife, coldly observing the surroundings while lightly sniffing the air. "This aura feels strangely familiar." At this moment, a disciple beside him frowned. "That was quite a commotion. Surely a precious treasure has appeared, but it seems it has already been taken." The young man in black waved his hand and sneered. "No matter, he shouldn't have gone far. Let's pursue him." The others were well aware of his capabilities, and upon hearing him, they knew he could definitely track him down. Understood. Just as Yi Yun had predicted, the celestial anomaly caused by removing the dragon scale attracted disciples from all directions within the 3 saints' trial. Catching sight of the distant azure pillar of light, they hastened toward it in unison, eager to discern what had transpired. Yi Yun, the instigator of it all, took to his heels and fled for half a day. Only when he reached a place he deemed safe did he produce the dragon scale. By then the anomaly had ceased. "Is this a dragon scale? It doesn't feel particularly special." Yi Yun toyed with it, yet could discern nothing. The scale's texture resembled a piece of cyan iron, or it seemed the sort of thing one might find lying on the ground without anyone bothering to pick it up. Never mind. I'll just take it back to her, and that'll be the end of it. Having accepted payment, he felt obliged to deliver. With that principle in mind, Yi Yun promptly stowed the scale away. His next task was to gather dragon crystals and secure a top 3 finish in the 3 saints trial. Just as Yi Yun was about to begin, a series of dull rumbles reached his ears, as if the ground were trembling faintly. Could there be another spirit beast? Yi Yun immediately grew vigilant, but after a long while no beast attacked. Instead he discovered a rocky cavern ahead. Approaching it he confirmed that the sounds emanated from within. Could someone be fighting inside? As the saying goes, since he was already there, why not have a look? Even if he encountered disciples from hostile sacred grounds, he could escape with ease. If both sides were severely injured, he might even claim an easy prize. With that thought, Yi Yun concealed his aura and stealthily slipped into the cavern. However, the cavern proved deeper than he had anticipated, winding downward into pitch-black darkness. Had he not been a cultivator, he would have been unable to see the path at all. This cavern doesn't feel like a natural formation. Yi Yun touched the surrounding rock walls. They were remarkably smooth, as if something had burrowed through them. As he ventured deeper, the sounds of combat grew louder, signaling that he was nearing the source. Indeed, upon reaching the edge of the cavern, the narrow space suddenly opened up. Deep underground, at an unfathomable depth, there existed a subterranean chamber hundreds of zhang in diameter. Damn this! Yi Yun narrowed his eyes, captivated by the scene before him. Within the dim cave, human skeletons and shattered artifacts lay scattered everywhere, a clear indication that a considerable number of cultivators had perished here. Not far away, more than a dozen fresh corpses were strewn about, their attire marking them as disciples of the Yuelun Holy Land. What did they encounter to suffer such heavy losses? Yi Yun frowned, but quickly understood. A resounding crash echoed from the Madeira ahead. A graceful figure flew backward. It was the veiled female cultivator from the Yuelun Holy Land he had seen earlier. She slammed heavily into a rock, but used the opportunity to steady herself before charging once more at the colossal silhouette ahead. Yi Yun soon discerned her opponent, a creature resembling a flood dragon about 10 zhang in length with a body of vivid crimson, a blood dragon. The veiled female cultivator manipulated a lunar blade, launching repeated attacks at the creature, yet each strike left only shallow marks on its hide. Damn it, I underestimated this thing. Her eyes were dark with frustration. Though she knew her efforts were futile, she had no choice but to keep attacking. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and she let out a soft snort. Yu Rushuang will not be devoured by a mere dead thing. At that moment she seemed to sense something, and cast a sidelong glance toward a corner. Nearby, Yi Yun watched the fierce battle between the veiled woman and the blood dragon, drawing a sharp breath. What kind of monster is this? A spirit beast. Judging by its speed and defense, this spirit beast was at least second rank equivalent to the Xiantian. The veiled female cultivator, though displaying power beyond the chi condensation peak, fought with restraint, leaving her thoroughly on the defensive. Several bloody gashes could be seen on her body, apparently inflicted by the blood dragon. Just then the blood dragon tore away her veil, revealing a face so stunning that even Yi Yun's jaw dropped. She's beautiful. This one truly captivates me. Her figure and features rivaled those of Hong Xianer, whom he had encountered earlier. Yet one thing puzzled him. After the veil fell, he noticed her complexion was unusually flushed, and her breathing somewhat. It looked as though she had been affected by an aphrodisiac. Strange. Did she take some medicine? Yi Yun mused, but had no intention of lending a hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to. The truth was he couldn't defeat the beast. The blood dragon's displayed strength suggested that even if they joined forces, they would still lose. Yi Yun was already preparing to flee. Otherwise, once the blood dragon killed the veiled woman, he would be next. But before he could make his escape, a sharp shout rang out from nearby. You over there. Come and help. Yi Yun was taken aback. Even a Xiantian cultivator might not have detected him during battle. How powerful was this woman's divine sense? Since he had been discovered, he no longer hid, and called back, "Milady, this blood dragon is too formidable. I dare not engage. You'll have to handle it yourself." Even as he replied, Yi Yun prepared to bolt. But then the veiled woman, No Yu Rushuang, spoke words that rooted him to the spot. "Old man, if I were to flee as well, guess which one of us that thing would chase first." Yi Yun instantly understood her implication. It was like two men encountering a tiger. One need not outrun the tiger, only the other person. Damn it. You can't be so shameless. I'm just a passing old wreck. Stop playing dumb. Do you think I can't tell you're at chi condensation peak? Yi Yun fell silent. After mentally cursing her entire family, he finally chose to act. Let's make this clear, I'll only provide support. True to his word, Yi Yun maintained a safe distance and directed his flying sword at the blood dragon. Yet his usually keen Qingxiao sword merely left a shallow scratch on the creature's hide. Hell, it's that tough. Frowning, he called out to Yu Rushuang, "Hey, we can't even break its defense. Are we supposed to wear it down?" Just then Yu Rushuang flickered and reappeared beside him. She then gave Yi Yun an instruction: hold it off for 3 minutes. I have a way to kill it. At these words, Yi Yun was dumbfounded. Hold it off for 3 minutes. Me? Cut the chatter. You'll be rewarded handsomely afterward. Yu Rushuang snorted coldly, then withdrew and dodged again, swiftly shielding Yi Yun before her. This move instantly diverted the attention of the blood dragon opposite from Yu Rushuang to Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun's lips twitched as he muttered a complaint. What the hell? There's a limit to shamelessness. But however he cursed, the blood dragon ahead had already roared and lunged at him. Glancing behind, Yu Rushuang had already summoned her moon blade above her head. She took a deep breath, maintaining a hand seal as points of starlight continuously condensed from the surrounding space and converged toward the moon blade. Hope this guy can hold on. This perhaps was her last chance. Meanwhile, Yi Yun was forced to engage, instantly forming a Yuan Wu shield in his hand to erect a barrier before him. In an instant, the blood dragon whipped its tail, shattering the Yuan Wu shield. Hiss! That terrifying. The blood dragon's immense power sent Yi Yun flying backward, drawing a sharp gasp from him. Earlier he had estimated the blood dragon's strength to be comparable to a Xiantian cultivator, but now it seemed even more formidable than an ordinary Xiantian cultivator. Forget it'll risk it. Yi Yun resolved himself. Though he still had a life-saving talisman, using it now would leave no margin for error later. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, it was better to keep it in hand. While flying backward, Yi Yun immediately summoned a golden flag. Golden light banner, go. Streaks of golden light shot out swiftly, landing around the blood dragon and condensing into a massive golden barrier. The blood dragon crashed head into it, shaking the entire ground, and a crack appeared on the golden barrier. Yi Yun once again felt the blood dragon's terrifying power. He could not let it continue battering. Go! He manipulated the azure sky sword, sending it flying as a sword projectile repeatedly at the blood dragon. Yet these attacks only slightly slowed its speed, dealing negligible damage. As time passed, more and more cracks spread across the barrier. Just as it seemed about to shatter, Yi Yun gritted his teeth. Wind Spirit Sword Art, piercing clouds. He rapidly formed hand seals, and the long sword before him burst forth with azure radiance, exuding an extremely sharp aura. Moments later, a massive azure sword shadow had locked onto the trapped blood dragon ahead. Go! At Yi Yun's command, the azure sword shadow shot forth like a gale, striking the blood dragon within the golden light banner. The Wind Spirit Sword Art was his current strongest attack, not to be underestimated. With the dual enhancement of a Xiangrade artifact and a Xiangrade Sword Art, this strike actually opened a gash on the blood dragon, wounding it. This scene startled Yu Rushuang not far away. This guy, a Xiangrade artifact and a Xiangrade Sword Art. Is he really just an outer sect disciple? Inside the golden light banner, the previous strike seemed to have enraged the blood dragon. It immediately opened its bloody maw as wisps of crimson light converged and swiftly formed a blood spike that shot out. With a thunderous roar, the barrier formed by the golden light banner burst open with a massive gap from the blood spike. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed and he quickly dodged to the side. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. Only his shoulder was grazed, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Yi Yun glanced at his shoulder and swallowed involuntarily. Good thing I dodged fast, or it would have been a headshot. Then he turned and shouted to Yu Rushuang. Hey, are you almost 20 breaths? Damn. Yi Yun's lips twitched. He had nearly exhausted all his tricks. How was he supposed to hold on for 20 breaths? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly felt dizzy and steadied himself with a hand on his forehead. Something's off. Why does my body feel so hot? Yi Yun vaguely sensed a hot surge flowing in from his shoulder, causing his mind to waver, but he quickly snapped out of it. Damn, is it poison? He checked his shoulder and promptly took an antidote pill. Then Yi Yun looked down at the blood dragon, only to find it had vanished. This sudden change made his expression shift. Not good. Yi Yun whirled around. Sure enough, the blood dragon seemed to sense the danger and had bypassed him to attack Yu Rushuang. Its massive tail lashed toward her. If this strike landed, even a Xiantian cultivator would be finished. Yet even so, Yu Rushuang did not evade, continuing to accumulate power into the moonblade. One could not tell whether she was reckless or trusted Yi Yun too much. Is this woman insane? Yi Yun frowned and immediately placed his hand on the shadowless stone at his waist. Very well, let me be crazy too. Spatial displacement activated instantly, and he appeared before the blood dragon's tail, even startling Yu Rushuang. She seemed not to have expected him to risk his life to protect her. With a thunderous boom, Yi Yun was struck head by the blood dragon's tail, flying past Yu Rushuang like a cannonball and smashing heavily into the rock wall. At that same moment, Yu Rushuang fixed her gaze on the blood dragon, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Beast, die. As her words fell, her hand seals shifted, and she pointed into the void ahead. Instantly, the moon wheel hovering above her trembled. Moon God's Wheel. A cerulean moon wheel like a shooting star tore through space and reached the blood dragon in an instant. The moon wheel sliced through the blood dragon's head as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. The blood dragon, which had fought for so long, was killed in one blow. Before its massive body could fall, it dissolved into a sky full of blood mist dispersing in the air. Collect. Yu Rushuang raised her hand, and the blood mist swiftly gathered, condensing into a pool of blood in her palm, which she stored in a jade bottle. Afterward, she flickered and appeared at the spot where Yi Yun had crashed. Meanwhile, Yi Yun crawled out from a pile of rubble covered in dust. Tui. Yi Yun shook the dust from his hair, then looked down at his shattered armor and gasped sharply. The green steel armor shattered just like that. That power is insane. Earlier he had stepped forward to block the attack not out of a death wish, but because he trusted his final protective artifact. Now it seemed he had been cutting it close. If he had known, he wouldn't have tried to play the hero. Hey, are you alright? Yu Rushuang approached her face, showing concern at his disheveled state. I'm fine, won't die. Yi Yun glanced at the vanished blood dragon and asked, is that thing dead? Yu Rushuang nodded, then thanked him. This time I owe it all to you. Otherwise I alone wouldn't have been able to. Knowing it was over, Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Good. By the way, what exactly was that thing? Yu Rushuang hesitated, briefly aware it might be better not to tell, but still explained for his sake. That creature was a manifestation of dragon blood. You can think of it as a mystical beast formed from ancient dragon blood. Yi Yun suddenly understood. That explained why its strength was so absurd. Just then Yu Rushuang gazed at him and asked, in any case, thank you for your help. What reward would you like? Although her actions had made Yi Yun want to curse, she kept her word. At the mention of a reward, Yi Yun's eyes lit. Well, let me think. He guessed that her background was no ordinary one, and she surely had some good treasures. Asking her to marry him was unlikely given her temperament, so he might as well ask for some treasures. However, as he was pondering, he suddenly frowned and asked Yu Rushuang, say, do you feel something strange in your body? Like a burning heat? He asked this partly because the heat within him was growing stronger. On the other hand, Yu Rushuang's cool face and even her body were becoming increasingly flushed. Even her gaze at him held an indescribable charm. Indeed, it feels a bit strange. Yi Yun furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. At that moment, the swaying Yu Rushuang began. There are rumors that the nature of dragons stems from the innate qualities of their bloodline, which is why dragon. Yi Yun's eyelids twitched as he recalled being injured by the blood dragon, seemingly tainted by its blood. You can't tell me that this thing can. He saw Yu Rushuang beside him, reaching out to grasp him, her gaze almost entrancing. She then nestled her head against Yi Yun's chest, emanating warmth. You jerk, get away. But despite her words, she clung tightly to Yi Yun, her immense strength, leaving him utterly frustrated. Even more so, Yu Rushuang held onto him like an ornament. Friend, please calm down. Yi Yun's lips twitched as he struggled to free himself. If it were a sister from the sect, perhaps he could take advantage of the situation. But this woman looked formidable, likely a powerful individual from the moon, Will's sacred land. If anything were to happen, he couldn't guarantee that he would leave unscathed. A saying comes to mind, 8 hooks without clarity. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't stir up any storm against Yu Ruxiang's overwhelming power. Moreover, the dragon blood he had absorbed was already taking effect, causing his consciousness to blur. It's over. In the last moments of his awareness, Yi Yun only saw the figure above him pounce, pinning him to the ground. Even his clothes were being shed one by one. There was no doubt he was about to be overwhelmed. During this period, everything felt like a dream to Yi Yun. He couldn't tell what was real or what was illusion. Only after the end did a voice echo in his mind. Detected that the target's cultivation has been sealed, only half of the creation value can be obtained. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 points of creation value. Had he heard this number before, Yi Yun would have likely shouted with excitement. Unfortunately, at this moment he felt as if he had fallen into a long dream. After the beautiful dream ended, Yi Yun found himself in a vast desert. In front of him stood a strikingly beautiful girl with green hair. Who are you? Yi Yun asked, but she did not respond, merely staring at him with a fierce expression. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept. The girl with green hair still did not answer. The next moment she appeared before Yi Yun, grabbing his shoulders and roaring in anger. Why did you kill me? You clearly promised everything. Why did you have to kill me? This sudden confrontation and yelling startled Yi Yun, making him feel as if his very soul was trembling. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. Many people have experienced waking up from a nightmare, and that feeling is simply dreadful. Even now his heart was still pounding heavily, unable to calm down for a long time. It's been years since he last had a nightmare. Why would he suddenly have one today? The girl in the dream felt so Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt warmth in front of him, as if he were surrounded by a heated furnace. Yi Yun instinctively lowered his head and saw Yu Rushuang nestled in his arms, seemingly breathing evenly in deep sleep. It seemed she was still mumbling in her sleep. Continue. I want more. Damn, I have a bad feeling about this. All in all, Yi Yun had survived the peril in every sense, and even gained considerable rewards. At this moment, Yu Rushuang noticed that he was still staring at her, and said testily, Hey, aren't you turning around? Keep staring, and it'll gouge out your eyes. Having been overwhelmed by rage just moments ago, she now realized that she was still in a state of revealing herself to Yi Yun. She quickly reached out to cover herself. Seeing her fierce expression, Yi Yun felt helpless, thinking, since the deed was already done, why care about this? With no other choice, he turned around, but his waist gave a crack, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. Sigh. My waist. Yi Yun held his back and complained with a sullen face. I say, weren't you a bit too ferocious earlier? I feel like my body is completely wrecked by you. After all, several hours had passed, and even if he were as strong as an ox, he would be nearly exhausted. Behind him a faint blush appeared on Yu Rushwang's cold face, as she said in a reproachful tone, "None of your business. In the end it's because you're too weak." Yi Yun's mouth twitched. Alright, so that's how she felt, huh? He silently vowed that if there were ever a next time in his lifetime, he would make her know his capability. This grudge he would remember. Yi Yun quickly put on his clothes, then went to the edge of the cavern, rummaging through a pile of dust for the damaged ancient artifacts. These artifacts were presumably left by cultivators who had encountered the blood dragon in the past. Almost all of them had been destroyed by the blood dragon. In the hands of ordinary people these were nothing but worthless junk, but in Yi Yun's hands with a bit of reforging they would become treasures. As a result, as he rummaged, he marveled inwardly. Mortal grade supreme attack artifact, not bad, not bad. Oh, there's even a mortal grade supreme auxiliary artifact. Whoa, this is a mysterious grade low tier defensive artifact. Haha, I'm rich. Meanwhile, Yu Rushwang, who was dressing herself not far away, watched him excitedly digging through the junk, and couldn't help but feel somewhat annoyed. This guy, he doesn't even peek. Is my allure really inferior to this junk? In no time she changed into a new white dress, tidied her hair, and looked like an immortal maiden untouched by worldly dust. After finishing, Yu Rushwang noticed that he was still rummaging through the junk, and couldn't help walking over to ask. These artifacts are completely destroyed, extremely hard to repair. What are you digging through them for? Hearing this, Yi Yun sat on the ground and spread his hands. Naturally, to sell them for some mystic crystals. Otherwise, he'll go bankrupt. After all, unlike you, I have no one to rely on in the Gudao sacred land. I barely managed to gather a bit of a collection of artifacts, and just now to help you they all shattered. After saying that, she continued digging through the soil for the broken artifacts, looking pitiful. Yu Rushwang was silent for a moment. Although she said they were even in the end, she sighed softly. Fine, considering how pitiful you are, I'll give you an artifact. Saying this, she took a jade pendant from her waist and tossed it to Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun examined the white jade in his hand and asked doubtfully, This artifact is called the Moon Spirit Jade. It's a one-time use artifact that can block any fatal attack below the Dao establishment realm. Wow, so powerful. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. This wasn't just a jade pendant, it was essentially an extra life. As for it being a one-time item, Yi Yun thought that after the Moon Spirit Jade was used, he could reforge it with the Creation Divine Furnace. Immediately, he stood up, bowed to Yu Rushwang, and smiled. Thank you. Then he'll gladly accept it. Yu Rushwang snorted lightly and said coldly, This time we are completely even. Alright. This time, Yi Yun grinned genuinely. Then he crouched down again and happily continued digging through the junk. Yu Rushwang watched quietly from behind. The scene of him saving her involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh and murmured softly. This guy is kind enough, but it's just his age and cultivation. Reaching only the chi condensation peak at such an old age, he probably wouldn't achieve much in the future, at most reaching Xiantian and living for 200 or 300 years. Faced with such an absolute disparity in lifespan, there would likely be no future between her and him. Thinking of this, Yu Rushwang felt inexplicably troubled, so she diverted her attention and went to collect the bodies of her disciples. Looking at the corpses scattered around, she closed her eyes and sighed softly. I'm truly sorry it was I who caused your deaths. Alas. Yi Yun glanced from afar and sighed inwardly. This world is too cruel. In this survival-of-thefitist world, even surviving is a difficult task for the weak. Before long, Yi Yun had gathered all the damaged artifacts, planning to study them slowly after returning and reforge those suitable for himself. As for Yu Rushwang, she had also collected her disciples' bodies and their artifacts. Now there was nothing left to linger over. The two of them retraced their steps together and headed out of the cave. During this process, Yi Yun turned and asked, Shall we go together from now on? In response to his invitation, Yu Rushwang said coldly, No need. I still have to meet up with my other disciples, and besides, I don't want to be misunderstood. Oh, fine. Since that was the case, Yi Yun didn't want to force it, and it also prevented exposing the fact that he still had an additional map. If nothing unexpected happened next, he just needed to use the map to continuously gather more dragon crystals, and then secure a top 3 ranking. However, as the saying goes, if nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected is bound to occur. When Yi Yun and Yu Rushwang finally emerged from the dark cave, they found several people gathered outside, seemingly hesitating about whether to enter. However, what surprised Yi Yun even more was that the leader among them was actually the black-clothed youth who had exchanged sharp words with him before the start. The latter was also stunned to see him and Yu Rushwang coming out of the cave. At the same time, sensing Yi Yun's aura, his face immediately turned fierce. I knew that aura felt familiar. It is you indeed. Yu Rushwang, watching this, couldn't help smiling and teased Yi Yun. It seems you two are really fated to meet, even here. Fate. More like enemies on a narrow road. Yi Yun sighed lightly, and then asked, "So aren't you going to help me?" He could still fight a single black-clothed youth, but with these lackeys it would be risky if a real fight broke out. Unfortunately, Yu Rushuang was not buying it. "What does it have to do with me? I'd rather see you get beaten up. Damn, is it necessary to be so heartless? Mind your own business." Yu Rushuang crossed her arms, snorted coquettishly, looking like she was just going to watch the show with no intention of intervening. This demeanor was almost like that of a girlfriend throwing a little tantrum. As the two conversed, the young man in black left aside felt as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Thus he looked at the two's harmonious interaction with evident displeasure. "I say, when did you two become so close? Coming out of the cave together, could it be that you have something going on? Oh right, I see you've even changed clothes. Could it be that you were doing something inappropriate inside?" To be fair, his observation skills were quite sharp, but unfortunately they were sharp in all the wrong areas. Originally intending to watch the drama unfold, the smile that had just appeared on Yu Rushuang's face vanished at a visible speed. In its place was a killing intent several times more intense than before, aimed directly at Yi Yun. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Beside him, Yi Yun nearly chuckled, internally mourning for the young man in black for 3 seconds. This person is simply asking for trouble. For this woman, what had just happened in the cave was like a powder keg. Anyone who mentioned it would explode instantly. Though the young man in black did not mean it, he had nonetheless precisely struck her sore spot. As expected, just after Yu Rushuang's words fell, a crescent moon blade manifested around her and flew towards the young man in black. "What can you do against me?" Facing her sudden attack, the young man in black snorted coldly, immediately drawing the long knife at his waist to confront her heathen. With a thunderous bang, everyone saw a black shadow fly backward. It was the young man in black who had been sent flying by her. At this moment, the young man in black wore an extremely unpleasant expression. During their clash, he felt as if he had collided with a small mountain, completely exceeding his limits for gathering chi. He crashed through several trees before finally stabilizing himself, looking at Yu Rushuang in fear. Yu Rushuang, however, paid him no mind, continuously manipulating the crescent blades to launch attacks, swiftly overwhelming the young man in black. In terms of strength and combat skills, Yu Rushuang completely crushed the young man in black. If it weren't for her repeatedly summoning magical treasures for defense, he would have likely been minced to pieces. His companions dared not intervene. Even Yi Yun felt increasingly grateful that he hadn't engaged her earlier, or he would have been the one getting beaten up. While he was passionately watching the drama, a cold voice suddenly reached his ears. "You, how long do you plan to I understand now." Yi Yun sighed lightly, realizing he couldn't avoid stepping in. He then summoned the Qingxiao sword, his expression gradually becoming serious. Wind Spirit Sword Technique, Piercing Clouds. As the aura around the Qingxiao sword grew increasingly sharp, the young man in black, who was struggling in the distance, changed color. Damn it, peak chi gathering. He hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable old man was also at the peak of chi gathering like him. Immediately he shouted angrily at his several underlings, "You lot, why aren't you stopping him?" However, as they saw the Qingxiao sword and the fierce aura radiating from it, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. Their expressions seemed to say, us. They all realized that the flying sword Yi Yun wielded was a profound grade treasure, and the sword technique he was using appeared to be a profound grade technique, far beyond their ability to withstand. One thing that could be said about the disciples of the Nine Hells Sacred Land was that they knew when to run without. As soon as his words fell, several disciples of the Nine Hells Sacred Land scattered in a panic, fleeing. This almost made the young man in black spit blood in frustration. "Bastards, come back. Stop shouting, they're long gone." Yi Yun sneered, then sent out a seal with his hand. "All right, you can go back home now." At the same time, the crescent blade of Yu Rushuang struck the young man in black, sending him flying. Immediately after, the Qingxiao sword transformed into a streak of azure light piercing through his chest. You guys." Blood gushed from the young man in black's mouth and chest, and then his body fell. Even in death, his eyes were wide open, unable to close them. Meanwhile, the fleeing disciples of the Nine Hells Sacred Land, upon seeing their leader slain by Yi Yun, ran even faster. "This guy really delivered himself to my doorstep." Yi Yun put away the Qingxiao sword, glanced at the corpse of the young man in black, and shook his head. "Next time, remember not to talk so much. Look what it got you into." After saying this, he looked at Yu Rushuang and pointed to the young man's waist, smiling broadly. "Speaking of which, you probably don't need what's on him, right?" Perhaps angered by the young man in black, Yu Rushuang replied coldly and indifferently, "You can take the things, but I'll just leave first." After saying this, she intended to turn and leave. Seeing this, Yi Yun hurriedly asked, "Wait, may I ask your name?" Yu Rushuang fell silent for a moment, then transformed into a streak of light and sped away, seemingly unwilling to speak. However, after she had gone far, a clear and cold voice reached from a distance. "Yu Rushuang. Yu Rushuang. I've noted that down." Looking at her retreating figure, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh lightly. I wonder if there will be another chance to see her again. Although he had previously engaged deeply with a few people, it was mostly for the sake of fortune values. Even the former white moonlight Pei Yu-yen stirred no waves in his heart. Yet this Yu Ruo Shuang, though only a brief encounter, had genuinely made his heart flutter. Fortunately, now that he knew her name, he could investigate her true identity at some point. After sending Yu Ruo Shuang off, Yi Yun turned his attention to the storage bag at the waist of the young man in black. When Yi Yun took it off and glanced inside, his expression changed slightly. How many people did this guy actually kill? Inside his storage bag there were at least over 30 bloodstained storage bags, presumably from the disciples he had hunted down. Earlier, Senior Sister Shui Lan had mentioned that the Nine Hells sacred land was bloodthirsty. He hadn't felt it then, but now it was a stark reality. Besides those storage bags, there were also a large number of dragon crystals, many of which must have been collected from other disciples as trophies. Looking at the items inside, Yi Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems this first place is secured. Just as he marveled, he suddenly saw several azure light pillars rise up in the sky not far away. Seeing this situation, Yi Yun exhibited an expression of surprise. Is this a sign that the teleportation portal is about to begin? What's going on? Is the Three Saints trial ending so soon? According to the previous rules, wasn't it supposed to last several days? Although full of confusion, Yi Yun hurried towards the nearest teleportation portal, as he didn't want to stay here for decades. Meanwhile, outside the Three Saints trial, Hong Xiener and the others had already shown serious expressions, all on high alert, staring at the front gate. It has come to this. Let it open. Hong Xiener frowned deeply, holding a token in her hand, as she gazed at the white-robed elder and the crane-haired boy. To this, the white-robed elder sighed softly. Indeed, we have no choice but to end it early. The crane-haired boy raised an eyebrow. Let's be clear. Though the trial ends early, the rules remain unchanged. Public resources will be allocated based on the total number of dragon crystals obtained. Although the three sacred lands had divided the territories of the eastern continent, there were still many public resources whose ownership was difficult to determine. To avoid major conflicts that might allow others to take advantage, the three sacred lands had agreed to allocate these public resources based on the results of the three sacred trial. In response to his words, Hong Xiener replied calmly, "No problem. Everything remains as before." By now the trial space had undergone an anomaly necessitating the immediate withdrawal of the disciples. After reaching a consensus, the three each took out their tokens, preparing to open the portal. Before long, as the portal opened, disciples began to emerge one after another, returning to their respective groups to await the tallying of the dragon crystals they had acquired. Yet many of the exiting disciples wore puzzled expressions, asking those around them, "Does anyone know what happened? Why did the three sacred trial end after just 2 days?" A disciple who had come out earlier shrugged. "I heard from the seniors that the trial space suddenly became unstable, showing signs of collapse. So they ended it early to conduct a follow-up investigation." "What? The trial space is about to collapse? That's insane." "Yeah, I wonder what happened." Many were shocked. The three sacred trial had been held for so many sessions, yet this was the first time such an incident had occurred. At that moment, the white-robed elder called out loudly, "Disciples from each sacred land, come here to line up and report your dragon crystal count." Clearly, although the trial had ended prematurely, the competition continued as usual. The disciples gradually assembled in their own formations. One after another, about 20 disciples from each of the three sacred lands came out, and the tallying process was completed in due course. The provisional results were as follows. The Ancient Path Sacred Land brought out 1030 dragon crystals. Next was the Moonwheel Sacred Land with 1010 dragon crystals. The highest was the Nether Abyss Sacred Land, temporarily leading with 1100 dragon crystals. This result delighted the crane-haired boy, who turned to Hong Xiener with a teasing smile. "Your Holiness, it seems your Ancient Path Sacred Land is truly in decline. Several of your disciples at the peak of chi condensation have already emerged, yet this is all the dragon crystals you could gather." In response to his mockery, Hong Xiener snorted coldly. "Leading by just a few dozen dragon crystals. Aren't you speaking too soon?" "Is that so?" The crane-haired boy raised his eyebrows, brimming with confidence. "Haven't you noticed that the most formidable member of our team hasn't come out yet?" Seeing his smug expression, Hong Xiener said coldly, "Aren't you afraid he's already dead inside?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The crane-haired boy was extremely confident, smiling as he spoke. "With his strength, I find it hard to believe that any of these outer disciples could pose a threat to him." Just as he was proudly boasting, another figure emerged from the teleportation gate. Upon seeing this person, Hong Xiener waved him over. "You come here." When the crane-haired boy saw him, he was somewhat taken aback. "You're still alive." The one who had just come out was none other than Yi Yun. In response to the crane-haired boy's greeting, he rolled his eyes and said, "Of course. I'd still be alive, even if you were dead." "You?" The crane-haired boy's face darkened, but sensing Hong Xiener's gaze, he dared not make a scene on the spot, and could only snort and flick his sleeve. "Just you wait." Yi Yun ignored him and turned to Hong Xianer with a puzzled expression. Your Holiness, why did the trial suddenly end? An unexpected incident occurred. We need to investigate, so it was ended early. I see. Little did Yi Yun know that he was the very culprit behind all this. At this point Hong Xianer looked at him and asked, Alright, let's see how many dragon crystals you've harvested this time. In truth, because the trial ended too early, the average disciple had brought out only about 50 dragon crystals. Even the highest was around 80, and that was after snatching a fair number from others. Thus in her view 70 was already a decent number, and the key was to surpass the Nether Abyss sacred land. 70. I should have that many. Just then Yi Yun scratched his head, took out a storage pouch, and poured out dragon crystals with a clatter. In moments a small mountain of dragon crystals had formed before him. That's all I have in my bag. Count them yourself. Upon seeing the miniature mountain of dragon crystals, disciples from all 3 sacred lands, and even the leaders, widened their eyes in astonishment. Holy crap, how many is that? Even Hong Xianer was startled and couldn't help asking, where did you get so many dragon crystals? Yi Yun smiled faintly. Some I mined myself, and the rest I confiscated from others. At these words many gasped. Confiscated? Good heavens, how many people had he robbed? After a thorough count the number was confirmed, a total of 302 dragon crystals. Hong Xianer's eyes as she looked at Yi Yun were now filled with approval. Well done, excellent work. Then she turned to the crane-haired boy with a light laugh. 1,030 plus these. A total of 1,332. What was that you said just now? The crane-haired boy's expression darkened, and he could only grit his teeth. This isn't over yet. He had never expected that Yi Yun, who appeared so advanced in years, could be so capable. Now he could only pin his hopes on his own prodigy. Just then more disciples came out of the gate, several from the Nether Abyss sacred land. As soon as he saw them, the crane-haired boy couldn't help asking, Where's your leader? Didn't he come out with you? These disciples were precisely the ones who had been with the young man. Having narrowly escaped with their lives, the few swallowed hard when faced with the crane-haired boy's question. The leader, he. Seeing their hesitation, the crane-haired boy sensed something was wrong, and his tone turned harsh. What happened to him? Speak. The group exchanged glances, then spotted Yi Yun not far away. Their faces changed instantly, and they pointed at him, shouting, It was him. He killed our leader. Although there might have been another person, they instinctively pointed out Yi Yun at the moment. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Once again the crowd was stunned, especially those from the ancient path sacred land. They looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Wait, that old man from the waste pill chamber, is this fearsome? What a... The old man with white hair stared wide-eyed, suddenly turning to look at Yi Yun, gritting his teeth. Is it really so? Seeing his angry expression, Yi Yun smiled and nodded. That's right, I was the one who killed him. To be honest, most of these dragon crystals were contributed by him, so I truly have to thank him for that. You. The old man with white hair was so furious he nearly fainted, a dark aura rising from him, as if he was prepared to attack. Seeing this situation, Hong Xianer stepped in front of Yi Yun and coldly said to the old man with white hair, What do you intend to attack here? As she spoke, a scorching aura erupted from her, significantly stronger than that of the old man. The old man with white hair glared at her, shaking his sleeve in frustration. In the end, he shot a ferocious, Kid, you wait for me. For this trial, he had put in considerable effort for the young man in black, hoping for the latter to perform well and bring honor to the sect. But in the end, not only did he fail to bring honor, he instead made a fool of himself. Yi Yun gave him a disdainful glance, not afraid of his threats, as he was simply staying in the alchemy room. Could the other party really kill him in the ancient Tao sacred land? At that moment, someone emerged from the teleportation portal. It was Yu Rushuang from the Moon Wool sacred land. As soon as she appeared, the old man in white immediately approached her and asked in a low voice, How was it? Was everything smooth? There were a few minor setbacks, but overall it was smooth. You weren't injured, were you? It's nothing, just a small injury. But your clothes. They got dirty, so I changed them. Hearing this, the old man in white let out a sigh. That's good. It should be known that to infiltrate the Three Saints trial, she had sealed her cultivation and treasures, employing all high-level means, fearing that an accident might cause the collapse of the trial space. And this also meant that her safety was hard to guarantee, as she could truly encounter unforeseen events inside. Fortunately, she returned safely without any mishaps. After all this time, the Moon Will sacred land had no intention of obtaining dragon crystals, only seeking an ancient dragon's blood. At this moment, Yu Rushuang also noticed Yi Yun nearby and exchanged a glance with him. Subsequently, she took out the dragon crystals, but the quantity was truly pitiful. Not long after, several more disciples emerged, and the teleportation portal was about to close. Yi Yun surveyed the surrounding disciples and was taken aback. It's only been 2 days, and only 30 of the disciples have come out. There were hundreds of disciples from the 3 great sacred lands when they entered, yet only about 100 came out. The casualty rate was shockingly high. But for the 3 great sacred lands, this loss was nothing significant, merely a string of numbers. Ultimately, after counting all the dragon crystals brought out by the disciples, the ancient Tao, sacred land, unexpectedly took first place. Then came the Jiuyo sacred land in second place, and the moon, sacred land at the bottom. In terms of individual performance, Yi Yun had undoubtedly secured first place in the ancient Tao sacred land, even surpassing the second place by several times. The old man in white nodded, glancing at the closed stone door with a sigh. The maintenance and investigation of this trial space should be left to those seniors. After all, maintaining and inspecting this space requires at least a Tao establishment realm expert. All they can do is report the situation. Before long, the leaders of the three great sacred lands took their respective teams away. On the way back, the outer disciples of the ancient Tao sacred land looked at Yi Yun with a different gaze filled with awe and curiosity. During this time, Hong Xianer curiously asked, "Yi Yun, how come I never noticed before that you are actually so powerful?" Yi Yun had already thought of a reason and replied with a smile. "It's just that I was always in the alchemy room before with very few people around, so I kept a low profile." "Not bad, not bad. With such strength you can still endure solitude. I believe you will achieve great things in the future." Hong Xianer nodded approvingly at Yi Yun. "Once we return, there will be rewards for you." "Thank you, holy maiden." Yi Yun's eyes lit up, and then he thought of something and hesitated before asking. "Still referring to you as the holy maiden, may I inquire about someone?" "Oh, go ahead. Her name is Yu Shuang. She seems to be from the moon, sacred land. Have you heard of her? Given her status as the holy maiden, she should have some understanding of people from other sacred lands." Indeed, as soon as he finished asking, Hong Xianer nodded. "Of course. Do you know about her strength? What status does she hold in the moon, sacred land?" "You actually don't know about this." Hong Xianer looked at him strangely and replied slowly. "Yu Shuang is the elder of the moon, sacred land, and the daughter of the moon, sovereign. She reached the transcendence realm at a young age. Now she is at the peak of transcendence and is hailed as someone who could break through to the Tao establishment realm at any time in the moon, sacred land." After hearing Hong Xianer's explanation, Yi Yun couldn't help but swallow. She's actually so powerful. Although he had suspected her special identity, he didn't expect her to be this strong and of such a terrifying status. Hong Xianer noticed something strange and frowned as she asked, "I say, why are you suddenly asking about her? Have you offended her?" Yi Yun shook his head repeatedly and explained, "Of course not, I just heard people mention her, so I was a bit curious." "That's good." Hong Xianer nodded relief. "That woman is notoriously vengeful. It's best not to have any entanglements with her." Understood. Though Yi Yun agreed verbally, it was too late to realize now. Not long after, Yi Yun and his group returned to the ancient Tao sacred land through the earlier teleportation method, arriving at the same place they had set off from. However, since they returned early, there were no flowers or applause, nor anyone to welcome them. At this time, Hong Xianer spoke loudly to everyone. "Everyone, please take a good rest today. The celebration banquet will be held tomorrow evening. I hope everyone can arrive on time." After speaking, she glanced at Yi Yun and the other two disciples. "As for you three, as the top three of this trial, someone will come to notify you to collect your rewards tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, the three of them brightened up. "Disciples will remember." Hong Xianer nodded slightly and waved her hand, saying, "In that case, let's disperse for now." "Yes." After the disciples left, Hong Xianer's expression became serious. Next, they needed to quickly send someone to investigate the trial space. Thinking of this matter, Hong Xianer furrowed her brows. "I hope there isn't a problem with the inverse scale inside." Meanwhile, Yi Yun, who had left, did not return to the alchemy room, but headed straight for the Jade Girl Peak, intending to report to Imo Ruan. And by the way, to discuss matters concerning the rewards. On the Yunf Peak of the Gudao sacred land. This time, Yi Yun did not lose his way and smoothly arrived at Imo Ruan's dwelling, a rather elegant wooden pavilion. Upon arriving, Yi Yun called out loudly, "Senior sister, are you there?" After a moment, the wooden building's door opened. A graceful figure stepped out. It was indeed senior sister Mo of the inner sect. Seeing Yi Yun, she did not seem particularly surprised. She merely nodded and said, "I've been waiting for you. Come in." Seeing this, Yi Yun felt a twinge of doubt. Why did it feel as though senior sister had known he would emerge early? Shortly after, the two sat by the window on the second floor of the wooden pavilion. Mo Rian brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Yi Yun. "Junior brother Yi, how was the Three Saints trial? Did it go smoothly?" Yi Yun downed the tea in one gulp and replied with a smile, "Not bad. I took first place." "Oh." This caught Mo Rian by surprise. She seemed not to have expected him to be so capable. Yi Yun chuckled lightly in response. "Still, it was mostly due to luck." Mo Rian shook her head, refilled his tea, and said with a smile, "For a cultivator, luck itself is a form of strength." True enough. At this, Yi Yun did not insist on modesty. Then he reached out, placed a scale on the table, and slid it over. "Senior sister, here is the dragon scale you asked for. I brought it back." Seeing the cyan scale on the table, Rian's expression flickered with distraction. Even her hand holding the teapot froze in midair. After a moment, she picked up the cyan dragon scale, as if beholding something deeply nostalgic. Clutching the scale tightly in her palm, she looked up at Yi Yun and took a deep breath before speaking. "Thank you." Yi Yun took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "It's nothing. It was only as agreed. Even so, I am truly grateful." Rian raised her teacup in a toast to Yi Yun. It was clear that the cyan dragon scale was extremely important to her, as precious as life itself. She held it and admired it for a long while before putting it away. Yi Yun couldn't help but think of Qin Tianao. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Senior sister, there's something I'm not sure if I should ask. If you know you shouldn't ask, why do you still ask?" Yi Yun felt a bit awkward. Why wasn't she following the usual script? Seeing this, Rian smiled faintly, took a sip of tea, and said, "All right, go ahead and ask." Since she gave permission, Yi Yun didn't hold back. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "You mentioned last time that your engagement to Qin Tianao was against your will. Could you tell me more about what happened?" Although he often joked about liking married women, at this moment, he was quite cautious. At the mention of this issue, Rian fell silent for a moment, and her grip on the teacup seemed to tighten a little. At this point, telling you won't hurt. Rian gazed at the tea in her hand and began to speak slowly. "Soon after I joined the sect, Qin Tianao set his sights on me and began pursuing me. Later, my family, especially my parents, took the lead in agreeing to an engagement with him to curry favor with him. The whole clan pressured me to marry him in exchange for goodwill with the Qin family." Hearing this, the matter seemed straightforward. Yi Yun pondered and asked, "So because of this you gave up all hope?" "Not just that." Rian shook her head slightly, looked up at Yi Yun, and asked, "Do you know why Qin Tianao cares so much about me?" Because you're beautiful. For him, there are plenty of junior sisters who willingly fawn over him, and many are more beautiful than me." "Then, why is that?" Faced with Yi Yun's confusion, Rian traced her finger along the teacup and said coldly, "Because of my constitution." "Have you heard of the Spirit Yin constitution?" Yi Yun was taken aback and immediately asked, "Is that the powerful dual cultivation constitution?" "The Spirit Yin constitution only manifests in women. The first person to claim her primordial Yin will receive a powerful marrow-cleansing effect. Moreover, women with this constitution are especially suitable as cauldrons for male cultivation and nourishment. Used well, it is nothing less than a cultivation cheat tool. But precisely because of this, most female cultivators with this constitution do not meet a good end." Yi Yun frowned and asked, "Does your family know his purpose in marrying you?" "Of course. In fact, if Qin Tianao hadn't set his sights on me, they originally intended to offer me to a transcendent realm elder of the sacred land." "No wonder you said before that you're not interested in cultivation." Rian gave a scornful laugh and said flatly, "Anyway, no matter what, I'm just a plaything to them that can aid cultivation." "Then why did you say before that you would? You know, with me, this? Maybe it's rebellious psychology." Rian looked at him and said thoughtfully, "Rather than being forced to become someone's plaything, I'd rather choose a suitable person to give my intact body to voluntarily." Even Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh after hearing this account. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to comfort you." He had originally thought her merely one with an eccentric temper, but he never expected her to be so pitiful. For a moment, he felt somewhat hesitant to make a move. But at that moment, Rian set down her teacup, rose, and approached Yi Yun. As she walked over, she untied her sash, letting her long dress slip down from her shoulders, leaving only a small undergarment. Watching this scene, Yi Yun, who had just taken a sip of tea, now had tea spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Senior sister, you." However, Rian immediately pressed close and nestled against him. The senior sister, so close, looked at him with a rosy complexion, her beautiful eyes slightly hazy. "I told you, didn't I? If you brought back the item, I would serve you once." "But..." Before Yi Yun could speak out, Rian reached out her finger and pressed it to his lips. "I know what I'm doing, and I don't need your pity. Or is it that junior brother is afraid of Qin Tianao and dares not lay a hand on his fiancée?" Even though he knew it was a provocation, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. "Senior sister, you said it yourself." Since she had said and done things to such an extent, if he still didn't dare to act, he wouldn't be a real man. Yi Yun immediately wrapped his arm around her soft waist, intending to teach her a lesson right there. But just as he was about to act, Rian interrupted. "Wait. What are you having second thoughts?" "No, I want to be on the bed." "Is that all?" "No problem." With that, he bent down, reached out, and scooped Rian up in his arms. But after just 2 steps, Yi Yun couldn't help puffing for breath, and he began to sweat. Perplexed, Yi Yun looked at Rian and asked, "Senior sister, are you feeling very hot?" In his arms, Rian was also sweating. She nodded slightly, then looked toward the tea table by the window and exhaled a warm breath. "In the tea we just drank, I added some medicine." Upon learning the reason, Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly, his mood becoming somewhat complex. This senior sister, was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, directly administering drugs to him, which was even more ruthless than a hardened person. As the effects of the drug appeared, Immortal wore a seductive expression, her hands gently caressing his cheek. Junior brother, feel free to possess me. Even Yiyun, who had faced countless storms, was stirred by her enthralling appearance, feeling a surge of excitement. All right then, I won't hold back. With a slight smile, Yiyun laid Immortal down on the bed and eagerly pressed down upon her. Perhaps due to the powerful effects of the drug, Yiyun spent over an hour with his senior sister. In his mind, the divine furnace of creation emitted a notification. Congratulations. You have gained 70 points of creation value. Immortal's favorability also increased from indifference to a slight fondness, clearly quite satisfied with Yiyun. For Yiyun, this was undoubtedly an incredibly wonderful experience. During the process, he clearly felt his body undergoing a transformation akin to the cleansing effect of a spirit-refining pill. In terms of efficacy, this was far superior to a spirit-refining pill, akin to a metamorphosis, leaving him with an indescribable sense of clarity and refreshment. The efficiency of absorbing mysterious energy was several times stronger than before. Yiyun couldn't help but marvel. No wonder she was a spiritine body. The auxiliary effect was indeed enough to make many people envious. He then turned to look at Immortal, who was blushing and softly panting. It seemed she had not yet recovered from the previous frenzy. Gently stroking her hair, Yiyun smiled and said, "Thank you, senior sister, for granting me this spiritine body." Immortal shook her head slightly dismissively. "No need to thank me. This is simply the reward you deserve." Looking at her current demeanor, her beautiful eyes held more warmth compared to her previous indifference. Yiyun was momentarily stunned, then smiled and asked, "By the way, senior sister, do you quite enjoy this kind of thing?" Immortal was quite straightforward, nodding gently before pondering. "It feels very wonderful." Perhaps because of her chosen partner, Immortal felt no resistance in her heart, and coupled with the effects of the drug, she hardly sensed any pain. In fact, it was somewhat intoxicating. Seeing this, Yiyun raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that so? Then, does senior sister want to do it again?" "All right." Immortal nodded, then surprisingly got up and reversed the situation, pinning Yiyun down. She then tucked her hair behind her ear, tilting her head to look at the astonished Yiyun with a smile. "However, this time I want to be on top." After another hour passed, Yiyun witnessed both the gentle and fiery sides of Immortal. Afterward, Yiyun found it difficult to move, and by the time he looked again, night had already fallen. After getting dressed, he planned to head down the mountain to return. "Senior sister, thank you for your hospitality today." At this moment, Immortal, draped in a light veil, saw him to the door. Looking at the sky outside, it was already gloomy, filled with gathering dark clouds. At the door of the wooden house, a cold wind occasionally blew, carrying a faint scent of dust. She glanced at the sky, then turned to Yiyun and nodded, instructing him. "It seems like it's going to rain heavily. You should head back quickly to avoid getting soaked." "All right then, goodbye, senior sister." Yiyun waved at her and hastily ran down the mountain. Just as he sprinted not far, a light rain began to fall from the sky, with lightning flashing through the clouds, and the rain intensifying. At the window on the second floor, Immortal watched Yiyun, observing him gradually disappear within the rain. Immortal fell silent for a moment, then extended her hand, revealing the dragon scale Yiyun had given her. She stared at it for a long time, then seemingly resolved, took out a short knife and cut her wrist, allowing her blood to drip onto the dragon scale. As the blood made contact with the dragon scale, it quickly merged and began to emit a crimson glow, causing the hard scales to melt rapidly. Moments later, a flash of lightning illuminated the sea of clouds outside, followed by a booming sound. Before Immortal, the blood-colored dragon scale transformed into a girl with blue hair. The blue-haired girl was completely unclothed, her long hair cascading down to her waist, exuding a sense of sanctity that instilled a feeling of reverence. 3,000 years. Ha, I have finally emerged. The blue-haired girl stretched lazily, then grinned, revealing a pair of delicate little fangs, appearing to be quite an adorable girl. However, only Immortal knew how terrifying this being was. Outside, the rain intensified, with continuous flashes of lightning and thunder cascading down, causing the wooden window to rattle as if it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the blue-haired girl turned to look at Immortal, smiling with narrowed eyes, and asking, "Sister Immo, have you truly made up your mind?" Immortal nodded and replied calmly, "I no longer care about anything here." "All right, understood." The blue-haired girl stepped forward, grasped her hand, and looked up at her with a grin. "Then let's destroy the 3 sacred lands together. Oh no. Let's annihilate the entire human race." The lightning outside illuminated half of Immortal's face, revealing her indifferent expression. She gently nodded at the blue-haired girl's words. Meanwhile, at another courtyard in the ancient path, sacred land, Shen Tianao saw Chenyu rushing over in the pouring rain, bringing him a huge piece of bad news. Master, something bad has happened." "Don't rush, stay calm and everything." Chen Tianao frowned slightly, appearing composed. "What happened?" Seeing this, Chenyu swallowed hard and explained, I just received news that the trial of the 3 saints has ended early and all 3 of the guys you sent have died inside. What a... The originally relaxed Chun Tianao suddenly sat up. What about Yi Yun? Is he dead? Chun Yu shook his head and took a deep breath. Not only is he alive, but he also secured first place in this trial. How is that possible? Chun Tianao stood up directly shouting in excitement. How could that old guy who was barely hanging on possibly achieve first place? Seeing this, Chun Yu felt puzzled. Wasn't he just told to stay calm? Just as he was about to explain, someone rushed in a hurry. It was an inner sect disciple from the Jade Maiden Peak. Seeing this person, Chun Tianao froze and asked, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" The person before him was his cousin, Chen Ling, who rarely visited him. At this moment, Chen Ling's small face looked gloomy as she spoke. "There's something I think you need to know, cousin." What is it?" "Earlier when I returned to the peak to rest, I accidentally saw Sister Imo dressed rather revealingly, sending Yi Yun out the door." He could accept the previous information, but this made him completely furious, feeling as if a vast green pasture had appeared above his head. Then the entire courtyard could hear his furious roar. "Yi Yun, I'm going to kill you." Within the discarded pill room, Yi Yun sprinted back through the sudden downpour. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but sneeze. He shook off the rainwater from his hair and clothes, muttering with slight annoyance. "Damn it, at the peak of chi condensation can I still catch a cold?" Yi Yun quickly changed his clothes, dried his body, and put on a fresh set. After finishing, he looked around with a sense of relief. After a few days, he was finally back in this place he loved. Now thinking back, this trip had yielded quite a bountiful harvest. 580 points of fortune value. I'm rich, truly rich this time. Yi Yun stared at the remaining fortune value, brimming with excitement, feeling like a nouveau riche, unsure how to spend it all. With this, I might as well use the pills to break through. His cultivation was currently at the peak of chi condensation, just one step away from the Xiantian realm. Previously, he lacked the pills and time to make the breakthrough, but now he had both. With that thought, Yi Yun immediately grabbed a batch of discarded ascension pills from the discarded pill room. But then he reconsidered. How could just one batch be enough? People might think he couldn't afford more. Hell, grab a few more batches. Yi Yun scooped up 5 full batches of ascension pills, reshaping them all. In an instant, 25 flawless ascension pills were in his hands. Remaining fortune value, 530 points. After the reshaping was complete, Yi Yun looked at the pile of ascension pills, picked one up, and popped it into his mouth, as if it were a candy bean. The transformation he underwent after absorbing Mo Rian's primal Yin was truly significant, even enhancing the effect of taking pills. Nice, this is exhilarating. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Yi Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly sat cross-legged, entering a cultivation state. Soon after, the medicinal power of the ascension pill was fully absorbed, but he still hadn't broken through. In Yi Yun's view, if 1 pill wasn't enough, he'd take 2. If 2 weren't enough, 3. If 3 weren't enough, he'd eat them by the pound. He could always force through the bottleneck. In truth, it didn't take that many. After the 6th ascension pill, he felt the bottleneck reaching its critical point. Then with the 7th pill, the bottleneck at the peak of chi condensation finally shattered. With a low rumble, a surge of dense and pure spiritual energy erupted from Yi Yun, causing the furniture around him to tremble slightly. Haha, the merchant have made it. Yi Yun opened his eyes abruptly, his excitement palpable. The so-called Xiantian realm symbolized a return to one's primal state and marked the true beginning of the cultivation path. Even Yi Yun's aged appearance grew much younger, with the breakthrough regressing from about 60 years old to... As for lifespan, the limit of the Xiantian realm reached 300 years. If he could break through to the Huadin realm, he could live 500 years. This alone could witness the rise and fall of an entire mortal dynasty. After his excitement subsided, Yi Yun began contemplating his future cultivation plan. Having reached the Xiantian realm, he would need to cultivate a cultivation technique to continue progressing. The quality of the technique would directly affect his cultivation speed and the upper limit he could ultimately achieve. Fortunately, winning first place in the 3-stage trial allowed him to select a technique of at least Earth-grade lower tier from the Sacred Grounds library, sufficient to see him through to the Chaofan realm. So Yi Yun wasn't worried about that. He then dumped all the treasures he had gathered during the trial onto the table. Let me see what good stuff we have here. Treasures were valued for their quality, not quantity. Though there were many before him, he could only choose a few suitable ones to reshape. After filtering out those with overlapping functions and reshaping the chosen ones, Yi Yun ended up with 3 excellent treasures. First, the Xiangrade lower-tier moon shield forged from secret moon silver steel. It exhibited extraordinary defensive power, especially under moonlight. Now I have a worthy upgrade for the Yuanwu shield. Yi Yun was quite satisfied. The mortal-grade lower-tier one had been too poor. Next was the Xiangrade lower-tier soul-stealing banner, a treasure refined from many souls capable of summoning specters in battle. Crucially, it could devour the souls of those it killed, enslaving them for its own use. A heretical artifact. This ID better use it sparingly. Yi Yun worried that overusing it might brand him as a heretic practitioner. That would be disastrous. The final treasure he selected and reshaped was an orb. Xiangrade lower-tier poison-repelling orb forged from various poison-resistant materials. It could insulate against toxins to a certain degree, making it a bane of poison cultivators. This thing might just save my life at a critical moment. In Yi Yun's eyes, the poison-repelling orb was a precautionary treasure. It was best if never needed, but if the need arose, it could be a lifesaver. Besides these, there were many mortal-grade supreme treasures, but they were of little use to him, so he didn't bother reshaping them. However, he did reshape the azure steel armor that had saved his life, restoring it to its original state before wearing it. Finally, all this cost 160 points of fortune value, leaving him with 470 points. They'll save the rest for reshaping pills later. Yi Yun's principle was to spend when necessary, but also to save where possible. He now carried 4 Xiangrade treasures, 3 mortal-grade supreme treasures, and the Moon Spirit Jade of unknown grade. He was now a perfect blend of offense and defense with combat power skyrocketing. Even among the inner disciples of the sacred ground, this could be considered top tier. Few could match him in terms of treasures. Yi Yun was ecstatic. All that remained was to wait for tomorrow's award ceremony. Then he could enjoy 3 days of blissful cohabitation with the Saintess. If there was one thing that nagged at him, it was the premature end of the 3-sage trial, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Speaking of which, the sacred ground should have sent people to investigate by now. Outside the entrance of the 3-sage trial, a group of cultivators varying in attire and aura gathered before the gate of the 3-sage trial. Among them were powerful experts from the sacred ground and formation masters, an eclectic mix of specialists. After a thorough inspection, everyone's expressions turned grim. An ancient path cultivator frowned and said, "There's no doubt. It's the worst-case scenario. The reverse scale sealed inside has disappeared." A moonwool cultivator, his face dark, said, "Could it be that a disciple took it as a treasure?" Impossible, absolutely impossible. A formation master who had been responsible for the internal arrays declared with unwavering certainty, the illusion arrays around the ceiling platform would confuse even Chaofin cultivators, let alone those Qi condensation juniors who entered. Just then Hong Xiener, who had come along, said calmly, "Instead of debating the cause, why not think about what to do next? We all know very well what we did to it. Once it recovers, I'm afraid all 3 sacred grounds will face it." At these words, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment, a 9-nether cultivator said coldly, "In my opinion, assume that thing has already escaped. In its weakened state, recovering power would require devouring a massive amount of life. We just need to stay put, keep an eye on any disturbances, and we're sure to find its trail." This proposal received unanimous agreement from all 3 sides. After all having been sealed for 3,000 years, its remaining power was less than 1% of its prime. It would be nearly impossible for it to restore itself to the unified Emperor realm through cultivation alone. Thus it would inevitably resort to widespread slaughter and devouring to shorten its recovery time. Finally, everyone nodded in agreement. All right, that's settled then. The next morning, Yi Yun lay in bed deeply asleep, savoring the wonderful experiences of his dreams, mumbling softly in his sleep. So big, so soft. But suddenly the sound of a girl's shout rang in his ears. "Hey, old man, wake up already." As Yi Yun was shaken awake, his dazed eyes met the gaze of a rather adorable girl in a red dress staring at him by the bedside. "You finally woke up, huh?" A moment of confusion passed for Yi Yun before he suddenly sat up and asked, "I am Yu Hongling, the chief disciple of the Holy Maiden." "You are a disciple of the Holy Maiden?" "That's right." Yu Hongling tilted her head slightly, speaking with pride. Yi Yun was momentarily stunned. He had heard of the Holy Maiden taking a disciple not long ago, and it turned out to be this little girl. At the same time, Yi Yun heard a voice from the chaos divine furnace beside him. Detected the presence of creation points on Yu Hongling. Please find a way to obtain them. Yi Yun felt helpless. Dealing with Yu Hongling would probably be quite a challenge. He decided not to overthink it, and immediately bowed to her. "So it's senior sister Yu, my apologies." "That's more like it," Yu Hongling huffed, and then continued. "Your name is Yi Yun, right? Hurry up and get up. Master wants me to call you to receive your reward." "All right, I'll get up right now." Yi Yun quickly got dressed while the bored Yu Hongling curiously looked around. However, there was nothing much to see in the waste pill room. Eventually her attention was drawn to a large book on Yi Yun's bedside. "You, it seems you are quite studious reading before bed." As she approached to pick it up, seemingly wanting to see what he usually reads, Yi Yun, like someone who had just stepped on a tail, quickly snatched it up first. "Wait, senior sister, it's better if you don't look at this book." The reason for his strong reaction was simple. This book was a learning material he had bought from a certain senior brother for a happy life. Not only did it contain content related to both genders, but it was also a full-color illustrated deluxe edition, which he had spent a large sum on. In his spare time, he would flip through it to improve his skills, ensuring that both he and she could benefit. However, his actions made Yu Hongling question him strangely. "You mean I'm not suitable to read it?" What's inside? Just some. Not very mainstream stuff. I'm stingy. Yu Hongling turned her face away, seemingly giving up on the idea of looking, which relieved Yi. Before he could put it away in his spatial ring, he saw a red figure dart past him, and his hands were already empty. Behind him, Yu Hongling was holding his learning material with a grin. I want to see what kind of unorthodox things you have. Senior sister, wait. Yi Yun's face turned dark, but it was too late to call out. In front of him, Yu Hongling had already flipped through the learning material and stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Her lovely face was visibly turning red. You. Moments later, Yu Hongling threw the large book at Yi Yun with great speed, almost smashing through the wall behind him. Then with her ears flushed red, Yu Hongling pointed at Yi Yun and shouted in indignation, "Pervert! Rogue! So disgusting! You actually read these things every day." In response to Yu Hongling's outburst, Yi Yun raised his hands in a helpless gesture. "Senior sister, I'm already of age, not a child. Isn't it normal to learn a bit? But the things in there are too." The Yu Hongling before him seemed surprisingly innocent, as if she had never encountered such things. From her expression, it was clear she had stumbled upon some rather explicit content in the book. Yi Yun cleared his throat and raised both hands. "Senior sister, calm down. The contents are merely common behaviors between men and women or couples. There's really nothing to be surprised about." This explanation left Yu Hongling momentarily stunned, looking at him suspiciously as she asked, "Are you saying other senior sisters and junior sisters in the sect also do this?" As she spoke, her little face turned as red as an apple, feeling too embarrassed to continue. Yi Yun felt a sweat, realizing she had stumbled upon some special content. But now that it had come to this, he could only nod and say, "That's right. Some of the more open senior sisters do act like that." "Are you saying that Master will also do this with her partner in the future?" "Ahem, that would depend on her preferences." Yu Hongling seemed to have calmed down, gradually falling into contemplation. "So that's how it is. Could it be that I've just had little exposure?" It was evident that she was quite reflective. Perhaps most geniuses were like this. Yi Yun kept nodding in agreement, saying, Yes, senior sister is not young anymore. She will eventually find a partner, and if there's a chance, she can learn a bit. In that case, once senior sister has a partner, she'll definitely fall deeply in love with you." Well, okay then." Gradually, Yu Hongling nodded, agreeing with Yi Yun's words, but still felt something was off. Not long after, she looked at Yi Yun suspiciously. "You're not trying to trick me, are you?" How could that be?" Yi Yun cleared his throat, fortunately having gotten dressed, and hurriedly used the topic shift tactic. "By the way, senior sister, we should hurry and set off. We don't want to keep your master waiting." "All right, then let's hurry." Yu Hongling finally remembered the important matter and nodded repeatedly. But just before leaving, she thought for a moment, turned around, and ran back to grab the book she had just thrown. Yi Yun was taken aback and asked, "Senior sister, what is this?" Hearing this, Yu Hongling's face turned slightly red as she explained, "I'm borrowing it to take a look and learn a bit." "This? Isn't it inappropriate?" "I don't care, you must lend it to me." Yu Hongling held the large book tightly, clearly determined to borrow it. All right then." Seeing her excited expression, Yi Yun knew he had no choice but to lend it to her. After all, he genuinely couldn't overpower her. This little girl seemed innocent and adorable, but she was a true disciple with the cultivation of the transformation realm. In terms of strength, she could probably swat him away with a single slap. It wasn't that he didn't want to lend it, but he was worried about the influence of lending it out. "I can't shake the feeling that I might lead her astray." Yi Yun sighed inwardly, just hoping that the holy maiden or her family wouldn't find out about this and come after him with knives. Not long after, under the guidance of Yu Hongling, Yi Yun met the long-awaited Hong Xiener along with two other outer. To be honest, according to the customary practices of previous years, that Yi Yun inquired about, the award ceremony for the Three Saints trial would typically be presided over by an elder at the alchemy or nascent realm level. Having the holy maiden herself present the awards was unprecedented and an immense honor. Master, I've brought them here." From a distance, Yu Hongling waved to Hong Xiener. As she approached, Hong Xiener smiled and nodded slightly. After saying that, she turned to Yi Yun and soon displayed a look of surprise. "You've broken through?" Yi Yun performed a respectful bow and replied with a smile, "Yes, I was fortunate to break through last night." Not bad. It seems you indeed have some talent for cultivation." Hong Xiener generously praised him, evidently taken aback by his breakthrough. The other two outer disciples looked on with envy. Achieving the innate realm meant that Yi Yun had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. "Master, does this mean my task is complete?" At this moment, Yu Hongling asked her master. The latter nodded and smiled, inquiring further, "Indeed, will you be accompanying me next?" "I won't be going. I need to study first." Yu Hongling's little face flushed slightly, seeming a bit embarrassed. Hong Xiener didn't think much of it and nodded. "All right, you may go." It wasn't until the other party dashed away that she felt a bit puzzled. This little girl doesn't seem to have any study tasks today, does she? Beside her, Yi Yun felt a bit embarrassed, but could only stand silently, not daring to speak. Fortunately, Hong Xiener quickly shifted her attention back to them. "All right, you all follow me." Following that, Hong Xiener led them to the Affairs Hall for the award presentation. The Affairs Hall was an important department within the ancient Tao sacred land responsible for overseeing publicity and resource allocation among various functions. Historically, the award presentations for the Three Saints trial were also handled by the Affairs Hall, and this time Yi Yun would also gain significant recognition here. After the basic rewards were issued, Yi Yun and the other two jumped from outer disciples to inner disciples of the ancient Tao sacred land. However, the truly significant rewards were still the subsequent selection of earth-ranked techniques, profound skills, and even magical treasures. You three follow me. After leaving the Affairs Hall, Hong Xiener smiled at the three of them. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun and the others became excited. Under Hong Xiener's guidance, they passed through layers of guarded zones until they arrived at the core library of the ancient Tao sacred land. The depth of a faction's foundation is measured by how many high-tier techniques and profound skills it possesses. Upon entering the library and seeing the dazzling array of jade slips, the eyes of the three of them widened in amazement. While the quantity is truly astounding, according to Yi Yun's estimation, there were at least tens of thousands of techniques and profound skills contained within. Moreover, as the core library of the ancient Tao sacred land, the techniques and profound skills recorded here were at least of the profound rank, making it a true treasure trove. Seeing their excited expressions, Hong Xiener smiled lightly. You have half a day to choose whatever you want, but remember to find techniques that suit you. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Yun and the others' eyes lit up, and they immediately began searching within the library. Even limited to low-tier earth-ranked techniques, the sheer number available was overwhelming, causing Yi Yun to experience selection paralysis. It wasn't until more than half a day had passed that Yi Yun finally managed to make his selections. The Chaos Technique and the Myriad Spirit Sword Technique, these will be my choices. Looking at the two jade slips in his hand, Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction. The Chaos Technique was created by a prominent family and had only one effect to enhance the efficacy of the pills consumed. For instance, the first layer could enhance the efficacy by 30%, the second layer by 60%, the third layer by 90%, and it could be cultivated up to the 10th layer. Then there was the more unique Myriad Spirit Sword Technique. This was a sword technique of sword control with an exceptionally exaggerated difference between its upper and lower limits. Once one masters the Myriad Spirit Sword Technique, they can simultaneously control multiple flying swords, and upon reaching a certain number, they can unleash the powerful Myriad Spirit Sword Array. The power of the Myriad Spirit Sword Array is directly related to the number and quality of the flying swords. This means that the practitioner needs to acquire a sufficient quantity of high-quality flying swords. Just the cost of this alone is something that ordinary people cannot afford. However, to Yi Yun, the spiritual crystals were not a concern, it just meant battling a few more times. In the end, Yi Yun handed the two jade slips to Hong Xiener. Holy Maiden, I've chosen these two. Oh, let me take a look. Upon receiving the jade slips, Hong Xiener glanced at them and was taken aback. She then raised her head to ask Yi Yun, do you know how much resources are needed to cultivate these two? I know, but I just want to give it a try. Seeing Yi Yun's determined expression, Hong Xiener, who wanted to persuade him otherwise, could only relent. Alright then, I hope you won't regret it. Not long after, the other two also chose their techniques and completed their cultivation registration alongside Yi Yun. According to the rules of the library, they only possessed the right to use these techniques and profound skills, and it was strictly forbidden to disclose them without the sacred land's permission. Any violations would incur severe penalties. After completing their registration, the other two finished their awards and happily returned to their cultivation. Yi Yun, however, was led by Hong Xiener to the next award presentation. Also passing through layers of guards, the two arrived at the Sacred Land's armory, where the vast majority of the ancient Tao Sacred Land's magical treasures were displayed. Upon entering, they were greeted by rows of wooden racks densely filled with various types of magical treasures from top to bottom. Yi Yun, take a look for yourself and see if there's any magical treasure you want. Hong Xiener glanced at Yi Yun, signaling that he could start selecting. This time, Yi Yun hadn't looked for long when he was attracted to a half-broken sword lying on a shelf in the corner. Although this sword was only half a piece, it couldn't hide its sharpness. Just lying there, it radiated a chilling aura. Yi Yun stepped forward to examine it, and curiously asked Hong Xiener, Holy Maiden, why is there a broken sword here? Hearing this, Hong Xiener walked over, and upon seeing the broken sword in front of him, her expression momentarily blanked. She gently traced the broken sword with her fingers and sighed softly, saying, This sword belonged to a top sword cultivator of our ancient Tao sacred land, a flying sword treasure. Later, during one occasion, in order to protect a station site outside the sacred land, he was besieged by several top experts from the 9 Nether sacred land. Originally, he could have escaped, but he chose to fight to the death, covering the retreat of the lower-tier disciples, and ultimately perished outside. After all the disciples retreated and reinforcements arrived, they found only cold corpses at the station site, and this broken flying sword. To commemorate him, the sacred land displayed his flying sword treasure here. Listening to her story, Yi-Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. What a truly admirable predecessor. In the eyes of high-tier cultivators, lower-tier disciples were no different from ants. Dying to protect ants was indeed commendable. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Hong Xian'er and asked, "Holy Maiden, can I choose this flying sword as my reward?" Upon hearing Yi-Yun's inquiry, Hong Xian'er showed surprise and couldn't help but remind him, "I must warn you, this flying sword is a heaven-grade lower-rank artifact. Even for a high-level cultivator, repairing this flying sword would come at a great cost and may not succeed." She naturally assumed that Yi-Yun was trying to get a bargain, which indeed he was. When he heard it was a heaven-grade lower rank, Yi-Yun's heart skipped a beat. Artifacts of this level were among the finest even across the entire continent. Even in a broken state, they held extraordinary value. Yi-Yun pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "How do you know without trying? What if it works? Besides, even if I fail, I can keep this broken sword as a valuable collection. I won't lose anything." Of course, that's assuming I can choose it. After all, the upper limit of his selection was Earth-grade lower rank, and this was a heaven-grade lower rank. Even the Holy Land might not grant it. After hearing his words, Hong Xian'er stared into his eyes and asked, "Are you serious?" At that moment, Yi-Yun felt as if his soul was pierced through. "Of course I'm very serious." Yi-Yun nodded with a firm expression. Seeing this, Hong Xian'er fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "According to the rules, even a broken heaven-grade artifact is not something you can choose, but..." She glanced at the broken sword beside her and said indifferently, "You're lucky. This sword is the only one I have the authority to decide on. And what a coincidence." In response to Yi-Yun's curiosity, Hong Xian'er merely replied coldly, "That is not something you need to concern yourself." It was clear she didn't want to delve into this topic. Yi-Yun tactfully nodded and said, "All right, I'll choose it then. In that case, follow me." Under Hong Xian'er's guidance, they completed the artifact registration. The person in charge was the guardian of the Divine Armament Pavilion, an old man who appeared frail and delicate. When he saw the artifact they brought out, he was visibly startled, looked at Yi-Yun with surprise, and commented with a single sentence, "What an interesting youngster." Shortly after, they successfully took the artifact out. Unlike cultivation techniques and martial skills that only grant usage rights, this artifact now belonged to Yi-Yun once brought out. Hong Xian'er looked at the broken sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "I hope you will treat it well in the future. Rest assured I will enshrine it." Yi-Yun grinned. This was a heaven-grade artifact. In his eyes, it was a treasure, and even enshrining it wouldn't be excessive. Seeing this, Hong Xian'er was amused by his words. "There's no need to go that far. Oh, just use it properly." After speaking, she paused, and then said, "By the way, your rewards are now all distributed." Yi-Yun was taken aback and coughed lightly. "Wait, according to what you said earlier, isn't there also a 3-day private tutoring session?" This was extremely important to him. Who knows, he might just manage to win her over in these 3 days. At his mention, Hong Xian'er pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, come to the Saintess Hall tomorrow morning to find me." Upon hearing this, Yi-Yun's eyes lit up. Got it. He'll be there on time. Whether he could win over the Saintess and soar to the heavens depended on this move. Hong Xian'er clearly didn't realize that allowing this was like letting a wolf into the house. After receiving the rewards, it was already late. Before Yi-Yun could return to the waste pill chamber, he was dragged to the promised celebration banquet. At the banquet, as the first place in this trial, Yi-Yun truly experienced the warmth of his fellow disciples. Not only the outer disciples, but even some elders and inner disciples came to build connections with him at the party. By the time the banquet ended and Yi-Yun returned to the waste pill chamber, it was already deep in the night. As soon as he entered the room, he heard a woman's voice. "You really made quite a splash this time." After entering, Yi-Yun realized it was Pei Yuyan waiting for him. Interestingly, Pei Yuyan was dressed quite glamorously tonight with makeup on her face, clearly having taken extra care to dress up. As soon as she saw him, she smiled and approached, linking her arm with his. The woman's enthusiasm made Yi-Yun raise an eyebrow, and he couldn't help asking, "Senior Sister Pei looking for me so late, could it be for the pills?" "Of course not. I just heard about your deeds and didn't expect you to be so amazing. I want to know how you managed it." To her question, Yi-Yun gave the same explanation he gave to others. "I've always been awesome. I was just laying low before." "Well?" Pei Yuyan's eyebrows twitched, then she leaned in, looking at Yi-Yun with a pitifully charming expression. "All right, regardless, can we go back to how things were before?" Yi-Yun finally understood what she was here for tonight. It turned out that after discovering his prowess, she wanted to get back together. To this, Yi-Yun sneered, "Senior Sister, do you think that's possible?" "Why not? Don't be so heartless." "Heartless? It seems you were the heartless one first, Senior Sister." Yi-Yun glanced at her coldly. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuyan pursed her lips. "I know I was wrong. From now on I'll do whatever you say. Ooh, I can swear an oath." Saying that now is too little too late. Yi-Yun pushed Pei Yuyan back a little, then looked her over in her stunning appearance today, raised an eyebrow, and said, "However, if it's just a transaction, then that's fine." Feeling his lecherous gaze and hearing his words, Pei Yuyan said indignantly, "You bastard, do you only care about my..." Below. Yi Yun stared at her, pondered for a moment. No, I also care about the back. Pei Yun's mouth twitched, glared at Yi Yun, and said, You bastard, do you only think about that kind of thing? If a man isn't lecherous, is he even a man? In response to her question, Yi Yun didn't explain further. Instead, 3 Shengxian pills appeared in his hand. So since you're here, and all dressed up, do you want these 3 pills? You? Staring at the Shengxian pills in Yi Yun's hand, Pei Yun gnashed her teeth. This guy really thought she could be toyed with for just a few pills. Finally, after a moment of silence, she snatched the Shengxian pills from Yi Yun's hand and let out a soft snort. This is absolutely the last time. Yeah, no problem. Yi Yun spread his hands, thinking, I don't believe you at all. But for now he didn't care about that. His eyes were only on the gorgeous Pei Yun. Yi Yun picked her up in his arms and said with a smile, Senior sister, you can't escape tonight. An hour later. This time Yi Yun could be said to have greatly profited from the investment. After a passionate exchange, Yi Yun let out a long sigh and turned to Pei Yun with a smile, asking, So what do you think? Has my combat power improved? At this moment Pei Yun was curled up on the bed, her eyes red from crying, revealing the deep sorrow she had endured, evoking a feeling of delicate fragility. She looked like a child who had been terribly bullied, huddled under the blankets. Even now she still felt an unusual sensation lingering behind her. Hearing Yi Yun's question, she pursed her lips and said, You this guy are too much. Compared to before, Pei Yun had indeed experienced something profound this time. Yi Yun shrugged and teased, What's wrong? Don't you like it? Pei Yun shot him a glare and retorted, Who would like some? She felt deceived by Yi Yun. Clearly he had said it would be similar before and after, yet the outcome was. Ultimately there was one thing to say. In some places it was better to let things be as they should. Moreover, compared to the strange sensation, the psychological embarrassment was what Pei Yun found most difficult to face. Yi Yun glanced at her and sighed inwardly. Women indeed are fickle creatures. Clearly she hadn't said that before, having insisted not to be pitted. However, he didn't argue, as he had already indulged and gained the investment value. Not long after, Pei Yun seemed to have recovered, wiping away her tears. Then she redressed herself and turned to Yi Yun, asking, By the way, you're now an inner sect disciple and have broken through to the innate level, right? Yi Yun nodded, puzzled. Correct. Is there a problem? I just wanted to ask. In a few days I'm going to undertake a mission outside the Holy Land. Mission outside the Holy Land? What is that? As a newly promoted inner sect disciple, this was Yi Yun's first time hearing about it. I guessed you wouldn't know. While getting dressed, Pei Yun explained, Once you become an inner sect disciple, the resources you can access increase along with the corresponding responsibilities. Every inner sect disciple must complete an external mission assigned by the Holy Land within 6 months of entering. This is the mission outside the Holy Land. If completed, one can receive rewards such as mysterious crystals or even medicinal pills. Conversely, if one delays, they may be forcibly assigned to a mission, depending on the situation. After listening to her explanation, Yi Yun understood the situation. In brief, maintaining inner sect disciples incurs significant costs, hence the requirement for them to give back to the Holy Land every 6 months. This seemed like a reasonable request. So what mission outside the Holy Land are you participating in? Yi Yun asked with great interest. Seeing his interest, Pei Yun immediately explained, I've taken on a team cleanup mission that requires following a small team to a base near our Holy Land. Recently, many outer sect disciples have been killed there, seemingly having been drained of their lifeblood by evil cultivators of the innate realm, so the higher-ups issued a task to handle it. After understanding the situation, Yi Yun's eyelids twitched. Drained of their lifeblood? That's terrifying. Indeed, but you don't need to worry, several other innate senior brothers and sisters will accompany us. We're just going to lend a hand and ride on the coattails of the mission. This. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Although he knew that it should not be too dangerous near the Holy Land, he would still hesitate, even with a hint of risk. Can I ask about the characteristics of those evil cultivators? They won't be too strong, right? It's not too bad. According to the intel, they are merely some suspected demonesses from the 9 Nether Holy Land with cultivation at the 2nd or 3rd level of innate. You said demonesses. As if triggering some radar, Yi Yun's interest suddenly piqued. Pei Yun nodded without much thought. Indeed, they seemed to practice some kind of secret technique of harmony, draining many outer sect disciples of their lifeblood. Upon saying this, she seemed to recall something. Alright, it seems someone left a message at the scene saying disciples of the ancient Tao Holy Land die after 10 attempts too weak. Hearing this, Yi Yun immediately stood up, his expression serious, as he snorted coldly. Those despicable demonesses are truly hateful, daring to provoke our ancient Tao Holy Land. It is our duty to exterminate evil and uphold righteousness. With that, he glanced at Pei Yun. Let me join this time. I want to see just how arrogant these demonesses are. Upon hearing this, Pei Yun looked at him suspiciously. Are you truly doing this to uphold righteousness? Of course. Is there any other reason? Yi Yun replied with utmost seriousness, although in reality this was complete nonsense. He simply thought that if those demonesses had investment value on them, As long as he could capture them, he could obtain whatever he wanted and no one would say anything against him. In fact, if there were a few more of them, even if each could only provide a little, capturing them one by one would yield a substantial amount of investment value. Looking at Yi Yun's smile, Pei Yuyan inexplicably shivered. This guy must be thinking of something on. She looked at Yi Yun and cautiously asked, "We're setting off in 5 days. Does that work for you?" 5 days is perfect, then it's settled. Yi Yun immediately nodded in agreement. He was to stay at the Holy Maiden Palace for 3 days starting tomorrow, which would give him another day or two to prepare upon his return. Pei Yuyan felt relieved that he consented. In fact, her reason for bringing Yi Yun along was largely to spend more time with him, hoping that perhaps feelings would develop. After confirming this matter, Pei Yuyan dressed and promptly left the alchemy abandonment room. Yi Yun remained seated on the bed, a smile appearing on his face. Demonesses wait to face the great wrath of this humble one. After sending Pei Yuyan off, Yi Yun recalled the incomplete heavenly tier flying sword he had obtained from the Divine Armament Pavilion earlier that day and immediately took it out. Speaking of which, he hadn't yet tried to remold this flying sword. He wondered how much investment value it would consume. Remold. As soon as Yi Yun's voice fell, the voice of the divine furnace of creation echoed in his ears. Insufficient investment value. Remolding this item requires 700 points. Hearing this number, Yi Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, I was careless. During the selection earlier, he had only thought about how to take advantage of acquiring the heavenly tier flying sword and had neglected the potential consumption of investment value. Currently, with the 20 points just obtained, he only had 490 points of investment value, still quite far from the required 700. If he relied solely on Pei Yuyan and Xuelon, it would probably take them a while to gather that much. It seems I must find a way to win over the Holy Maiden. With Hong Xianer's powerful cultivation, if he could gain her once, he would surely exceed the required amount. However, this difficulty might be a bit high, or it would largely depend on whether there was any fateful connection. So I hope the heavens can grant me success this time. The Holy Maiden's Palace is a sacred place built exclusively for the Holy Maiden, serving as her sleeping quarters, training ground, and office. This is Yi Yun's first visit, and what greets his eyes is a magnificent palace. Upon hearing his name, the two female cultivators nodded. The Holy Maiden instructed us that you may enter directly. She is in the study at the very back. Hearing this, Yi Yun immediately clasped his hands and smiled. Thank you, sisters. As he strode into the Holy Maiden's palace, the two female cultivators exchanged glances and began to discuss in hushed tones. So this is Yi Yun. He must be the first man to spend the night in the Holy Maiden's palace in many years, right? Indeed, the Holy Maiden treats him exceptionally well. Do you think something is going on between her and the Holy Maiden? We shouldn't speculate about the Holy Maiden's matters. Let's just focus on our duties. True, how could the Holy Maiden possibly be interested in such an ordinary person? Yi Yun was oblivious to the discussions of the two sisters and had already walked through the elegant corridor to reach the innermost study. The study was exceptionally spacious, and to Yi Yun's surprise, both the Holy Maiden Hong Xianer and her disciple Yu Hongling were present. Yu Hongling was leaning against the wall in the corner, engrossed in a large book. At the wooden desk in front, the Holy Maiden appeared to be busy with her work, continuously writing something with. Compared to the usual sight of Hong Xianer today in the Holy Maiden's palace, she was dressed quite casually, even lightly, which caused Yi Yun to momentarily lose his focus. Just then a sharp voice reached his ears. Hey, have you finished looking? Yi Yun regained his composure and glanced at her awkwardly. Sister Yi, you're here too. Of course. I usually live here with my master. Yu Hongling said proudly, as living in the Holy Maiden's palace was indeed a privilege. However, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that he had hoped for a private time with the Holy Maiden, but now there was an extra large light bulb present. It seemed that winning over the Holy Maiden might be a distant dream. At this moment, Hong Xianer cast a glance at him and said, Don't mind her, as she stays here mainly for convenience in her training. I see. Yi Yun nodded, still feeling a tinge of envy towards Yu Hongling. She truly was a favored child of destiny. From the beginning of her cultivation, she possessed exceptional talent and a powerful master to protect her. Unlike him, who ended up with just a mere little fortune divine furnace. At this point, Hong Xianer smiled faintly and instructed, In any case, you will be training here for the next 3 days. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, feel free to ask me directly. Yu Hongling shot him a glare and said, During this time you must not have any improper thoughts about master. Otherwise I won't go easy on you. Though she was merely being protective, it inadvertently struck a chord in Yi Yun's heart, making him instinctively feel a bit guilty as he cleared his throat. What you said, sister, makes it sound like I would have other thoughts. If you better think that way. Yu Hongling crossed her. Hong Xianer shook her head helplessly at Yu Hongling's behavior and instructed, Linger, if there's nothing else, you should go back to your room and read. Don't disturb him while he studies here. Alright. To her master's words, Yu Hongling surprisingly complied, and stood up with the large book in her arms. However, before leaving she shot Yi Yun a fierce expression. Yi Yun felt quite helpless until he noticed that the book Yu Hongling was holding was the study material he had brought with him. Instantly he broke out in a cold sweat, or rather he was drenched in it. Wait, is this girl actually studying the materials right in front of her master? Just then a puzzled voice came from home. What's wrong? Why are you staring at Ling? Cough cough, it's nothing. Well, I'm just surprised by Sister Yu's eagerness to learn. That little girl indeed puts in a lot of effort in her cultivation. As Hong Xianer mentioned Yu Hongling, she praised her without reservation. Then she pondered for a moment, and said, however, since she returned last time, she has been reading continuously. I wonder if she has found some interesting books again. Yi Yin dared not interject, only agreeing, cough cough, it should be a very useful book. After saying this, he didn't dare to delve deeper into the topic with the Holy Maiden, and immediately employed a topic-shifting tactic. Oh right, I actually have something I don't quite understand. Hong Xianer looked at him, and asked softly, what is it? Regarding the Three Saints trial, why have you been so personally involved? Moreover, isn't it too generous of you towards me? This was a question Yi Yin genuinely wanted to ask, as someone of her stature shouldn't need to do such things. To this question Hong Xianer immediately responded, what's hard to understand about this? I am cultivating my own. Cultivating a foundation. Yi Yun frowned slightly, and asked, with your status, once you succeed the Holy Land, wouldn't the former Holy Master's foundation be yours? You are thinking too optimistically. Hong Xianer shook her head, her gaze shifting from Yi Yun to the stacks of papers on the desk, as she spoke lightly. The ancient path Holy Land has developed to this scale today, far surpassing the ordinary sects, and it is divided into several internal factions. Most of them possess vast resources and foundations, and many oppose me becoming the new Holy Master. Even within the faction my master belongs to, there are quite a few who resist my becoming the Holy Master. Do you still think that I can simply enjoy the fruits of success? After hearing her explanation, Yi Yun, indeed without a foundation of his own, even if he ascended to the position of Holy Master, he would likely just become a puppet of the faction. He then scratched his head, and said, but even if you need to cultivate a force, shouldn't you choose from the true disciples, or inner sect geniuses? Why bother with an outer sect disciple like me? It's simple, true disciples, or inner sect geniuses, already have their own factions. Outer sect disciples are too numerous, they can't recruit them all, and look down upon getting involved. I see now. So I plan to start from the bottom, gradually discovering and recruiting talent. Hong Xianer looked up at Yi Yun and smiled faintly. And you are the first I'm trying out. So, does this mean I will be your person from now on, Holy Maiden? That question should be directed towards you. How do you want to become my person? Feeling the gaze of Hong Xianer upon him, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had been considering finding a reliable backing in the future, otherwise with too many alchemical products, he would inevitably become a target. As it turned out, wasn't this backing right in front of him? Immediately Yi Yun clasped his hands, and said, of course I am willing. Seeing this, Hong Xianer nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, she still had no idea what kind of SSR she had drawn with this first attempt. After swearing loyalty, Yi Yun sat down near Hong Xianer at her signal. During this process he noticed that she kept looking at a roster, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Holy Maiden, what are you looking at? Hearing this, Hong Xianer sighed softly. This is a list of potential Dao companions collected for me by my master. It contains everyone's information. A candidate list. Yi Yun frowned, and couldn't help asking, are you so eager to find a Dao companion? I don't want to, but because my cultivation technique is special, I need to dual cultivate with someone as soon as possible. As she spoke, Hong Xianer shook her head with a sigh, seeming reluctant, but helpless. Yi Yun really wanted to say, then why bother choosing? Why not just be with me? Of course that was just a thought. On the surface he asked tentatively, so have you found anyone suitable? Hong Xianer put down the roster, and said coldly, none of those on this list can surpass me in either talent or strength. Hearing this, Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had no one in her heart yet. So he probed further, may I ask what kind of ideal Dao companion your highness is looking for? It's simple. I don't care about it. Hong Xianer thought for a moment before replying. But among our peers he must either be more talented than me or stronger than me. Otherwise how could he conquer me? To be honest, her standard for choosing a Dao companion was straightforward and crude. But straightforwardness was one thing, difficulty was another. It was far too hard to find someone among her peers who surpassed her in talent or strength. I see. That is indeed rare. Yi Yun sighed, his heart sinking halfway. After all, he met neither of the two conditions she mentioned. It seems I am not destined for this Holy Maiden. After that he stopped bothering her, and instead focused on cultivating the Hunyuan art and the Wanling sword art. Rather than inviting trouble and even earning her displeasure, it was better to make the most of the 3 days and learn as much. And so Yi Yun cultivated the entire day. During this time he encountered many cultivation problems, but Hong Xianer patiently answered them all. It was a highly productive day. When night fell, Hong Xianer arranged a guest room for him right next to her own bedchamber. Yi Yun, it's getting late. You can rest here tonight. Yi Yun pulled the door open and glanced inside. Though it was a guest room, it was quite comfortable. Thank you, Your Highness. Then I shall. Just as Yi Yun was about to bow, he noticed Hong Xianer's brow furrow and her jade-like hand press against her forehead. I'm fine. Hong Xianer waved her hand, as if suppressing some emotion. Then she looked up at Yi Yun. I'm fine. Hong Xianer waved her hand, as if suppressing some emotion. Then she looked up at Yi Yun and instructed, remember, unless something earth-shattering happens, do not disturb me tonight. Her tone was extremely serious and stern, as if she were not joking. Coupled with the icy aura emanating from her, it was easy to imagine that violating her orders would incur her thunderous wrath. A chill ran down Yi Yun's spine, and he immediately nodded. I understand. Seeing this, Hong Xianer stood up, pulled open the door to her bedchamber, and walked in. Yi Yun heard a loud bang as the wooden door slammed shut. She seemed quite urgent, almost breaking the door. This startled Yi Yun, who wondered why she was so eager to sleep, even if she were exhausted. How strange. Yi Yun shook his head. Fortunately, he had the virtue of heeding advice. Since she said not to disturb her, he certainly wouldn't court death. Oh well, he'll just go back and continue cultivating. He decided to make use of these 3 days to at least reach the beginner stage of the Hunyuan art and the Wanling sword art. But just as he was about to return to his room, the door of the room next to his opened, and a small head poked out. It was Yu Hongling, who had been cooped up in her room all day. She mysteriously waved him over. Hey, come here. Yi Yun was stunned and asked in confusion, Senior sister, is something the matter? After Yu Hongling waved him over repeatedly, Yi Yun had no choice but to walk over helplessly, only to be pulled into the room. The room that met his eyes was quite girlish, like a prince's chamber adorned with many delicate and cute decorations, fitting his impression of her. Dragged inside, Yi Yun looked at Yu Hongling, who was in her pajamas, and asked curiously, Senior sister, what do you want from me? But what happened next made Yi Yun's hair stand on end. Yu Hongling even politely poured him a cup of tea. Junior brother, why are you standing? Sit down. Yu Hongling gave him a sweet smile, which only deepened Yi Yun's unease. Something was wrong, very, very wrong. Yi Yun sat down cautiously and asked, so what exactly do you want? Then Yu Hongling took out the big book from earlier and took a deep breath. I've looked through a lot of things in this book. Yi Yun was taken aback and asked awkwardly, oh, what do you think? Yu Hongling blushed and asked in a small voice, do people in the Holy Land really do the things in this book? Clearly this holy maiden's disciple had been well sheltered, innocent to the point of being adorable. At this point, Yi Yun could only nod affirmatively. Of course. Your master, for example, is looking for a dual cultivation partner, and when she finds one, it will be just like in the book. Is that so? I thought dual cultivation just meant sleeping together. Yi Yun's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, anyway, almost everyone does it. You don't need to feel strange or ashamed. When he said this, he was sincere. Sometimes families lack proper physiological education for their children. Yu Hongling was already 18, yet she was as ignorant as an 80-year-old. MMIC. She nodded as if she understood, having learned a lot from the book. Then Yi Yun asked, Senior sister, did you call me here just to talk about this? At this, Yu Hongling's face, after hemming and hawing for a long time, she finally whispered, well, I have a small request. Seeing her so polite, Yi Yun could only smile and ask, just say it. As long as I can help you, senior sister, I will spare no effort. But then she said, well, I want it. Yu Hongling stared at him with wide eyes, blinking repeatedly. Yi Yun's face was full of confusion, then he immediately stood up and left 2 words. Farewell. He had thought she would say something important, but it turned out to be such bold words. But before he could leave, Yu Hongling grabbed his clothes with a pitiful look and said, just once. Just a tiny bit. No way. Absolutely not. Didn't you say you would spare no effort? That depends on what it is. This is a matter of dignity. Yi Yun's mouth twitched slightly. He turned and asked back, what about me? What if I said I wanted to see you? Then, that's absolutely not okay. Yu Hongling blushed and said shyly, but I'm a girl. Heh. In response, Yi Yun just rolled his eyes. In my opinion, it's the same. But Yu Hongling still wouldn't give up, asking with a pleading look. Then how can you agree? Seeing her like this, it seemed she wouldn't give up unless she saw it today. But her words made Yi Yun thoughtful, and it's not impossible if you insist on seeing. Sleep with me, and you'll naturally see it. Only this absolutely. Unfortunately, Yu Hongling wasn't stupid. She shook her head like a rattledrum. Mother once said that sleeping together can only be done with one's husband. On this matter, she was exceptionally stubborn. Forget it. Yi Yun shrugged. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, there was no need to continue. At this, Yu Hongling pursed her lips and said, how about this? I'll owe you a favor. As long as it's not something lewd, it'll help you with one thing in the future. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Although he had been resistant before, now that she mentioned it, just showing off his manhood seemed like no loss. The key was helping others and giving her a biology lesson. On the other hand, a favor from the saintess disciple was quite valuable. So Yi Yun sighed lightly. Alright, I'll reluctantly indulge you, senior sister. But remember this is once and for all. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Yi Yun agree, Yu Hongling nodded eagerly like a chick pecking rice. Goodbye. Shortly after, Yu Hongling with a flushed face saw him out of the room. Today she had indeed learned something. Alright, get some rest early. Don't always keep reading. Yi Yun sighed, gave her a little lecture, then returned to his own room. Afterwards his expression turned strange. This little girl, I hope I haven't led her astray. Hopefully her family wouldn't want to kill him. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to cultivation. Forget it. He'll just practice the sword art. Yi Yun sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the myriad spirit sword art. Around him were several ordinary iron swords props he prepared for practicing the art. Driven by his sword-controlling technique, flying swords rose and circled around him, but they were unstable in motion, as if they might fly out of control at any moment. No, I have to take it step by step. Yi Yun concentrated and continued practicing minute by minute. Meanwhile, in the Saintess bedchamber, just a wall away, Hong Xiener was in a bad state. On the dark bed, Hong Xiener curled up with black qi constantly emanating from her body. At this moment, she was like someone fallen into an ice cellar, her delicate body trembling from cold, her face full of pain. Only after she took out a pill and swallowed it did the pain ease slightly. The backlash from the cultivation technique has been getting worse each time lately. Hong Xiener slowly sat up, looking at her hands, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. I really need to find a suitable Dao partner as soon as possible now. She regretted pursuing speed and cultivating such a dual cultivation method. Although it progressed rapidly in the early stages, the side effects were severe. Especially recently due to the severe backlash every night. Besides intense pain, her desires in certain matters sharply increased. It was as if the technique she practiced was forcing her to find a dual cultivation partner quickly. Damn, this feeling is coming again. A hint of blush appeared on Hong Xiener's cool face, and she then looked at her slender long fingers. Then she thought of Yi Yun next door, and to be cautious raised her hand to set up a soundproof barrier. After that she leaned against the wall by the bed and found a comfortable position. Soon after, the bedchamber was filled with captivating sounds. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, still practicing his swordsmanship, had no idea that the aloof Saintess in the adjacent chamber was taking care of herself. Thus the night passed, and it was the next morning. When Yi Yun took a short rest in his room, and then went to the study, he found Hong Xiener had already risen. At this time, Hong Xiener was dressed in a white gown, her fiery red hair neatly combed behind her, sitting like a fairy at the desk. Before her, an elder at the primordial spirit realm was respectfully reporting matters. Saintess, recently many outposts around the Holy Land have been attacked by dark cultivators, most suspected to be from the 9 Nether Holy Land. Their purpose remains unknown. Those guys, even at a time like this, they're still thinking of internal strife. Hong Xiener's expression was icy. If they had any brains, they would know that the escaped ancient dragon was the greatest threat. Internal strife now only gave it time to grow. But since they provoked repeatedly, not responding would make the ancient path Holy Land seem easy to bully. Immediately she asked coldly, has the Affairs Hall issued any missions? Reporting to the Saintess, some outposts are organizing inner disciples to go eradicate them. I don't want. Hong Xiener looked up at him, murderous intent in her eyes. Every outpost that has been harassed by dark cultivators must send an inner disciple team. Also assign some core transformation stewards to prevent them from baiting us. This time, no matter what their goal, we must strike them hard. Also announce that rewards will be doubled for capturing any alive. If anyone discovers their purpose, I will grant a heavy reward. Hearing this, the white-robed elder nodded repeatedly. As you command. He'll go immediately. After he left, Hong Xiener looked up at Yi Yun and said calmly, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I slept well. Yi Yun grinned and walked over to ask. But Your Highness, you've been busy since early morning. I can't help it. Ever since my master decided to pass the title to me, the burdens on my shoulders have multiplied. Hong Xiener was now a living testament to the saying, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Before this, Yi Yun had thought that being a Saintess was merely being a mascot of the Holy Land, simply enjoying its resources for cultivation. Now it seems she also had to manage the Holy Land. Truly cumbersome. Yi Yun recalled the earlier report and couldn't help but ask curiously. I heard just now that the Netherworld Holy Land has been harassing us quite severely. It's better not to mention it. Hong Xiener's face immediately darkened. Yes, those bastards. I don't know what they're thinking, attacking our ancient path Holy Land's outposts again and again. Hearing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but think of Shui Lan and her cousin. Could they have been injured because of this? I've heard there are also seductive demonesses appearing. In response to Yi Yun's question, Hong Xiener nodded. That's right. Quite a few demonesses use their beauty to lure the disciples outside and drain them dry. So it's true. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, becoming more intrigued. Then after a moment of thought, he asked, by the way, if we want to know their purpose, why not capture some for interrogation? Easier said than done. Those rogue cultivators who attack commit suicide the moment they see they can't escape. They never give us a chance to take them alive. Damn that ruthless. Yes, the ones who act are true desperados. These words made Yi Yun wary. It seemed he would have to be extra careful if he went on a Holy Land external mission in the coming days. At that moment Hong Xianer said calmly, "Alright, go ahead and continue your cultivation. I still have some documents to review." "No problem. Please continue your work." Yi Yun nodded and stopped disturbing her. He found a spot nearby and resumed cultivating the still unstable Myriad Spirit Sword art. Since the Myriad Spirit Sword art focused on simultaneously controlling multiple flying swords, it severely tested the user's ability to multitask, making its cultivation extremely difficult. After a day or two of cultivation, he could now stably control 7 or 8 flying swords at most. But to form the Myriad Spirit Sword array, he needed to control at least 33 flying swords simultaneously. A considerable gap remained. Divide the mind control, swords like rain. Yi Yun delved into the Myriad Spirit Sword art, making the flying swords circle around him and assume various formations. Soon after, Yu Hongling came out of her room. Seeing Yi Yun, she couldn't help blushing. Because of last night's experience, the moment she saw Yi Yun, she involuntarily recalled his, well, younger brother. She glanced at Yi Yun, then immediately turned to Hong Xianer and called out, "Master." "He'll go cultivate now." With that, Yu Hongling ran off, leaving her master momentarily stunned. Hong Xianer wore a strange expression and glanced at Yi Yun. "Did something happen between you two?" No." Yi Yun shook his head repeatedly. How could he dare to say that last night he had taken Yu Hongling to watch birds under the moon? Really? Am I mistaken? Hong Xianer was still puzzled, feeling that her disciple was acting a bit strange today. But this doubt was overshadowed by the elders who came one after another to report news. Yi Yun in turn breathed a sigh of relief, wondering how long he could keep this matter hidden. "I just hope when she finds out she won't slap me to death." Yi Yun silently prayed. After that, he couldn't help but admire the saintess' ability in handling all kinds of matters. For instance, when someone reported that an outpost had suffered a heavy blow, or when an elder within the Holy Land intended to impeach her, or when someone harbored murderous intent toward her. No matter what troublesome matters the elders reported, Hong Xianer always handled them with ease. And so, each busy with their own affairs, another day passed. As night fell, Yu Hongling seemed still cultivating outside, and had not yet returned to the saintess hall. Hong Xianer meanwhile had returned to her room early, and gave Yi Yun her usual instructions. "Unless something earth-shattering happens, do not disturb me." After she entered and closed the door, Yi Yun was left alone. He sighed as he looked at the empty, quiet saintess hall. Since Hong Xianer disliked being served, there wasn't even a permanent maid in the hall. "Geez, I feel like an empty nester." Yi Yun shook his head and returned to his own room, glancing at the night scenery outside the window. The dark leaves rustled in the autumn wind, and a light drizzle filled the air. He had thought that coming to the saintess hall this time would be a rosy, wonderful experience. But the more he got involved, the more he felt a storm brewing. The prematurely concluded 3 saints trial, the saintess recruitment, the unusual movements of the netherworld Holy Land. Quite a lot has happened recently. Yi Yun recalled everything that had happened, and an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. His desire for power grew even stronger. Only by growing stronger could he protect himself in the tides of the era and avoid becoming cannon fodder. In fact, his life goals were simple: to live forever, never worry about food and drink, occasionally wander around, and have no one bother him. With that thought, instead of resting, he immediately became energized and began cultivating the Myriad Spirit Sword art. "I can now control 10 flying swords. What if I try more?" Aspiring to push further, Yi Yun directly brought out 20 flying swords, wanting to test his limit. "Rise." Yi Yun pointed a finger, and all the flying swords wobbled into the air, circling him with difficulty. Seeing this, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. It works. In theory, once he could get them moving, the rest would be easier. Then, as expected, a small accident occurred. Yi Yun was already struggling to control them, and this sudden excitement caused him to instinctively lose focus. As a result, the mystic energy controlling the flying swords went into disarray, and all 20 swords shot out in the same direction. Not good. His expression changed, and he immediately withdrew his mystic energy, but it was too late. The runaway swords had already flown off, and the direction they shot toward was fatal. It was Hong Xianer's adjacent bedchamber. All 20 swords shot out haphazardly, easily piercing the wall and opening a large hole in it. "Damn, him done for." Yi Yun swallowed hard. Those who knew would say he was practicing with flying swords. Those who didn't might think it was an assassination attempt. Looking at the large hole in the wall, Yi Yun felt his heart sink. He quickly approached and leaned in, explaining with an awkward expression, "Your Highness, I..." Before he could finish, he was stunned by the scene inside the bedchamber, freezing completely. His already half-chilled heart now turned utterly cold. When Yi Yun peered through the hole in the wall into the saintess chamber, what greeted his eyes was a dimly lit room. That in itself was nothing alarming, but upon the bed, he witnessed a figure tossing and turning, accompanied by a soul-stirring moan. Coupled with the soundproofing array around, how could he not realize that she was pleasuring herself? No wonder she had strictly forbidden him from disturbing her earlier. But now the problem was he not only disturbed her, but had also caught her red-handed. In that instant Yi Yun felt that he was as good as dead. Ahem, your holiness, if I said this was an accident, would you? At that moment Hong Xian'er, still on the bed, saw him. A murderous intent blazed unmistakably across her flushed face. Yi Yun, you. In a heartbeat, Yi Yun felt a crushing weight fall upon him like a mountain. Within the span of a single glance, Yi Yun was forced to his knees, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. It's over, it's completely over. Hong Xian'er rose from the bed wearing a disheveled nightgown and walked toward him. In the process, she couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead, as if enduring some great agony. Damn it, of all times. She staggered, her breaths quick and shallow, until she stood before Yi Yun. The look in her eyes slowly transformed. At this moment Hong Xian'er seemed like a famished lioness that had suddenly spotted its prey. Just as Yi Yun expected her to reach out and crush his skull, Hong Xian'er knelt down instead, wrapped her arms tightly around him, and whispered into his ear. Quickly, dual cultivate with me. The soft, delicate body pressing against him, and the intoxicating fragrance instantly stirred something within Yi Yun. Yet at the same time he was dumbfounded. Your holiness, you. Before he could finish, Hong Xian'er sealed his lips with a kiss and forcefully pinned him beneath her. Hong Xian'er was a cultivator at the spirit origin peak stage, her strength utterly terrifying. Yi Yun's clothes were torn apart, like ragged cloth shredded heedlessly by her hands. As for resistance, he had not the slightest chance. He was completely at her mercy, helplessly ravished. Damn, I've been reversed again. Yi Yun sighed softly. Last time at least he had also been affected, half-conscious, and able to somewhat reciprocate. But this time he was fully awake and utterly dominated. Fine, since I can't resist, I might as well enjoy it. 2 hours later. Congratulations. You have gained 300 fate points. If it were before, Yi Yun would have been ecstatic. That would bring him to 700 fate points. But now, feeling as if his body was falling apart, he had no mind for such things. What concerned him far more was the saint's judgment on his life. Hong Xian'er, draped in a white robe, sat on the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes glaring at Yi Yun with killing intent. Yi Yun, do you know your crime? Yi Yun knelt on the floor under her overwhelming pressure. Since things had come to this, he took a deep breath and said calmly, Your holiness, I know that words are meaningless now. If you want to kill me or punish me, I have nothing to say. After all, he was truly at fault this time. Not only had he smashed a hole in her chamber wall, but so much else had happened afterward. Even if she truly wanted to kill him, Yi Yun could only accept it. Hong Xian'er gritted her teeth. I do want to kill you. You haven't forgotten what I told you, have you? Ahem, I remember, but it really was an accident. Do you think saying that will make me forgive you? Hong Xian'er glanced at the iron sword lying in the corner and let out a cold snort. Honestly, she was furious, and she truly had murderous thoughts toward Yi Yun. She simply could not accept that she, the saintess of a holy land, had given her first time to an outer disciple. Yet in terms of cultivation, after her entanglement with Yi Yun, the side effects of her technique had subsided, and her cultivation base had even smoothly advanced into the life-death realm. More importantly, the technique she practiced would no longer recognize anyone else once she had bedded her first partner. Finally, she suppressed her fury and said coldly to Yi Yun, Enough, get up. Yi Yun's hanging heart finally relaxed a little. He quickly rose and bowed to Hong Xian'er. Thank you, your holiness, for sparing my life. Hong Xian'er gazed at him, her voice icy. What happened today? Before she could finish, Yi Yun had already raised 4 fingers. I swear I will never speak of this day to anyone. If you'd better keep it that way. Hong Xian'er snorted, then, after a moment's deliberation, she slowly said, Also remember to come here once a month from now on. I want you to continue dual cultivating with me. Off. Yi Yun was stunned. Good heavens, this can be a recurring thing. Does that mean I can get 300 fate points every month? As you command, your holiness. Though Yi Yun tried to suppress his excitement, as he agreed, Hong Xian'er saw through him. Her face darkened with cold fury. Don't get any ideas. This is only because of my technique. I will never have any feelings for you. Originally, as the first subordinate she had recruited, Hong Xian'er had thought well of him. But now in her eyes, Yi Yun was nothing more than a cultivation tool. I understand. I won't entertain any other thoughts. Yi Yun nodded repeatedly, pledging his resolve. This way they could both benefit from each other. As for feelings, there was a saying. What was it? Ah yes, time breeds affection. Just then Hong Xian'er noticed him staring at her, and said coldly, What are you still looking at? Get back to your own room. Yi Yun snapped out of it, and nodded quickly. At this point, the fact that she hadn't kicked him out of the Saintess Hall was already proof of her word. Yes, I'm going right now. He hastily picked up the iron sword from the floor, and dashed back to his room. But seeing the large hole in the wall, he cleared his throat, and said, Your holiness, what about this? Hong Xian'er snorted, then raised her hand. Wisps of crimson mystic energy floated toward the broken opening. The scattered stone fragments began to stir, and the gaping hole in the wall mended itself at a visible speed. Staring at the now intact wall, Yi Yun finally let out a sigh of complete relief. I was so lucky this time. Caught the saintess in the act, and am still alive. On the other side of the wall, the coldness on Hong Xian'er's face quickly vanished after Yi Yun left. Thinking back on the night's events, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks instead. That guy, he's utterly despicable, but he's also far too skilled. All in all, she now felt 9 parts hatred and 1 part love toward Yi Yun. He had made her truly understand that some things were beyond what her middle finger could ever achieve. But then Hong Xian'er realized she was faced with a serious problem. Now, how am I going to explain this to my master? The next morning in the study of the Holy Maiden Hall, Hong Xian'er tended to routine affairs, while Yi Yun silently cultivated the myriad spirits' sword art. The room was tranquil, neither disturbing the other. Just then a maiden's light voice drifted from beyond the door. Master, I'm back. Yu Hongling, who had not returned all night, bounded into the study with a playful greeting for Hong Xian'er. Hong Xian'er gave a slight nod and resumed her work, the room falling quiet again. Strange. Yu Hongling scratched her head, sensing an odd atmosphere between the two. She then scurried over to Yi Yun, bent down, and whispered, "Hey, you didn't make Master angry, did you?" Ahem, it's a long story. Yi Yun cleared his throat, unsure how to explain. But the moment he spoke, Hong Xian'er's cold voice rang out. Linger, go to your room, and rest. Don't disturb his cultivation. Got it. Yu Hongling's delicate frame trembled. Indeed, Master was angry. She nodded frantically like a chick pecking rice, not daring to provoke her master's displeasure. After casting a pitying glance at Yi Yun, she hastily retreated to her own room. At this, Yi Yun asked awkwardly, "Holy Maiden, are you still angry? What do you think?" Sensing her icy demeanor, he already had his answer. Hong Xian'er continued to peruse the memorials on her desk coldly. After a moment, her delicate brows furrowed at the contents. So many evil cultivators are secretly converging on Qingyang Outpost. This outpost was merely one among many attacked, but the memorial indicated that numerous heretical cultivators were gathering nearby in secret. Though they were merely Xiantian cultivators, the situation was still peculiar. The memorial advised dispatching disciples as usual, while the Holy Land itself adopted a wait-and-see approach. Glancing at the list of disciples to be sent to Qingyang Outpost, she raised a brow. Lu Xiaoyo Xiao Xiao Pei Yi Yun. At this, Hong Xian'er lifted her gaze to Yi Yun. Yi Yun, you're going to Qingyang Outpost to eradicate the evil cultivators. Her sudden question startled him. He nodded. Yes, I am going to eliminate them, but I wasn't sure which outpost. Why would you suddenly want to go since you usually stay in the waste pill chamber? Don't inner disciples have to participate in one external mission each year? Besides, I ought to lend a hand in the righteous cause. Yi Yun replied with utmost seriousness, unable to admit that he was actually interested in those bewitching female cultivators of the heretical path. I see. Hong Xian'er nodded, then seemed lost in thought. Not far away, Yi Yun watched her with curiosity, wondering what was on her mind. After a moment, she suddenly extended her hand and tossed a slender object before Yi Yun. Carry this with you during the mission. Yi Yun was taken aback. He picked up the item and examined it. Soon he realized it was a scroll made of some beast hide, exuding a potent aura. Unfamiliar with the object, he asked quizzically, Holy Maiden, what is this? It's a teleportation scroll. Hong Xian'er continued reviewing documents, explaining nonchalantly. When you find yourself in a desperate situation, take it out and unfurl it. It will open a spatial gate at your location. Through that gate, I can reach you from 1,000 li away in an instant. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun stared at the scroll in awe. This scroll is so powerful. Hong Xian'er gave a light hum and said flatly, naturally. Refining such a scroll consumes tremendous resources. It is exceedingly precious. So you'd better use it only when you're at death's door. If I find you wasted, it'll cripple you myself. Though the latter threat was rather terrifying, her actions genuinely showed concern for his safety, a fact that moved Yi Yun deeply. Could it be that this Hong Xian'er was actually its Sundara Holy Maiden? Of course he only thought it, uttering it would surely earn him a beating. Yi Yun carefully stowed the scroll and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Holy Maiden. Yet his thanks barely stirred her. Without even glancing at him, she continued reviewing documents and said coldly, don't overthink it. I simply don't want you to die outside and hinder my own cultivation progress. That explanation was reasonable enough. But after a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun spoke, speaking of which, Holy Maiden, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Given your situation, wouldn't it serve your interests better to keep me imprisoned as a mere tool for you? Yi Yun scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. I don't understand why you haven't done so. At this question, Hong Xian'er, she looked up at him and replied coldly, because I am not an evil cultivator. Naturally, I wouldn't do what they do. As for you, I've done what I should. If you still die out there, so be it. With that, she lowered her head and resumed reading. Yi Yun, standing nearby, showed surprise. In his heart, he now held a newfound respect for this Holy Maiden. Not an evil cultivator. So be it. He mused silently. Truly, one chosen as Holy Maiden possessed a character beyond ordinary comparison. After that, they exchanged no further words, and the study fell quiet once more. Yi Yun continued cultivating the myriad spirits' sword art as the day passed. As dusk fell and twilight arrived, according to their earlier agreement, Yi Yun's cohabitation with the Holy Maiden came to an end. He was to return to his own abode, the waste pill chamber. Your Holiness will take my leave now. Yi Yun stood and looked at Hong Xianer, who had finished her work and was now cultivating. Hearing him, she slowly opened her eyes and said in a flat-toned, Qingyang outpost is dangerous. Be careful and don't die out there so easily. Though her words were barbed, they were ultimately a show of concern. Yi Yun was taken aback, then broke into a grin. Rest assured, Your Holiness. If there's one thing about me, it's that I'm a survivor. Having bid farewell, Yi Yun gathered his belongings and left the Holy Maiden Hall alone. The thought that he could return next month to entangle with the Holy Maiden again lifted his spirits considerably. Casting one last glance at the hall, Yi Yun's lips curved upward, and he silently resolved in his heart, just wait, Your Holiness. One day I will conquer both your body and soul. Then he strode off. Next he would return to the waste pill chamber to do something extremely important. Finally back. In the waste pill room, Yi Yun lay on his bed, letting out a long sigh of relief, feeling the comforting sense of home. For him, the 3 days spent in the Holy Maiden Hall had been nothing short of thrilling. After resting for a while, Yi Yun abruptly sat up and retrieved the broken sword he had brought from the Divine Weapons Pavilion. Just a couple of days ago, he had inquired about the name of this flying sword from Hong Xianer. Its name, Long Yuan. It was said that the core material used to forge this sword was the bone of a 9th-grade dragon-type mystical beast, hence the name. Next, it's time to revive you. Yi Yun gazed at the half-sword, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As he reached out his hand, the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace echoed in his ears, consuming 700 points of creation value, reshaping the artifact. Remaining creation value 100 points. A streak of golden light enveloped the Long Yuan sword, replenishing the half that had long vanished. The traces of corrosion on the blade, weathered by time, swiftly receded and renewed, restoring it to its pristine, freshly forged state. From the silver blade, a fierce sword wind swept out, causing the entire waste pill room to tremble from. What was this? The power of a heaven-grade flying sword, eh? It felt as if everything in the world could be cleaved with a single swing. Yi Yun excitedly cut his finger and let a drop of essence blood fall onto the blade. The moment the Long Yuan sword touched the blood, it immediately absorbed it, and then the blade began to tremble faintly. Once a treasure reached the heaven grade, it would possess a degree of intelligence. Now Yi Yun could feel the exhilaration of the Long Yuan sword spirit. Rest assured, from now on follow me, and I will surely make your name resound across the continent again. As if understanding his words, the Long Yuan sword trembled and emitted a series of sword hums, clearly rejoicing. This time I'm truly loaded. At present Yi Yun was brimming with treasures. Unless one considered the great clans, no inner disciple could compare to him. Next he needed to prepare for the journey to the Qingyang encampment to confront those arrogant demonic enchantresses. A grin spread across Yi Yun's face, his heart filled with anticipation. My dear enchantresses, please wait a little longer. This old man is coming to make friends with you. Now he only hoped that the number of demonic enchantresses would not disappoint him. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, which was the day Yi Yun had agreed to meet with Pei Yuyan. He prepared the necessary items early on and left the waste pill room to head to the predetermined meeting spot. When he arrived, he saw Pei Yuyan in a blue dress waiting under a tree with 2 others. Upon seeing Yi Yun, she smiled and greeted him teasingly. Junior brother Yi, how does it feel to live together with the saintess? Hearing this, Yi Yun shrugged. Pretty good, I gained quite a lot. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Yi Yun's back, but he remained calm on the surface. How could that be? She is the saintess, I would never. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Yi Yun's back, but he remained calm on the surface. How could that be? She is the saintess, I would never overstep. That's right, I doubt you would dare. Pei Yuyan truly believed that although Yi Yun was lecherous, it was unlikely he had any involvement with the saintess. Then she introduced the 2 people behind her. Let me introduce you. These 2 senior brothers and sisters are our companions for this mission. First is senior sister Xiao Xiao, a sword cultivator at the 4th level of innate realm. This is senior brother Jiang Chun, a blade cultivator at the 3rd level of innate realm. And this is senior brother Lu Xiaoyou, a spell cultivator at the 4th level of innate realm. After speaking, she glanced at Yi Yun and smiled. And this is junior brother Yi Yun, whom I mentioned earlier. He just won first place in the 3 Saints trial and entered the inner sect. After Pei Yun's introduction, Yi Yun bowed to each of them. Greetings, senior brother and sisters. Please take care of me in the future. Both Xiao Xiao and Jiang Chun smiled in return. No need for formalities, junior brother. However, Lu Xiaoyu wore a sour expression and sneered at Yi Yun. If it weren't for junior sister Pei's sake, we wouldn't have brought you. Once we leave the sect, you'd better behave. Yi Yun could feel the hostility radiating from him and wondered silently if he had ever offended this person. But regardless, he was not about to bicker with such a man. He shrugged. Don't worry, I'll follow your lead. I hope so. Lu Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction, then his expression shifted as he smiled at Pei Yuyan. By the way, junior sister, have you brought all your pills and artifacts? I hope you haven't forgotten anything after we set off. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I've checked everything. That's good. If you have any problems later, feel free to tell me. Okay, senior brother, I understand. watching Lu Shei's enthusiasm and Pei Yuyan's polite responses. Yi Yun immediately understood the situation and silently sighed. So he's a two-faced turtle. Too bad the man didn't know that the junior sister he pined for had already long been shaped by Yi Yun. Then Yi Yun looked around and asked, "So are we leaving now?" Hearing this, Pei Yuyan replied with a smile, "Not yet. Our team captain hasn't arrived." "Huh, there's a captain." "Yes, and she's a very formidable senior sister in the inner sect." Pei Yuyan's lips curled, and as she finished speaking her eyes lit up. "Look, here she comes." A figure descended from afar. Upon seeing her the others all bowed. "Greetings, senior sister." Seeing this, Yi Yun followed their gaze. "Huh, Mo Rian." This so-called captain was actually Mo Rian, senior sister Mo, from Jade Maiden Peak. "Senior sister, it's you." The descending figure, upon seeing Yi Yun, also showed a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Seeing their expressions, it was clear they had met before. Xiao Xiao asked with curiosity, "You two already know each other?" The other three also cast varied glances. In such a situation, Yi Yun certainly couldn't tell the truth. Sensing their stares, he quickly came up with an explanation. "It's like this, we had a transaction before." Hearing this, Pei Yuyan gave him a suspicious look. "Really? What kind of transaction?" This pointed question hit the nail on the head. At that moment, Mo Rian spoke. "He bought a mystic technique from me to prepare for the Three Saints trial, so we got to know each other." "I see." Pei Yuyan nodded, thoughtfully, appearing convinced. Lu Xiaoyu and Jiang Chen also realized. It was just a business relationship. They had almost thought there was something improper between them. Impossible, they thought. With senior sister Mo's background, why would she have any interest in Yi Yun? Then Mo Rian glanced at Yi Yun and asked, "You're going on this mission too?" "Yeah, I need to complete my external duties anyway. And it's also about vanquishing demons and defending the Tao." Yi Yun spread his hands, not mentioning that his real aim was the potential creation value from those demonic enchantresses. But his answer made Mo Rian let out an inexplicable sigh. Yi Yun asked in confusion, "Senior sister, is there a problem?" "Nothing." Mo Rian shook her head and said calmly to the group, "All right, since everyone is here, let's set off." "Yes, senior sister." Pei Yuyan and the other three nodded in unison, while Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing that Mo Rian's behavior today was a bit odd. But soon they boarded a flying boat and headed straight for the Qingyang encampment, their destination. Not long after Yi Yun and his party set out within a certain courtyard in the Holy Land, Chen Tianao received this news and immediately stood up from his chair. He stepped outside the courtyard, gazing at the distant sky, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yi Yun, this time no one can save you." His patience had worn thin from consecutive failed assassination attempts against Yi Yun. Moreover, the ambiguous relationship between Yi Yun and Mo Rian a few days ago further inflamed his rage. Thus, this time he not only intended to personally slay Yi Yun, but also planned to take down Mo Rian outside, completely forcing the situation to a point of no return. With that thought, he instantly transformed into a golden beam of light, heading in the direction of the Qingyang station as well. On the deck of the flying boat, heading to the Qingyang station, Yi Yun saw Mo Rian by the railing, gazing at the sea of clouds. He stepped forward with a smile. "Senior sister, I never imagined I'd get to do a mission with you this time." In response to his approach, Mo Rian turned her face and glanced at him, speaking indifferently. "You shouldn't have come on this operation." "Oh, why do you say that?" Mo Rian paused for a moment, then said slowly, "This mission is extremely dangerous." The reply made Yi Yun freeze for a moment, then he chuckled lightly. "Hi, what's the big deal? If we really encounter danger, don't I have senior sister to protect me?" However, Mo Rian fell silent after hearing that, and after a while she turned to say, "You'd better not place too much hope on me." After saying that, she directly returned to her room. This left Yi Yun baffled, shaking his head. This senior sister, Mo, really is the type to lift her skirt and pretend not to know people. He felt that the Mo Rian he met this time carried a subtle sense of distance compared to the one who had been so enchanting and intimate with him last time. How strange. I was thinking of rekindling that connection. Yi Yun sighed lightly and simply found a room on the flying boat, planning to rest there until they reached the Qingyang station. Meanwhile, Pei Yuyan, who was not far away, witnessed this scene and instantly felt a sense of crisis. So shortly after, the door to Yi Yun's room was opened. "I say, junior brother, your relationship with that senior sister, Mo, seems to be more than just a transactional one, doesn't it?" Pei Yuyan entered, looking at Yi Yun meaningfully. Seeing it was her, Yi Yun, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, shrugged. "What are you talking about? What other relationship could there be? At most we're just friends. Friends in bed. Cough, how could that be? Don't try to fool me." Pei Yuyan raised her slender eyebrows. "The look in your eyes when you see her doesn't carry strong desire. That's not normal unless you've already." Her observation was indeed sharp and her reasoning strong, which even made Yi Yun raise an eyebrow. "So what are you trying to say?" Yi Yun thought she intended to use this matter to threaten him. Unexpectedly, Pei Yuyan sat down beside him as she spoke, drew his hand into her embrace, and then whispered in his ear, What I'm trying to say is whatever she can do I can satisfy as well. Whatever you want to do to me is fine. Her intimate actions coupled with these seductive words truly stirred something in Yi-yun. Yi-yun raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Senior sister, you're playing with fire. Hee, and what if I am? Pei Yuyan extended her slender fingers and gently stroked his neck. Alright. At this point, why would Yi-yun be polite? He raised his hand to lock the door, then lifted Pei Yuyan up and tore off her dress. Pei Yuyan did not resist, but she reminded him, don't forget the soundproof barrier. However, Yi-yun grinned. What soundproof barrier? Don't you like excitement? What do you mean? Then Pei Yuyan realized that this guy actually didn't intend to set up a soundproof barrier and was going to take her right here in this room. No, wait. Pei Yuyan's expression changed and she panicked immediately, but it was too late. Just as Pei Yuyan had feared moments later, the door was suddenly knocked. Pei Yuyan trembled in fear. She was genuinely worried about being discovered. After all, after entering the inner sect, she had given everyone the impression of a refined lady. If this were found out, it would be social death. Pei Yuyan took a deep breath and asked, who is it? Meanwhile, outside the room, Lu Xiaoyu was holding a plate of fruit and said with a smile, Junior sister, I've brought you some fruit. May I come in now? Then from inside the room came Pei Yuyan's flustered voice. No, don't. After saying that, realizing she had overreacted, she quickly added, I'm changing clothes. You can just put it over there. There was a slight tremor in Pei Yuyan's voice. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Alright, I'll leave it by the door. Come out and get it later. Then, as if remembering something, he leaned closer and added, by the way, that old man Yi-yun clearly has ill intentions toward you. Junior sister, you'd better keep some distance from him. I know. Hearing Pei Yuyan's startled cry, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback and immediately asked with concern, Junior sister, what's wrong? I'm fine, I just kicked the table leg. Don't worry, just go back first. Although Pei Yuyan's tone was a bit strange, Lu Xiaoyu didn't think much of it and replied with a smile. Alright, I'll go back now. Remember what I said. Shortly after Lu Xiaoyu put down the items, in his heart, he was still thinking, this junior sister Pei's voice is so soft, so pleasant. If he could become her dual cultivation partner, it would be a wonderful thing. Meanwhile, inside the room, Pei Yuyan was bracing herself against the wall by the door, her face flushed red as she turned to look at Yi-yun. Aren't you being a bit too perverse? To that, Yi-yun shrugged and said, this time it was clearly you who seduced me. After half a day of travel by flying boat, Yi-yun and his companions finally arrived at their destination, Qingyang City. The Qingyang outpost mentioned in the mission was located within this city, a faction that held considerable sway in the region. In truth, these outposts stationed in various places were nothing more than grassroots branches of the ancient path, sacred land, responsible for executing the myriad tasks assigned by the sacred land. The Qingyang city they had come to was an utterly ordinary small town within the domain of the ancient path, sacred land. The majority of its inhabitants were mortals, with only a handful of cultivators, most of whom were only at the qi condensation stage. Soon after, they smoothly entered the city. Has everyone noticed something? Once inside, Xiao Xiao surveyed the moderately bustling streets and quickly furrowed her brows. Yi-yun and the others took a glance and nodded in agreement. It seems the situation here is even more severe than the intelligence described. The streets before them revealed a staggering gender ratio of 2 males to 8 females, making the female predominance starkly apparent. Afterward, they proceeded directly to the Qingyang outpost in the city. 2 female guards stood at the entrance, both with cultivation levels at the 7th or 8th layer of qi condensation. Upon spotting the attire of Yi-yun's group, the 2 guards' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly bowed with respect. Welcome, fellow senior brothers and sisters. Mo Rian, the team leader, waved her hand. No need for formalities. We have been ordered to eliminate the demoness. Where is the head of this outpost? Hearing that they were here to eliminate the demoness, the 2 guards were overjoyed, and one promptly replied, the head is inside, likely tending to her child's injuries. Mo Rian frowned slightly. Injuries? What do you mean? At this mention, both guards' faces fell. Then one of them ground her teeth and said, it's all because of those vile, evil cultivators. Just a few days ago, the head's child was attacked and inflicted with a goo poison. Upon hearing this, Yi-yun and the others frowned. Such a thing really happened. Yi-yun pondered for a moment and asked the guard who had spoken, is the goo poison serious? Yes, extremely serious. The female guard sighed. A physician came to examine her and said she may not survive the week. That was indeed grave, teetering on the brink of death. Yi-yun and his companions knitted their brows deep. According to the intelligence, the head of the Qingyang outpost was named Su Yen, with cultivation at the 6th layer of the martial Xiantian realm, placing her among the top echelon in this region. Her Dao partner had perished unexpectedly many years ago, leaving behind a newborn daughter. Over the years, Su Yen had managed both the outpost's affairs and raised her daughter alone. Now faced with such a calamity, she was likely drained both mentally and physically. Mo Rian remained composed and said calmly, I have a general understanding of the situation. Take us to see her. Yes. One of the female guards nodded and led Yi Yun's group into the outpost, directly arriving at a fairly spacious courtyard. As soon as they entered, she called out loudly, "Head Su. The senior brothers and sisters from the sect have arrived." In fact, by the time she shouted, Yi Yun and the others had already entered the room. They immediately saw a little girl lying on the bed, and beside her sat a woman in green robes who was healing her, clearly the head Su Yan. Yi Yun habitually glanced over. Su Yan's features were ordinary, but her figure was astonishing, exuding the mature charm of a married woman. At that moment a voice rang in his mind. Detected creation points on Su Yan. Find a way to acquire them. Hearing this, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, is it asking me to make a move on a widow? Meanwhile, seeing Yi Yun and the others arrive, Su Yan's expression shifted, and she prepared to rise and greet them. "Welcome, all senior brothers and sisters. Forgive me for not coming out to receive you, my apologies." Seeing this, Mo Rian waved her hand. "No need to rise. Continue healing your daughter." "Thank you, Senior." Su Yan nodded. Although she was at the 6th layer of Xiantian, she had come from the outer sect, so she still addressed Yi Yun and the other inner disciples as senior brothers and sisters. At this moment, Yi Yun stepped forward and looked at the little girl lying on the bed. She appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, with black lines spreading across her skin, exuding a chilling aura. Though unconscious, the girl's face still bore an expression of pain, as if enduring some torture. Yi Yun was not well versed in goo poison, but he recalled that Shui Lan's cousin had also been afflicted with goo poison before. The key was that he was uncertain whether the same remedy would work on this little girl. At this point, Xiao Xiao beside him asked with concern, "Head Su, how is your daughter's condition?" Speaking of her daughter, Su Yan's face darkened, and she sighed softly. "Not optimistic. The goo poison is extremely potent. According to the physician, if we cannot obtain a goo-dissolving pill within 3 days, she will have no chance." At the mention of the goo-dissolving pill, aside from Yi Yun, the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. Lu Xiaoyu frowned. The goo-dissolving pill, such a rare elixir, is certainly not easy to find. This pill had very few uses, yet its refining process was extremely difficult, so it had always been a scarce commodity. Without the right connections, even with spirit crystals, it was hard to come by. Xiao Xiao also nodded and sighed. "Indeed, 3 days is too tight. I know all this." Su Yan's face fell as she looked at her weak daughter on the bed, gently stroking her forehead, and let out a sigh. "So I only want to spend these last moments with her to ease her suffering." As her words faded, a somber atmosphere filled the room. They felt both pity for Su Yan's maternal love and grief over the impending loss of a young life. Watching the mood grow increasingly melancholic, Yi Yun nearby cleared his throat. "Well, if it's a goo-dissolving pill you need, I happen to have one right here." As his words fell, all eyes in the room turned sharply upon Yi Yun. Among them, Lu Xiaoyu frowned slightly and let out a light snort. Putting on airs. "You have it. Do you even know how rare the goo-dissolving pill is?" "Isn't this the pill, eh?" Yi Yun shot him a glance, then extended his hand, revealing a goo-dissolving pill resting in his palm. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell upon the pill in his hand, their expressions turning to shock. "A flawless-grade goo-dissolving pill." Xiao Xiao's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. "Junior brother Yi, where did you get this?" "I don't think that's the point, is it?" Yi Yun shrugged, showing no intention. Seeing this, Pei Yuyan wisely refrained from saying anything more. Then Yi Yun turned to Lu Xiaoyu and asked, "Senior brother Lu, do you have any other questions?" Watching the pill Yi Yun had produced, Lu Xiao's expression soured, and he finally fell silent. At that, Yi Yun shook his head and instead handed the pill to Su Yan. "Try it and see if you can save her." This. When she saw the proffered goo-dissolving pill, Su Yan was too overcome with emotion to speak. It was like someone suddenly helping her out of a desperate dead end, and she immediately dropped to her knees before Yi Yun. "Thank you, senior brother, for granting the pill. I thank you on behalf of my daughter." Startled by her gesture, Yi Yun quickly stepped forward to help her up. "No need for this. First give her the medicine and see if it works." "Yes, yes." Su Yan nodded repeatedly and hurried over to administer the goo-dissolving pill to her daughter. As the pill was swallowed, the black patterns on her body indeed began to recede, rapidly vanishing before their eyes. Without a doubt, the goo-dissolving pill was effective. Seeing this, Su Yan was beside herself with joy. "Wonderful, wonderful." As her daughter began to recover, Su Yan's anxious heart finally relaxed, and she once again expressed her gratitude to Yi Yun. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving my daughter. I will find a way to repay your great kindness. We're all family, there's no need for this junior sister." Yi Yun waved his hand, displaying a modest demeanor. Xiao Xiao and Jiang Chen also looked at him with admiration. This junior brother might seem unscrupulous, but could his actions truly be so commendable? Pei Yuyan, knowing his character, was inwardly surprised that this time, Yi Yun hadn't used the pill to threaten Su Yan into doing something. In truth, the reason Yi Yun hadn't made any demands this time was purely out of compassion for the mother and daughter, a rare moment of conscience, just lending a hand. As for any benefits, he could bring them up later. It would be fine if she agreed, and it wouldn't matter if she refused. Yi Yun looked at her, pondered for a moment, and said, Speaking of which, how about we discuss the matter of the evil cultivators here? At this mention, a cold glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes. No problem. Let's change rooms to talk. Su Yan made a gesture of invitation, leading them to a neighboring room to avoid disturbing her daughter's recovery with their conversation. Once they were seated in the reception hall, Su Yan began to recount the events of the recent days. About half a month ago, traces of evil Dao sorceresses suddenly appeared in the city. They use various methods to lure their targets out of the city at night. Once outside, they ambush the target, drugging them to maintain a certain state, and then forcibly drain them dry. Hearing her account, the three male cultivators present, Yi Yun and the others, couldn't help but feel a pang in their groins. How vicious. Then Immortal asked, since there are many evil cultivators, they must have a gathering place. Do you know where it is? At this, Su Yan shook her head and sighed. That's the difficulty. Those sorceresses are cautious and careful. We simply can't find their gathering spot. This made Yi Yun and the others frown. If they couldn't locate the evil cultivators or their lair, trying to eliminate them one by one would be too time-consuming and could easily alert them. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly and looked at the others, asking, does anyone have any ideas? A moment of silence followed, with everyone seeming to find the situation troublesome. Then Yi Yun, after a moment of thought, spoke up. I have an idea. Immediately the others turned to him and urged, tell us. How about we try some fishing? Yi Yun smirked and said, what if I go out tonight as bait, posing as a chi condensation cultivator, and see if we can lure in a big fish? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Good idea. Let's give it a try. In the current deadlock, Yi Yun's proposal could very well be the key to breaking the impasse. Without further ado, they immediately discussed the specifics of the plan based on Yi Yun's suggestion. Soon an operational plan was finalized. Then it settled. Immortal glanced at Yi Yun and said slowly, Yi Junior brother will act as the bait and the rest of us will provide backup. We aim to capture one evil Dao sorceress alive and interrogate her for the whereabouts of the others. Yi Yun nodded and smiled. Let's wish ourselves a smooth operation. With the plan in place, all that remained was to wait for nightfall. Su Yan arranged temporary lodgings for Yi Yun and the others within the compound. They could either go out for a stroll or stay and rest. Not wanting to wander around, Yi Yun chose to stay in his temporary quarters and continue practicing his 10,000 swords art, now capable of controlling 20 flying swords. Meanwhile, outside Qingyang City, in a deep secluded cave, lascivious sounds echoed intermittently. Entering, one could see a man lying on the cold ground, his face cyanotic and his spirit listless. Upon him was a purple-haired female cultivator with disheveled robes, and a figure full of allure. Sweat trickled down her neck and her face was twisted with wild abandon. Before long, she gradually slowed, panting softly. Then, looking down at the man beneath her, she saw that his head had lolled to the side, lifeless. How boring. Only 10 rounds and he's dead. She shook her head, still appearing unsatisfied. Just then a figure flew into the cave and bowed respectfully to her. Elder, the inner disciples of the ancient path sacred grounds have arrived in Qingyang City as planned. The purple-haired female cultivator rose to her feet, straightened her rumpled robes, and then set the dead man ablaze, reducing him to ashes. If those fellows hadn't shown up, I would have grown quite impatient. Stepping out of the cave, she licked her lips as she gazed at the distant sky. I hope those inner disciples can... Back in Qingyang City, Yi Yun, deep in cultivation, sneezed for no apparent reason. Strange as someone... Just as Yi Yun was muttering to himself, a knock came at his door. Who is it? Senior brother, it's me. The voice belonged to Su Yan. Yi Yun paused and said, the door's unlocked. Come in. When he saw Su Yan enter, he couldn't help asking, aren't you by your daughter's side? Is something the matter? Su Yan took a deep breath and said, I've come to thank you, senior brother. As she spoke, she reached behind and closed the door. This left Yi Yun a bit bewildered. Thanking him was one thing, but why did she have to lock the door? Watching Su Yan lock the door behind her, Yi Yun asked with curiosity, why are you locking the door? Su Yan stepped toward him from the entrance, undoing the sash at her waist. Moments later, as she approached, pieces of her clothing fell away one by one. Freed from the restraint of her garments, her already impressive figure appeared even more striking. Yi Yun froze, taken aback. Junior sister, you. Before he could finish, Su Yan had already come close, placing both hands on his shoulders. She gently touched his cheek and spoke in a soft voice. Senior brother, I know I can hardly repay your kindness in granting me the pill. After much thought, only this remains. This was not born from her imagination alone. Earlier, she had spoken with another senior sister, Pei. Originally, Su Yan had been inquiring about Yi Yun, and in the evaluation given, it was casually mentioned that Yi Yun was a lecherous man. Reflecting on it, the only asset she could offer was her decent figure and looks, thus sparking this idea. Are you serious? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow as he looked at Su Yan. Hearing his question, she pressed against him and pushed him down onto the bed. Then she leaned close to his ear, her breath like orchid. Of course, senior brother may take whatever he likes. Originally, Yi Yun had been thinking of finding an opportunity to bring it up, perhaps asking if she felt lonely. but he never expected her to be so understanding and take the initiative herself. What more could Yi Yun say? The corners of his mouth lifted as he said with a smile. In that case I won't hold back. With those words he flipped over, pinning Su Yin beneath him. The latter did not resist, but instead cooperated, nodding slightly at him. As long as senior brother is happy, I am willing to do anything. Half an hour later. Congratulations. You have obtained 60 fortune points. After it was over, Yi Yun lay on the bed, deeply moved. This junior sister is really too skilled. Normally with his abilities he could last over an hour, but this time, he couldn't even hold out half of his usual duration. Just then Su Yin, sitting at the bedside, coughed lightly and covered her mouth to wipe it. After cleaning herself, she looked at Yi Yun with a rosy complexion. I never thought that at your age, senior brother, you still possess such prowess. Ever since her Tao partner perished, she had been alone all these years, never engaging in dual cultivation with anyone. At most she alleviated her loneliness on her own. This time with Yi Yun allowed her to truly let loose. And junior sister, you are truly formidable as well. Yi Yun squinted at her, finally understanding why so many people harbored ambitions of becoming overlords, and why so many were interested in widows. There was indeed something intriguing about it. Chancellor Chao, I have seen. Yi Yun felt that he was about to awaken some dubious inclinations. Praised by him, Su Yan's face flushed a little as she bit her lip. Senior brother, if you ever want it again in the future, you can tell me anytime. Clearly in her eyes, a single act of service was not enough to repay Yi Yun's kindness. It was absolutely not, because she had already fallen for him after just one time. No problem, I won't be shy with you. Yi Yun curled his lips. He was not one for formalities. Afterwards, following another round of thanks, Su Yin went back to attend to her daughter. For the two of them, what had just happened was nothing more than a strange little interlude. As mature individuals, neither felt overly peculiar about it. As night fell, it was time for business. Inside the Qingyang encampment, Yi Yun was having final discussions with Immortal and the others. Junior brother, Yi, please be careful in your actions. Xiao Xiao among the group genuinely cared for this junior brother. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Yun smiled faintly. With all his life-saving abilities, even a core formation cultivator would find it hard to kill him. Then Su Yin handed him a talisman and instructed. Senior brother, keep this communication talisman. As long as you're near Qingyang City, activating it will let us know. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, remember to activate it immediately, and we will come as fast as we can. Yi Yun glanced at the talisman, took it, and nodded to the group. I understand. Everyone wait for my good news. He grinned, and then set off directly. Behind him, Immortal and the others watched with mixed expressions, some worried, some hopeful, some sighing. Under the night sky, Qingyang City was almost deserted due to the recent demonic cultivator disturbances, though few dared to wander the streets. Moonlight spilled over the cold streets. Yi Yun, suppressing his cultivation to the 8th layer of qi condensation, pretended to be a traveler heading out of the city. Not long after setting out, Yi Yun sensed someone watching him from the shadows. He pretended not to notice and continued toward the outskirts. After a while, perhaps determining there was no danger, a graceful figure suddenly emerged from a narrow alley. Uncle, where are you going so late at night? A seductive voice reached his ears. Yi Yun turned to see a woman in a green dress, heavily made up, walking toward him with a swaying gait. Though her features were relatively plain, the alluring aura she exuded from within was irresistible. At the same time, the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace echoed in Yi Yun's ears. Detected fortune points on the target. Find a way to acquire them. Yi Yun suppressed his excitement and glanced at her coolly. Where I go seems to have nothing to do with you, miss. Uncle, don't be so cold. The woman in green approached, allowing Yi Yun to catch her fragrance. She then extended a delicate hand, placed it on his shoulder, and let out a silvery laugh. All alone on such a night, don't you feel a bit lonely? Oh, what do you mean by that? Yi Yun seemed intrigued by her words. The woman in green then placed her fingers on her collar and pulled it slightly open, revealing a hint of curves beneath, teasingly alluring. At the same time, she lifted her eyes to Yi Yun, her gaze brimming with spring water, and spoke softly. With so few men in the city these days, I feel lonely at night. So, I was hoping to find a strong man to keep me company and have some fun. Truth be told, her seductive demeanor was hard for anyone to resist, practically begging to be taken. But Yi Yun knew he couldn't seem too eager, so he snorted lightly. Sorry, I have no interest in women. Yi Yun felt that this was the most insincere thing he had ever said. Hearing this, the woman did not give up. Instead, she extended a slender finger and licked it seductively. At the same time, a pinkish hue flickered in her eyes as she looked at Yi Yun. Uncle, you might not know this, but I happen to be quite skilled at playing various instruments. Her provocative movements and words, even with Yi Yun's mental preparation, caused an inevitable stir. With a pink tint also flashed across his eyes. Almost instantly, the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace came. Detected mental control attempt on host. Neutralized. In Yi Yun's sea of consciousness, a golden light surged forth, dispelling the pink that had invaded. Yi Yun snapped back to clarity, shuddering. Good heavens, he had almost fallen for it. Fortunately, the Creation Divine Furnace was there. Then he looked at the woman in green beside him and smiled slightly. Since you put it that way, I suppose I'd like to give it a try. Seeing that he had taken the bait, the woman in the green dress curled the corners of her lips and spoke softly. Since that's the case, let's go outside the city and find a place to have some proper entertainment. Outside the city? Such a distant place. Of course. The woman in the green dress whispered into his ear. I just want to try it outdoors, you know. Interesting, then what are we waiting for? Yi Yun's eyes lit up. He immediately took her hand and followed her out. Seeing how cooperative he was, the woman in the green dress felt smug inside. As expected, no matter the age of these men, all it took was a little show of skin and they could be handled with ease. After leaving the city, the woman in the green dress led Yi Yun from the main road onto a secluded path and then into a nearby forest. Yi Yun glanced around and asked with a frown, do we really need to go any further? Don't be impatient, I'm afraid of being seen or heard, so I want to find a place with no one around. Fine, I'll do as you say. Uncle, you're so kind. The woman in the green dress played the role of a docile little girlfriend, delivering maximum emotional value. After a long while, they were far from the urban area and had arrived at a remote spot that normally no one would visit. The woman in the green dress looked around and smiled at Yi Yun. All right, let's stop here. Yi Yun also surveyed the surroundings. It was indeed a good place for wild passion, and of course a good place for murder and robbery as well. Since that's the case, let's begin. Yi Yun acted impatient, as if about to undress the woman in the green dress, but she stopped him. Wait, close your eyes first. At that moment she suddenly smiled at him. Yi Yun was taken aback and asked in close my eyes. Why? To help you, of course. As she spoke, she licked her lips, the implication, I see, then hurry up. Yi Yun nodded repeatedly and closed his eyes readily. Seeing this, the woman in the green dress grinned. Very well, I'm coming now. As she spoke, she quietly moved behind Yi Yun and raised her hand to knock him unconscious. To be safe before draining their victims, they always used seductive arts to bewitch them first. Then they would knock the person out, seal their cultivation, administer a drug, and wait for them to wake up to enjoy the feast. But this time something was clearly off. Just as her palm was about to strike, Yi Yun was suddenly caught by a large... Miss, what do you think you're doing? Yi Yun grabbed her wrist, turned around, and looked at her with amusement. From the looks of it, you weren't planning to knock me out, were you? You? The woman in the green dress stared at him in disbelief. You weren't bewitched just now. It's a pity you almost succeeded. Yi Yun shook his head regretfully. At this, her expression turned icy. A mere chi condensation cultivator. How dare you toy with me? As her words fell, she extended her other hand, condensing a ball of red mist in her palm, and hurled it at Yi Yun. Even if the seduction failed, she thought a mere chi condensation cultivator could still be subdued with brute force. Sensing the Shin Chi she released, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. And here I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just like me. Just a beginner at the Xiantian realm. At the same time, he threw a punch heating to meet her attack. With a thunderous boom, their blows struck each other, and both were sent flying backward. Not far away, the woman in the green dress steadied herself, and her expression shifted. You're not a chi condensation cultivator. In response, Yi Yun let out a scoff. Did I ever say I was? Fine. Let's see who's stronger. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She conjured a flying dagger artifact in her hand, and sent it soaring under her control. The flying dagger erupted with a cyan glow, then split into multiple blades that rained down on Yi Yun. In an instant, they all struck Yi Yun's body, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the dense. Seeing this, the woman in the green dress rejoiced. I win. His slow reaction had caught her by surprise. She walked forward, a small jade bottle appearing in her hand. She planned to check Yi Yun's condition. If he could still move, she would administer the drug and begin the night's enjoyment. I thought he was so tough. Turns out he's just a rookie. The woman in the green dress had not gone far when she spotted Yi Yun lying under a tree, a sneer forming on her face. But in the very next second, Yi Yun beneath the tree vanished. Huh, what's going on? Just as she looked around in confusion, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Her vision went dark, and she collapsed. Yi Yun brushed the dust off his clothes, then looked at the unconscious woman in the green dress at his feet, a triumphant expression on his face. The shadowless stone and the green steel armor. Together, they're just too useful. He had pretended to be overpowered, relying on the green steel armor to absorb the blow, and then, when she let her guard down, he activated the shadowless stone to teleport instantly behind her. As it turned out, this tactic worked wonders against careless enemies. What's this? Yi Yun noticed the small jade bottle that had fallen from her, and picked it up out of curiosity. Good heavens, it's the one-night pill. This elixir was extremely famous, but difficult to obtain through legitimate channels. It was said that a single pill could keep a man standing unyielding all night, even if his body was completely drained. Thus, the one-night pill was also called the one-night end. Enjoy one night, and you're done for. An absolutely ferocious elixir of the highest order. These demon women are truly terrifying. Yi Yun silently pocketed the jade bottle. Such a sinful item had to be kept safe. Then he looked at the woman in the green dress on the ground. Recalling the purpose of his visit, a smile that was far from righteous crept across his face. Now it's time for an interesting interrogation session. Under a certain shade, the woman in the green dress groggily opened her eyes. Habitually, she tried to sit up only to find her body immobile. She then realized that both her hands and feet were tied behind her back. The binding technique was so professional that no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. When she saw Yi Yun nearby, she finally understood what had happened and immediately tried to kill herself. Seeing this, Yi Yun crouched beside her and said with a smile, "Don't bother struggling. I've temporarily sealed your Xian Qi and removed the poison from your mouth." Her face turned ugly and she snapped coldly, "Who the hell are you?" "That's what I should be asking you." Yi Yun gently traced a finger along her cheek, squinting his eyes. "What's your name and where do you come from?" At that, she shot him a glare, turned her face away, and said coldly, "I won't tell you anything." Faced with her stubbornness, Yi Yun actually laughed. Good. Then don't tell me." He licked his lips and said with a grin, "In a little while I'll have plenty of time to interrogate you slowly. I'll take my time with you." In response to Yi Yun's threat, the girl in the green dress let out a cold snort. "Do as you wish, I will not speak regardless." Good. I admire your courage." Yi Yun grabbed her hair, narrowing his eyes. "Then let's see if you can withstand this." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to tear away her clothing, savoring the feast before him. Despite the torment, whether through violent abuse or humiliating acts, the girl in the green dress stubbornly held her tongue. This truly surprised Yi Yun. It seemed that her backing was excessively loyal. Looking at the girl before him, her hair was in disarray and her body bore numerous wounds, evoking a sense of pity. However, Yi Yun clearly wouldn't relent. If he were in her position, he might have already lost his life. Holding a massive wooden stick, he spoke coldly. "Are you sure you won't reconsider?" The girl in the green dress lifted her head with difficulty, replying coldly, "No matter what you do to me, I will not speak." This display of unwavering will made Yi Yun wonder who the true protagonist really was. Eventually, he set the iron rod down, not out of pity, but rather out of concern that if she were broken, he would have no use for her afterwards. "All right, you win this time." Yi Yun sighed. It seemed that interrogations were best left to professionals. In any case, he truly found himself at a loss with this woman. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, looking at the girl in the green dress with a sly smile. Then Yi Yun took out a small jade bottle and smiled at her, asking, "By the way, you should know what this is, right?" Upon seeing it, the girl in the green dress suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Watching Yi Yun pull out a pink pill, she frowned and asked, What do you intend to do?" "Well," Yi Yun said with a grin, stepping closer to her. "This pill is incredibly potent for men. Surely as a woman, you would feel something as well. I am quite curious to see what you will be like after taking it." Hearing his words, the girl in the green dress showed a hint. This expression was something she had not displayed even when facing Yi Yun's earlier torment. It was evident that she understood the effects the pill would have on a woman. "No, I would rather die than take it." The girl's resistance only excited Yi Yun further. It seemed he had found the right method. Tisk, you have no say in this anymore." Yi Yun grinned widely, then squatted down beside the girl in the green dress and forced the pill into her mouth. "Bastard, I will kill you. I will tear you apart." Although the girl in the green dress resisted fiercely, cursing Yi Yun the whole time, her cultivation had been sealed, making her no different from an ordinary person. Yi Yun forcibly fed her the pill. Feeling that one pill was insufficient, Yi Yun continued to feed her 3 more. "All right, all done." After administering 3 pills, Yi Yun stood up and smiled at her. "Miss, just enjoy yourself now." At that moment, the girl in the green dress glared at him angrily. "Bastard, you will not die a good death. You." Yi Yun shook his head helplessly, saying, "You might as well conserve your energy lest you tire yourself out later." Perhaps due to the excessive dosage, the effects of the pill arrived faster than Yi Yun had anticipated. At first, the girl in the green dress was still cursing, but gradually her gaze became hazy and her expression towards Yi Yun turned irresistibly alluring. "Hurry, give me." Clearly, after taking the pill, the girl experienced effects similar to men. In fact, it seemed even more intense. Watching her in such a state, Yi Yun honestly felt that he too was in torment. However, reason told him that he could not satisfy her just yet, or else all his efforts would be in vain. So Yi Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and coldly watched the girl in the green dress struggling in pain on the ground. As time passed, the girl in the green dress was nearly driven to madness. She felt that no matter what the other party was, anything that could fill her emptiness would suffice. Gradually, Yi Yun felt that the time was right. The girl was likely in a state of half-consciousness. At this point, he squatted down and asked, "Answer my questions truthfully, and I will grant you your wishes later." What is your name?" "Qing." "Qing. Which faction do you belong to?" "Jiu." "Jiu. Holy Land." So it was indeed the Jiu Holy Land. Those guys really knew how to stir up trouble. At this point, the girl in the green dress would answer almost anything he asked. Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Very well, do you have a base near Qingyang City?" "Yes." "Where?" Outside the city. In the valley 10 miles to the east. How many people are there? 7. What is the highest cultivation level among them? It is the 5th layer of innate. 7 people, with the strongest being at the 5th layer of innate, wasn't very formidable at all. Given the number of people they sent this time, they could likely handle it. He then continued to ask, what is your purpose in guarding this area? For cultivation, and what else? To welcome an important guest. Oh, I don't know. Actually, at this point his goal was essentially achieved. Yet the whole affair remained somewhat mysterious. Who was the important guest the girl spoke of? But it appeared that with her position in the Jiu Holy Land, she had not been privy to much information. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yun asked one final question, which he personally cared about. How many people have you harmed in this area? I don't know. Given what you've done, how could you possibly not know? Too many. I can't recall. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptionally successful interrogation. The intelligence that needed to be obtained was now almost fully understood. Yi Yun was quite satisfied, feeling that this method could be widely promoted as it proved remarkably effective for extracting information. So next, now that the work was done, it was time to attend to some proper matters. Just then the woman in the green dress was still writhing in agony, her sweat visible on the ground nearby. She looked at Yi Yun with pleading eyes and said, "It hurts so much. Please hurry." And this appearance of begging for dual cultivation made Yi Yun involuntarily swallow his saliva. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. If he could still endure this, he would truly be a saint. He immediately stepped forward and untied the rope around her legs, only then noticing that her undergarments were completely soaked through. Tisk, this is too exaggerated. Yi Yun sighed in amazement, then stopped holding back and pressed her beneath him. Due to the special circumstances, Yi Yun chose to end the battle swiftly. Congratulations. You have earned 20 points of fortune value. Now, even gaining such points of fortune value, Yi Yun's heart remained utterly unmoved. And this level alone was clearly insufficient to quench the green-dressed woman's burning desire. Even after Yi Yun had finished, she kept rubbing against him, speaking in a pleading tone. Don't go. I still want more, Now the woman in the green dress seemed to have nothing left in her body and soul, but burning desire once again, making Yi Yun realize the potency of that pill. Yi Yun put his clothes back on, glanced at her, and said helplessly, "Just wait here. They'll come back to satisfy you after I finish my business." Then he knocked her unconscious and tied her again to a nearby tree. The reason he didn't bring her directly back was mainly that Yi Yun thought since he was already here, he might as well follow the intelligence she had provided and secretly check out their camp first. That way, after returning, they would have enough intelligence to directly formulate an operation. After settling the green-dressed woman, Yi Yun changed into a night outfit and stealthily moved in the direction she had indicated. The place the green-dressed woman mentioned was not too far away. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yi Yun had already spotted the valley she described. It was a valley hidden deep in the dense forest. Under normal circumstances, no one would be there at this hour. Yet now in the valley a campfire was burning and figures of some women could be seen moving about. Looks like I found the right place. Yi Yun concealed his aura and quietly approached to observe the situation. Soon he arrived outside a cave where he saw several rather attractive female cultivators, their number matching what Qingqing had said. The mysterious energy they emitted indeed all belonged to the Xiantian realm, with the strongest being a redrobed female cultivator at the 5th level of Xiantian. Just then they were moving a huge cage into the cave. When Yi Yun looked closely, he realized that the iron cage was filled with young boys and girls. Yi Yun counted and found there were around 30 or so. These people, they don't even spare children. Yi Yun frowned. For someone as lecherous as he was, even he couldn't bring himself to harm children. At that moment he faintly heard the voices of several demonic female cultivators discussing near the cave entrance. One of them, looking at the children inside, licked her red lips and said, "With so many little boys, can't you spare one for me?" Then she was fiercely glared at by another redrobed female cultivator nearby. "If you want a man, catch one yourself. These little ones are sacrificial offerings prepared by the higher-ups. None of you are allowed to touch them, or you'll end up on the wooden horse." Hearing the words, "wooden horse," the demonic female cultivator's body shuddered, and they dared not mention it again. Just then the redrobed woman looked around and asked with a frown, "By the way, where is that little girl Qingqing? Why isn't she at the camp?" A nearby cultivator shrugged and said, "She said she was too desperate and went to Qingyang City to catch a man. She's probably playing with someone out in the wild by now. That damn girl really can't go a single day without a man." The redrobed woman snorted coldly, then turned her gaze to the huge iron cage nearby. "Forget it, let's leave her for now. Hurry and bring these sacrificial offerings inside. The master could arrive any day now." With that, the several female cultivators together lifted the iron cage and carried it into the cave. Shortly after, 2 demonic women came out, and one sighed, "Sai, why does it always have to be us doing the work? Stop complaining. Go catch a few more children and try to return before tomorrow." As the two women departed, Yun observed for a while, confirmed there were no other anomalies, then silently melted into the night and left. On his way back, Yun kept pondering what those demonic women had just said. Sacrificial offerings. Could it be that these demonic females are planning to perform some evil ritual here? Only this could explain why they mentioned sacrificial offerings, and why a so-called master was expected to arrive. And judging by the current situation, if they wanted to eliminate this group of heretical cultivators, they would need to hurry before the master they mentioned arrived. After all, being called a master by Xiantian cultivators meant the other party was likely at the Huadan realm, or even stronger. Forget it, I'd better take that demonic woman back first and discuss this with senior sister Mo and the others. Having made up his mind, Yun returned to the place where he had tied up the green-dressed woman Qingqing. No surprises. Qingqing was still there just as he had left her. Except that beneath her the ground had turned into a small puddle. Whoa, this is too much, isn't it? For the sake of decency, Yun changed her clothes, then slung her over his shoulder and carried her back to Qing. Just as he entered Qingyang City, another figure also entered the city from afar. It was none other than Chun Tianao, who had come to Qingyang City together with Yun's group. When he noticed Yun entering the Qingyang garrison, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yun, prepare to die. At the same time, Yun's shout came from within the Qingyang garrison. Everyone, I've brought back the spoils. Inside the Qingyang garrison, the people who had been waiting anxiously all rushed out of their rooms upon hearing Yun's voice. When they saw the woman Yun had brought back, Su Yin asked impatiently, "Senior brother, is this the demonic female cultivator?" "Yes, she tried to lay her hands on me, but I was one step ahead and brought her back." Yun grinned, and then set down the demonic woman from his shoulder. Seeing this, the others gathered around, curious to see what the ruthless, demonic woman looked like. Just then, as if gradually waking up, Qingqing was still murmuring seductively, "I want it so badly it hurts." Seeing this, Pei Yuyin asked with a strange expression, "What's wrong with her?" Yuyin did not hide anything. He cleared his throat and explained directly, "I fed her 3 one-night pills. The effects haven't worn off yet." One-night pills. Hearing those 3 words, everyone present, especially the female cultivators, looked at him with somewhat strange expressions. Especially Xiao Xiao, the only one present who had not been intimate with Yun, couldn't help but take half a step. "Junior brother, you didn't drug her, and then..." Sensing their strange looks, Yun quickly defended himself. "Don't misunderstand. I drugged her for interrogation purposes." After that, he recounted the information he had obtained to the others in detail. Upon learning about these demonic women, Su Yan's expression turned grim. No wonder children have been disappearing in Qingyang City recently. It turns out these bastards were the ones taking them. They had thought it was human traffickers, but now it was clear that these demonic female cultivators were the ones causing trouble. At this, Yin squinted and said, "The problem now is how are we going to deal with those demonic women? How to deal with these enchantresses?" The others fell into contemplation as well. At that moment, Mo Ruyan, after a moment of thought, turned to Su Yin and asked, "How many Xiantian cultivators are there in the garrison now?" Su Yin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "Excluding myself, there are 2. 2 plus the 9 of us, that should be enough." Then Mo Ruyan proposed, "According to junior brother Yi, tomorrow at dawn several enchantresses will be in the cave. Why don't we all mobilize early tomorrow to eradicate those heretical enchantresses?" This suggestion garnered unanimous approval from the others. It was indeed the simplest, crudest, yet most efficient method. Yin also nodded, endorsing her proposal. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at dawn we'll take down those enchantresses. Everyone, especially Su Yin, was brimming with fighting spirit regarding this plan. Having endured their influence for so long, the prospect of a clean sweep naturally brought immense joy. Among them, Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm a bit worried. That lord they mentioned, won't he show up tomorrow?" Mo Rian shook her head slightly and said calmly, "I think not. We'll just go early and finish the fight quickly." That made sense. After all, what lord would come at the crack of dawn? Yin nodded too. "Indeed, we can just set out earlier." After some deliberation, everyone agreed. And so the battle plan was finalized. Afterwards, Su Yin went to relay orders to her subordinates, while the others prepared for the impending fight. For them, this was destined to be a sleepless night. As for the captured enchantress Qingqing, she was held in solitary confinement, awaiting transport back to the ancient path, sacred ground, for the bounty promised for live capture. Seizing the idle moment, Yi Yun found a secluded courtyard and intended to continue cultivating the all-spirit sword art. Yet for some reason, he couldn't calm his mind, as if some misfortune loomed over him. "I hope nothing goes wrong with tomorrow's operation." Yi Yin stretched out his hand and retrieved the teleportation scroll that Hong Xiener had given him earlier. Staring silently at the teleportation scroll in his hand, his anxious heart gradually settled. Even if something unexpected happened, as long as he unfurled this scroll, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Fortunately, he had numerous life-saving tricks up his sleeve. Even against Huadan, or even Yuanling cultivators, he wouldn't be killed instantly. Enough time to activate the teleportation scroll. With that thought, he felt somewhat relieved and tucked the scroll away. But the moment he put it away, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. Danger. The instant this thought crossed his mind, Yi Yun had already sidestepped. At the same moment, a cyan blade shot from the darkness and struck his chest. A thunderous roar echoed through the Qingyang garrison. The others who were preparing for battle all turned their gazes toward Yi Yun's direction, frowning. Could the enchantresses have launched an attack? In the courtyard, the terrifying force contained in the cyan blade sent Yi Yun flying. He tumbled back over 10 meters before finally stabilizing himself, though his internal chi was in turmoil. Old fellow, you're quicker on your feet than I expected. Accompanied by a chilling voice, a black-clad figure descended from the night sky. With a wave of his hand, the cyan blade on the ground flew back into his grasp. Yi Yun's expression darkened. That strike was clearly aimed at his head. Oh, luckily he dodged in time. Even so, when he looked down, the Qingyang armor had shattered once again. It had saved his life once more. Who are you? He condensed the Qing Shao sword in his hand and demanded of the black-clad cultivator before him. Naturally. Someone who's come to kill you. The man sneered, offering no explanation, and shot forward instantly. He appeared before Yi Yun with astonishing speed, swinging the cyan blade downward. The surging mystic energy and incredible speed indicated unmistakably that he was a Huadan cultivator. Die! The black-clad cultivator's eyes blazed with killing intent. The cyan blade transformed into a crescent of light in midair, aiming to cleave Yi Yun in two. But just before impact, Yi Yun's shadowless stone glowed, and his figure vanished from the spot. Seeing this, the black-clad cultivator sneered. Shadowless stone, huh? Without even turning his head, he twisted his body and swung his blade backward. The fierce cyan blade light traced a brilliant arc, slashing from front to back. Damn, as expected from a Huadan. Yi Yun frowned. The blade hit him precisely as he appeared behind the attacker, but he had already summoned the US shield. Under the moonlight, the shield glowed with silver light, forming an impenetrable barrier that blocked the cyan blade. The black-clad cultivator looked surprised. Old fogey, how do you have so many magical artifacts? Yi Yun sneered in response. That's nothing, Brother Chen. Killing me won't be that easy. Hearing the name, the black-clad cultivator visibly shocked. How do you know? Yi Yun gave a contemptuous laugh. I was just guessing a moment ago. Now I'm sure. Though he had never encountered Chun Tianao before, the Huadan cultivation, the blade, the personal grudge, and the recognition of the shadowless stone. After weighing the possibilities, Chun Tianao was the most likely suspect. But Yi Yun hadn't expected the man to be crazy enough to directly assassinate him in the garrison. Old bastard, you dare mock me. Chun Tianao's killing intent surged, and the cyan long blade in his hand erupted with violent power. Seeing the man completely enraged, Yi Yun began planning his next move. Fighting was out of the question. A first-layer Xiantian against a Huadan. Only if had lost his mind. That left two choices: either use the teleportation talisman Mo Rian had given him to become Yi the Runner, or activate the teleportation scroll to summon Han Xiener. After weighing the options, Yi Yun chose the former. The teleportation scroll should be saved for a more critical moment. Just as he resolved to become Yi the Runner, a voice came from the side. Stop! Mo Rian was the first to arrive, immediately recognizing Chun Tianao. She stepped in front of Yi Yun and said to him, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Okay. Yi Yun nodded, surprised that she would step up to protect him. Was this the legendary beauty saving the hero? It felt not bad. At that moment, Mo Rian faced Chun Tianao and said coldly, "Chun Tianao, you have some nerve." But Mo Rian's appearance did not intimidate Chun Tianao in the slightest. Instead, he sneered. "Mo Rian, I think you're the bold one. Do you even realize you're my fiancé? Not only do you fool around with other men, now you want to protect him." Facing his reprimand, Mo Rian's expression turned icy. "I never agreed to that betrothal." "So what? Your parents, your whole family, agreed. If they agreed, go find them. How you think that makes any difference?" Chun Tianao sneered, staring at her mockingly. "You don't have the right to refuse. Becoming my fiancé is your blessing. Today you will watch as I tear this old bastard who dared touch you limb from limb, and then he'll take you right here on the spot. Let everyone see you writhing beneath me." As his name suggested, Chun Tianao was born into a prestigious family and gifted by nature, carrying an arrogant attitude toward most people. In his eyes, both Yi Yun and Mo Rian were nothing but ants he could crush at will. But he failed to notice that as his arrogant words spilled out, strands of red rapidly gathered in Mo Rian's. After a moment, Mo Rian's pupils turned into blood-red vertical slits. She spoke to him coldly. "Boy, are you seeking death?" Mo Rian's voice turned abruptly cold, as if she had become a different person, causing even Chun Tianao to shudder involuntarily. Then, however, Chun Tianao's embarrassment turned to rage, and he glared at her fiercely. "How dare you speak to me like that? It seems I need to teach you a lesson first." As his words fell, his figure flickered in place, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before Mo Rian, launching an attack at her. But just as he was about to strike Mo Ruyan, she effortlessly dodged and countered with a punch of her own, her speed far surpassing his. A crimson mystic energy coalesced around Mo Ruyan's arm and shot straight toward Chun Tianeo's face, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Chun Tianeo's tumbling body crashed through several walls, raising a storm of dust and debris. A brutally simple blow. Damn, Sister Mo is that strong. Yi Yun's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't she supposed to be a flying sword specialist? Yet now she seemed more like a physical cultivator. Amid the rubble of the collapsed building, Chun Tianao crawled out, his face covered in blood, staring ahead in disbelief. When did you become so strong? Mo Ruyan made no reply, instead preparing to strike again, truly intent on killing him. Chun Tianao was terrified, his face pale. The strength Mo Ruyan had just displayed was at least at the peak of core formation, or even half-step primordial spirit. Though he had no idea how she had achieved it, Chun Tianao had lost all will to fight. He immediately activated his life-preserving treasure, transforming into a streak of blinding white light that fled into the distance. Only his furious roar lingered in the air. Mo Ruyan, just you wait. And Yi Yun'll tear you apart. The saying, take the harshest beating, yet utter the fiercest threats, perfectly described Chun Tianao. Mo Ruyan watched the receding white light with icy indifference. She made no move to pursue, merely curling her lips in a contemptuous snort. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As she spoke, the crimson hue faded from her eyes. She turned to Yi Yun and asked, Junior brother Yi, are you alright? Fine, just a few minor wounds. But sister, weren't you at the chi condensation stage? That just now. It's a long story. Don't ask. Mo Ruyan seemed unwilling to explain, so Yi Yun dropped the matter. Su Yin and the others who had just arrived and witnessed everything hurried over with concern. You too, what just happened? Yet did a demon cultivator find us? They had only seen Missouri Ruyan drive back a masked man, while Yi Yun appeared injured. Yi Yun shook his head slightly in response to their concern. No need to worry, it's just a mad dog with a personal grudge against me. Thanks to Sister Mo's help, it's all over now. You've offended a core formation cultivator. Well, it's a long story. He chose not to elaborate for their sake. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. Killing fellow disciples was a grave crime. If they learned of Chun Tianeo's deeds, there was no guarantee he wouldn't try to silence them. Meanwhile, Mo Ruyan said calmly to Su Yin and the others, you needn't ask about this. That person won't affect tomorrow's operation. Then she grabbed Yi Yun's hand. As for you, come to my room. This intimate gesture surprised Yi Yun, but he followed her nonetheless. Watching Yi Yun being led by the hand into the room, Xiao Xiao was stunned, then said in a strange tone, isn't Sister Mo usually very reclusive? Why does she seem so close to Junior Brother Yi? It's weird. Isn't Sister Mo Senior Brother Chen's fiancé? Their relationship feels off. This left everyone baffled, unable to make sense of the situation. Pei Yuyin, however, felt a strong sense of urgency and resolved to feed Yi Yun while the next time they were together. Otherwise, he might truly be taken from her. Before long, inside Mo Ruyan's room, Yi Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, his upper body bare, while Mo Ruyan treated his injuries from behind. Though Yi Yun insisted it was unnecessary, she persisted until his injuries were fully healed. It was not hard to see that she felt deeply guilty for Yi Yun's troubles caused by Chun Tianeo's assassination attempt, which stemmed from her. I'm truly sorry, Junior Brother, that you were affected because of me. I'm used to it. Used to it. Has he made a move against you before? Yeah, but not in person. Yi Yun shook his head and briefly recounted the two previous incidents. After listening, Mo Ruyan fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. Junior Brother. Moi. Do you want it? Mo Ruyan, however, was completely serious, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. I don't like owing favors. Mo Ruyan, however, was completely serious, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. I don't like owing favors. Please let me make it up to you. After saying that, she seemed to think of something and bit her lip. If you want, I can. Oh, you can what? I mean. She trailed off, then licked her crimson lips. Mo Ruyan's usually aloof demeanor combined with those words, and that gesture was utterly captivating. Yi Yun's body stiffened. He swallowed hard. Sister, are you serious? Mo Ruyan's slender arms gently wrapped around him from behind, and he could even feel the soft warmth pressing against his back. Her cheek rested on his shoulder. As long as you like it. Yi Yun grew increasingly convinced that some women were born with an enchanting allure. Even without experience, they could stir a man's heart irresistibly. Perhaps being ambushed by Chun Tianao wasn't all bad. Was this what they meant by fortune and misfortune intertwined? At this point, Yi Yun saw no reason to be polite and grinned. Since you put it that way, I'll gladly accept. Seeing his interest, Mo Ruyan tilted her head and gave a graceful smile. Good. With a nod, she came before him without hesitation. Then she lifted her hair. In less than a quarter of an hour, Mo Ruyan coughed incessantly, covering her mouth with her sleeve, her face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Yi Yun asked with concern, Sister, are you all right? Though he had enjoyed it, Senior Sister Mo seemed to have fared differently. but she shook her head, a faint smile appearing on. Don't mind me. As long as you liked it. With that she unfastened her belt, and her long gown slid to the floor. Mo gazed at Yi Yun with limpid eyes, then leaned in whispering with warm breath, Junior brother, this enchanting visage would tempt any man, and Yi Yun was no exception. Senior sister, I'm here. Yi Yun, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and embraced Mo, kissing her and pressing her beneath him. This passionate entanglement lasted nearly an hour. After it ended, Mo, her body flushed pink, moved away from Yi Yun's embrace. She tried to stand, but nearly collapsed again. Seeing this, Yi Yun chuckled and teased, Senior sister, have you already lost your strength? Hearing this, Mo turned her face away, picked up her black lingerie, and began to dress, while murmuring reproachfully, it's all your fault and my legs have gone numb. How can you blame me entirely? Senior sister, didn't you enjoy it too? Mo was momentarily speechless. Indeed, ever since experiencing it, she seemed to have grown fond of that carefree cloud-like sensation. But even so, she found it difficult to voice such words. After putting on her dress, Mo turned to look at him and said flatly, your wounds haven't fully healed yet. For tomorrow's operation, why don't you stay here? How can that be? Since we're already here, I don't want to lie alone at the base and wait for your news. Yi Yun had his principles when it came to certain matters. Since this was a team mission, he should contribute when needed. In other words, if an unexpected situation arose, he could summon powerful allies to avoid an accidental wipeout. Seeing his insistence, Mo was silent for a moment, then said, since you want to go, then go. We'll go take a bath first. After speaking, Mo, now fully dressed, rose and left, intending to cleanse all the traces of their encounter from her body. Yi Yun watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Senior sister seemed strange. Whether the last time or this time, whenever he had deep intimacy with her, he felt as if she were punishing herself. This unclassifiable state of mind genuinely worried Yi Yun, as if she were turning dark. Soon after, in the bathhouse of the Qingyang base, Mo soaked in the misty pool, looking down at her own hands and her submerged body. At that moment, a petite young woman with cyan hair appeared. She sat on the ledge beside Mo, her bare feet gently patting the water surface. Then turning to look at Mo, she asked, Sister Mo, aren't you being a little too good to that fellow? I just feel a bit guilty. Even so, you don't have to debase yourself like this. And you even used. Doing this makes me feel better. Mo raised her head, lifting one hand out of the water. Gazing at her palm in the candlelight, she spoke with a self-mocking smile, besides, as a bad woman, being a bit more wanton suits my identity, doesn't it? Sigh. The cyan-haired girl shook her head and sighed lightly. Sister Mo, you really are a strange person. Maybe so. That night at the Qingyang base, no one rested. Everyone prepared for the next day's eradication operation. As dawn approached, Mo, as the team leader, gathered everyone and set off together to the evil cultivator base that Yi Yun had discovered. Since they had ample advance information, the team atmosphere was quite relaxed during the journey. Among them, Lu Xiaoyu constantly fussed over Pei Yuyan, acting like a lovesick suitor. Junior sister Yuyan, are you tired? Junior sister Yuyan, look at those flowers over there. They're as beautiful as you. Junior sister Yuyan. As for Pei Yuyan, she ignored him and only maintained basic politeness. According to what she had told Yi Yun, she had already rejected the man, but he kept clinging to her. At this, Yi Yun really wanted to say something to him. Hey buddy, still flattering her. She's practically mine now. Fortunately, they soon arrived near the evil cultivator base, and Lu Xiaoyu finally settled down. Since he had been there before, Yi Yun led the way with Mo and Su Yan by his side. The base is just ahead. Everyone conceal your aura. Yi Yun whispered in warning, then cautiously moved forward. The others behind him also became alert. Under Yi Yun's guidance, they soon reached the valley they had seen the previous night, and spotted the huge cave entrance about 2 or 3 zhang high. In fact, before they could approach, they saw 6 female cultivators pulling 3 large iron cages out of the cave. Clearly the children in the cage they saw last night were not all. Seeing this, Yi Yun became alert and warned, judging by their actions, it seems the so-called adults will be arriving soon. We might need to act quickly. Otherwise they wouldn't have dragged those children out. It's not like they were giving them some sun. From there they could also hear one of the female cultivators shouting, you little brats, stay put and behave, you'll be free in a little while. From this vantage point, they could see that many of the children in the cages were bruised, as if abused, their eyes filled with confusion or fear. Su Yan's face turned pale as she said, these bastards. Let's attack directly. The others, including Yi Yun, were burning with rage and turned to look at Mo. Mo gazed at the cages as well. After a moment she said softly, let's move. Everyone had been waiting for this command. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, and they all charged forward. Sharp streams of chi shot out from the grass in unison, flying toward the 6 evil female cultivators. Among them, Lu Xiaoyu, looking arrogant, thrust his sword directly at one of the women. Die wench. The 6 female cultivators around the cages were startled by the sudden attack. Everyone, enemy. The cultivator in red reacted quickly and shouted to her companions. Several of the female cultivators, seeing the incoming attacks, swiftly scattered in all directions while activating their defensive artifacts, barely avoiding a total wipeout. Successive explosions kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the cages and surroundings. When the dust settled, Yi-Yun and his group had already rushed forward, standing near the 3 iron cages. The female cultivator in red saw Yi-Yun and the others, especially the emblem on their clothes. Her face showed astonishment. Disciples of the Gudao Holy Land. How did you find this place? But soon she realized, and her expression darkened. Was it Qingqing who told you? Not bad, she has fallen under our control. Yi-Yun glanced at the female cultivator in red robes and raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you should surrender to spare yourselves the bloodshed here. Yet this attempt at persuasion proved futile. The red-robed female cultivator snorted coldly and shouted to her companions, attack. Fight to the death. At her command, the other enchantresses summoned their magic artifacts, launching an initiative assault on Yi-Yun and his group. Seeing this, Yi-Yun let out a soft sigh. These enchantresses are truly mad. Since the enemy had struck first, they naturally did not hold back and joined the battle in kind. In moments, the valley became a battlefield filled with surging mystic energies and the roar of violent, as both sides were disciples of sacred grounds, wielding mostly top-tier mortal artifacts and mystical techniques. The disparity in their combat prowess was minimal. Consequently, the two sides fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Of course, Yi-Yun was the exception. A black-robed enchantress at the 4th level of the innate realm had already defeated 2 innate realm cultivators from the Qingyang outpost, and now fixed her target on him. An old geezer at the 1st level of innate realm. The black-robed enchantress raised her arched brows and sneered. In that case, I'll send you off first. As the saying goes, pick the softest persimmon. With such low cultivation, this old man should be no threat. Coupled with his earlier provocation, she was filled with murderous intent toward Yi-Yun. The black-robed enchantress instantly transformed into a streak of crimson light, her flying wheel artifact spinning like a saw blade, hurtling toward Yi-Yun. Old fool, die. Originally, Yi-Yun had planned to play support and coast through this easy battle. Seeing that someone had singled him out for a duel, he raised an eyebrow. What? Do I look that easy to bully? Just as he turned, the black-robed enchantress was already before him, her flying wheel descending. At this sight, Pei Yuyan and the others paled. Watch out. As danger loomed over Yi-Yun, except for Lu Xiaoyou, who wore a gleeful expression, most of them were anxious. A 4th level innate against a 1st level. The gap was considerable, especially since this enchantress combat power was second only to the red-robed leader. But the others were still entangled by their opponents and couldn't break free to help Yi-Yun. Yet Yi-Yun himself remained utterly composed. Moon shield. Yi-Yun coughed lightly, and a silver radiance flew out, forming a massive shield before him. The enchantress flying wheel struck it, but left not a scratch, and she was instead thrown back by the force. Seeing the moon shield, the black-robed enchantress expression shifted. Is this a profound-grade defensive artifact? She hadn't expected a 1st-level innate cultivator to possess such treasure, but a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. In that case, then, she produced a black cloth pouch. As she opened the pouch, a cloud of green mist spewed out, enveloping Yi-Yun. Soul-devouring goo poison. Such shield-type defensive artifacts excelled at frontal defense, but were vulnerable to attacks from the surroundings. Poison mist was precisely their bane. Yet the moment the soul-devouring goo poison enshrouded Yi-Yun, a pure and refreshing aura burst from his body, blowing the poison mist away. The black-robed enchantress was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Yi-Yun rolled his eyes at her, weighing a crystal bead in his hand, and chuckled. Stupid, I've got an anti-poison bead. You? The enchantress was stunned. Another profound-grade artifact. Most inner disciples like her possessed only 1 or 2 top-tier mortal artifacts. Yet this guy had whipped out 2 profound-grade artifacts in a row. But the true shock was yet to come. Finished your attack. Yi-Yun looked at her, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. My turn now, no objections. As the enchantress stood dumbfounded, he tossed out a small golden banner. Golden light banner, go. Beams of golden light shot out quickly, trapping the black-robed enchantress within. Even when her flying wheel struck the barrier, it left only a scratch. Seeing this, the enchantress frowned and snorted. You think this can hold me for long? Fortunately, this artifact wasn't profound grade. With her strength, she could break it soon. But Yi-Yun wasn't about to give her that chance. As she attacked repeatedly, trying to shatter the golden light banner's barrier, he produced a black banner. Soulbane banner, go. Yi-Yun raised the Soulbane banner, and surging black mist rose around him, flowing into the golden light banner's barrier. In moments, 10 black shadows materialized, wielding various weapons and charging at the black-robed enchantress. They were all at the 1st level of the innate realm, possessing human-like combat skills, and relentlessly attacked her. These shadows were the innate specters of the banner. Not particularly strong, but more than enough for this situation. Damn it, another profound-grade artifact. The enchantress now faced overwhelming pressure forced to deal with the incoming shadows. Could this guy be from a major clan? Even sacred ground disciples typically needed to reach the core formation realm to afford a single profound grade artifact. This man was clearly abnormal, likely a scion of a noble family out on a training expedition. The commotion left the others in the battle stunned. Watching him pull out one profound grade artifact after another, Pei Yuyin and the others were flabbergasted. How does he have so many treasures? Speaking of which, senior disciple Yi, is he a righteous cultivator? Just then, as the black-robed enchantress focused on the specters, she looked up and found Yi Yun had vanished from her sight. Huh, where did he go? She looked around but saw no trace of Yi Yun, until a thought struck her, and she glanced upward, her expression freezing. It's over. There, floating above her, was Yi Yun, a spinning cyan flying sword hovering beside him, its tip aimed directly at her. Dai Wind Spirit Sword Art. Yi Yun smirked, then struck the sword's hilt with his palm. The cyan blade swelled in size. In an instant it transformed into a colossal cyan sword shadow, plummeting from the heavens like an azure meteor straight toward the black-robed enchantress. Sensing the crushing pressure from above, the enchantress narrowed her eyes and channeled all her mystic energy into a defensive barrier, hoping to withstand the blow. Boom. In a deafening blast, the cyan sword shadow struck true, unleashing a terrifying storm upon the ground. Even the nearby combatants flinched and scattered. When the dust settled, only a huge crater remained at the point of impact, along with scattered black shreds of cloth. The black-robed enchantress was beyond dead. At this sight, both allies and enemies drew sharp breaths. This guy, his strength is terrifying. When a tiger shows no fury, one mistakes it for a vegetarian. Yi Yin landed staring at the massive crater before him with a cold snort. Though this entire operation was devoid of skill, reeking only of money, this was no game. Reality cared not for such. Victory alone mattered. Noticing the stares of those around him, he shrugged. What are you all looking at me for? Keep fighting. Moments later, the lull ceased, and the battle resumed with renewed ferocity. Yet the scales of victory had already tipped decisively in favor of Yi Yun's group, who seemed on the verge of total defeat. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu sneered. However, just as they prepared to press their advantage and vanquish these demonic maidens, wisps of purple mist drifted in from all around. At this sign, Pei Yuyin and the others frowned, scanning the surroundings for the source of the purple fog. Then a graceful silhouette emerged from the mist. A purple-haired woman, her figure alluring, swaying step by step as she walked out of the purple haze. Enough, little ones. The game ends here. The purple-haired woman gazed at the crowd, one hand caressing her cheek as she flashed a wicked smile. All of you kneel. As her words fell, everyone except Yi Yin felt their bodies grow weak as though drained of strength, and they dropped to one knee involuntarily. What's happening? Pei Yin and the others wore grim expressions. Their bodies felt as heavy as lead, and not a trace of spiritual energy could be mobilized. Meanwhile, in Yi Yun's hand, the poison-repelling pearl glowed, continuously dispersing the surrounding purple mist. Is this poisonous fog? Yi Yun furrowed his brow, staring coldly at the purple-haired woman. Who are you? Before she could answer, Su Yin, who was nearby, cried out with a pale face. Be careful. This woman is the prime origin realm elder of the 9 nether sacred ground, Purple Shura. This figure was a well-known prime origin powerhouse, near Qingyang City, infamous for her seductive demeanor and bloodthirsty nature, striking terror into countless cultivators. Yet she could not fathom why the elder had appeared here. Now aware of the visitor, even Yi Yun's expression changed. A prime origin elder from a sacred ground was on an entirely different level of power. What made matters worse was the voice of the Creation Divine Cauldron echoing in his ear. Detected creation points on Purple Shura. Find a way to obtain them. Yi Yun's lips twitched. Was this a joke? How was he supposed to snatch those creation points? Moreover, after Purple Shura appeared, more cultivators emerged from the surroundings. Dozens of innate realm cultivators, led by several core transformation experts, encircled them in a tight cordon. Watching the scene, Yi Yun's face darkened like a thundercloud. This doesn't look good. Purple Shura glanced at Su Yin and nodded approvingly. Not bad, you reckon? Then she turned her gaze to the crater blasted by Yi Yun and sighed softly. If only I hadn't just watched, I wouldn't have lost such a little lass. Hearing her words, Yi Yun was taken aback and frowned. You were lying in ambush all along. Purple Shura smiled charmingly and nodded. Indeed. I've been waiting here for you for quite some time. All this commotion, just for us. In response, Purple Shura let out a silvery laugh. For you? Do you think you deserve it? Mocked. Yi Yun's brow creased. What do you mean? I am here to await a distinguished guest. Distinguished guest. Yi Yun was stunned. There existed someone whom this prime origin powerhouse would call a guest of honor. Then he saw Purple Shura facing him, lifting her skirt hem and bending gracefully into a curtsy. I am Purple Shura, dispatched by the sacred lord to receive you. Huh. Just as confusion took hold, footsteps sounded behind him, and a graceful figure brushed past him and stepped forward. When he recognized the person emerging, Yi Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Senior apprentice, Sister Mo. You. The one stepping out was none other than their mission leader, Mo Rian. She walked out from behind, her blood-red eyes glancing at Yi Yun. I told you shouldn't have come today. Having spoken, she arrived before Purple Shura and cast a sidelong glance at the 3 iron cages in the distance. Those are the gifts prepared for me, aren't they, eh? Purple Shura nodded, a charming smile on her lips. Indeed. Please help yourself. At these words, Mo Rian stretched out her hand toward the 3 cages, and a cloud of blood mist erupted, enveloping the massive cages and all the children inside. Some of the children in the cages, seeing the approaching blood mist, widened their eyes, their faces filled with confusion. But immediately dense screams came from within the blood mist, causing everyone's hearts to thump violently. At the same time, Mo Rian's aura surged rapidly. After a brief moment, the blood mist dissipated, and the 3 iron cages were completely empty. Su Yin and the others stared at the scene, utterly stunned. Even Yi Yun showed a look of shock. This woman. It was now clear Mo Rian was the adult the demonic maidens had spoken of, and those children had been prepared solely for her. At this point, Xiao Xiao shouted, Senior apprentice, Sister Mo. What have you done? As you can see, I merely devoured their flesh and blood. Mo Rian's crimson eyes flicked at her, then she nodded to Purple Shura. These humans are quite delicious. I'm glad you were satisfied. Then Purple Shura glanced at Yi Yun's group, a seductive smile on her face. Then, as per our earlier agreement, I shall take these little ones. Fine. Do with them as you wish. Listening to this exchange, even a child would understand what was happening. Yi Yun stared at the 2 with an icy expression. You've been colluding all along. Don't put it so harshly. It's called a win-win cooperation. Purple Shura curled her lips, taking the time to explain. The little ones in those cages are my welcoming gift. As for you, you are her gift to us. Understand? Upon hearing this explanation, the hearts of Yi Yun and the others plummeted into an abyss. The truth was now clear from the very beginning. Their team had been a gift from Mo Rian to these heretical cultivators. Instantly, Pei Yuyan, Xiao Xiao, and even Jiang Chun began cursing Mo Rian. Mo Rian, I was wrong about you. How could you side with heretics? Mo Rian, you are despicable and shameless. Mo Rian, you will die a miserable death. Lu Xiaoyou, however, had lost all his arrogance and stood trembling in fear. The calmest and most composed was still Yi Yun, who merely stared coldly at her and asked, Senior apprentice, Sister Mo, why? At this, Mo Rian turned her blood-red eyes toward him and shook her head. You need not know. Just die obediently. Having said that, she turned to leave as if unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Yi Yun frowned and sighed quietly to himself. It seems we've reached the worst-case scenario. Surrounded by so many heretical cultivators, with Su Yin and the others poisoned and collapsed, he alone could do nothing. The only trump card left was the teleportation scroll. As Purple Shura approached them, Yi Yun considered using this last resort. But unexpectedly, a thud came from beside him. Lu Xiaoyu had dropped to his knees before the advancing Purple Shura. Kneeling on both knees, he kowtowed repeatedly. Senior, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Let me join you. He'll do anything. No one had anticipated, no one could have imagined, that the ever-arrogant Lu Xiaoyu would be the first to betray, and in such a shameless manner. Those who had just been cursing Mo Rian looked at him in disbelief. Lu, you're such a coward. Have you no Lu Xiaoyu? Ignoring his companion's outrage, Lu Xiaoyu only cared about survival. With a fawning expression, he looked at Zixio Luo and begged, Senior, please spare my life. Even Zixio Luo found his demeanor amusing, her brows twitching slightly. Interesting boy, quite sensible. Seeming intrigued, she gazed at Lu Xiaoyu before extending a foot toward him, tilting her head with a seductive smile. My boot is a little dusty. If you lick it clean, I'll let you join. At her twisted whim, Yi Yun and the others frowned, though the surrounding heretics were used to it. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu hesitate, Zixio Luo raised an eyebrow. What unwilling? A glint of killing intent flashed in her eyes, making him shiver. He hurriedly said, No, I'm willing. With that, he cupped the delicate boot and began licking it. The scene made Yi Yun and the others twitch. Lu Xiaoyu had abandoned all dignity to survive. Pei Yuyan, whom he had once pursued, felt a wave of nausea. The heretics laughed and jeered, who said the disciples of Ancient Path Sacred Land were tough. This one's nothing but a dog. Exactly, Ancient Path Sacred Land is nothing special. Haha, how ridiculous. Zixio Luo laughed as well, lifting his chin with her toe and nodding in satisfaction. What an obedient little thing. He'll spare you. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu quickly thanked her. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. From now on, call me Master. Yes, thank you, Master. Lu Xiaoyu immediately changed his address, causing Yi Yun to shake his head in disgust. Brother Lu, you truly are a born good dog. Facing his mockery, Lu Xiaoyu grew emboldened and snorted. You'd better worry about your own survival. Zixio Luo then turned to Yi Yun and the others, smirking playfully. How about it? I have another boot here. First come, first served. Yi Yun realized that Zixio Luo was a sadist who took pleasure in toying with others. He silently vowed that one day, if given the chance, he would subdue her into submission. Just then Jiang Chun spoke up with defiance. I'd rather die than join you heretics. Even Pei Yuyin unexpectedly showed backbone. Go ahead, kill us if you dare. Seeing their refusal, Zixio Luo was not angered. She would have plenty of time to torment them later. Finally, she looked at Yi Yun and asked with narrowed eyes. What about you? Submit or choose death? All eyes fell upon him. Meeting her condescending gaze, Yi Yun instead smiled. I choose a third option. Zixio Luo sized him up and chuckled. Interesting boy. Do you think there's any other path? Of course, and that path is. Yi Yun paused for effect, then swiftly pulled out a scroll. The moment she saw the scroll, Zixio Luo's expression changed drastically. She immediately snapped. She lunged at Yi Yun like a specter reaching for his head. But as she touched him, a silver light erupted from Yi Yun, repelling her. Zixio Luo stared at the glow. That's a lunar spirit jade. This was a supreme artifact exclusive to the lunar will sacred land. How could it be in the hands of an inner disciple of ancient path sacred land? While she was stunned, Yi Yun tore open the teleportation scroll. Completing this, he smiled at her. This time you lose. As his words fell, a crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, forming a red. The sudden celestial phenomenon left everyone frozen, staring upward. From the enormous gate surged scorching red mystic energy. Moments later, a crimson figure emerged from the gate, standing proudly in the sky, looking down upon them. Those who recognized her turned pale instantly. Ancient Path Sacred Maiden Hong Xiener. Why is she here? The Ancient Path disciples' eyes widened with ecstasy. It's the Sacred Maiden. Zixio Luo had recognized the teleportation scroll earlier, but never expected Hong Xiener to appear. Gloomily, she glared at Yi Yun. Who exactly is this guy? Creating a scroll capable of summoning oneself was time-consuming and laborious, usually reserved for the most valued individuals. Wasn't this Yi Yun just an ordinary inner disciple? Just then Yi Yun looked up at Hong Xiener, her arrival of lightspeed. You came so fast. In a blink, Hong Xiener descended beside him. She surveyed the heretics and asked coldly. Spare the nonsense. What happened? All right, so earlier He quickly recounted the events. After listening, she nodded slightly. I understand. It had indeed been wise to entrust the teleportation scroll to Yi Yun. Having grasped the situation, Hong Xiener looked at Zixio Luo and said coldly, I heard many netherworld cultivators were gathering near Qingyang City. So you're behind it. Facing her accusation, Zixio Luo's brow furrowed, then relaxed as she smiled. Sacred Maiden, this is actually a misunderstanding. Quite a misunderstanding, Hong Xiener sneered. We'll settle this later. Then her gaze fell on Mo Ruyan, and she demanded, And what evil spirit are you daring to possess a disciple of our ancient path sacred land? Yi Yun, no wonder he had found senior sister Mo strange at times. Possession explained everything. Now Mo Ruyan merely replied coldly. You will soon learn who I am, but first. Take this. She charged at Hong Xiener without hesitation, her hands coated in crimson light like bloodthirsty claws. But before she could get close, Hong Xiener raised a hand, and a cyan barrier unfolded around her, blocking the The bloody claws struck the cyan barrier, only causing slight ripples, failing to breach it at all. It seems a peaceful resolution is impossible. Seeing the enemy act, Hong Xiener's eyes sharpened. Beside her, Yi Yun looked at the surrounding heretics, and they outnumber us and seem strong. Should we retreat? Hong Xiener glanced at him. I think you misunderstand. Huh? What do you mean? Hong Xiener scanned the area and smirked. The ones who should run are them. Many heretical cultivators who were still at the Xiantian realm nearly collapsed to the ground under this overwhelming pressure. Zixio Luo felt the oppressive aura bearing down upon her, and her composure wavered as she gazed at Hong Xiener and asked, This pressure? Have you broken through to the life and death realm? Indeed, I have broken through. Hong Xiener replied with a calm expression, while in her hand a blazing fireball, as fierce as the sun, was continuously condensing, radiating scorching heat currents. Seeing this, Zixio Luo furrowed her brows, seemingly finding it rather unbelievable. Don't you need to find a Tao partner to break through? Have you found one now? Mentioning this only darkened Hong Xiener's expression further. You heretical cultivators, prepare to die. Then raising the blazing fireball in her hand, she gave a cold snort. Blazing Sun Judgment. As the blazing fireball in her hand soared into the sky, its volume rapidly expanded, bursting forth with dazzling radiance, as if to dispel all defilement. In an instant, countless fiery meteors rained down from the sky like raindrops, crashing upon all the heretical cultivators around. Witnessing this scene, Zixio Luo's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately shouted to the crowd. Everyone retreat. As she spoke, the fiery meteors had already descended, striking the ground one after another, directly stirring up a surging wave of heat. All the heretical cultivators within this range, whether Xiantian disciples or Huadian elders, scattered in panic, with faces full of terror. But before they could flee far, they were blasted away by the nearby exploding fiery meteors, then obliterated into nothingness by another meteor. The entire valley had transformed into a colossal inferno where the lives of heretical cultivators were reaped like ants. Zixia and Imo watched this with grim expressions, knowing they were powerless to continue fighting. Without hesitation, they each activated their life-saving escape techniques, transforming into two streaks of light that shot away rapidly. In the valley, the bombardment of the blazing sun judgment did not last long before it dissipated. Looking at the valley's interior, it had completely turned into a scorched wasteland littered with huge meteor craters. Across the entire valley, not a single living heretical cultivator remained, nor even a complete corpse. Seeing this, Yi Yun and his companions all gasped in shock. Is this the power of a life-and-death realm expert? Before this, most of them had only witnessed battles among Huadian cultivators, and encounters with Yuanling experts were rare. Thus, the display of a life-and-death realm expert truly broadened their horizons. It took Yi Yun a while to come back to his senses, and he praised Hong Xian'er. Your Grace, you are truly this powerful. Previously, he had only seen her celestial beauty and figure. Now, witnessing her strike, he truly understood why she had become the saintess. At that moment, Hong Xian'er retracted her aura and hummed lightly at him. If I were too weak, I wouldn't be able to hold this position. As her composure returned slightly, the others nearby hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciples, pay respects to your Grace, and thank you for your assistance. Had the saintess not come in person, they would have certainly met their downfall. Hong Xian'er glanced at them, waved her hand, and said indifferently, no need for formalities. You have done well this time. After returning, I will grant you rewards. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, your Grace. A reward personally bestowed by the saintess was sure to be extraordinary. Just then Lu Xiaoyu also approached, and gave an awkward bow. Your Grace. Seeing him come over, Yi Yun, Pei Yuyan, and the others all showed looks of disgust. His actions this time had truly disgusted them all. Hong Xian'er, already aware of his deeds, cast an icy gaze. Do you know the crime of colluding with heretical cultivators? At these words, Lu Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and he immediately knelt. Your Grace, have mercy. I was momentarily confused earlier. I swear it won't happen again. But the next second, flames erupted on his body, turning him into a living torch, and his screams continuously echoed. Your Grace, have mercy. Have mercy. Hong Xian'er remained unmoved. After watching Lu Xiaoyu burn to ashes, she glanced at Pei Yuyan and the others. This is the fate of those who collude with heretics. The chilling tone made them swallow hard, yet they felt a deep sense of justice served. A man as devoid of principles as Lu Xiaoyu would only be a menace if left alive. Then Hong Xian'er looked toward the iron cage in the distance, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke coldly. Rest in peace. One day, I will avenge you all. Yi Yun watched this scene and could not help but sigh. The image of Mo Rian surfaced in his mind, stirring complex emotions. If they ever met again, they would be mortal enemies. 100 li away from the valley, Zixia and Mo Rian finally slowed down. After this desperate escape, Zixia seemed exhausted, panting heavily. After a moment, she shook her head. What in the world? Who was that old geezer, and how did he have a teleportation scroll? And that saintess actually broke through to the life and death realm. Both events had caught her completely off guard. Mo Rian also shook her head. That guy is indeed quite. One day I will capture him and drain him dry, drop by drop. Zixia sneered coldly, silently adding Yi Yun to her kill list. Then she glanced at Mo Rian and chuckled. Still, my mission this time is complete. The matter traced back to some time ago when their Geo Holy Land received a message from Mo Rian. Claiming to be an ancient dragon clan that had escaped from the 3 trials, she expressed willingness to set aside past grievances and cooperate with them to achieve great endeavors. Though it was like cooperating with a tiger, the terms she offered were simply irresistible. Her task this time was to receive the other party and present a pledge of allegiance. Despite later interference, the pledge had essentially been made. At this point, she looked at Mo Rian and extended her hand with a smile. On behalf of the Geo Holy Land, I wish a pleasant cooperation with you, Senior, in the future. Mo Rian's crimson pupils narrowed slightly, and she also smiled, shaking her hand. I believe it will be a most delightful affair. After clearing the valley, Yi Yun and his group returned directly to the Qingyang base. As for Hong Xian'er, adhering to the spirit of since we're here, she decided to stay for half a day, conducting a grassroots inspection. For Su Yan, however, this was rather daunting. She gave the saintess the most elaborate welcome ceremony, then led her around to inspect their managed properties. In the end, Hong Xian'er's assessment was only 5 words. Well done indeed. And these 4 words in Chinese destined Su Yan's future promotion to even greater heights. After the inspection, Hong Xianer was about to leave when she seemed to recall something important and called out to Yi Yun. Come with me to the room alone. Yi Yun was taken aback, but followed. The others exchanged bewildered glances, and after they left began to gossip in strange tones. Doesn't it seem like those two have a special relationship, eh? Impossible. This is the Saintess. What could she have to do with junior brother Yi? I agree. It's probably just a discussion about work. Meanwhile, in a private room, Yi Yun stared at the jade slip Hong Xianer handed him stunned. Your Grace, this is. Hong Xianer glanced at him and said calmly, just take a look and you'll know. Filled with curiosity, Yi Yun opened the jade slip and was shocked. Before him unfolded vivid illustrations of various sexual postures, or rather dual cultivation techniques. Some of them even made the experienced Yi Yun marvel. Could one actually do it that way? The scripture was titled, Wanfeng Chamber Arts. After withdrawing his divine sense from the jade slip, Yi Yun looked at Hong Xianer in disbelief. Saintess you. The content of the slip basically taught both parties how to enhance the dual cultivation effect and make the other more joyful during the process. From the warm-up before starting to the rhythm during the engagement, and so on. If one mastered all of this, it would surely make the other experience ecstasy even more powerful than the grand manual taken by Yu Hongling last time. Hong Xianer's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she said calmly, don't overthink it. The reason I had you study this is purely to make future dual cultivation more efficient. Yes, I understand. Yi Yun nodded in agreement, his heart already full of anticipation. Then he continued examining the jade slip and memorized most of its contents. After finishing, Yi Yun's assessment was just 2 words. This technique is truly marvelous. It was hard to imagine how talented the person who created the Wanfeng Chamber Arts must have been. He wondered if he himself could one day reach that height. At that moment, Hong Xianer said to him lightly, have you finished? The content should be easy for you to learn. Oh well. Yi Yun seemed to think of something and cleared his throat as though he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Hong Xianer raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and asked him, what do you want to say? Then Yi Yun scratched his head, looking rather embarrassed. It's just that some parts here I don't quite understand. Hearing this, Hong Xianer arched her eyebrows slightly, as if guessing what he wanted to say. As expected, Yi Yun across from her immediately said with a grinning expression, as the saying goes, what you get from paper is shallow. To truly understand, you must practice it yourself. Some things here are really hard to learn just by reading. How about we practice them directly? Hearing his proposal, Hong Xianer couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and snorted lightly. Dream on. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Learn. I think you just want to do that kind of thing with me. How could... Do I look like someone whose mind is full of filth? Don't you? Ahem, even if I am a little bit lustful. Yi Yun cleared his throat and said with a serious face. But we've already done it before. Once more shouldn't be. Unfortunately, Hong Xianer's expression remained calm as she said coldly, I refuse. Seeing that she showed no sign of relenting, Yi Yun had no choice but to sigh and say, alright, if you really don't want to forget it. I can find someone else to practice with later. This move was the legendary retreat to advance. Strangely, it seemed to work. After hearing his words, Hong Xianer frowned slightly and remained silent for a moment. Imagining him practicing the technique she had taught him in bed with other women, she felt inexplicably displeased. Finally, she let out a soft sigh and then cast a cold glance at him, saying, just this once and never again. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Yun became excited immediately. No problem. Then shall I help you change clothes now? No need, I can take them off myself. Hong Xianer immediately refused, not to mention that his words would surely tease him. She first reached out to lock the door, and then set up several layers of barriers to avoid being seen by others. Soon after, Hong Xianer gradually removed her dress. Feeling his scorching gaze, she glared at him with a hint of shame. You? Can you stop staring at me all the time? To this, Yi Yun grinned and said frankly, can't help it, it's because the Saintess is just too beautiful. Of course. Hong Xianer snorted gently, indeed confident in her figure. Soon what met Yi Yun's eyes was nothing but a scene of spring, and his feelings were already aroused. Then Hong Xianer sat on the edge of the bed, instinctively covering her chest with her hands, and pursed her lips, saying, you, come here. After all, for her the last time was more of an accident, and she had been half asleep, so she hadn't really felt anything. But this time it was about proper dual cultivation with Yi Yun, which made her feel a bit shy. Hong Xianer's gesture of inviting him to pluck her caused Yi Yun's heart to tremble, and he nodded repeatedly. Alright, then I'm going to start learning. Remember to be gentle. Don't worry, you'll make sure the Saintess likes it. Hearing this, Hong Xianer blushed slightly and nodded lightly once more. An hour later. Congratulations. You have obtained 500 points of Zhaohua value. Hearing the voice of the Zhaohua divine furnace, Yi Yun's heart was overjoyed. A full 500 Zhaohua points. Indeed, it had to be the beloved Saintess who always brought him great surprises. Then he looked at Hong Xianer beside him, her face full of blush, resting his mood was simply great. Cultivating strenuously with this Saintess, he gained not only Zhaohua points, but also an inexplicable sense of conquest. The saintess who was supremely capable and resourceful outside turned into a shy figure behind closed doors, something he had never dared to imagine before. How was it? Did you enjoy it, saintess? Want to go a few more rounds? But then Hong Xianer pulled away and sat up saying, no, I have to go back soon. What a pity there are still some parts one haven't fully learned. We'll talk next. Hong Xianer turned her face, looked down at him, and said, anyway, until you become proficient, he'll keep practicing with you repeatedly. Saintess. What is it? When you say that it sounds so lewd. Go die. With a thud, Hong Xianer blushed, picked up the pillow beside her, and smacked him in the face. Then she got up and off the bed, first using mystic chi to force out what was inside her to avoid suddenly getting pregnant one day. Next, after cleansing her body with mystic chi, she put her underwear back on. By the way, there's something I forgot to ask you. Hong Xianer, who had just picked up her skirt, looked at Yi Yun as if remembering. What is your relationship with Immortal? Oh well. Faced with this sudden lethal question, even Yi Yun hesitated. At this moment, Hong Xianer said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, you've slept with her, haven't you? These words hit the bullseye without a doubt, making Yi Yun clear his throat involuntarily. His mind raced. Should he tell the truth or make up an excuse? That's right. In the end, Yi Yun gave up the idea of lying. Since she said that she must have investigated his background when they were at the sacred land, so telling the truth was better. Sure enough, Hong Xianer snorted and said, at least you're honest. But what I want to know is, why did she do those things with you? Hearing this, Yi Yun pondered for a moment, and then decided to tell the truth. As for the reason, I think it was because last time, as promised, I brought her a dragon scale from the Three Saints trial. A dragon scale. Hong Xianer seemed lost in thought, then realized something, and her expression changed. Wait, what did you just say you brought? Yi Yun, clearly still unaware of the gravity of the situation, repeated in bewilderment, dragon scale. Is there something wrong with that? Upon hearing his reply, Hong Xianer's hand, which held the skirt, froze in midair. She fell silent for a long moment, then turned to gaze at Yi Yun and asked, do you have any idea what you've done? A foreboding sense crept over Yi Yun as he tentatively ventured. That dragon scale. It's not something terribly important, is it? What do you think? Hong Xianer took a deep breath and began to explain slowly. You must know that within the three sacred trials lies the place where an ancient dragon fell. Correct. I've heard of it, so what? In truth, that was the sealing ground of an ancient dragon species. Hong Xianer fixed her eyes on Yi Yun as she continued. According to ancient records, that ancient dragon once wreaked havoc across the land, bringing countless calamities and leaving the people in misery. Later, the three saint masters of our three sacred lands joined forces and destroyed its physical body. But its soul, along with the reverse scale, the source of its mystic power, was sealed within that space. Over time, that space has relied on the mystic energy of the reverse scale to sustain itself, continuously draining its power through formations, slowly wearing it down to death. But unexpectedly, not long ago, the reverse scale within the space suddenly vanished. Hearing this, the corner of Yi Yun's mouth twitched, and he cleared his throat. So it's because of this that the last three sacred trials ended early. Correct. Hong Xianer nodded, slightly, speaking in a measured tone. Now the space of the three sacred trials has completely collapsed, and yours was the final session. With things having come to this, Yi Yun finally understood the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. Yi Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath, carefully probing. From what you're saying, have I committed a grave sin? You could say that. Hong Xianer looked at him and said solemnly, that ancient dragon species has been suppressed for thousands of years and bears an abiding hatred toward our three sacred lands. Once it escapes, it will undoubtedly seek every means to retaliate against us. In simple terms, Yi Yun had essentially unleashed a demon. At this, Yi Yun was utterly stunned and quick. What should I do now? Am I doomed? Hong Xianer pondered for a long time. Strictly speaking, it was their confidentiality measures, keeping the trial participants ignorant, that led to this outcome. But some would not care about that. They only wanted a scapegoat, and Yi Yun, the one who acted, was undoubtedly the perfect choice. Finally, Hong Xianer took a deep breath and said, just remember this, from now on you must not mention any of this to anyone. Let this matter be known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. From her reply, it was clear she intended to help Yi Yun cover it up. Yi Yun was deeply moved and immediately nodded. Thank you, Saintess. Rest assured I will keep it secret. Hong Xianer paused thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, by the way, since you brought it out, how did you get through the illusion formation? Oh, that was thanks to the map she gave. With that, Yi Yun presented the map Immortal had given him for Hong Xianer. After examining it, a chill flashed in Hong Xianer's eyes. So that's it. A very detailed map indeed. If I'm not mistaken, a wisp of the dragon's soul escaped earlier and merged with Immortal. In fact, her deduction was largely correct. What concerned Yi Yun, however, was another matter. After thinking for a moment, he asked, so, does that mean senior sister Mo was forced? No, I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Hong Xianer shook her head and narrowed her eyes, saying, a mere remnant soul cannot significantly influence an ordinary person, let alone compel her. The implication of these words was that Mo Rian had most likely willingly cooperated. Given Mo Rian's past experiences, it seemed not at all strange for her to do so. Thinking this over, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. It seemed she had chosen the most extreme way to oppose her family, her environment, and even the world itself. Meanwhile, Hong Xianer seemed lost in thought, murmuring to herself. Now it appears the Juyo sacred land is full of madmen as well, daring to cooperate with it. Are they not afraid of playing with fire and burning themselves? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun considered for a moment and made a suggestion. Can't we expose this matter and join forces with the Yuelan sacred land to deal with them? A good proposal. But where is the evidence? Well, aren't the two of us enough? We could be. I hand you over, conduct a public soul search, and then we'll have a— Yi Yun cleared his throat and quickly shook his head. Let's forget it then. In truth, the reason Hong Xianer hadn't done so was not that her favor for Yi Yun outweighed the future of the sacred land. It was mainly because once this matter was exposed, the Gudao sacred land would be branded as the sinners who released the dragon species, which would bring them enormous public backlash. After all, both the one who removed the reverse scale and the one who collaborated with the dragon species came from the Gudao sacred land. This was not an easy matter to explain. Hong Xianer looked at Yi Yun and said calmly, "In short, you don't need to worry about this. I will handle it properly." For Yi Yun, this was undoubtedly a good thing, and he immediately replied, "Then I'll leave it to you, Saintess." Soon after, Hong Xianer returned to the sacred land first, as she had come out temporarily and needed to rush back to attend to affairs. After she left, Pei Yuyan and the others gathered around Yi Yun full of curiosity. "Yi Yun, what exactly is your relationship with the Saintess?" Under their gazes, Yi Yun shrugged. "Well, it's that of a subordinate." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Yi Yun shrugged again. The so-called subordinate meant someone who was under her command. No problem, right? Though his explanation left the others unconvinced, they couldn't think of any other relationship. At any rate, the two of them could never be Dao companions. Their status and strength were simply too far apart. After that, having essentially completed the mission of eliminating the demonists, they prepared to set off. At the Qingyang outpost, Yi Yun and his party had packed everything, even bringing along the demonist Qingqing, ready to board the flying ship. Su Yan came with a little girl and the other outpost members to see them off. Yi Yun glanced at the little girl and said with a smile, "Junior sister Su, your daughter seems to be recovering quite well. It's all thanks to your pill, senior brother." Then Su Yan took her daughter's hand and led her before Yi Yun. "Xiao Yu, this is your savior, senior brother Yi Yun. Always remember him in your heart." The girl, around 6 or 7 years old, blinked her eyes at Yi Yun and said with innocent determination, "I understand. When I grow up, I will definitely go to the Gudao sacred land to repay your life-saving kindness." Clearly, this was a grateful and cheerful little girl, very endearing. Yi Yun felt even more that saving her had been worthwhile. He smiled and patted her head, saying, "All right, I'll be waiting for you at the Gudao sacred land." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu looked up and giggled, "Wait for me, senior brother." Not long after, Yi Yun and the others boarded the flying ship and officially began their return journey. Since the trip back was leisurely, they only returned to the sacred land a day later. During the journey, he even had a brief encounter with Pei Yuyan, gaining another 30 creation points. Upon returning, they went to the affairs hall to complete the mission. Afterward, everyone dispersed to attend to their own matters. Yi Yun also returned to his old waste pill room and took stock of this trip. Although he had suffered considerable losses, failing to capture several demonesses alive, and even facing mortal danger, the fact that he had once again dual cultivated with Hong Xianer made it all worthwhile. His current creation points had once again reached an astonishing 800. With this, I should be able to lie low. Satisfied, Yi Yun's next plan was to first boost his strength within the waste pill room, refining pills to raise his cultivation to the peak of the innate realm. Then, changing into simple plain clothes, he was about to begin cultivation when something suddenly occurred to him. "All right." Yi Yun sat down at the table, took out a small jade bottle, and poured out a single pill. "This one-night pill really works wonders. If only I could find a way to weaken its effects a bit more. A weaker version could serve as a pleasant addition to dual cultivation, helping to deepen his bond with Hong Xianer. That would be wonderful." As for how to weaken it, Yi Yun thought of reducing the dosage and testing if it would still be effective. Just as he was about to conduct a little experiment, the door to the waste pill room was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Then Yu Hongling stormed in, crying out indignantly, "Yi Yun, confess, what have you done to my master?" The sudden rush of a graceful figure accompanied by a sharp cry nearly startled Yi Yun out of his wits, causing the pill in his hand to fall onto the table. Turning to see it was Yu Hongling, Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief and asked helplessly, "Senior sister Yu, why are you here? And what did you mean by that just now?" He was still playing dumb, mainly because he dared not reveal anything. At this moment, Yu Hongling, who had burst and placed her hands on her hips and let out a petulant snort. "Don't play innocent with me. Yesterday, Master announced she has found a Dao partner and also broke through to the life and death realm." "Don't play innocent with me. Yesterday, Master announced she has found a Dao partner and also broke through to the light. Hearing her account, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and asked, so, did she say she's paired with me? In his opinion, the other party shouldn't have disclosed it given the vast disparity in their statuses. Sure enough, Yu Hongling shook her head. Not that. Then why do you think it's me? Oomph. Yu Hongling lifted her chin slightly as if channeling a detective and gave a light snort. But before this, master has only ever been alone with one man, you. And every time she mentions you, her demeanor changes. And just yesterday, she went to Qingyang City to see you. Still claim you have no connection. Actually, she hadn't suspected Yi Yun at first, but when she recalled his stay in the Saintess Hall and the sudden shift in Master's attitude toward him, everything seemed to align. In response to her words, Yi Yun simply spread his hands, looking stubborn as a mule. Senior sister, what you've said is all speculation. Everything requires evidence. He didn't believe she could produce solid proof. Seeing this, Yu Hongling stared at him and asked, have you taken a bath? Not yet. Why? No sooner had Yi Yun replied than Yu Hongling rushed forward and sniffed him all over. Afterward, her face darkened as she grabbed his chest and said, just as I thought. Your whole body smells of master. What do you have to say? At this, Yi Yun twitched the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, damn senior sister, do you have a dog's nose? He smelled himself as well. There was indeed a trace, but extremely faint. He marveled at her keen perception. Damn senior sister, do you have a dog's nose? He smelled himself as well. There was indeed a trace, but extremely faint. He marveled at her keen perception. Yu Hongling snorted, don't change the subject. What else do you have to say? Don't tell me master would just cuddle with a man for no reason while undressed. Her tone grew sharp as she continued, you and master. You've done it, haven't you? At this point, Yi Yun could only sigh and say, senior sister, it's a long story. Senior sister, it's a long story. Saying that was essentially an admission. Instantly, Yu Hongling's expression turned indignant as she exclaimed, I bet you used some trick to deceive master. Otherwise, with her talent and beauty, how could she choose you as her dual cultivation partner? I bet you used some trick to deceive master. Otherwise, with her talent and beauty, how could she choose you as her dual cultivation partner? In Yu Hongling's eyes, Yi Yun and her master were like cow dung and the most beautiful flower in the world. Under normal circumstances, how could they be together? Thus, her furious visit wasn't because she felt Yi Yun had stolen her master, but because she believed he had deceived her. Things having reached this point, Yi Yun was speechless and could only shake his head. Senior sister, if you want to know the truth, you can ask your master directly. I can't say anything lest she get angry and crush me. Senior sister, if you want to know the truth, you can ask your master directly. I can't say anything lest she get angry and I will ask. Yu Hongling was fearless and glared at Yi Yun. But you have to come with me and explain everything to master face to face. Fine, I'll go with you. Yi Yun knew he couldn't avoid it. After all, she was a core formation powerhouse. If he refused, she would probably knock him out and drag him there. Wait a moment. He'll go change clothes first. Yi Yun looked down at himself. He had just changed into something like sleepwear, obviously unsuitable for meeting Hong Xiener. Go ahead. Yu Hongling nodded, then snorted. But if you try to run, I'll break all 3 of your legs. This vicious threat made Yi Yun's crotch ache. Ahem, rest assured I won't run. He then went into the room to outside. Yu Hongling stuck her tongue out at his back. This scoundrel must have tricked master. He'll make him pay later. While waiting, she habitually looked around and noticed the small jade bottle on the table along with a glistening pill. Recalling that he was about to take the pill when she arrived, she assumed it was some kind of cultivation supplement. With that thought, Yu Hongling stealthily peeked into the room to confirm he was still changing. Then with slightly dishonest hands, she picked up the jade bottle, poured out a pill, and sniffed it. Strong pill fragrance, definitely not poison. Confirming this, she swallowed it directly. Not bad. She then took another pill and noticed Yi Yun about to come out. She quickly put the bottle back in its. Having executed this smooth little combo, she still stuck her tongue out at Yi Yun. Let you fool my master. He'll eat all your pills. Soon Yi Yun emerged from the inner room in different clothes. Seeing Yu Hongling standing obediently, he beckoned, Senior sister, I'm ready. Let's go. Yu Hongling nodded and complained, hurry up. Your place is sweltering. Okay. Wait, did you say sweltering? Yi Yun paused, glancing around in confusion. I feel it's quite cool here. Okay. Wait, did you say sweltering? Yi Yun paused, glancing around in confusion. I feel it's quite cool here. The discarded pill room, despite the unpleasant odor of waste pills, was well ventilated and usually quite cool. Yu Hongling pouted, it's obviously hot. Can't you see him sweating? Sweating? Yi Yun's expression turned strange as he took a good look at her and was stunned. Indeed, Yu Hongling was drenched in fragrant sweat, even tugging at her collar to let in cool air. Moreover, her complexion and skin were abnormal. Senior sister, why are your face and skin so red? Yu Hongling glared at him and said grumpily, obviously because it's hot. Her clearly false words left Yi Yun speechless. Then he noticed the bottle of one-night pills he had forgotten to put away on the table. Suddenly, the already cool room felt freezing to him. He swallowed and asked, Senior sister, you didn't happen to eat the pills on the table, did you? Yu Hongling silently turned her face away, her gaze shifting to the left. Of course not. Are you accusing me of stealing your pills? From that reaction, it was clear she had indeed eaten them. Yi stepped back a few paces and cleared his throat. Senior sister, that bottle contains a powerful aphrodisiac. Senior sister, that bottle contains a powerful aphrodisiac. The whole discarded pill room then echoed with the girl's piercing scream. What did you say? Yu Hongling's face turned so red it seemed as if water would drip from it, furiously glaring at Yi Yun. You shameless guy, do you carry aphrodisiac around with you all the time? After rebuking Yi Yun, she immediately attempted to storm out of the pill refining room. No, I want to leave right now. In fact, at this moment Yi Yun was becoming increasingly appealing in her eyes, igniting an impulse to possess him crazily. However, before she could take action, Yi Yun rushed over and grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Seeing this, Yu Hongling exclaimed in anger. What are you doing? Let go. She feared that if she didn't leave, soon she might lose control and do something. In your current state, aren't you afraid of what might happen if you go outside? This remark not only helped her, but also served his own interests. Regardless of what she might do in public, given her identity as a holy maiden's disciple, it would lead to significant trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Hongling's delicate body trembled with realization. Indeed, if something were to happen in front of many peers, it would truly mean social death. Looking at Yi Yun in front of her, she found him so charming. This older man was simply her dream lover. Gazing at Yi Yun, Yu Hongling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yi Yun, you are so handsome, I really like you. She reached out to grab Yi Yun, looking at him with dreamy eyes rubbing against him like a little cat. Watching this scene, Yi Yun's eyelids twitched. Damn, is it working this fast? It appeared that she had consumed more than just one. Fortunately, her cultivation level was not particularly exaggerated. Yi Yun quickly let go of her and fled towards the exit of the pill refining room. It wasn't that he didn't want to take advantage of her. The key concern was Hong Xianer. If he ended up sleeping with a disciple and a master who knew what she would do to him. However, before he could escape the pill refining room, Yu Hongling, who had been released, directly reached out her hand. You can't run. Then a silver thread flew out from her sleeve, binding Yi Yun's hands and feet, forcibly pulling him back. What the heck, she can even use a magical artifact. Yi Yun's mouth twitched as he found himself tied up, lying on the ground in a star shape. No matter how hard he struggled, the thread on his limbs remained unyielding, clearly a high-level control artifact. Meanwhile, Yu Hongling approached, swaying slightly. Senior sister, calm down. However, Yu Hongling was unfazed by Yi Yun's shout. Instead, she straddled his waist, gazing down at him seductively. Yi Yun, just submit to me. Damn, why does that sound so strange? Yi Yun's mouth twitched again as he looked up at Yu Hongling, who skillfully tore open her collar, revealing half of her fair shoulder. Then with a dreamy smile, she looked down at him. Yi Yun, let's do something fun together. No, we. But before Yi Yun could finish his sentence, he was kissed by Yu Hongling as she leaned down. Moments later, his clothes were being torn to shreds, and Yu Hongling pounced on him like a wild beast. The sounds from the pill refining room occasionally echoed out. Outside the pill refining room, the sun hung high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Congratulations, you have gained 100 points of fortune value. Yi Yun had long since stopped paying attention to the voice of the Fortune Divine Furnace. At this moment, he lay on the ground staring blankly at the ceiling. He never imagined that one day he would find himself engaging in bondage play, but the problem was that he was the one To be fair, Yu Hongling truly had learned well from that book, employing all her skills on him. Sigh, I feel like I've really become a tired ox this time. Yi Yun sighed, looking at Yu Hongling, who seemed to have overindulged and had momentarily passed out. With the silver thread still binding him, he could only lie there waiting quietly for Yu Hongling to awaken. After another 3 hours, Yu Hongling finally began to stir. She slowly sat up, her eyes slightly dazed as she surveyed her surroundings before reaching up to rub her forehead. Where am I? Just then Yi Yun beneath her greeted her. Senior sister, you finally woke up. Hearing this voice, Yu Hongling looked down, and then she saw Yi Yun, who was pinned beneath her. The attire they both wore could only be described as very revealing, with only a few strips of cloth remaining. Yu Hongling was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly stood up with a scream, covering her important parts with her hands, and shouted at Yi Yun in embarrassment and anger. You pervert! What have you done to me? After hearing her words, Yi Yun was left completely confused, his mouth twitching as he spoke. Senior sister, do you want to hear what you're saying? The current situation is that I am bound by your magical artifact pinned to the ground. This bout of complaints made Yu Hongling realize, staring at the silver thread binding his limbs, causing her face to flush slightly. I guess that's true. However, it seems she remembered what happened earlier and chided him again. No, what about that earlier pill? You did it on purpose, didn't you? On purpose? How could I have known senior sister would come? Yi Yun explained helplessly, looking quite annoyed. Those pills were obtained from exterminating the evil female cultivators. Oh, I had originally planned to study them, but then you showed up. And who told you to sneak and eat my pills without saying a word? His explanation was quite reasonable, and now it was Yu Hongling's turn to feel frustrated. Filled with shame and anger, Yu Hongling didn't know whom to vent her frustration on. You must not tell anyone about what happened here today. Otherwise. After thinking for a long time, Yu Hongling finally squeezed out one sentence. Otherwise I will sever ties with you. Suddenly, for a brief moment, Yi Yun felt that Yu Hongling was just too adorable. However, Yi Yun still nodded. Don't worry. I will never tell anyone. Then he turned to Yu Hongling and asked, so can you let me go now? Yu Hongling was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly raised her hand, retracting the silver thread. Finally free, Yi Yun felt numb in his limbs. Just as he was about to stand up, he nearly stumbled and fell again. Phew. Finally up. Yi Yun rubbed his wrists, which had turned red from being tied. Meanwhile, Yu Hongling hurriedly put on a clean outfit, so as not to be seen undressed by Yi Yun again. Not long after, both of them had changed clothes, but the atmosphere between them had become a bit delicate. In the end, it was Yi Yun who, watching Yu Hongling tidying her bangs, tentatively asked, Senior sister, are we still going to see your master? Upon mentioning this, Yu Hongling fell silent. After a while, she shook her head. Today, let's not go. Right now, her thoughts were quite chaotic, contemplating to let Yi Yun off this time and wait for another opportunity to confront him about it next time. Then Yi Yun asked again, what about our matter? This was equally important. Yu Hongling pursed her lips, and after a while she replied, as for our matter, I will find an opportunity to clarify it with Master, so please don't tell her for now. Alright, I understand. Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Finally, after thinking for a moment, he smiled and asked, so how did it feel to experience something like this for the first time? At this mention, Yu Hongling's face instantly flushed crimson. Then she turned her head away and murmured softly, I'm definitely not telling you. Seeing her reaction, Yi Yun already had a clue in his mind. It seemed the experience had been rather pleasant. Just then, as if to divert his attention, Yu Hongling suddenly asked, by the way, you're an inner disciple, right? Yes, what about it? Then will you be climbing the tower in a while? Climbing the tower? Yi Yun looked puzzled and asked curiously, what tower? The illusion tower. Yu Hongling seemed surprised that he didn't know and quickly explained. At our Gudao Holy Land, a limited-time challenge event called the Illusion Tower is periodically opened to inner disciples. On each floor of the Illusion Tower, there will be different opponents. If you win, you ascend a floor and face a more difficult. After the challenge ends in 3 months, the top 100 receive excellent rewards. And this time, the top 5 not only get generous prizes, but also get to represent the sect at the Yuelun Holy Land for a Tindui exchange activity. Yi Yun hadn't paid much attention to the earlier part, but her final words piqued his interest. An exchange activity typically meant 2 factions sending disciples to each other's territories to learn and spar away to build friendship. Before this, he had only heard rumors of someone being sent for an exchange. Now, he finally had a chance to experience. Of course, the real reason he cared was Yu Rushuan. If I can go, it would be wonderful to dual cultivate with her. Last time her cultivation was sealed, so he only obtained half the fortune value. If he could dual cultivate with her normally a few times, he would become incredibly wealthy. He imagined that if she saw him at the Yuelun Holy Land, she would be quite surprised. With that thought, he nodded with a smile. Got it. He'll participate and strive for the top 5, then go to the Yuelun Holy Land to bring glory to our sect. According to her, there were still about 3 months until the Illusion Tower started and ended. If he went all out, he might reach the peak of the Xiantian realm. With the Wanling sword art and numerous treasures, securing a top 5 spot would be a certainty. But upon hearing this, Yu Hongling pursed her lips and said, you'd better not think about it. Huh? Why? Obviously because the competition is fierce. Yu Hongling let out a delicate snort and said indifferently, by then inner disciples from all peaks and halls will almost all compete. To vie for the top 5, you need at least the 8th layer of Xintian, or even the peak. And you just joined the inner sect. Do you really think you can catch up to those geniuses in 3 months? In her eyes, Yi Yun was merely a newcomer ranking at the very bottom in terms of strength. Senior sister, how can we know without trying? Putting on airs. Seeing her mocking expression, Yi Yun smirked and suddenly grinned. Senior sister, want to make a bet? Bet what? Yu Hongling snorted, also getting into the spirit. Then Yi Yun chuckled. If I lose, I'll do one thing within my power for you. If I win, the same applies, even something risque. Hearing this, Yu Hongling blushed with indignation. No risque stuff. She felt that if he won, she would be in trouble again. So senior sister thinks I might actually succeed. Yu Hongling paused, then snorted delicately. Fine. It's a bet. She figured he couldn't win anyway, so the stakes didn't matter. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded with a smile. Excellent. It's settled then. Of course, he made this bet partly to push himself. After all, going from the 1st layer to the peak of Xiantian in 3 months was no small feat. And so the pact was sealed. Then Yu Hongling glanced at the sky and prepared to leave. But before departing, she glared at him and said, he'll say it again, never tell anyone about today. If people found out she had done such a thing with an old man, she would rather kill herself. Alright, only heaven earth you. Yi Yun nodded helplessly, and only then did Yu Hongling leave reassured. After she left, Yi Yun reached out and took a broken silver jade pendant. the moon spirit jade that had saved him from a fatal blow earlier. You really saved my life. As he thought about it, a fierce determination ignited in his heart. If he could go to the Ueloan Holy Land and rekindle that connection, it would be a wonderful turn of events. Starting tomorrow, I'll become stronger with all my might. Yin took a deep breath. As for tonight, since Yu Hongling had worn him out to the point of collapse, he decided to rest first. The next morning, after a good rest, Yin searched through the waste pill room. I still feel that this third-grade chi gathering pill is somewhat lacking. Finally, Yin simply took out the pill catalog from the waste pill room and began browsing. To others, this might be just a record of trash, but to him it was a 7-star menu. At my current Xiantian cultivation, using 5th-grade pills would be wasteful. I'll go with 4th-grade pills. In the past, he might have worried about insufficient fortune value, but now that he was well off, there was no need to stint. Of course, if anyone knew that someone considered eating 3rd-grade flawless pills as a daily meal and still felt deprived, they'd probably want to curse. Soon Yi Yun selected 3 types of 4th-grade pills suitable for him and took out a batch of waste pills for each. First up, the 10,000 spirit pill. Consuming 20 fortune points, reshaping the pill for you. Looking at the 4 cyan pills in the furnace, Yi Yun took a deep breath, picked one up, and swallowed it, activating the Hunyuan art to digest it. With the support of the Hunyuan art, the medicinal power was absorbed at an astonishing speed, and its efficacy was greatly enhanced. His cultivation directly broke through to the 2nd layer of Xiantian. Indeed, this technique is a perfect match for me. As for the 10,000 spirit pill, it was essentially an upgraded version of the chi gathering pill with all-around improvements and a slight purifying effect on the physique. When Yi Yun actually used one and felt the surging true energy within his body, he was deeply shocked. This is the real deal, so potent. Beyond this, he successively attempted to refine the 4th-rank realm-breaking pill and the enlightenment pill. The former was an upgraded version of the elevating profound pill capable of providing a more powerful breakthrough assistance effect. As for the latter, the enlightenment pill, its function was to greatly enhance one's comprehension ability for a period. Within the ancient path sacred ground, even true disciples received only 1 batch of 4 enlightenment pills per year, used to aid in comprehending and learning various difficult techniques and mysterious arts. And those were merely ordinary quality enlightenment pills. Flawless ones were scarce, even in the ancient path sacred ground. But for Yi Yun, he had recently been consuming enlightenment pills like meals, replenishing them as soon as the effect wore off, staying in a constant state of enhancement. Thus, Yi Yun continued under an extremely terrifying cultivation boost. In just 10 days, Yi Yun's cultivation broke through 2 realms in succession, successfully reaching the 4th layer of Xiantian. Furthermore, relying on the endless supply of enlightenment pills, Yi Yun smoothly achieved minor accomplishment in the Wind Spirit Sword Art and officially began his initial training in the Myriad Spirit Sword Art. That day in the waste pill chamber, Yi Yun sat with closed eyes, concentrating his mind, surrounded by 33 iron swords. Under his manipulation, all the swords flowed smoothly into various forms, moving according to his will. Shortly after, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the flying swords steadily suspended around him, a satisfied expression on his face. Now I can finally execute the Myriad Spirit Sword formation. Then he put away those iron swords. At this point, the task of practicing with these swords was completed satisfactorily. Yi Yun stood up, glanced at the clear sky outside, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Next, it's time to go shopping. After all, he had been in seclusion in the waste pill chamber for half a month, and it was time to head to the market to officially purchase flying swords for the Myriad Spirit Sword Art. According to Yi Yun's plan to maximize power, the flying swords forming the sword formation should ideally all be at least mystic rank. If Hong Xianer knew his thoughts, she would probably think he was insane. An ordinary inner disciple would cherish a single mystic rank flying sword as a treasure, using it cautiously for fear of it being taken away by others. But Yi Yun, on the contrary, intended to directly form a sword formation with 33 mystic rank flying swords. Currently, he already had 1 mystic rank flying sword in hand, so he needed to purchase 32 more, which would certainly take some effort. After all, he knew that mystic rank flying swords were rare goods in the Cloud Mist market, snatched up the moment they appeared, and buying a full set would likely require a hefty sum. Fortunately for Yi Yun, mystic crystals weren't a problem. At worst, he could trade with 3rd or 4th rank pills. Alright, let's go. Yi Yun packed up simply and set off for the Cloud Mist market. For the next 2 full days, he scoured almost the entire market. The good news was that he didn't spend too many mystic crystals. As for the reason, it was simple. Yi Yun found that he couldn't buy any mystic rank flying swords at all. Damn it, I still underestimated how rare these mystic rank flying swords are. Standing on the street of Cloud Mist Market, Yi Yun looked ahead with a desperate expression. Actually, thinking about it, the Cloud Mist Market only had disciples trading, and the mystic rank treasures circulating were naturally few. Moreover, flying swords were the most precious and rarest type, so it was normal not to find any immediate. But this left Yi Yun frustrated. Under the current circumstances, he could only settle for mortal rank top-grade flying swords. Sigh how unwilling I am. Alternatively, he could prepare materials himself and find a forge master to craft custom mystic rank treasures. Although it might cost more mystic crystals, at least he could achieve his goal. With this thought, he searched the market again, but still found nothing. Any decent materials had been scooped up. It turned out that in this sacred ground, there were still many rich people. Just when Yi Yun was about to give up, a hawking sound nearby caught his attention. Come take a look, I've got top-grade forging material, Starshine Meteorite. The moment he heard the name, Yi Yun's ears perked up. Starshine Meteorite. Even an outsider like him knew this was a top-tier forging material. It was said that such meteorites only fell from the sky, so their rarity and value were off the charts. This level of material could be used to forge not only mystic rank treasures, but even earth rank or even heaven rank ones. The question was, how could such a premium material appear on a street stall in the market? Yi Yun immediately turned his gaze to the stall. The vendor was a young male cultivator at the 5th layer of Xiantian. Without hesitation, he approached the stall and asked, "Senior brother, do you really have Starshine Meteorite?" Seeing his interest, the young male cultivator grinned. "Of course I got it from Firehammer Peak. Found it." Firehammer Peak was a location in the ancient path sacred ground primarily for forge masters. Most of the sacred ground's treasures came from their hands, and legend had it that the Peak Master even had the ability to forge earth-rank treasures. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. "I'm not interested in the origin, I just want to see the item first." "Sure, junior brother, take a look." The young cultivator enthusiastically extended his hand, taking out a small jade box and opening it to reveal an empty interior. Yi Yun's mouth twitched, and he said irritably, "Senior brother, are you messing with me? Where's the item?" Hearing this, the young male cultivator shook his head. "Junior brother, come closer and see." Moi. Yi Yun was taken aback, then leaned in until his eyes were almost touching the jade box, finally understanding. Now he realized why Starshine Meteorite was on a street stall. According to legend, usually a fallen Starshine Meteorite was about the size of a human head, enough to forge 3 to 5 decent treasures. But in this jade box lying quietly in the corner was an extremely tiny piece of metal, no more like a metal shaving. To put it bluntly, it was no thicker than a strand of hair. Yi Yun took a deep breath and looked up at the young male cultivator. "This is false advertising, isn't it? It's way too small. Never mind the size, tell me, does it exist or not? But what can such a tiny bit do?" Having gotten his hopes up for nothing, Yi Yun was already on the verge of cursing. "Senior brother, you." But just as he was about to express his feelings, a thought struck him, and he cleared his throat. "You've got a point. He'll buy it. No way you're actually buying it." The young male cultivator seemed shocked, then realized had slipped up, and quickly returned to his previous serious expression. "Excellent. It seems junior brother is a connoisseur. In that case, I'll part with this Starshine Meteorite for 5,000 mystic crystals." At that, Yi Yun paused. 500 at most. Deal. Yi Yun's mouth twitched. However, he didn't have time to dwell on that. He paid the mystic crystals promptly and left. The young male cultivator looked at the heavy storage pouch in his hand, beaming with joy. "Not bad, I bought it for 50 and sold it for so much." Meanwhile, Yi Yun rushed back to the waste pill chamber and immediately closed the doors and windows. He took out the jade box and opened it to look at the tiny shaving inside. The reason he bought it was that he had a guess, or rather a bold idea. At this moment, Yi Yun's breathing involuntarily quickened and his heart was tense. "Heavens, please let me." Then he took a deep breath and extended his hand. "Reforge." As his voice fell, the Starshine Meteorite before him began to emit light, and the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace sounded. "Consuming 500 creation points, reforge the meteorite for you." In an instant, the tiny metal shaving in the jade box began to expand wildly. With a bang, a huge meteorite 3 meters in diameter crashed heavily onto the ground, the floor denting directly. Yi Yun's eyes were utterly stunned. "Holy crap. It's this powerful." According to legend, Star Silver Meteorite was no larger than a human head, wasn't it? But upon second thought, he understood and said thoughtfully, "It seems it has been reshaped back to its original form." Normally meteorites burn smaller upon entry, so they end up only the size of a head. But this one retains its celestial size. Yi Yun took a deep breath, gazing at the enormous Star Silver Meteorite before him. He estimated that it would be more than enough for not just 33 flying swords, but even 100. He dared not imagine how priceless this single piece was. If exposed, it could trigger a bloodbath across 1,000 miles. Now the main material is no longer a concern. Yi Yun stored the Star Silver Meteorite into his storage pouch and began to ponder. Since he had the material, he now needed a skilled forging master. Although the ancient path sacred land had the Firehammer Peak, he dared not go there, as it would cause too much of a stir, and he would not be able to explain its origin. "No, I need to find a private forging master with reliable character. If not handled well, the other party might commit murder for treasure, leaving him in an awkward position." But the problem was that he had few connections. He couldn't just go to Hong Xianer for an introduction, could he? Then his eyes lit up. He couldn't easily approach the saintess, but there was someone else he could seek. With this thought, he immediately left the discarded pill room to find someone. Less than a quarter of an hour later, outside the saintess hall, Yu Hongling looked at Yi Yun, who had come, and asked suspiciously, "You, what brings you here?" Since the incident in the discarded pill room, every time she thought of Yi Yun, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. He seemed more pleasing to the eye than before, but she didn't want to show it. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun said with a smile, "Senior sister, do you remember that you owe me a favor?" At this mention, Yu Hongling was first startled, then seemed to recall, and her big eyes looked at him warily. "Well said, but this favor cannot involve me doing intimate things with you." Although they had already had one exhilarating encounter, thinking about it still brought her embarrassment. Yi Yun wore a helpless expression and said, "Senior sister, do you really think I'm such a lecher? Aren't you?" "All right, I suppose." Yi Yun cleared his throat, and then said seriously, "On a serious note, I wanted to ask if you know any forging masters. One who belongs to no faction, has excellent character, and can forge items of profound grade or above." After hearing his request, Yu Hongling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't about intimate matters. Yet for some reason a hint of regret seemed to linger in her heart. Yu Hongling thought for a moment and said, "Forging masters. I do know a few seniors. Do you intend to forge a magic treasure yourself?" To this Yi Yun nodded and smiled. "It's fine and prepared. Please introduce one to me." "All right then." Yu Hongling pondered and began to speak slowly. "Among the forging masters I've dealt with, 4 roughly meet your requirements. 3 men and 1 woman." Before she could introduce them one by one, Yi Yun asked in surprise, "There's actually a female forging master?" Not that he was prejudiced, but the profession simply sounded incompatible with a woman. In response, Yu Hongling snorted lightly and said, "Of course. Her name is Tai Xinyu. This elder sister is incredibly skilled. Not only does she possess monstrous forging talent, but she is also the granddaughter of the former Firehammer Peak Master. According to her account, Tai Xinyu's parents were killed by heretical cultivators from Netherworld during the Sacred Land struggles when she was young. Later, the Firehammer Peak Master retired from the ancient path Sacred Land, found a valley, and dedicated himself to raising his granddaughter, passing on all his forging skills to Tai Xinyu. Several decades have passed, and Tai Xinyu still lives in that valley. Except on rare occasions, she has never left. A truly reclusive forging prodigy. Moreover, according to Yu Hongling, she was also a stunningly beautiful young girl. Hearing this, Yi Yun's eyes lit up, and he said, "Great, she's the one." Yu Hongling frowned, however, and said, "But first let me warn you. This senior has a rather peculiar personality. She may not be willing to forge a treasure for you." "Oh, what do you mean?" "It's simple, she only accepts forging jobs using rare materials. If the material isn't top tier, she won't help even if you pay. Few, is that all?" After hearing the explanation, Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief instead, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the material I've prepared will definitely satisfy her." Seeing his confidence, Yu Hongling grew curious. "Really? What did you prepare?" "Well, let me keep it a secret for now." In the end, Yi Yun remained mysterious. This left Yu Hongling quite annoyed, and she pursed her lips and said, "Humph, nobody like you with no background. I don't believe you have anything good." "Then wait and see, senior sister." Yi Yun smiled faintly, thinking that sooner or later he would publicly wield his new flying sword. Despite her teasing, Yu Hongling still handed him a jade pendant. According to her, Tai Xinyu's location was not far from the Sacred Land, but it was concealed by a formation. Only those bearing the token could find it. Taking the jade pendant, Yi Yun cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, senior sister. I'll take my leave now. By the way," just as he was about to leave, Yu Hongling seemed to remember something and called him back. "Senior sister, is there something else?" "Just a small matter." Yu Hongling looked embarrassed, then cleared her throat. "It's about the book I borrowed from you last time. When I was reading it a few days ago, I accidentally got caught by Master." Hearing this, Yi Yun's mouth twitched. "So, Yu Hongling scratched her head, then turned and bolted away. "So, good luck." Watching the girl flee back into the Saintess Hall, Yi Yun felt numb. Was this little girl trying to get him? He had a feeling that the next time he saw Hong Xianer, things would be a bit troublesome. "Forget it, I'll deal with whatever comes. As long as she doesn't kill me, it's fine." Thinking about it now was useless, so Yi Yun simply stopped worrying and went back to the discarded pill room to cultivate. It was getting late. He planned to set out early the next morning to visit the beautiful forging master nearby. When night fell, after finishing his cultivation, Yi Yun idly began his own pharmaceutical research. He sat at his desk and evenly divided a complete overnight pill into 10 small pieces. This small amount should be enough. Of course, he wasn't planning to drug anyone. He intended to use it as an adult novelty for special occasions. The next step was to find someone to test the drug. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Yi Yun, are you in?" Hearing Pei Yuyin's voice outside the door, Yuyin's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a pillow arriving just when he needed to sleep? He immediately called out loudly, "Yes, come on in." Pei Yuyin outside entered. Tonight, she wore a white dress looking quite elegant. Seeing her come at this hour, Yuyun raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Senior sister, are you here to patronize my business again?" His teasing made Pei Yuyin blush slightly, but she still nodded lightly. To be honest, she had run out of pills days ago, and had been holding back from coming to Yuyun. It is easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go from extravagant to frugal. Accustomed to cultivating with the boost of pills, she simply could not accept her normal speed anymore, so after some mental struggle, she decided to come to him. Pei Yuyin cleared her throat, and said tentatively, "Junior brother, this time, I want more pills to improve more and challenge the illusion tower." Hearing this, Yuyun raised an eyebrow slightly, and said flatly, "More pills. What's in it for me?" At this, Pei Yuyin stepped forward, took his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Well, don't you want to do that kind of thing with me? For the next 3 months, I'll come to you once every 3 days, is that okay?" Tisk, are you proposing a monthly plan? Is it okay? Yuyun couldn't help but laugh, thought for a moment, and nodded. "No problem, it's a deal, but what? Today, senior sister, can you help me test a pill, eh?" "A what pill, eh?" "Overnight pill." In the alchemy room, Pei Yuyin looked at the small piece of elixir with a hint of worry. "Is it really safe to take this?" "Don't worry, this is just 1/10, I just wanted to test the effects on a girl." In fact, Yuyun wanted to say, what's there to be afraid of? That guy flaunted 2 pills without any issues. As long as it's not excessive, he would only feel a bit weak for a couple of days. In the end, Pei Yuyin still swallowed it down, and then they waited for the effects to kick in. "How do you feel?" After a while, Yuyun curiously asked as he watched Pei Yuyin standing there. He noticed her face gradually turning red, though not nearly as intense as Yuhangling's. Soon after, he saw Pei Yuyin clutching his hand, casting pleading eyes at him. "Stop talking nonsense, just give it to me quickly." Looking at her exquisite charm, yet not completely losing her sanity, he couldn't help but feel satisfied this level was just about right. At this moment, her demeanor ignited a fire within Yuyun, and he planned to have some fun with her. After an hour passed, "Congratulations. You have gained 50 points of fortune value. Current fortune value 310 points. Senior sister, how was it?" Quite good." Pei Yuyin's pretty face flushed as she shared her experience. It was mostly about a significant enhancement in perception. Her physical resilience had also improved. After hearing her words, Yuyun was quite satisfied, and felt a bit excited. It would be great if the Saintess could try it too. "I hope next time I can convince the Saintess." Just thinking about how she would look after taking it was simply thrilling. Moreover, if he had the chance to try it himself, it should be very interesting. As he pondered, his desire reignited, and he turned to look at Pei Yuyin with a grin. "Senior sister?" The latter seemed startled by his smile, shrinking back slightly. "What else do you want to do?" "Senior sister, the night is still long." Yuyun's lips curled slightly, which made Pei Yuyin feel annoyed. It wasn't fair, as she was the one who took the pills all night, yet Yuyun seemed like the one who consumed them. But there was nothing she could do, she was utterly powerless to resist. After several rounds, it finally came to a complete end amidst Pei Yuyin's pleas. This experience completely changed Pei Yuyin's perception of his strength. He was truly formidable. Pei Yuyin was so exhausted that she had no strength left to dress, so she simply hugged Yuyun, deciding to spend the night there. "By the way, there's something I need to tell you." Panting, Pei Yuyin suddenly spoke up. Yuyun looked down and asked, "What is it?" "A senior sister asked me to inquire if you could sell her some flawless elixirs for cultivation." At this, Yuyun raised an eyebrow. "I hope you're not selling me out." "Of course not, I just mentioned that I know an alchemist who can refine flawless elixirs." "Oh, that's fine. Which sect is she from?" "That senior sister is from the Lingjian Peak. One of the 9 peaks of the Holy Land, Lingjian Peak. This place, though similar to Yunu Peak, is only open to select cultivators, specifically sword cultivators." Yuyun pondered. "Lingjian Peak, then I will consider it. After all, it's better if fewer people know that I can consistently produce flawless elixirs." Seemingly noticing his hesitation, Pei Yuyin chuckled. "Well, that senior sister is quite beautiful and strong, but she can be considered a cool and aloof woman in men's terms." Yuyun perked up at this, clearing his throat. "Since you put it that way, meeting her wouldn't be a problem. Have her come over the day after tomorrow." Seeing his change in demeanor, Pei Yuyin pouted. "You're really a big pervert." At that moment, Yuyun thought of something and teased. "But I didn't expect you to actively introduce buyers to me. Aren't you afraid I might do something to her?" "You can do whatever." Pei Yuyin appeared nonchalant, as if she had come to terms with it. In fact, after witnessing various abilities exhibited by Yuyun, as well as his subtle connections with the Saintess and Mo Ruyan, she had completely understood. Pei Yuyin realized that she and he were not in the same world at all. "I know you look down on me. Ooh, I'm not worth it. Anyway, for now, it's a fair trade. I'll let you do as you please as long as you give me elixirs that can help me become stronger faster." Regarding her words, Yuyun did not deny, and looking at her current state, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental as he recalled the past. However, he wouldn't allow himself to be moved easily like in some stories. But since she had reached this point, he naturally wouldn't slack off, smiling as he extended his hand. Then it settled. You can take these first. He handed her a total of 5 elixirs, 3 third-grade chi gathering pills, 1 fourth-grade breaking boundary pill, and 1 enlightenment pill. Seeing this, Pei Yuyan was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "What is this?" "Those 2 fourth-grade elixirs are a reward for you." Looking at Yi Yun's smile, Pei Yuyan pursed her lips and then turned around, straddling him. This left Yi Yun momentarily taken aback, and he asked, "Didn't you say you didn't want it? What do you care?" Pei Yuyan turned her face, and then she began another round. It wasn't that her desires were overwhelming, but if she didn't do this, she feared she would break down and cry. At this moment in the morning, after seeing Pei Yuyan off, Yi Yun also finished tidying up and planned to set off to find the beautiful young blacksmith. According to the location provided by Yu Hongling, Yi Yun brought a token and indeed found a small valley less than 100 miles from the ancient road Sacred Land. What appeared before him was a desolate valley, empty and lifeless, which left Yi Yun momentarily stunned. Am I in the wrong place? Just as he was puzzled, the token in his hand suddenly emitted light, and then the desolate valley before him underwent a tremendous transformation. The barren land sprouted flowers, grasses, and trees, swiftly becoming a paradise. Wow, such an impressive array! Yi Yun was astonished, and then jumped down, entering the valley. Inside there were small lakes and streams, beside which stood a few wooden houses and a wooden water wheel that turned slowly, producing a gentle sound of flowing water. Seeing this, he knew someone lived here, so he immediately stepped forward and called out loudly, "Senior." After a moment, the door of a wooden house on the left opened. A petite girl in slippers yawned as she walked out, appearing to be around 1.5 meters tall. Huh, who is so loud? She rubbed her sleepy eyes, seemingly just waking up. Seeing this, Yi Yun hurriedly approached and asked, "Little sister, is your elder here?" "Elder?" The little girl blinked, seeming confused. "Who are you looking for?" The local blacksmith, Tai Sinew." "Elder Tai?" "Oh, I'm the Tai Sinew you're looking for." Hearing the girl's self-introduction, Yi Yun was momentarily stunned, and he examined the petite figure before him again. Not to mention her physique was quite juvenile, completely unlike someone who had lived for several decades. With such slender arms and legs, can she really swing a forging hammer? Sensing Yi Yun's gaze, Tai Sinew snorted lightly. "You seem to be thinking some very impolite thoughts." "Cough, no, how could that be?" Yi Yun shook his head repeatedly, but then he saw Tai Sinew looking at him with a... In the next moment, a powerful aura of mysterious energy surged toward him, pressing down on Yi Yun like a great mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. At this point, Tai Sinew smirked. "Do you still doubt it?" "Senior, I was wrong." Yi Yun immediately realized, apologizing profusely. Seeing this, Tai Sinew lightly snorted, and the pressure weighing down on Yi Yun dissipated. Looking at the girl across from him again, Yi Yun's heart raced, and he no longer dared to underestimate her. Judging by the earlier aura, she was most likely a powerful cultivator at the Yuanling realm, indeed a prodigious talent. No wonder Yu Hongling would describe her as a genius beauty. She truly was a striking young lady. Meanwhile, he also heard the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace in his ear. "Detection of creation points on Tai Sinew. Please find a way to obtain them." Damn, to obtain them from her. This difficulty is a bit high. Just as he was stunned, Tai Sinew's voice came through. "Speak, who sent you to find me?" Tai Sinew crossed her arms in front of her chest, her petite figure creating a somewhat incongruous impression reminiscent of a youthful elder. At this moment, Yi Yun hurriedly took out the token. "It was senior sister Yu Hongling. She asked me to find you." Tai Sinew glanced at the jade pendant, nodded lightly, and then returned it to him. "So it's the little sister of the Yu family." With that, she stood with her hands behind her back and turned to walk away. "Come, follow me inside." She turned and walked into the room, and Yi Yun paused before following her in. What came into view was a rather simple bedroom, with several high-quality weapons hanging on the surrounding walls, giving off a hint of a secluded master's ambience. Tai Sinew led him to a table and gestured for him to sit down. Then she raised her hand and manipulated the teapot to pour a cup of tea for him from a distance. "Have some tea." "Yes." Yi Yun picked up the cup and took a sip. At this moment, he noticed a book placed beside him, looking quite worn and seemingly aged. One part of it was opened, and Yi Yun's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, causing him to freeze. "My. What is this?" Was it just his illusion, or did the revealed image depict a man pressing down on a woman resembling some sort of study material? Yi Yun's eyelids twitched, and he thought, could this be an erotic diagram? Or perhaps some secret techniques from within a chamber? Just as he was about to take a closer look, Tai Sinew suddenly moved in front of him, almost teleporting to snatch the book away. Then she took a sip of tea and lightly coughed. "Speak, what do you want me to forge?" For some reason, although she appeared calm, her demeanor was akin to a seasoned master facing a tremendous challenge without flinching. Yet amidst her words and actions there was an inexplicable sense of pretentiousness, as if it were deliberately crafted. However, this was clearly not something Yi Yun should delve into at the moment. He quickly returned to the main topic. Senior, I wish to forge a flying sword treasure. Oh, a flying sword. Do you know the rules here? Of course. You need to prepare your own materials along with 100,000 mysterious crystals. This price was enough to buy nearly 10 pieces of mysterious grade treasures, which is why so few people chose to forge their own treasures. At this moment Tai Xinyu said lightly, besides that you should know if your prepared materials are too poor, I won't waste my time. Don't worry about that, I believe you will be satisfied. Oh, you're quite confident. Tai Xinyu looked at him with lowered eyes, speaking slowly. Tell me, what materials have you prepared? For her over the years, she had seen countless top-tier materials and seldom was there anything that stirred her heart. At most, she might only praise it as decent. Yi Yun immediately replied, what I have prepared is star silver meteorite. My. Tai Xinyu looked at him in surprise. You actually have such a treasure. Quickly take it out for me to see. Being a rare item from beyond the heavens, star silver meteorite was indeed a coveted treasure. She hadn't seen it in many years. Seeing it again, this time was quite a treat. However, Yi Yun glanced around, scratching his head. How about we go out, so as not to damage your floor? Tai Xinyu raised her brows slightly, saying lightly, it's just a small piece of rock, no need for that. This one of mine is a bit large. How large can it be? Stop wasting time, quickly take it out for me to see. It wasn't that Tai Xinyu wasn't concerned, star silver meteorites typically weren't very big. Even in the past years when she forged a treasure for a foundation establishment cultivator, the star silver meteorite that was brought out was only the size of half a head. Alright then. Yi Yun sighed helplessly, then took out the item. The result was a loud boom, and as the star silver meteorite emerged, the floor of the room caved in with a resounding crash. As for Tai Xinyu, looking at the gigantic meteorite that was twice her height, her eyes widened in disbelief. You. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Then she stepped forward to examine it, feeling it to confirm that it was indeed star silver meteorite. At this moment, Yi Yun smiled and asked, so senior, are you satisfied? After a while, Tai Xinyu finally came back to her senses, her voice trembling with excitement. Where did you get such a large star silver meteorite? Well, I naturally found it. Tai Xinyu gave him a sidelong glance. A 3-meter diameter star silver meteorite. She had never even heard of such a thing. How could it be casually found? However, she was not concerned about that. Her only passion had always been forging and collecting forging materials. This enormous star silver meteorite before her excited her more than any treasure in the world, and she almost unconsciously pressed her face against it. It truly is marvelous. Seeing her enchanted expression, Yi Yun cleared his throat. Senior, do you think this can be forged? Of course. What kind of flying sword do you want? While speaking, Tai Xinyu was still leaning against it, seemingly unwilling to part with it for even a moment. At this point, Yi Yun pondered for a moment and said, I would like to forge a set of flying swords. A set of flying swords. How many in total? The first batch will be 33 mysterious grade treasures, and later I will gather a total of 99. What do you think? Tai Xinyu, still enchanted by the star silver meteorite, couldn't help but cough, then turned to look at him. Did you say 99? A 99? Tai Xinyu's mouth twitched slightly, unable to hold back her words. Are you trying to make me work until I'm exhausted? 99 flying swords, even for her, even if they were only mysterious grade, it would require nearly a year of continuous work. This was clearly not seeking a forger, but rather trying to find a slave. I won't do it, that would consume far too much time and energy. Seeing her adamant refusal, Yi Yun quickly added, please listen to me, as long as you can complete these 99, the remaining star silver meteorite will all belong to you. Tai Xinyu fell silent for a moment, then lightly coughed. Actually, I have indeed been wanting to challenge myself lately to see how long it takes to forge 100 treasures, so I can reluctantly agree to your request. Hearing this, Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief and asked, then how long do you think it will take to complete the first 33? Let me think. Tai Xinyu pondered for a moment before replying. If I rush it, it should take about 2.5 months. 2 months would be just in time to catch up with the illusory tower. Yi Yun immediately nodded. Alright then, I'll trouble you, senior. Not long after Yi Yun and Tai Xinyu finalized the details, after completing all this, Yi Yun stood up and bowed. In that case, I won't disturb you further. Just then, Tai Xinyu pondered for a moment before suddenly looking up to ask, do you have time tonight? I do have time. Is there something you need, senior? Unexpectedly, Tai Xinyu bit her lip and lightly coughed. If you have time, could you stay here tonight? Oh no, I have some matters I would like to ask you about. Well, that could be. Okay. Yi Yun had a strange expression. He couldn't shake the feeling that this senior was acting shy. Moreover, leaving a member of the opposite sex whom he just met to stay overnight at her house. Yes, it was quite odd. After Yi Yun agreed to stay overnight, and since it was still early, he began to observe Tai Xinyu as she initially decomposed the star silver meteorite. This is where I usually forge, a skill inherited from my grandfather. Tai Xinyu led him into a larger room where a furnace and various forging tools were laid out. Some of the tools seemed unworthy of Tai Xinyu, clearly left behind by her grandfather. Yian looked around and nodded in approval. It looks quite impressive. Of course. Tai Xinyu proudly lifted her chin and said, my grandfather was an incredibly skilled blacksmith, and so am I. For a moment Yian couldn't tell whether she was praising her grandfather or subtly boasting about herself. But afterwards she indeed demonstrated astonishing skill. Step back, I'm starting. After giving some instructions, Tai Xinyu stepped forward, took out the massive star, silver meteorite, and placed it on the furnace. Then Tai Xinyu extended her hand, a silver flame enveloping the meteorite, clearly starting to heat it gradually. The heat wave hitting Yian made him feel as if his soul was being scorched, and he instinctively took a few steps back. What a terrifying flame. Looking at Tai Xinyu in front of him, her petite figure with long hair flowing, even her gaze had become sharp, as if she had transformed into a different person. Time passed slowly, and the forging was proceeding smoothly, during which Tai Xinyu further confirmed the request. As dusk gradually set in, Yian watched as she heated the massive meteorite until it glowed red, then meticulously decomposed it into small, iron blocks of precise size. Phew. That's enough for today, I'm off work. Tai Xinyu glanced at the setting sun outside and stretched lazily. Then she turned to Yian and smiled. Let's go, we'll take you out for dinner. Thank you, senior. Yian cupped his hands in greeting, still unsure why she had. As he followed Tai Xinyu out, the twilight in the valley truly left him momentarily dazed. The golden afterglow spilled over the flowers and streams, resembling a paradise on earth. So beautiful. Tai Xinyu smiled and said, every time I see this scene it brings me peace, making me want to live here forever. Yian nodded in agreement. Indeed, even I want to stay here permanently. After this, Tai Xinyu showcased her impressive culinary skills with the water wheel in the stream gently turning and the nearby wooden house emitting smoke and the aroma of food. It's no exaggeration to say that Yian felt a sense of tranquility akin to hiding away with a beautiful girl in a peach blossom paradise. As the sky grew darker, the bright moon and twinkling stars adorned the night sky, causing Yian to once again feel a sense of daze. Yian, it's time to eat. Tai Xinyu, wearing a small apron, appeared like a capable little woman, bringing out steaming hot dishes. After spending the day together, the two had grown somewhat familiar and decided to have dinner outside, enjoying a meal under the moonlight. How is it? Is it delicious? Tai Xinyu asked him. Yian took a bite and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, it can be called delicious. My grandfather used to love the meals I made too. Tai Xinyu wore a proud expression, and at that moment she looked nothing like her earlier serious self, as if she had taken off a certain mask. While eating, Yian curiously asked, I heard that you have lived here with your grandfather since you were little. Yes, I grew up here since I can remember, learning forging techniques with my grandfather. Tai Xinyu also began to eat, recalling as she spoke. Later, after my grandfather passed away, I stayed here to continue studying forging techniques until now. This revelation surprised Yian, prompting him to ask, you haven't been out in all these years? Tai Xinyu shook her head. No, anything I need, I just send a message to the ancient Tao sacred land, and someone brings it to me quickly. I see. Yian marveled, realizing that she was indeed the ultimate homebody. So you never interact with others? Hey. Sort of, but occasionally people from outside come to me for forging magic. Do they bully you? No. Tai Xinyu gently shook her head, smiling as she spoke. I found that if I treat guests like my grandfather did, no one underestimates me. Oh, is that so? Now Yian understood where her slightly awkward demeanor came from. She was mimicking her Yian couldn't help but laugh, and then asked, what are your plans for the future? I don't know. When this topic came up, Tai Xinyu showed a look of confusion. Yian pondered for a moment. Haven't you thought about going out for a walk? I'm afraid. Yes, my grandfather always told me that the outside world is very dangerous, and that I shouldn't go out until I have self-defense abilities. Yian couldn't help but remind her. Senior, with your current cultivation there aren't many who can match you outside. He felt that her cultivation was nearing the peak of the nascent spirit stage, almost catching up to Hong Xiener before her breakthrough, making her a top-tier powerhouse wherever she went. Upon hearing this, Tai Xinyu tilted her head. Really? Absolutely. But I'm still afraid. How about this? Yian thought for a moment and said, when the opportunity arises, I'll take you to the ancient Tao sacred land first, and then we can explore other places. For his suggestion, Tai Xinyu stared at him for a while, then smiled sweetly. Okay, thank you, you really are a good person. The sudden good person card left Yian speechless, and he helplessly said, Senior, aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Not afraid. Tai Xinyu shook her head and smiled. My grandfather taught me a technique that allows me to sense the goodwill and hostility of others, and to discern if someone is lying. I see. Yian felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that he had almost underestimated her due to her seemingly innocent appearance. She was essentially a human lie detector. After this, the two chatted a lot more, and he increasingly felt that Tai Xinyu was a pure-hearted individual utterly absorbed in forging. In this world such a person is indeed rare, and it stands to reason that her rapid cultivation had something to do with this aspect. By the way, I wanted to ask from the beginning, why did you keep me here? Yi Yun looked at her, voicing the doubt within his heart. Upon mentioning this, Tai Xinyu seemed to recall something, her face slightly flushed. Because you are a good person, so I wanted to ask you some things. Yi Yun took a bite of food, puzzled. Just tell me, then I'll be direct. Do you know about dual cultivation between men and women? Cough cough. Yi Yun nearly choked on the food he had just swallowed, finally recovering after a while, raising his head in astonishment. Senior, what did you just say? Her words almost made him drop his jaw. Was this something that could come from her mouth? At this moment, Tai Xinyu lightly pressed her lips together. It's what happens between men and women when they are together. I know, but what I meant was, why are you asking about this? Because I've been very curious lately and want to understand, but no one comes to talk to me about it. Tai Xinyu seemed a little frustrated, then looked at Yi Yun expectantly. So do you understand these things? Well, I know a bit, just a little bit. Yi Yun was quite modest, but in reality this was his area of expertise. That's great. Tai Xinyu's eyes brightened, and she then took out several books, including the one Yi Yun had seen on the table during the day. These books are ones I recently found in my grandfather's spatial ring, and many of the illustrations are quite embarrassing. Can you see if they are all related to dual cultivation? After flipping through several books, Yi Yun took a deep breath and recounted to Tai Xinyu. Indeed, what's recorded here is exactly that method you mentioned, but they are all techniques for men. At this, Tai Xinyu picked up one of the books and pointed at an illustration of a small figure, her face flushing. Speaking of which, can men really change size? Ahem, yes, it's true. Wow, how amazing. Tai Xinyu seemed astonished, then suddenly thought of something and looked up at Yi Yun. By the way, Yi Yun, have you ever done these things? Of course. On this point, Yi Yun did not conceal anything. Hearing this, Tai Xinyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, is it fun? Hard to describe, but truly enjoyable. This was evident from Pei Yuyan. At his words, Tai Xinyu mused thoughtfully, I see. I wonder what it feels like. Yi Yun was somewhat surprised by it. Senior, you've never tried it. Tai Xinyu shook her head firmly. Of course not, I've never tried it with anyone. No, I mean, by yourself. What's that? Tai Xinyu looked at him with pure innocence. If not for the day's interactions and learning about her past, he would have suspected she was feigning naivety. But now it seemed she was genuinely innocent, to the point that Yi Yun felt a pang of guilt. Ahem, what I mean is. He leaned in and whispered a detailed explanation. Of course, Yi Yun never dreamed that one day he'd be the one to explain such things to a woman. After his explanation, Tai Xinyu's face instantly turned crimson. Yet at the same time she exclaimed in astonishment, so it can be done like that? Yes, in short, it's quite fun. With Yi Yun's detailed explanation, Tai Xinyu was blushing furiously, but still nodded, and said after a moment's thought. Then after dinner I'll go try it. Ahem. Yi Yun nearly choked again, thinking how could she say such a thing, but seeing Tai Xinyu's expression like a child who had just discovered a new game, her small face filled with anticipation. Yi Yun felt a twinge of unease. Was he corrupting her? After all, she was decades old, just looked young, and it was indeed time she learned about such things. It's just normal education. With that thought, Yi Yun gradually calmed down. Soon they finished dinner. During the meal, they talked much about the outside world, making Tai Xinyu look forward to leaving. According to Tai Xinyu, she felt an instant connection with him, as if they had met too late, and she already considered Yi Yun a friend. Afterward, they each returned to their rooms. Well, not exactly to rest. Tai Xinyu was in her room, learning self-entertainment. Yi Yun was assigned to the next room for meditation and cultivation. But no sooner had he started cultivating than he couldn't help opening his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching. Good heavens, this senior. Doesn't she know how to set up a soundproof barrier? The thought of a beautiful girl just a wall away doing such things stirred a fire within him. Now he couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. I should have just taught Senior the practical part directly. Before long, a knock came at his door. Yi Yun, are you asleep? Yi Yun was startled, got up, and opened the door. What's wrong, Senior? But when he saw Tai Xinyu before him, he couldn't help swallowing. The young girl before him wore a nightgown, her neck slick with sweat. Upon seeing Yi Yun, she grabbed his hand and said seemingly in a hurry, come with me, I want to show you something. Confused, Yi Yun followed her to the next room. The room was still simple, nothing amiss at first glance, but upon closer inspection of certain spots, Yi Yun's mouth fell open. Senior, this. For a moment, Yi Yun didn't know whether to say she had been too hard on herself, or that she was truly. It seemed that a genius was a genius, quick to learn anything. Finally, he cleared his throat. It's fine, Senior. This is normal. Oh, really? Of course. It means you've learned well. I see. That scared me. Tai Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, she had been very nervous. No wonder. A woman's first time like this without experience would indeed make her think something was wrong. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. In that case, need me to guide Senior through some practical exercises? At that moment, he felt like a perverted uncle luring an innocent girl. Hearing his words, Tai Xinyu paused, then shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. No. Why? It's too shameful. To be fair, Yi Yun found her quite fascinating. sometimes extremely shy, other times blissfully unaware. Alright then. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. What mattered to him was her response. She found the act of dual cultivation itself shameful, not a rejection of him. This meant there was hope. If he could find the right atmosphere next time, he might actually get around with her. After a night, Yi Yun rested a bit. No further sounds came from next door. She had apparently tired herself out. The next morning before leaving, Yi Yun made sure to remind her senior, counting on that set of flying swords. Don't worry, you'll have them ready on time. Good. Remember not to indulge too much, or you'll lack energy. At this reminder, Tai Xinyu blushed, and said petulantly, how could I? Am not addicted. Though this time she had indeed felt like she had discovered a new continent. But she could always separate work from pleasure. Seeing this, Yi Yun left reassured. Soon after, Yi Yun returned to the ancient path sacred land. Upon arrival, he saw many disciples rushing about, as if hurrying for something. Some nearby disciples were talking excitedly. Hurry up, the Phantom Tower is about to open. Let's go watch. I wonder which senior brother or sister will take the top spot this time. No need to guess. First place will definitely be senior sister Dongfang. I think it'll be senior brother Bai Chun from Spirit Sword Peak. If you ask me, the twin flowers of White Feather Peak senior sisters Jiang Lan and Lu Yenner are also contenders. As a major event at the ancient path sacred land, the Phantom Tower was well known among inner and outer disciples, and speculation about the top rank was a hot topic. Some disciples even set up bets on who would be first. Hearing their commotion, Yi Yun remained unhurried. With his current cultivation, even if he went, he wouldn't achieve much. Alright, time to go back and keep cultivating. He planned to at least reach the 6th or 7th level of Xiantian before venturing into the Phantom Tower. As for the final push for rankings, he would wait until Tai Xinyu forged the 33 flying swords, then aim for the top few spots, or even first place. Shortly after, Yi Yun returned to the discarded pill chamber ready to take the elixir and continue his cultivation. Yet barely a moment had passed before the door was urgently knocked upon, such a rude commotion that it bordered on discourtesy. Yi Yun frowned slightly and said calmly, the door is unlocked, come in. As his words fell, the door was abruptly thrust open, and a blue-robed female cultivator stepped in, only to be startled by the odor within. What a wretched place. It's practically a pigsty. The blue-robed female cultivator, elegantly dressed and possessing a fine figure, appeared even more beautiful than Pei Yuyan, like a senior sister of remarkable charm. She furrowed her delicate brows, pinched her nose, and entered, then asked, "Are you Yi Yun?" Yi Yun nodded and said calmly, "Yes, senior sister, is there something you need?" "You finally returned." Satisfied that she had found the right person, the blue-skirted woman gave a light snort and lifted her chin slightly. "Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Lan, a disciple of the Spirit Sword Peak. I hear you can refine flawless elixirs." The name Jiang Lan seemed familiar. He had just heard it. A rather formidable inner disciple. But the key were the 3 characters, Spirit Sword Peak. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. "Did Pei Yuyan tell you?" "Not exactly. I happened to overhear her talking to someone, but that's not important." Jiang Lan looked down at him, her expression haughty. "Let me be blunt. I need to break into the top 5 of the illusory tower, which requires many flawless elixirs. You will refine them for me." Hearing this, Yi Yun frowned. He already had a poor impression of this senior sister, and learning that she had eavesdropped combined with her arrogant demeanor stirred considerable displeasure within him. Thus his tone turned harsh. "Have me refine elixirs. What's in it for me?" "For you. They'll pay you in primal crystals, and you'll have the honor of being my friend." At this, Jiang Lan's lips curled into a smile. "Besides, you can ingratiate yourself with my Jiang family. That should satisfy you, shouldn't it?" Her confidence was evident, for the Jiang family indeed held a certain standing in the ancient Dao sacred ground. The family head was one of the revered elders, a powerhouse at the Dao Foundation Peak. As a direct descendant of the Jiang family, and one of the 2 golden flowers of Spirit Sword Peak, most inner disciples in the sect treated her with utmost deference. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with Yi Yun. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Though she was beautiful and skilled, her words and actions stirred no desire in him whatsoever. The mere thought of sharing a bed with her made him nauseous. Perhaps that was why even the Creation Divine Furnace gave no prompt, as if to say she wasn't worthy. Jiang Lan was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. "You old fool, how dare you refuse me?" "So what? I don't want to refine pills for you. Is there a problem? Do you know my father is the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall? Even if your father were Li Gang, it wouldn't matter." Yi Yun chuckled, utterly unimpressed. If she went to her father, he could go to Hong Xiener, as if he lacked connections. Jiang Lan didn't understand his words, but caught the mockery. "How dare you be disrespectful to me? Is there a problem? Acting like a queen all the time. Have you been overindulging in happy beans?" Jiang Lan was taken aback, then seemed to grasp his meaning, her face flaring with rage. "Watch your mouth, or I'll kill you right now." A long sword flashed into her hand, its tip pointing at Yi Yun. But it didn't scare him. He merely glanced at her and said calmly, "What? You want to murder an inner disciple here?" "You." As Yi Yun pointed out, though arrogant, Jiang Lan didn't dare to actually attack, here resorting only to verbal threats. She glared at Yi Yun, venomously spitting. Yi Yun, just you wait. Anyone who dares to treat me like this will pay the price. With that she sheathed her sword and stormed out in fury. Watching her retreat, Yi Yun offered only a what a fool. In all his years he had never seen anyone beg for a favor like that. Did she think he was? As Zhonglan stepped out of the discarded pill chamber, she saw a young woman in a green skirt approaching. With a neat ponytail, this woman exuded an air of cool indifference in stark contrast to the fiery Zhonglan. Upon seeing the green-skirted woman, Zhonglan's face darkened, and she snorted, "Hey, you're not thinking of asking that guy to refine pills, are you?" The hostile tone made their discord obvious. The reason was simple. The woman opposite was the other golden flower of Spirit Sword Peak, Lu Yin'er, someone Zhonglan deeply disliked. In her eyes, Lu Yin'er, born from humble origins and relying on networking to reach her current position, was unworthy of sharing the title Golden Flower with a Zhang family scion like herself. Faced with her rudeness, Lu Yin'er replied coldly, "That's right. Aren't you here for the same reason? Don't waste your effort. That old fool is a jerk. He won't refine pills for you. Even so, I want to try. What, you think I'd lie to you?" Zhonglan rolled her eyes. Given that Head rejected her generous offer, Lu Yin'er stood even less of a chance. But just then Yi Yun emerged from the discarded pill chamber, looked at Lu Yin'er, and said, "Senior sister, are you here to request pills?" Lu Yin'er immediately bowed and said, "Indeed. I am Lu Yin'er. I heard from Junior Sister Pei that you are skilled in alchemy, and have come to request some pills. I am willing to repay you with generous gifts." Compared to Zhonglan, this one was much more polite, and truly had the attitude of one seeking a favor. Yi Yun nodded and smiled faintly. "In that case, please come in. No need for generous gifts, I can even refine the pills for free." Lu Yin'er's cold face revealed surprise. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Who says I'm not kind?" Hearing this, Zhonglan was dumbfounded and glared at him. "Why would you refine for her, and not for me?" To that, Yi Yun merely glanced at her, and said, "Because I want to. Is there a problem?" "You." Zhonglan ground her teeth in rage, unable to remain a moment longer. With a cold snort she left. "Just you wait." Seeing this, Lu Yin'er warned, "Sir, that woman is vengeful. Doing this might. Leave her be. If she wants to kill me, let her try." Yi Yun shrugged. He had already offended the true disciple Chun Tianao, one more Zhonglan made no difference. Then he led Lu Yin'er into the discarded pill chamber and gave her an appraising look. He had to admit her face and figure were top-notch, and with that ponytail, she resembled a sword immortal from a Xinxia tale. So much so that the Creation Divine Furnace reacted. Detected creation points on Lu Yin'er's person. Please find a way to acquire them. Then Yi Yun smiled at her and asked, "Senior Sister Lu, are you also seeking pills to challenge the illusory tower ranking?" "Yes, exactly." Lu Yin'er nodded. "I want to break through to the peak of the innate stage in the short term, so I need some flawless pills to aid my cultivation. Ordinary pills cannot be taken consecutively, thus to rapidly improve one's strength, only flawless quality pills will do." Curious, Yi Yun asked, "If that's the case, why didn't you seek help from your clan? They could usually provide some flawless pills, right?" At this, Lu Yin'er gave a bitter smile and sighed. "You overestimate me. I come from a small family, nothing like Zhonglan's illustrious background. I've relied on luck and the rewards from the sacred ground to get where I am today." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun felt a measure of admiration. "I see. Senior Sister Lu is truly remarkable. To have risen to the top of the inner disciples on her own strength required talent, hard work, and opportunity, none of which could be lacking." Then Yi Yun extended his hand and produced several ascension pills and chi-gathering pills. "You need these two types, right?" Seeing the flawless quality of all the pills, even Lu Yin'er couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. She then nodded. "Exactly these two. What price do you ask? Or if it's within my power, I could do you a favor." "Oh, are you sure?" "Yes, as long as it's within my ability." Lu Yin'er nodded repeatedly, showing just how much she valued these pills. Seeing this, Yi Yun leaned and gazing at her heaving figure, and said with a smile, "In that case, Senior Sister, would you care to have a deep conversation with me on the bed?" Sensing the hand of Yi Yun reaching out, Lu Yin'er shivered slightly, and immediately pushed him away a bit. "No." Lu Yin'er looked at Yi Yun with a cold expression, taking a deep breath. "I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. A few third-class pills would make her yield to him, or did he think too little of her?" Yi Yun wasn't in a hurry, and smiled as he spoke to her. "Sister Lu has quite the principles. Since that's the case." He opened his hand, revealing several pills in his palm. This time they were breakthrough pills, enlightenment pills, and even all-purpose pills. Upon seeing the pills in his hand, Lu Yin'er's breath momentarily halted, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "These are flawless fourth-class pills." To be frank, just the few pills in his hand were incredibly rare among true disciples. As for the inner disciples, aside from those with significant backgrounds, very few had the chance to obtain a few, while the rest had no qualifications to enjoy such benefits. Seeing her seemingly tempted, Yi Yun smiled. "Indeed, as long as you agree, I can give you a few every time." Moreover, I will never actively disturb you affecting your own life. This was indeed his sincere intention. To Yi Yun, the dual cultivation with these sisters was mostly a transaction devoid of personal emotions. However, he would certainly enjoy it a bit more on his end. At that moment, he reached out again to wrap his arms around her waist, preparing to test the waters further. Lu Yin'er bit her lip. Oh, she was indeed a bit tempted, but still couldn't overcome her inner shame. Just then a graceful figure unexpectedly entered from outside the door, and it was Pei Yuyan, who had come to find Yi Yun. Upon seeing the action between Yi Yun and Lu Yin'er, she raised her eyebrows slightly and sighed. It seems I came at the wrong time. No, you came at just the right time. Yi Yun smiled teasingly at her. Sister, have you come looking for pills again? Sort of. Pei Yuyan nodded, then glanced at Lu Yin'er, seemingly recalling something, and smirked. Do you want a double cultivation as well? Hearing this, Yi Yun responded playfully. If you want to, it's not impossible. To be fair, whether in this life or the last, he had never experienced such a delightful affair. Just thinking about it made him excited. Of course, he only said it casually, not expecting her to actually agree. Unexpectedly, Pei Yuyan shrugged and said nonchalantly, I don't mind, you can have as many as you want, just see if Sister Lu agrees. Wait, are you serious? Yi Yun looked at her in surprise. Of course I keep my word. Pei Yuyan was clearly fully open. Then she glanced at Lu Yin'er and teased, by the way, sister, didn't I tell you? This guy is a complete lecher. Lu Yin'er fell silent for a moment before asking, Sister, have you? Already? That's right, we've dual cultivated many times. Pei Yuyan was surprisingly frank. She walked closer to Lu Yin'er, gently caressing her, and slowly said, I've come to understand that for us cultivators this body is merely a shell. If in the future we can seek longevity and roam freely between heaven and earth, what's wrong with giving it up? Upon hearing her words, Lu Yin'er frowned slightly. But before she could finish, Pei Yuyan reached out a finger to rest on her lips. No, but as long as you don't speak of it, no one will know what happens here. She smiled slightly, continuing her seduction, her hands gently resting on Lu Yin'er's shoulders, leaning in to whisper in her ear. And sister, you will definitely be able to surpass Jiang Lan and even catch up to senior brother Bai Chun and sister Dongfang. The last few words truly captivated Lu Yin'er. In fact, most cultivators do not place much importance on sensual pleasures, let alone pay a great price for them. Even if a female cultivator is as beautiful as a celestial being, trying to rely on her body to cling to a powerful figure might allow her to gain some influence, but it would be difficult to obtain much cultivation resources from them. However, right now, as long as she could accept Yi Yun, there would be a wealth of cultivation resources, which would make the vast majority of female cultivators tempted. Meanwhile, Pei Yuyan looked at Yi Yun and winked at him. This gesture made Yi Yun instantly understand her meaning. Goodness, was Pei Yuyan helping him with a promotion. But no matter what, Yi Yun knew the time had come. He immediately leaned forward again, wrapping his arms around Lu Yin'er's waist, and his hands became a bit unruly. Sister, come on, I will be very gentle. When Lu Yin'er reacted, seeing the large hand in front of her, she instinctively felt a bit of resistance. No way. Is that so? Then shall I let go? Wait. For a moment, Lu Yin'er struggled. At that critical moment, Yi Yun directly kissed her. Instantly, Lu Yin'er's mind went blank, with only one thought left. Her first kiss was gone. Then another thought emerged. Since it had already come to this, why not continue? As she thought this, Yi Yun had already picked her up and brought her to the bed. At this point, Lu Yin'er turned her face and lightly bit her lips, saying, Be gentle later. Don't worry, I will be. 1.5 hours later. Congratulations, you have gained 50 points of fortune value. Congratulations, you have gained 70 points of fortune value. Everything was unspoken. Afterward, only satisfaction remained on Yi Yun's face. If he had to describe it in 3 words, it would be truly wonderful. Yi Yun smiled as he asked, Sister Lu, I didn't lie to you, did I? Am I not gentle? Lu Yin'er, blushing in her dress, could hardly bear to think back to what had just happened. She never imagined that she would emit such sounds from her mouth. Meanwhile, Pei Yuyan raised an eyebrow at Yi. You happy this time, huh? Indeed, I am quite happy. Yi Yun nodded, then began distributing a few pills to the 2 women, including some 3rd and 4th class ones. Then he smiled and said, All right, sisters, I am very satisfied this time, and always welcome you both to visit again. Not long after, Lu Yin'er left with Pei Yuyan's support, for she had borne the most. Adding to the fact that it was her first time, she could hardly walk afterward. Yi Yun watched their departing figures and fell into deep thought. He wasn't worried about these 2 leaking anything. The key was that Jiang Lan, who had been rejected by him, might do. Fortunately, up until now, the pills he had taken out weren't too outrageous. When the time comes, he should be able to come up with an excuse to get by. After sending the 2 women off, Yi Yun continued to reshape pills and started cultivating. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Pei Yuyan and Lu Yin'er both came to visit once, allowing Yi Yun to gain 120 points of fortune value. After deducting expenses, he now had 410 points of fortune value left. In terms of strength improvement, Yi Yun, relying on the continuous use of enlightenment pills, made rapid progress in his mastery of flying swords, now being able to skillfully deploy the all-spirit sword array. His cultivation base also smoothly reached the 5th level of the innate realm with the aid of all-purpose pills and breakthrough pills. In less than a month, he had completed the leap from the 1st to the 5th level of the innate realm, which was an incredibly astonishing speed, even for some cultivation geniuses. Additionally, Yi Yun's appearance had become increasingly youthful with the improvement of his cultivation, and he now resembled a middle-aged man. Not to mention, this middle-aged look is quite handsome. In front of the mirror, Yi Yun admired himself, definitely considering himself a mature and charming uncle. Just as he was self-amazed, the door to the pill refinement room was knocked upon, and a woman's voice came from outside. "Yi Shidi, are you there?" Yi Yun stood up and went to open the door, finding the person somewhat familiar. She seemed to be a female guard from outside the Saintess Palace. "Sister, are you looking for me for something?" The female guard bowed and said seriously, "I have been sent by the princess to inform Yi Shidi to go to the Saintess Palace." Yi Yun was slightly taken aback, then remembered that it seemed time for the month to be up. The Saintess summoned him, most likely for dual cultivation. Upon thinking of the upcoming entanglement with Hong Xiener, he immediately smiled and replied, "Got it. They'll change my clothes and be right there." As the sun set in the west within the Saintess Palace, Yi Yun did not forget to bathe and change into fresh undergarments before arriving, presenting himself in his finest state. Entering the familiar hall, he strode directly to the study where Hong Xiener often stayed, and upon arrival, he heard voices in conversation. This time in the illusory tower ranking, "Are you confident in securing first place?" The voice belonged to Hong Xiener, seemingly speaking to someone. When Yi Yun entered the study, he saw a capable female cultivator dressed in white. Her Xuanqi fluctuations were unconcealed, already at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Though he could not see her face, judging solely from her silhouette, she was undoubtedly a beauty of fairy-like grace. Not only was her figure curvaceous, but her long, slender, fair legs could genuinely inspire one to utter that phrase, "With legs like these, I could enjoy them for a year." At that moment, the white-robed female cultivator clasped her hands and bowed to Hong Xiener, replying with great confidence, "Your Highness, rest assured, in this illusory tower, I shall undoubtedly claim first place." Hong Xiener raised a delicate eyebrow and asked calmly, "Can you truly suppress that Bai Chun?" At the mention of Bai Chun, the white-robed cultivator snorted lightly. "That mere lackey of Chun Tianao from beneath Lingjian Peak. I do not hold him in high regard. Even so, it is best not to underestimate him." Hong Xiener gently shook her head and then instructed, "Additionally, during this period, if you require any assistance from me, you may freely raise it." "Many thanks for your Highness' grace. I shall surely secure first place." The white-robed cultivator bowed once more, clearly showing great respect for Hong Xiener. Seeing this, Hong Xiener waved her hand and said calmly, "Very well, you may withdraw. This disciple takes leave." As the white-robed cultivator turned to depart, she noticed Yi Yun standing behind her. Since Yi Yun was also observing her, their eyes met for a moment. At that instant, Yi Yun heard the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace in his ear. Detecting creation value on this person, find a way to obtain it. After exchanging a glance with him, the white-robed cultivator turned her face away and calmly left the study. Just then, Hong Xiener's cool voice reached his ears, staring at her legs all the while. "Are you really that fond?" Yi Yun's frame trembled, and he quickly turned with a smile to explain, "Purely coincidental, it's an instinctive reaction. I harbor no improper intentions." She did not believe him at all, snorting softly, "You truly are a lecher." Yi Yun cleared his throat and defended, "Well, a man without a bit of lecherousness might have something wrong with him." Then, curious, he asked, "By the way, that woman just now said she'd take first place in the illusory tower. Is she also an inner disciple?" Hong Xiener shot him a glance and explained calmly, "Indeed. Her name is Dongfang Shui. Curiously, she shares some similarities with you." "Oh, in what way?" "Decades ago, she was merely a menial disciple," Hong Xiener said, as if recalling, pausing thoughtfully before continuing. "In recent years, she obtained certain opportunities, her cultivation rising steadily, from menial to outer disciple, and then she entered as an inner disciple by ranking first in the 3 sage trials. Recently, her cultivation has reached the peak of Xintian, making her one of the top few among inner disciples. It seems she will soon have the chance to break through to Huadan and strive for the position of true disciple." After hearing her account, Yi Yun couldn't help but gasp. While that impressive, he knew that his own progress was solely due to the Creation Divine Furnace and countless pills. Could she have an old grandpa in a ring? Or perhaps she possessed a system. Otherwise, this speed of advancement was simply too astounding. Hong Xiener remained composed. "It's normal. In this world, geniuses and various opportunities are." Then, remembering something, she looked at Yi Yun and asked, "Speaking of which, now that you've advanced to inner disciple, have you tried participating in the illusory tower?" Yi Yun scratched his head. "Your Highness, I've been busy cultivating recently and haven't found the time yet." This reason seemed plausible, and Hong Xiener accepted it. She looked at him and said slowly, You should still go and gain experience when you have time, even with your current cultivation. As she spoke, Hong Xian'er carefully examined his cultivation level, and a look of surprise crossed her face. Wait. When did your cultivation reach the 5th layer of Xiantian? Nothing special, just sheer luck? Yiyan cleared his throat and explained. Didn't your highness just say that this world is never short of opportunities, eh? Hearing him use her own words to answer her question, Hong Xian'er raised an eyebrow and asked with some seriousness. Let me ask you, did you achieve this through some heretical methods, eh? Yiyan could clearly feel the chill in her. Faced with such a critical question, he quickly shook his head in denial. Of course not. He thought to himself that at most he used pills in exchange for intimacy with his senior sisters. Hardly righteous, but not truly evil either. It's best that it's not. Otherwise, even you I would kill, without hesitation. A fierce murderous intent flashed in Hong Xian'er's eyes, showing how deeply she despised heretical cultivators. But then her brows relaxed, and she gave a faint smile. Since you choose not to speak, I won't ask. In her view, everyone harbors their deepest secrets. And she happened to be someone who disliked prying. Then she asked another question. I recall you chose the myriad spirit sword art, didn't you? How is your recent practice going? Yiyan nodded with a smile. Pretty good, I've mastered it thoroughly. Now I'm only lacking flying swords. Only lacking flying swords. Do you realize that the most troublesome part of this sword art is the flying swords? Hong Xian'er shook her head gently. As a sword art with an enormous gap between its upper and lower limits, it was nearly impossible for an inner disciple to exert its full power. It wasn't that the sword art itself was difficult to practice. The key was the sheer number of flying sword artifacts required. Especially since the grades of the swords couldn't differ too much, otherwise the power would become highly abstract. Finally she added, do you need me to prepare some flying swords for you? Although I can't provide earth-grade ones, it wouldn't be hard to gather a set of high-grade and top-grade mortal-grade swords. It was clear that Hong Xian'er had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. But I've already prepared all the flying swords, so I should have them in hand soon. Prepared? Where did you get so many flying swords? Did you buy them? Ahem, well. Yiyan cleared his throat and gave her a mysterious smile. I can't tell you that for now. Hong Xian'er admitted she felt a slight urge to hit him. In the end, she steadied her emotions and said calmly, in that case, I look forward to your performance. I hope you achieve a decent ranking. Since Yiyan was now essentially her dual cultivation partner, and she couldn't change him, she naturally hoped he would acquit himself well. Unexpectedly, Yiyan suddenly wore a playful smile. Your Highness, what if I could take first place in the illusory tower? Hong Xian'er was taken aback and looked at him oddly. First place in the illusory tower? With you? In her view, this possibility almost didn't exist. I said if I actually win, what would your Highness do? Seeing the meaningful smile on Yiyan's face, Hong Xian'er snorted and countered, what do you want me to do? With her intelligence, she could easily sense his little scheme. Yiyan, being frank, grinned directly. I don't ask for much. If I can get first place, how about your Highness dual cultivates with me a few more times each month? Hong Xian'er originally thought the other party would demand a magic artifact or at least some martial techniques. Yet unexpectedly, the first request was this, leaving her helpless. You really enjoy dual cultivation with me that much? I suppose no one would dislike it, right? Yiyan gazed at her with a smile. After all, your Highness is as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Being able to dual cultivate with you is an immense honor. Although Hong Xian'er was indifferent to flattery, hearing such words was still pleasant. Just then Yiyan asked once more. So, would your Highness consider it? Seeing his eager expression, Hong Xian'er couldn't help but rub her forehead. It was the first time she had encountered someone so lecherous. Yet this very person was her own dual cultivation partner. After pondering for a moment, she let out a light snort. If you truly can secure first place, I might consider dual cultivating with you once every half month. I might even be willing to try some special activities with you. The first half wasn't much. Once every half month didn't seem too frequent to Yiyan. But it was the latter remark that instantly excited Yiyan. Special activities, now that sounded intriguing. All right. Thank you, your Highness. It's a deal. In that moment, Yiyan's fighting spirit blazed. If before he had only aimed to secure a top 5 spot and compete for first, now even if Jesus himself showed up, he swore he would claim first place. He meant it. Watching his excitement, Hong Xian'er shook her head. In her view, not only was first place unlikely, but even a top 5 finish seemed a distant hope for him. The talk of special activities was merely a way to motivate him and push him to train harder, and it seemed to be working. By the way, your Highness, about our dual cultivation this time. Yiyan appraised Hong Xian'er, rubbing his hands together with an eager look. But Hong Xian'er said flatly, before that there's another matter. As she spoke, a large book materialized in her hand, and she gave it a slight shake. The moment he saw the book, a chill ran down Yiyan's spine. Oh no, what had to come was finally here. Explain yourself. What is this book all about? Hong Xian'er sat at the table, gazing down at him coldly. Yiyan felt a bit awkward and quickly began to explain. This book? I occasionally read it myself. Last time my senior sister accidentally saw it and insisted on borrowing it so. Hearing this, Hong Xian'er fixed her eyes on him. Is that so? Are you sure you didn't seduce her into taking it? Of course not. I swear. Yi Yun shook his head repeatedly. He wasn't about to take the blame. Fortunately, after staring at him for a long time, Hong Xian'er let out a cold snort. Don't let this happen again, or else. Absolutely, absolutely. They'll be more careful next time. There won't be a next time. I'm confiscating this book. The large book in Hong Xian'er's hand vanished directly, clearly not to be returned to Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun dared not say a word and immediately replied, "No problem. Keep it." Interestingly, she only confiscated the book instead of destroying it outright. This made Yi Yun wonder inwardly. Could she secretly browse through it herself? As for Hong Xian'er, having put the book away, she cast a glance at him and said flatly, "Don't think I'm being harsh on you. This matter may be trivial to me, but if it leaks out, you'll be the one facing disaster." Huh? Why is that? Yi Yun was stunned and asked in confusion. At this, Hong Xian'er snorted coldly. Do you realize that the Yu family holds immense power, and her father is not only the head of the Yu family, but also a Yudao realm powerhouse? Yi Yun was taken aback. I truly never heard of that. He had thought her background was formidable, but not to this extent. A father who was a Yudao realm expert. In an era without emperors, that was practically the peak of the continent. And more importantly, that senior dotes on linger excessively. In worldly terms, he's a daughter-con. If he ever finds out about this, I guarantee you'll lose at least a layer of skin. After listening to Hong Xian'er's explanation, Yi Yun's mouth twitched, feeling a bit doomed. If merely lending out the book would get him into trouble, what if he learned that he had dual cultivated with her? He'd be crushed with one slap. For a moment, Yi Yun felt he should speak to Yu Hongling and ask her not to disclose this matter for now. Just then, sensing something amiss, Hong Xian'er frowned. What? Did you bully her after all? Yi Yun shook his head repeatedly and denied it at once. No. If anything, she's the one who bullies me. Good. In any case, you'd better get along with her harmoniously. Got it. Yi Yun agreed, then cleared his throat. So, can we dual cultivate now? He felt he needed dual cultivation to calm his nerves. Not so fast. Hong Xian'er rose and looked at him. Wait here. He'll go bathe first. Bathe? Can I join? Yi Yun asked curiously. He was rewarded with a cold glare from Hong Xian'er. What do you think? Ahem, just kidding. Humph. Hong Xian'er gave a light snort and turned to leave, but as if thinking of something, she paused and said, If you truly win first place in the Phantom Tower, I'll grant you one time. Yi Yun's eyes went wide. Hong Xian'er neither confirmed nor denied, saying calmly, First secure first place. Then we'll talk. With that, she rose and left the study. Left behind, Yi Yun felt a surge of excitement. Good. He was determined to take first place. Not long after, a bouncing figure returned from outside, humming a cheerful tune. Master, I'm back. Yu Hongling, receiving no response from outside the door, curiously peeked in from the. Then she saw Yi Yun waiting inside. Her once lively expression instantly drooped into a little cat scowl. Yi Yun, what are you doing here? Seeing it was her, Yi Yun shrugged in reply. Your master summoned me, of course. Summoned you? Yu Hongling blinked, looked around, and asked in confusion. Where's master? Why isn't he here? Naturally, he's gone to bathe. Bathe? This answer caught Yu Hongling off guard, and she instinctively asked. Then why aren't you leaving? Hearing this, Yi Yun gave a meaningful smile. Naturally, because your master told me to wait for her here. Huh? Yu Hongling was taken aback, but quickly caught on, glaring at him. Wait, are you here too? That's right. Your master summoned me for dual cultivation. Yi Yun's lips curled upward, causing Yu Hongling's body to tremble. You? She seemed unwilling to believe the truth. Yet not long after, light footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon a graceful figure appeared at the doorway, calling, Yi Yun, follow me to the bedchamber. There stood Hong Xian'er, wrapped in a bathrobe with beads of water still clinging to her skin and her long red hair not yet dry. A vision of a fairy fresh from the bath. She glanced into the study and saw Yi Yun staring at her with fiery eyes, and Yu Hongling pinning Yi Yun to the ground, looking ready to throw a punch. But now Yu Hongling also stared wide-eyed at her master. Master, you too. A flicker of surprise crossed Hong Xian'er's face when she saw Yu Hongling, as if she hadn't expected her to appear, especially since she was wrapped in a bath towel. Under normal circumstances it would be fine, but now of all times. Linger, weren't you supposed to be cultivating tonight? It was cancelled suddenly. Yu Hongling explained, then shook her head, fixing her gaze on her. Master, don't change. Are you two going to dual cultivate like this? Having experienced it once, she was no longer an innocent when it came to matters between men and women. The way they were positioned clearly indicated they were about to go to bed. Hearing this, Hong Xian'er glanced at Yi Yun. Does she know? Yi Yun spread his hands in resignation. Sort of, but it wasn't me who told. Since things had come to this, Hong Xian'er sighed, and replied frankly. Yes, your master is indeed going to dual cultivate with him. Although she knew the answer, Yu Hongling couldn't help widening her eyes and asking, why him of all people? You could choose so many outstanding individuals. Master, you must have been deceived by this guy. Yi Yun, standing nearby, twitched his mouth. Wasn't he right there as the party involved? This little girl sure didn't hold back against him. It's not really deception, to be precise, it was an accident. Hong Xian'er shook her head gently, knowing that if she didn't clarify today, she would keep worrying about it. So she gave her a rough account of what had happened, from finding him to losing control of her technique to him bursting in and her forcefully taking him. After listening, Yu Hongling suddenly understood. So that's how it was. It really is similar. By similar, she naturally meant just like herself, losing control and ending up with Yi Yun. But her words caught Hong Xian'er's attention. What did you say is similar? Nothing. Yu Hongling snapped back and shook her head repeatedly. Then, to divert the topic, she glared at Yi Yun beside her. Yi Yun, in the end this is all your fault. Yi Yun spread his hands helplessly. I didn't expect those iron swords to be so powerful. It was purely an accident. Maybe it was intentional. Yu Hongling curled her lips, clearly doubting his character. Fortunately, Hong Xian'er didn't dwell on it, and spoke calmly to her disciple. Anyway, now you understand, don't you? Now your master has no choice but to dual cultivate with him. I understand. Yu Hongling nodded, then stepped forward to take her arm, and snorted lightly at Yi Yun. You're really lucky. My master is so beautiful with an amazing figure and formidable strength. No ordinary person could match her. Seeing Yu Hongling's reluctant expression, Yi Yun smiled. Don't worry, senior sister, I'll take good care of your master, and make her dual cultivation experience extremely enjoyable. Shall be rapturous. Hearing this, Yu Hongling clung to her master's arm, and glared at him. Pervert. How dare you? But that's what your master wants. Is there a problem? You're lying. Master wouldn't like such things. Oh, is that so? Seeing them ignore her, Hong Xian'er frowned slightly, and said flatly. Enough, both of you stop talking. She thought if they went on, she herself would lose her composure. Fortunately, her words silenced them, and she first looked at Yu Hongling. Linger, you may withdraw now. Your master needs to cultivate with him. Can your disciple watch? Yu Hongling blinked her big cute eyes. Then Hong Xian'er tapped her on the head. You little girl, what are you thinking about all day? Hearing this, Yu Hongling chuckled. Just joking, disciple. I won't disturb master's cultivation. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to Yi Yun. And you? Be gentle with my master, and don't try any weird stuff, or I'll beat you up. She shook her fist, her eyes full of. Yi Yun nodded helplessly, thinking that even if you wanted to try, the other party would have to agree. And so Yu Hongling returned to her own room. Yi Yun exchanged a glance with Hong Xian'er, who said calmly, Come follow me to my bedchamber. Sure. Yi Yun nodded and followed her into the familiar bedchamber. Inside the spacious bedchamber, the curtains were drawn tight, with only a single candle lighting the room, instantly creating a suggestive atmosphere between them. Once inside, Hong Xian'er raised her hand and set up several soundproof barriers, as if to prevent any noise from escaping or anyone from barging in. Your Highness, isn't this a bit too cautious? There's no outsider here. Hong Xian'er glanced at him and pursed her lips. I don't want my disciple to hear my indiscreet voice. True, after all, your Highness' voice was indeed rather loud last time. A blush crept onto Hong Xian'er's face, and she ignored him. But seeing him staring at her, she frowned slightly. Why are you staring at me? Yi Yun looked her up and down, and said, I was just thinking your Highness wrapped in a bathrobe with that shy expression is incredibly alluring. Hong Xian'er's figure was already exquisite, and the bath towel perfectly accentuated her curves. Hong Xian'er felt a little embarrassed, and glared at him. Let's talk, are you going to do it or not? Of course. But shouldn't you take off that bath towel first? Hong Xian'er hesitated for a moment, but then loosened the towel, letting it fall to the floor. Yi Yun's gaze blurred for a second as he swallowed. Your Highness, shall I begin? Soon the candlelight in the room flickered. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yu Hongling curled up on her bed, staring blankly at the wooden wall ahead. Because of the partition and the soundproof barrier, she couldn't hear anything. But in her mind, the memories of her own experience surfaced, and she instinctively imagined what her master and Yi Yun were doing at that moment. His master. Also begging him for pleasure like the books describe. The more she thought, the more her body felt strange and indescribable sensation. She looked down at her own graceful figure and could hardly bear it. After a fierce inner struggle, Yu Hongling bit her lip softly. Just once shouldn't be a problem, right? She looked at her small hands. Her nails were a bit long, and silently trimmed them. An hour later. Congratulations. You have received 500 points of creation value. Current creation value, 910 points. Yi Yun was delighted when he heard the prompt, knowing that this time, he had gained more than just creation value. During his dual cultivation with Hong Xian'er, his cultivation had also broken through, successfully reaching the 6th level of the innate realm. Your Highness, the dual cultivation method you provided is incredible. Hong Xian'er lay in the covers, glanced at him, and humphed. Of course, did you think I actually liked the methods in that book? Yi Yun scratched his head. At first I really thought so. Hong Xian'er rolled her eyes and said flatly, All right, you may go. Shortly after they finished, Yi Yun was kicked out. He had originally planned to stay the night. Women indeed could turn cold after pulling up their skirts. Yi Yun had no choice but to get up, dress himself, and before leaving, he turned back to look at Hong Xian'er. Your Highness, please remember your promise. If I win first place, I know I'll remember. Seeing her nod slightly, Yi Yun left contentedly. Watching his retreating figure, Hong Xian'er's still flushed face showed a thoughtful expression. Could that guy really bring me a surprise? But then she thought, given his conditions, how much could his strength improve in just 2 months? In the end, Hong Xian'er shook her head gently. She then tried to stand up and clean herself, but nearly stumbled, her blush deepening. That man, he always seems to be getting more formidable. As the holy maiden herself being so worn out by him that she had to support herself against the wall was truly embarrassing. After returning to the waste pill room, Yi Yun resumed his sprint-like cultivation. For the top of the Phantom Tower charge. The thought of the myriad benefits of being first made his entire body and soul tremble with excitement. Yi Yun immediately sat cross-legged and began swallowing 4th-grade flawless pills one after another. As days passed, Yi Yun's cultivation level skyrocketed, breaking through from Xiantian 6th layer to Xiantian 7th layer, then to Xiantian 8th layer. During this period, he also made time to visit the so-called Phantom Tower, attempting a challenge, but without seriously pushing the rankings, he soon withdrew. Although with his current strength, if he truly pushed, he could enter the top 20. After returning, Yi Yun once again entered a state of cultivation. No, I must reach Xiantian Peak as soon as possible. If it were merely vying for the top 3, his current cultivation would suffice, but to contend for first place, Xiantian Peak was an absolute necessity. And from this outing, he felt the intensity of the competition among others. In particular, Bai Chun and Dongfang Shui of Spirit Sword Peak were constantly swapping between first and second place. Zhang Lan of Spirit Sword Peak was fiercely contending for third place with a male cultivator. As for Lu Yen'er, she did not appear much on the rankings, but she came to him several times for dual cultivation and to request pills for her own training. Once Yi Yun took the opportunity afterward to ask, and she shared the same idea as him, to cultivate steadily first, then surge upward in one go when the end was near. The rest of the others were not worth fearing. 2 months after Yi Yun's dual cultivation with Hong Xian'er. During this period, she did not seek him for dual cultivation again. Upon inquiring, he learned that she had apparently gone out temporarily to investigate something. However, she would return before the Phantom Tower ended and personally award the prizes to the top 5 disciples. Yi Yun had also been in secluded cultivation ever since. At this moment, a surge of profound mystic energy swirled around him, expanding and contracting with his breath, gradually growing more immense. When the expansion finally reached its critical point, a wave of force burst forth from him, causing the wooden racks around him to tremble violently. Huff! Finally done. Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging mystic energy within him, unable to hide his excitement. 3 months from Xiantian first layer to Xiantian peak, a speed that even some prodigies might not achieve. Being able to achieve this was naturally due to the countless 4th-grade flawless pills. Even he could know, if it were any other grade, even high-quality pills with extremely low pill toxicity, they would have been enough to kill him dozens of times. Even some time ago, when the Sacred Land routinely disposed of waste pills, the handlers were puzzled that the 4th-grade waste pills seemed to have decreased significantly. Now his remaining creation points were still 350. Yi Yun glanced at the morning light outside and couldn't help but take a deep breath. If I recall correctly, today should be the last day the Phantom Tower is open. This time breaking through to Xiantian Peak had truly taken him a considerable amount of time. The Phantom Tower would close before sunset. That meant he first had to rush to Tai Xinyu to retrieve the flying swords, then race back to seize first place in the Phantom Tower. With time tight and the task heavy, Yi Yun immediately stood up and ran outside. If he missed the deadline, it would be a colossal joke. But what he did not know was that no sooner had he descended the mountain gate than Zhang Lan, in a cave dwelling on Spirit Sword Peak, received intelligence about his movements. Excellent. That old bastard has finally deigned to leave. As she spoke, she looked at a female cultivator in green robes before her and said coldly, "That old fool dared to insult me and the Jiang family. You know what to do, don't you?" The person before her had been her maidservant in the Jiang family. Though now a disciple of the Sacred Land, their relationship remained unchanged. The female cultivator in green bowed respectfully and said coldly, "Rest assured, miss. The men I have recruited are all Xiantian realm experts. I guarantee he won't be coming back this time." "Good. Take the tracking compass and go now." "Yes." The female cultivator in green acknowledged and turned to leave. Zhang Lan gazed into the distant sky and let out a cold snort. "Yi Yun, you will soon learn the consequences of offending me." Meanwhile, Yi Yun, after leaving the ancient path Sacred Land, raced all the way to the valley where Tai Xinyu. From a distance, everything seemed as usual. As he drew nearer, he could faintly hear the sound of forging. Yi Yun's heart sank. Could it be that she hadn't finished the first batch of 33 flying swords? After descending, he saw Tai Xinyu forging a billet of iron. The massive hammer in her hand seemed weightless as it struck rapidly. Tai Xinyu seemed not to have noticed his arrival. It was only when Yi Yun called out, "Senior, are my flying swords ready?" that she looked up. Hearing him, Tai Xinyu snapped out of her trance, turned her face toward him, and said happily, "Yi Yun, you've finally come." Her little face was smudged with a few traces of furnace ash, which made her look quite adorable. Her expression eased Yi Yun's nerves a bit. He smiled and asked, "Senior, my first batch of flying swords." "Hell with this, master on the job, of course, there's no problem." Tai Xinyu's small face was full of pride. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Follow me." Under her guidance, Yi Yun arrived at the room next to the forging workshop. As Tai Xinyu pushed open the door, the sight before him nearly blinded Yi Yun. On the long table in the wooden house, a row of silver flying swords was neatly arranged, each radiating an extremely sharp and chilling aura. More importantly, all the flying swords looked as if they had been copied and pasted with no discernible difference whatsoever, a testament to Tai Xinyu's terrifying forging skill. Moreover, the swords had a unique design. Almost every edge had been sharpened. While these swords looked kind of... Yi Yun's eyes lit up. He picked one up and swung it, immediately amazed by its incredibly light feel. At that moment, Tai Xinyu proudly began to introduce them. "These flying swords were all meticulously forged by me. I even added some auxiliary materials for free to enhance their speed and sharpness. Moreover, since you'll be using them as flying swords, their forms have been specially optimized to unleash greater power when used as such. You can try one out and see if you're satisfied." Without waiting for her to finish, he had already pricked his finger and performed a blood bond on the flying sword in his hand. Instantly, the silver flying sword trembled slightly, successfully completing the bonding. Then Yi Yun extended one hand first, throwing a shield into the distance. It was the Yuanwu shield he had acquired at the very beginning. Then he lightly tapped the silver flying sword and swept his hand in a direction. "Go." In that instant, the silver sword transformed into a streak of silver light. No, accurately, a silver thread, shooting in the direction he indicated. The flying sword, at a speed that even made Yi Yun's eyes blur, shot straight into the distance and precisely struck the Yuanwu shield before it could hit the ground. The grass along its path was left with a long, thin sword scar. As for the Yuanwu shield, it was neatly split in two, and this was a mortal-grade top-quality defensive artifact. "Return." Yi Yun waved his hand again, and the distant silver light flew back, docilely circling slowly around him. He was utterly dumbfounded. What a powerful flying sword. Speed, attack, and control. Everything is perfect. This can't be a mystic-grade low-quality artifact, can it? Hearing this, Tai Xinyu pursed her lips and snorted lightly. Of course not. How could this master have such trash? Every single one here is a mystic-grade top-quality flying sword. Gasp. Such a high grade. Seeing Yi Yun's shock, Tai Xinyu looked smug and continued. Mystic-grade top-quality is nothing. Later, if you have the chance, you can nourish and refine them with beast blood, and they can advance to earth-grade artifacts. Yi Yun hadn't expected these swords to be upgradable. He immediately asked curiously. "Beast blood? You mean mystic beast blood?" "Correct, and the stronger the bloodline, the better." Tai Xinyu pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but sigh. Actually, the best choice would be to nourish them with dragon blood, which would allow for even greater improvement in the future. Unfortunately, dragon-type mystic beasts are far too rare. Upon hearing dragon blood, Yi Yun seemed to think of something. He took a deep breath and said, "By the way, what about the blood of a ninth-order dragon species?" "Ninth-order dragon species?" Tai Xinyu shrugged. "If you could actually obtain ninth-order dragon blood, these flying swords might one day reach heaven-grade quality. That powerful, eh? Of course. Ninth-order dragon blood, what do you think?" Interesting. At this moment, Yi Yun thought of the dragon blood that Yu Rushuang had obtained during the Three Saints trial. If it was exactly what he needed, perhaps he could find a way to ask her for some. Shortly after, Yi Yun performed blood bonding on the remaining 32 flying swords, bestowing each with an crafted from star silver meteorite. The swords were entirely silver and bore an unconventional shape, sharpened along nearly every edge. Hence, he named them the Silver Blades. Yi Yun then bowed to Tai Xinyu and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, senior. With these silver blades, my strength will be greatly enhanced." From the impeccable quality of these artifacts, he could sense that she had truly forged them with dedication. With these silver blades, if he deployed the myriad spirit sword array, he felt he could even challenge a Huadian realm cultivator who lacked high-grade mystic weapons or techniques, let alone anyone in the Xiantian realm. Tai Xinyu smiled gracefully. "You're welcome. We each take what we need." Even after forging 99 silver blades, the remaining star silver meteorite still offered her plenty of uses. After all, that piece of star silver meteorite was enormous. Just then Yi Yun recalled something and reminded her. "Senior, may I ask you to keep the forging matter confidential?" Tai Xinyu let out a light scoff and said indifferently, "Rest assured, I have professional ethics. I never disclose clients' affairs to outsiders." "That's good. Thank you, senior." Yi Yun sighed in relief. After all, with such a huge piece of star silver meteorite, he wouldn't know how to explain it if anyone asked. He planned to keep even these silver blades as trump cards, using only a few in regular battles. After obtaining the silver blades and familiarizing himself with their use in the valley, he bid farewell to Tai Sinew. Next, I will claim first place in the Mirage Tower. Yi Yun took a deep breath, leaped, and vanished toward the ancient path Holy Land. With the flying swords in hand and ample time, his return journey was far more leisurely than the hurried trip. Ahead by a mountain stream, 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, had gathered. A female cultivator in green robes addressed the others coldly. The target is approaching. When he arrives, we strike simultaneously and capture him alive. Hearing this, one of them curled his lip. If you ask me, just slice him up and be done with it. Why capture alive? The green-robed woman snorted and replied coldly. That old fool dared to offend our young lady. Of course we must take him alive and torture him to death piece by piece. The man who spoke earlier raised an eyebrow. Tsk. You people of the Jiang family are as ruthless as ever. What have you got a problem? Feeling her icy glare, the man stiffened. Fortunately, another person interjected. Enough talk. Let's set up an ambush. It seems he'll be here soon. The green-robed woman scoffed. Prepare yourselves. As usual, the Jiang family will richly reward you upon success. One person frowned. With such generous pay, is the target very powerful? The green-robed woman glanced at him and said flatly. Just a mere old man at the first level of Xiantian. Nothing to fear. The others breathed a sigh of relief. First level of Xiantian. That was a piece of cake. Any one of them could crush him, let alone 5. This wasn't just an advantage, it was a total massacre. Unaware of the danger, Yi Yun was still pondering whether to head directly to the Mirage Tower upon his return. As he passed by a mountain stream, he suddenly sensed something and halted abruptly, scanning the surroundings. A blue beam of light shot into the sky, expanding into a massive blue barrier that enveloped him and the area for miles around. Golden ropes flew from the surrounding peaks, binding his hands and feet in an instant, leaving him dangling in the air like a giant character. Interesting. So someone's after me again. Yi Yun remained calm, merely surprised that they dared to act within the ancient path Holy Land. It was likely another insider. Just then 5 figures emerged from around, smirking at the bound Yi Yun. I told you this old guy is too weak. Caught so easily. Yeah, I was hoping for a fight, but it was over in one. A robed cultivator with a long blade on his shoulder stepped forward and grinned at the green-robed woman. Don't forget our payment can't be short. The green-robed woman holding the golden rope artifact said calmly. Don't worry, we'll give you exactly what was promised. She had brought them as a precaution. If they were needed, it was a bonus, if not even better. Good, you're a trustworthy friend. As the 4 fawned over her, Yi Yun identified her as the leader. Just then the Creation Divine Furnace chimed in. Detected creation energy on the target. Find a way to acquire it. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and asked her playfully, Miss, have I offended you? Why the bondage game right off the bat? The green-robed woman stepped forward and sneered. Bondage game? Do you even realize you're about to die? Yi Yun sighed helplessly. Fine, but at least let me die knowing why. Blame yourself for offending someone you should. Sister, I'm about to die? Can't you just tell me? Yi Yun put on a fawning look, but the green-robed woman remained professional and replied coldly. You don't need to know. Just know that you'll be skinned alive, your tendons pulled out, and tortured bit by bit. She produced a small dagger that gleamed with a chilling light, clearly intent on carrying out her threat. The 4 cultivators around watched eagerly, clearly relishing a bloody spectacle. Then one of them voiced a cautious reminder. Are you sure he can't break free from that rope? Naturally. This golden rope is a mortal-grade superior artifact. The woman narrowed her eyes confidently. Once bound, even a Xiantian peak cultivator can't get free for a short time. The others nodded reassuringly. But just then Yi Yun suddenly smiled. This rope is indeed strong, but have you considered one thing? The woman frowned. What thing? Without waiting for his answer, a flash of silver light appeared in his hand. Then screams erupted from the 4 spectators. The woman's face changed as she spun around. All 4 were under attack from a streak of silver light. It darted among them at incredible speed, piercing through their bodies. One of them barely activated a defensive artifact, but the silver light shattered it and cleanly severed his head. The remaining 3 stared in horror, cursing the woman's ancestors in their hearts. What kind of first-level Xiantian was this? They tried to flee, but the silver light was too fast, picking them off one by one before they got far. In less than 3 breaths, all 4 experienced fighters at the 6th or 7th level of Xiantian were dead. This? The woman's lips parted in disbelief. Just then the silver light flew back, grazing her neck and slicing through the golden ropes binding Yi Yun. Freed, Yi Yun rubbed his wrists, playing with a silver blade in his hand, and grinned at the woman. Your rope is nice, but did it ever occur to you that I practice flying swords, eh? She was stunned, especially when she sensed the mystic energy radiating from him, far stronger than her own. You're not at the first level of Xiantian. Did I ever say I was? Her face turned ashen. She turned and fled, even burning her essence blood in desperation. Yi Yun chuckled. Tied me up and now you want to run. The silver blade in his hand shot out, quickly catching up to her. It spun precisely and struck the back of her head, knocking her unconscious. When she awoke, she felt a chill and realized her clothes were gone. Her slender hands were bound with her own golden rope to a tree before her. Forced to kneel with her rear raised, she was in an extremely humiliating position. Beside her, Yian smiled. "Sister, I think it's my turn to interrogate you now." Yian gently stroked her chin, asking with a smirk, "Tell me who sent you." The green-robed female cultivator, both ashamed and angry, turned her face away and said coldly, "I would rather die than tell you anything." However, Yian, having experienced this several times, was already accustomed. Seeing her stubbornness, Yian chuckled. "No need to refuse so quickly. You'll soon be begging me." "What do you?" The green-robed female cultivator furrowed her delicate brows, puzzled by his confidence. In response, Yian tilted his head and teased, "Don't you feel something strange in your body?" "Huh?" The green-robed female cultivator was stunned, and only then did she realize that things were indeed. Although completely naked, she felt no cold. Instead, her body grew increasingly hot, even giving rise to some shameful thoughts in her heart. Her expression changed slightly, and she glared at Yian, demanding, "What have you done to me?" Yian curled his lips and replied with a smile, "Nothing, just gave you something nice to eat." "You?" Seeing his expression and feeling the strange sensations in her body, the green-robed female cultivator understood exactly what she had consumed. "You despicable scoundrel. I won't let you off even if I die." The green-robed female cultivator shouted angrily. Yian was not upset. He simply watched her with a faint smile. Before long, the green-robed female cultivator felt increasingly uncomfortable. Her delicate body, bound by golden ropes, kept writhing like a water snake. Yet this only intensified the feeling, making her breathing gradually quicken. "I advise you to just confess. At least you can enjoy a bit before you die." I won't say." The green-robed female cultivator bit her lip tightly, trying to force herself to stay awake. All right, I'll wait until you're ready to talk." This time, Yian fed her 3 whole one-night pills, the same as when he dealt with that enchantress last time. As time passed, the green-robed female cultivator's consciousness gradually blurred, and she couldn't help but murmur, "Please." Hearing her rather seductive voice, Yian raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Oh, what are you begging me for? Please give me anything." It seemed she was completely overwhelmed. Moreover, this one seemed even weaker in resistance, falling faster than the enchantress from before. Nodding with satisfaction, Yian immediately asked a question. "Then first tell me, where do you come from?" I am a maidservant of the Jiang family from the ancient path, sacred land." "You are a disciple of the ancient path, sacred land." "I am a disciple of the enforcement hall." Upon hearing the words enforcement hall, a cold glint flashed in Yian's eyes, and he already had some suspicions. Then he continued, "Who sent you?" "It's the young lady Jianglan." "As I thought." Having obtained the information he wanted, Yian let out a cold snort. If it were Chun Tianao, he should have seen his life-saving measures last time and wouldn't have sent these people to kill him. But if it was Jianglan, everything made sense. That woman seems to be a ruthless one too, killing fellow disciples over a disagreement. Jianglan and Chun Tianao were birds of a feather. Just don't let me get the chance otherwise. Whether it's Chun Tianao or Jianglan, let's not talk about it now, as sooner or later he would kill them all. Especially Jianglan. He would make her understand why the flowers are so red. Burning with rage, Yian turned to look at the female cultivator beside him, pinched her cheek, and smirked. "Then let you, in place of your young lady, receive my punishment first." Half an hour later. "Congratulations. You have gained 50 points of fortune value. Current fortune value 400 points. Yian pulled up his pants, and with the help of the sage's state, regained inner peace. Looking at the green-robed woman beside him, she had been slit throat with a single sword strike. Clearly he did not show kindness to those who wanted to kill him just because she was a woman. In Yian's view, this person wanted to torture him to death inch by inch. Killing her with a single sword was already immense mercy. This pill looks like he'll need to kill more demonic cultivators in the future to get some more. Having experienced the benefits again, Yian was already starting to love that pill. Looking at the female cultivator's corpse beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a beautiful maidservant, what a waste. Adhering to the idea of making the best use of everything, Yian summoned a demon soul banner in his hand and waved it forward. Absorb. Instantly 5 black shadows flew out from the surrounding corpses and were absorbed into the demon soul banner in his hand. This banner could only absorb the souls of those he had killed himself, so it was not a waste after all. Afterwards, he could summon their souls to assist him in battle. Alright, it's time to go back. Yian took a deep breath, stripped the storage pouches from the surrounding corpses, and then set them all ablaze, reducing them to ashes. This way, even if someone came after him later, they would find no evidence. After finishing all this, Yian fled toward the ancient path, sacred land. Delayed by them, he was quite pressed for time. Upon returning to the ancient path, sacred land, Yian headed straight for the illusion tower. Arriving at the destination, a white tower towering into the clouds came into view, surrounded by a faint glow and the aura of pure, profound energy. This was the Illusion Tower, with a total of 100 floors to challenge. Rankings were determined by the floor reached. If the floor was the same, they would be sorted by time. After the Illusion Tower event, one could use their identity token to go to the service hall to claim rewards. As expected on the last day, so many people are here. Ian looked around the Illusion Tower and saw many inner disciples meditating, apparently planning to make another sprint later. There were also many outer disciples purely there to watch the excitement, while some had placed bets and came to see the final rankings early. Near these disciples was a huge light screen displaying the rankings from 1st to 100th along with their challenge time. Rank 1, A Dongfang Shui, 94th floor time, spent 1 hour 16 minutes challenging. Rank 2, Bai Chun, 94th floor time, spent 1 hour 17 minutes challenging. Rank 3, Han Feiyu, 88th floor time, spent 1 hour 1 minute challenging. Rank 4, Zhang Lan, 88th floor time, spent 1 hour 3 minutes challenging. Looking at the rankings, especially the top two, he couldn't help but marvel. These two are really neck and neck. The term challenging meant they were still inside challenging. Most on the leaderboard were currently challenging, intending to make a fierce sprint on this final day. Ian looked around and spotted someone in the crowd that made his expression turn icy. Chen Tianao. That guy is here too. On an open space not far away, Chen Tianao sat cross-legged, seemingly waiting for someone. Since he was here to climb the tower today, Ian only cast a cold glance at him before looking away. Just as Ian arrived at the base of the Illusion Tower, a figure emerged from the entrance. It was Zhang Lan, who had been challenging just moments ago. Her ranking had also changed. Rank 3, Zhang Lan, 90th floor time, spent 1 hour 10 minutes. As soon as she came out, the surrounding disciples became noisy. Senior Sister Zhang Lan actually succeeded. 90 floors. Senior Sister Zhang has also entered the 90th. Now she's firmly in 3rd place. Hearing the exclamations and seeing the admiring glances, Zhang Lan felt very pleased. She glanced at the leaderboard nearby and nodded in satisfaction. This young lady is indeed a genius. According to past openings of the Illusion Tower, the 90th floor was a major hurdle. All who passed it were top geniuses. It was not in vain that she had been consuming so many premium pills during this period to continuously improve her strength. Now, she had finally achieved her wish. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of Yi Yun and snorted inwardly. Without flawless pills, so what? She still broke through with her financial power. Next, she just needed to wait for news of Yi Yun's death, and that would be a double blessing. Then when Zhang Lan looked up, she suddenly saw Yi Yun standing a few steps away, smiling and waving at her. Senior Sister Zhang, long time no see. Upon seeing Yi Yun before her, Zhang Lan's pupils dilated in shock as she pointed a trembling finger at him. You? Are you a man or a ghost? By all accounts, he should have been killed by the men she dispatched by now. His sudden appearance now filled her with immense terror. Relax, I'm definitely human. Yi Yun smiled lightly at her. What a shame I didn't meet an untimely end out there, did I, eh? You? These words were clearly a veiled accusation against Zhang Lan. Her expression shifted as she demanded, what did you do to her? Nothing much, just sent her back to her hometown. Yi Yun's lips curved into a playful smile. Oh, and she was quite delightful. Yi Yun, you. At this, Zhang Lan erupted in fury, her mystic chi practically bursting forth. That maidservant had been with her since childhood, treated like a sister. Unfazed, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I what? Senior Sister, you wouldn't possibly make a move against me here, would you? Zhang Lan finally calmed down, knowing that spreading word about the maidservant would only harm her more. In the end, she merely glared coldly at Yi Yun and threatened through gritted teeth. Just you wait. If I don't kill you, my name isn't Jiang. Fine, you can take my surname later. Yi Yun laughed, utterly dismissing her threat. After all, compared to the distant Chen Tianao, Zhang Lan's menace seemed almost endearing. The others watched their exchange with curiosity. What's going on? Why does Senior Sister Zhang look like someone died in her family? I think that guy must have Who is that guy anyway? Never seen him before. Is he from our inner sect? That's Yi Yun, the first in the 3 sacred trials. He just joined the inner sect, a complete rookie. Wow, and he dares to offend Senior Sister Jiang. He's asking for death. The murmuring caught Chun Tianao's attention from afar. When he saw Yi Yun, a chill flickered in his calm eyes. Yi Yun? Ever since the failed assassination attempt that left him injured, he had been recuperating. During that time, he learned of Mo Rian's defection from the Gudao sacred land, and he blamed Yi Yun entirely. If not for Yi Yun's interference, she would have obediently married him. One day I will kill you. Chun Tianao snorted coldly, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he stared down at Yi Yun. While Yi Yun and Zhang Lan were talking, a graceful figure suddenly appeared nearby and greeted him. Jun, are you here to challenge the Phantom Tower too? It was Lu Yenner. Yi Yun glanced at her and smiled. Yes, Senior Sister too. Lu Yenner nodded slightly. During this period they had been intimate many times, and each knew the other's depths well. especially their dual cultivation life, which was quite harmonious, improving her impression of Yi Yun considerably. Beside them, Jiang Lan sneered sarcastically. Daoist Lu, where have you been hiding? Haven't seen you challenge the Phantom Tower. Scared are you? Unmoved by the taunt, Lu Yin'er replied coolly. I've been cultivating. Cultivating. That's just last-minute cramming. Whatever works. Is that too bad you won't surpass me this time? Jiang Lan glanced at the leaderboard and laughed scornfully. Just yesterday I broke through to Xiantian Peak and reached the 90th floor. We'll only know if I can surpass after trying. Lu Yin'er replied indifferently, then turned to Yi Yun with a junior brother. You'll go first then. Wait, I'm coming too. As one of the two golden flowers of the spirit sword peak, Lu Yin'er was the dream goddess of many inner and outer disciples. Seeing their closeness left the surrounding disciples astounded. No way. Why is senior sister Lu so gentle with him? Unbelievable. She's usually so cold. Could senior sister Lu have some relation with him? No. Little did these disciples know that their revered senior sister's dashing ponytail had long become a reins in Yi Yun's hands. Like a steed they could never hope to ride, she had already stood up and pedaled. Her cool body and mind had long melted under Yi Yun's exploration. Upon entering the entrance of the Phantom Tower, darkness enveloped him, and when his vision returned, he stood on a vast platform. Then a deep voice echoed in his ears. First floor challenge begins in 5 seconds. Having been here before, Yi Yun was familiar with the process and condensed a silver blade in his hand. On the platform ahead, 3 shadows at the Xiantian first level materialized and directly attacked Yi Yun. To him, they were mere cannon fodder, so he raised an eyebrow. Perfect, I'll use you to practice with the silver blade. 3 silver blades flew from his hand in an arc. Shortly after, Yi Yun began his challenge. At a certain spot in the Gudao sacred land, a red figure descended from the sky. It was Hong Xian'er, who had just returned. Days ago, someone had extracted crucial information from the demoness Qingqing captured by Yi Yun, and she came personally to verify it. If I remember correctly, the Phantom Tower ends today. She cast a glance toward the tower, thinking unbidden of the promise she made with Yi Yun. I wonder how many floors that overly confident brat has reached. As she pondered, Hong Xian'er suddenly felt a tremor in her body and had to support her forehead. Damn, the interval between dual cultivation sessions really shouldn't be too long in the early stages. Having been away investigating for nearly 2 months without dual cultivating with Yi Yun, she was barely suppressing the backlash of her technique. Even self-satisfaction was impossible, so whenever she quieted down, her mind was filled with Yi Yun's image. She only yearned to see Yi Yun quickly eager to dual cultivate with him and be thoroughly ravished by him. Damn it, what am I thinking? Hong Xian'er took a deep breath, feeling that if she didn't relieve herself, soon she would become a slut consumed by. After a moment, she unleashed her divine sense, scanning the sacred land, and soon detected his aura near the Phantom Tower. So he's still challenging. In an instant she vanished and shot toward the tower. Soon after, at the tower's entrance, Lu Yin'er emerged, and the leaderboard refreshed. The top 2 remained unchanged, but the rest shifted. 3rd, Lu Yin'er, 90th floor, time 1 hour 1 minute. 4th, Jiang Lan, 90th floor, time 1 hour 10 minutes. Everyone was astounded by the ranking. Holy crap, senior sister Lu actually overtook her. Hasn't senior sister Jiang always been a bit stronger? This is insane. 10 minutes faster, that's a huge gap. Considering this was just her first attempt, she might climb even higher with more tries. Pushed to 4th place, Jiang Lan was dumbfounded and confronted her coldly. How could your strength suddenly increase so much? Lu Yin'er replied flatly, simple. I broke through to Xiantian Peak earlier than you, so naturally I'm stronger. This? How could you possibly break through? Jiang Lan glared at her, then something clicked, and her face. Don't tell me you sold your body to that old man for pills. That's none of your business. Lu Yin'er retorted, even adding a taunt. Speaking of which, senior sister, even though you threw yourself at him, junior brother, he didn't even want you, did he? Yeah. You. This remark struck a nerve with Jiang Lan. Even if Yi Yun had made a move, given her family background, she would never have agreed. But the fact that he didn't even bother asking, wasn't that a grave insult? Damn, Yi Yun is my beauty that inferior to hers. Their conversation was hushed, yet still reached nearby disciples, eliciting waves of stunned disbelief. What did senior sister Lu just say? Are you telling me senior sister Lu is involved with that old man? No, my goddess. Not that. What could she possibly gain? His age. Damn it. Once he emerges, I'll shatter all 3 of his legs. At that very moment, Yi Yun remained blissfully unaware. Unaware that heartbreak echoed across the courtyard, and countless disciples seethed with murderous intent toward him. Inside the illusion pagoda, he pressed onward, having just breached the 30th floor. The adversaries awaiting him here were 5 cultivators at the early heaven realm's 4th rank, mere minnows. His pace lagged behind Lu Yin'er's, not from weakness, but because he had yet to fight seriously, merely warming up, refining his mastery over the silver blades. Enough practice for now. Yi Yun extended his hand. Silver blades spiraled around him, dancing in perfect unison with his will. His gaze hardened, a flash of lethal intent flickered, and before the shadows could react, their heads parted from their bodies. Only then did he truly begin his ascent. Let's see how high I can climb. Meanwhile, outside the pagoda, two figures emerged. One was Dongfang Shui, the other her fiercest rival for the top rank, Bai Chun. The moment Bai Chun stepped forth, the ranking steel shimmered and reconfigured. First place, Bai Chun, 95 floors. Time elapsed 1 hour 20 minutes. Second place, Dongfang Shui, 95 floors. Time elapsed 1 hour 23 minutes. To onlookers, this oscillation had long since grown mundane. Their ranks shifted like tides, evoking no ripple of surprise. This time, however, the gap between them widened slightly. Still, the crown would inevitably fall to one of the two. Bai Chun cast a serene smile toward Dongfang Shui. Senior sister Dongfang, it seems the title shall be mine this round. You do well to concede gracefully. Dongfang Shui let out a frosty snort. The pagoda trial has not concluded. Who claims first remains undecided. At that instant, Chen Tian'ao strolled forward, lips curled in amusement. Senior sister Dongfang, perhaps you should withdraw early. He's trained under my personal guidance. His strength now far surpasses yours. Bai Chun instantly beamed, nodding eagerly. Precisely, young Master Chun. Without your tutelage, I doubt I'd have claimed first place today. Dongfang Shui's eyes narrowed with quiet revulsion. Coldly she replied, carry on. I'm re-entering the pagoda. A crystalline, distant voice cut through the air. There's still time. Rest a while before ascending again. At its resonance, Chen Tian'ao and the others paled, whirling about in unison to locate its source. Upon seeing her, they bowed deeply reverently. Hail, holy maiden. Disciples of both inner and outer sects gasped, then dropped to their knees and rise, no formalities required. Hong Xianer gestured lightly, the crowd rose as one. Her gaze drifted to the steel, and her delicate brows furrowed faintly. Chen Tian'ao chuckled softly beside her. Your Highness, behold the disciple I've mentored. Is he not? Though his status fell far beneath hers as a true transmission disciple backed by formidable lineage, he possessed the rare privilege of conversing with her as an equal. Hong Xianer glanced briefly at Bai Chun and offered a courteous nod. Indeed, his cultivation bears merit. Your Highness honors me. Bai Chun hastened forward, bowing lower than before, her deference bordering on obsequiousness. Dongfang Shui approached next, her expression shadowed with remorse. Your Highness, I beg forgiveness for disappointing you. Her earlier confidence had crumbled, a shame burned hot within her knowing she had tarnished the holy maiden's prestige. Hong Xianer merely smiled, a gentle, unperturbed curve of her lips. This margin means little. Rest well, you may yet seize your chance. Heartened, Dongfang Shui drew a deep, steadying breath. Yes, this disciple shall strive without reserve. Chen Tian'ao and Bai Chun exchanged silent, derisive smirks. What use was effort now? Yet with the holy maiden present, open hostility was unthinkable. Their faces bloomed with practiced, radiant smiles. Then, go forth, senior sister Dongfang. To Dongfang Shui the words rang hollow. She ignored them entirely. Just then Hong Xianer turned, her voice soft but clear. By the way, how long has Yi Yin been inside? Her mention of him stirred no astonishment. After all, he had claimed first in the three-sage trial, and received her personal instruction. It was only natural he remained in her memory. Dongfang Shui knew not. But Chen Tian'ao, grinning, interjected, that fellow entered an hour ago, and has barely reached floor 30. He's likely locked in desperate combat right now. Zhang Lan, standing nearby, seized the opening with glee. Indeed, your Highness. His pace is slower than a tortoise's crawl. Hong Xianer's brows knit subtly. An hour for 30 floors, indeed sluggish. She shook her head faintly. Hadn't he exuded such quiet confidence? She'd hoped for a revelation. Instead, mere bravado. As they spoke, the numeral on the steel leapt abruptly to 40. A collective pause rippled through the crowd. The steel updated every 10 floors, or upon emergence. Clearly he'd just shattered the 40th threshold. Yet 40 floors in 60 minutes remained painfully slow, so slow that few spared Yi Yin a second thought. Most were captivated instead by the holy maiden's ethereal grace and the dazzling beauty of the senior sisters surrounding her. Such a gathering of peerless beauties, and the holy maiden herself, was a rarity beyond measure. Even Hong Xianer and her attendants turned away, engaging warmly with familiar faces. Meanwhile, deep within the illusion pagoda, Yi Yin faced a new wave. 5 obsidian shadows, each radiating the aura of early heaven realm's 5th rank. He grinned, and raised his hands like a maestro summoning thunder. Kill, 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 kill. Silver blades blazed forth, each strike precise, lethal, instantaneous. One glance, and the shadows fell severed, lifeless. Congratulations. Victory secured. Floor 41 commences in 5 seconds. Moments later, fresh shadows materialized, more numerous than before. Kill, 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 kill. Again the silver blades carved through the air. Again the shadows collapsed, decapitated in a single breath. Congratulations. Victory secured. Floor 42 commences in 5 seconds. Thus Yi Yun ascended, not step by step, but in a tempest of annihilation. Outside, however, someone soon sensed the anomaly. A bored intersect disciple happened to glance at the steel, and froze shouting in disbelief. What sorcery is this? Yi Yun's reached floor 50. Silence fell, then erupted. Impossible. He's been in for only 3 minutes. I'll eat my own shoes if Yi Yun hits 50 in 3 minutes. But when all eyes snapped to the steel, there it was, Yi Yun's name followed by the numeral 50. The disciple who'd wagered his footwear gaped jaw slack. By the heavens, has a ghost possessed him? Even Hong Xianer and Chen Tian'ao wore expressions of genuine shock. Did he awaken primordial strength? They had no inkling. What followed would shatter their very understanding of reality. 5 minutes after the last update, the numeral beside Yi Yun's name surged to 60. 8 more minutes passed, and it climbed to 70. Blasphemy. Has Yi Yun truly only been an intersect disciple for 3 months? Disciples stood paralyzed. At 70, adversaries were cultivators of the early heaven realm's 8th rank, far beyond the reach of any novice. How could a fledgling possibly stand there? Now this is intriguing. Hong Xianer's brows lifted, genuine curiosity kindling in her gaze. 10 minutes later, the numeral soared to 80. Jiang Lan and Chen Tian'ao stared eyes wide. 80 floors in 10 minutes. Jiang Lan and Bai Chun exchanged stunned glances. His speed now eclipsed even theirs. Could he possibly breach 90? He made them wait no longer. 13 minutes after reaching 80, the numeral leapt to 90. His rank now stood 5th, behind only by Chun Dongfang, Shui Lu Yener, and Jiang Lan. A collective gasp tore through the courtyard. 90 floors. So Yi Yun was the dark horse all along. Every disciple, whether chatting training or simply passing by, froze mid-motion, staring in utter disbelief at the steel. Even Hong Xianer's composure wavered, astonishment flickering across her features. This youth conceals depths beyond measure. Then a voice murmured hesitantly. At this rate, might he actually claim first place? Truly, his pace now matches senior brother Bai's and senior sister Dongfang's exactly. But the real question is, how high can he go? 95. 96. Beyond that, lies the realm of legends, not mortals. For a moment the courtyard buzzed like a marketplace, speculation roaring about how many floors Yi Yun would ultimately conquer. Amidst the fervent debate, the steel flared once more, its inscription rewriting itself with divine finality: first place, Yi Yun. 100 floors. Time elapsed 2 hours, 1 minute. In an instant the clamor surrounding the illusion tower fell into complete silence. Countless eyes filled with disbelief turned towards the first place on the ranking stone tablet. 100 floors. Since the opening of the illusion tower event, among the vast number of intersect geniuses, the highest anyone had achieved was only 99 floors. That intersect disciple later grew rapidly, becoming one of the revered ones at the ancient Tao sacred ground. Yet today a guy who had just been promoted to the intersect for 3 months managed to reach 100 floors in a single attempt. He even completed it faster than during his challenges from the 80th to the 90th floors, leaving everyone questioning what he had done. Damn, 100 floors. Today I'm witnessing history. Do you think the illusion tower malfunctioned? I believe it's real, or maybe he was hiding his strength before. Exactly, the illusion tower has been opened so many times without any malfunction before. I declare that from now on Yi Yun is my idol. Many disciples were abuzz with discussion, marveling at the historical moment they were witnessing. Originally Bai Chun and Dongfang Shui, who were competing for first place, stared blankly at the first name on the stone tablet. After a brief moment of shock, Hong Xianer couldn't help but smile slightly. This guy really gave quite a surprise. For her, the greater Yi Yun's displayed talent and strength, the more it served as psychological comfort for herself. At the very least, it made her feel that having given him an advantage did not tarnish her own reputation. As for who felt the worst among those present, it was undoubtedly Jiang Lan and Chen Tian'ao. Both of their faces turned ashen as they stared in disbelief at the rankings above. Damn, how could this guy be so powerful? Especially Chen Tian'ao, who had attempted to assassinate Yi Yun not long ago, had a certain understanding of his strength. But how could he have soared so high in just 3 months? At that moment, with a flash of light at the entrance of the illusion tower, Yi Yun emerged. Wow, that was exhilarating. Yi Yun let out a long breath. The challenge in the illusion tower was truly, especially from the 90th to the 100th floor, he unleashed all his strength, using the 10,000 spirits sword technique and the low-grade heavenly class Long Yuan sword to sweep through with thunderous might. Now he had a clearer understanding of his explosive combat power, which was definitely enough to contend with the Golden Core first stage. In a good mood, Yi Yun raised his head and saw that all eyes around him were fixed squarely on him. Particularly, he spotted Hong Xianer, whom he hadn't seen for 2 months, not far in front of him, and he was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, what happened? Hong Xianer raised her eyebrows slightly and replied coolly, what do you think? Naturally, it's about your illusion tower achievement. Do you know what it means to clear 100 floors? Upon hearing this, Ian suddenly understood, scratching his head as he said, well, it's just okay, I guess. His response made the corners of the onlookers' mouths twitch. Oh, what a nonchalant answer. What does this guy think the illusion tower challenge is? Even Hong Xiener couldn't help but take a deep breath. Stop joking, come with me for a moment. Hearing her say this, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Sure, judging by the situation, it was likely he would be able to cook with her. Before leaving, Hong Xiener glanced at Dongfang Shui and the others nearby, and said softly, there is still some time. If you want a challenge, you can continue. Upon hearing this, the few of them exchanged glances, especially Dongfang Shui, and Bai Chun, who couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. If they had previously wanted to compete for first place, now with Yi Yun's achievement, it was as if the competition had been directly killed off. Chun Tianao and Zhang Lan exchanged glances, seemingly recalling their previous issues. Zhang Jr. sister, do you also have a conflict with this guy? Zhang Lan was taken aback, for a moment surprised. Chun Senior brother too. Instantly the two of them nodded in tacit agreement. In that case, shall we have a chat? The two spoke almost in unison, their eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. Shortly after, Yi Yun followed Hong Xiener into the study of the Holy Daughter Hall. Once there, Hong Xiener dropped her formal demeanor and curiously stared at Yi Yun. Yi Yun, your cultivation has reached the peak of the innate stage, right? Yi Yun knew he couldn't hide it, so he simply smiled and nodded. That's right, I just broke through a couple of days ago. Hong Xiener narrowed her eyes slightly and said slowly, in 3 months you've gone from the first to the peak of the innate stage. It seems you've gained quite an opportunity. Feeling her gaze, Yi Yun couldn't help but cough lightly. Your Highness, you aren't planning to take action against me, are you? Not to that extent. Hong Xiener shook her head slightly, then seemed to think of something, and asked again. But speaking of which, even if you reach the peak of the innate stage, how did your combat power increase so much? After all, regarding the peak of the innate stage, Dongfang Shui and Bai Chun were also at that level, and their realms were even more stable than Yi Yun's, yet they still only remained at the 95th floor. To this, Yi Yun smiled and explained, well, I owe it all to the 10,000 spirit sword technique bestowed by your Highness. The 10,000 spirit sword array is simply too powerful. The 10,000 spirits sword array. Hong Xiener was taken aback, surprised. Have you gathered the flying swords, eh? Indeed. What grade? It's of the Xin grade. This matter would eventually come to light, so Yi Yun didn't hide it in front of her. No wonder. Hong Xiener nodded in realization. A low-grade Xin class flying sword does indeed have much greater power than a top-grade mortal class one. Clearly she instinctively believed that Yi Yun had gathered 33 low-grade mortal class flying swords. Given his situation, being able to gather so many low-grade mortal class flying swords was already an Yi Yun didn't correct her. After all, he was talking about Xin class flying swords, and Xin grade top tier was still Xin grade. Furthermore, she would eventually find out. At this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to, looking at Hong Xiener with a smile, and saying, I say, holy daughter, now that I have obtained first place as promised, shouldn't you provide some reward? Hong Xiener gazed at him, pondering for a long time. Then, without a word, she stepped forward, leaving Yi Yun momentarily stunned. Your Highness, what are you? But just as he was puzzled, Hong Xiener suddenly pulled him and kissing him forcefully. Even Yi Yun, who had experienced many battles, was momentarily taken aback by her sudden assault, but soon found himself enjoying it. After a full 3 minutes, Hong Xiener released him, lightly panting, as she asked, do you still like this reward? Apart from the earlier incident where her techniques went out of control and forced him, this was her first time showing such initiative. Yi Yun looked at her and smiled playfully. I do like it, but I can't help but feel that this is what you wanted all along, your Highness. This remark undoubtedly exposed Hong Xiener's inner turmoil, causing her to bite her lip. Then, seeming to be offended, she huffed lightly and said, stop rambling. Hong Xiener directly took action, pinning Yi Yun to the ground in an instant. She straddled Yi Yun's waist, leaning down and gripping his collar, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she said, daring to tease me? You really have some guts. You'll soon find out who the true superior is. Yi Yun was stunned, pondering that he hadn't exactly given her a night of pill, had he? This forceful move genuinely opened his eyes. Could it be due to 2 months without dual cultivation? With that thought, Yi Yun couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Well, sometimes being passive isn't too bad. An hour later. Congratulations. You have earned 500 points of fortune value. Current fortune value, 850 points. Yi Yun let out a long sigh, gazing at the surroundings of the study. He had never expected the other party to be this frenzied. Within that single hour, many places in the study had become a battlefield. By the window, on the chair beside the tea table, even on the desk, where Hong Xiener usually handled official matters. Your Highness, are you satisfied now? Yi Yun glanced at Hong Xiener. She had now draped a light gauze over herself, her expression cool as she replied. I suppose. The Hong Xiener before him now was like a completely different person from moments ago. Perhaps this was what people meant by being as lecherous as a demon before the act, and as saintly as a Buddha after. Indeed, now that she had calmed down, Hong Xianer looked at the chaotic study, shame flooding her heart. Really, how could I have done such an indecent thing with him here? Seeing Hong Xianer rise to leave, Yi Yun immediately asked, "Your Highness, where are you going?" Hong Xianer cast him a glance. "It's because I have your things all over me. I need to bathe." Hearing she was going to bathe, Yi Yun's eyes lit up, a bright smile spreading across his face. Your Highness, you haven't forgotten our agreement earlier, have you?" At his words, Hong Xianer fell silent. Though she knew he was unlikely to behave himself, she had already. Finally, she took a deep breath and pursed her lips. "Fine. You'll come with me." "Great." Seeing her agreement, Yi Yun became excited. Afterward, he followed Hong Xianer through a few twists and turned, soon arriving before a large door. As the door slowly opened, what greeted his eyes was a semi-open-air hot spring with pink petals floating on the surface. So this is the Holy Maiden's bath. Yi Yun took a deep breath, savoring the moisture and floral scent in the air, and trotted straight in. The pool water was at a perfect temperature and seemed to have some spiritual herbs added, offering a calming and relaxing effect when soaking. "Tisk, this feels great." Yi Yun sighed in pleasure, then turned to Hong Xianer with a smile. "Your Highness, come on in too." Feeling his gaze, Hong Xianer's emotions were conflicted. In the end, she, "Oh well, he's already seen me several times, so it doesn't matter." Soon the light gauze slipped down her body, and she stepped directly into the hot spring. Yi Yun had been staring at her the whole time, his eyes nearly popping out. Hong Xianer said irritably, "You can't get enough of looking." "Tisk, of course. I could never get tired of it." Yi Yun smirked, sizing her up with a light laugh. "And your Highness, the way you look now is far too alluring." This teasing made the now calm Hong Xianer feel deeply embarrassed, her pretty face turning red. Finally, she glared at Yi Yun and said in mock anger, "If you keep this up, I'll throw you out." No, I won't dare anymore." Yi Yun knew he had reached the limit. Teasing her further might actually get him kicked out. After that, the two soaked in silence. But since it was their first time bathing with someone of the opposite sex, the atmosphere between them was a bit awkward. Finally, Yi Yun cleared his throat. "By the way, your Highness, where have you been these past 2 months?" Mentioning this, Hong Xianer's expression softened. She then explained slowly, "Remember the witch girl Qingqing you captured alive?" "Of course. I interrogated her personally 2 months ago and got some key intelligence. So I quietly went to verify it, hoping to find traces of Immortal." Hearing the name Immortal, Yi Yun frowned and asked then, "Any results?" Hong Xianer shook her head slightly and sighed. "No substantial gains. The other party has gone from open to covert. The only thing I know is that she should be in the sphere of influence of the Moonwheel Holy Land. Now finding her with just our ancient path Holy Land alone is unlikely. After all, every Holy Land had its own territory. They couldn't send people for a large-scale search. Even a single misstep could cause misunderstandings and conflicts with the Moonwheel Holy Land. That is indeed troublesome. What are your plans then?" Yi Yun was just an ordinary inner disciple with no better suggestions for such major inter-Holy Land matters. Hong Xianer pondered and then said slowly, "For now, I plan to personally lead you to the Moonwheel Holy Land for the exchange meeting in 5 days." This answer startled Yi Yun. "You're going yourself to the exchange meeting?" "Of course, but that's just on the surface." Hong Xianer smiled faintly and continued, "Actually, I intend to negotiate with the Moonwheel Holy Land to persuade them to join forces with us in searching for and dealing with the escaped ancient dragon species." "I see." Yi Yun nodded and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at her. "You know, as the Holy Maiden, you're always so busy, either cultivating or handling all sorts of matters." In his impression, she was always occupied with hardly any time to rest. Hearing this, Hong Xianer narrowed her eyes and said slowly, "Because I want to show some people in the sect that I am not just a little girl relying on the Sacred Lord, but a true powerhouse worthy of the ancient path Sacred Lord's status." Listening to her bold words and lofty aspirations, Yi Yun felt genuine admiration. With your efforts, I believe you can definitely achieve it." Although her cultivation realm had not yet reached the top tier of the world, her mindset already carried a hint of a sect leader's bearing. As long as she didn't fall prematurely, she was destined to become a peak powerhouse who could dominate a region. At his encouragement, Hong Xianer smiled faintly. "I hope your words come true." After this, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly relaxed. They even chatted about the exchange meeting at the Moonwheel Holy Land in 5 days. Hong Xianer patiently explained to Yi Yun, "In essence, the exchange meeting is to send you there to learn the combat techniques and unique battle skills of the Moonwheel Holy Land. At that time, an elder from the Moonwheel Holy Land will serve as your instructor, guiding you for 10 days. At the final graduation, there will be a sparring session with the inner disciples of the Moonwheel Holy Land. You must be careful then." Seeing her solemn warning, Yi Yun asked curiously, "Why must I be careful?" Hong Xianer said plainly, "Because in the past half-year a prodigy girl has emerged among the inner disciples of the Moonwheel Holy Land, displaying formidable strength." Learning there might be a rival, Yi Yun smiled lightly. "Don't worry, you'll be careful." Then thinking of something, he asked, Oh, by the way, is the instructor who will guide us very powerfully. In previous years they usually send an elder of the transcendence realm to instruct. Here Hong Xianer paused, and said, "You're in luck this time. The instructor is their Holy Land's Grand Elder." "Ah, Grand Elder." Hong Xianer nodded. "Yes, it's the one you mentioned last time. Yu Rushuang." "The mentor is actually Yu Rushuang." Yiyan raised an eyebrow slightly. This was indeed a coincidence. Noticing his unusual reaction, Hong Xianer couldn't help but ask, "You don't have any conflict with Yu Rushuang, do you?" Thinking back to what happened in the cave during the Three Saints trial, Yiyan couldn't help but clear his throat softly. "Well, I suppose not." Only then did Hong Xianer breathe a sigh of relief, and said calmly, "That's good. As the Grand Elder of the Yuelan Sacred Land, if we want to discuss cooperation later, we'll probably have to deal with her. If under these circumstances Yiyan held a grudge against her, things would get troublesome." To this Yiyan smiled, and said, "Don't worry, I'm sure you can persuade her." He thought to himself that if it really couldn't be done, he'd see if he had a chance to convince her as well. Oh, persuade her. Hong Xianer took a deep breath, then turned her face to look at Yiyan, seeming somewhat resigned. "But you stop encouraging me while also getting handsy." Originally there was some distance between them, but Yiyan as they chatted gradually sidled up to her. Now he was shoulder to shoulder with her, practically trying to make the distance between them negative. Yiyan grinned. "Well, you're so beautiful, I just couldn't help myself." At his compliment, Hong Xianer gave smooth talker. But despite her words, she didn't forcefully push him away, she only offered a token resistance. Her inner thoughts were, forget it, considering he took first place in the Phantom Tower today, they'll let it slide this one. But her leniency only emboldened Yiyan, making him more brazen, his hands growing more restless. It seemed they were about to reenact what happened in the study right there in the hot spring. But her leniency only emboldened Yiyan, making him more brazen, his hands growing more restless. It seemed, "Master, I've come to bathe with you." Yu Hongling, clad only in a bath towel, came skipping happily in. 3 seconds later, upon reaching the water, Yu Hongling saw her master squeezed together with Yiyan. Even as she barged in, Yiyan's hands were still misbehaving. For an instant 6 eyes met. Then a scream rang out from the young girl in the bath. Not long after Yiyan and Hong Xianer had dressed. After coming out, they saw Yu Hongling staring at them with a mix of shame and indignation. "Yiyan and Master Yu." For some reason Yiyan and Hong Xianer felt as if they'd been caught in the act. Yiyan cleared his throat, trying to explain, "Senior sister, I was just scrubbing your master's back. Would you believe me?" But at his feeble excuse, Yu Hongling shot him a glare and said irritably, "Scrubbing her back? Your hand was all the way there." Cough, "That was to make sure it was really clean." "Umph. Do you take me for an ignorant little kid?" Yu Hongling snorted coldly. By now, at least theoretically, she knew far too much about such matters. Then she looked at Hong Xianer again, hands on her hips in indignation. "And Master, how could you let him do that to you?" Saying this, Yu Hongling suddenly seemed to think of something and asked suspiciously, "Wait, Master, you're not really falling for him, are you?" According to her master, she only had to cultivate with Yiyan because of her technique. But if it were merely for cultivation, it would suffice to do it once a month in her private chamber. There was no need to go there, unless her master had truly developed feelings for him. "Disciple, you misunderstand." Though Hong Xianer was the master, and usually assertive, being caught in such a situation by her disciple still felt humiliating. After thinking quickly, she took a deep breath, and said, "I am merely fulfilling a pact with him." "A pact?" Yu Hongling was taken aback. Hong Xianer nodded slightly, looking at Yiyan. "I promised him that if he truly secured first place in the Phantom Tower, I would bathe with him." First place in the Phantom Tower? Yu Hongling's mouth fell open. She also looked at Yiyan. "You mean he got first place in the Phantom Tower?" "That's right, I saw it with my own eyes." "Thighs is impossible." Yu Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. "Did you really get?" "Yes, and I even cleared all 100 floors." Yiyan smiled and nodded. His answer only shocked Yu Hongling even more. "You cleared 100 floors? I don't believe it." Though she had been a core disciple from the start, and had never taken the Phantom Tower herself, she had heard of its difficulty. No one had ever reached the 100th floor, had they? This lecherous guy actually did it. She could hardly believe it. Yiyan shrugged, and said with a smile, "Why would I lie to you? You can go see for yourself." This? Yu Hongling had to admit that he probably wouldn't tell such a pointless lie. "You really cleared the 100th floor?" 100% true. Yiyan's lips curled into a playful smirk. "Speaking of which, you haven't forgotten our little bet, have you?" At the mention of this, Yu Hongling's face flushed slightly. Indeed, according to the agreement, she had to agree to do one thing for Yiyan, even if it was something risque. Of course I remember." Yiyan chuckled lightly. "Good'll come find you later." Though unwilling, Yu Hongling, being a woman of her word, nodded. Due to this bet hanging over her, she no longer dared to be rude to Yiyan afterward. In the end, because of his earlier agreement with Hong Xianer, he stayed the night in the Saintess Hall and slept with her. Yu Hongling fumed with rage, but was utterly helpless. Late at night, in Hong Xianer's bedchamber, Yiyan luxuriated in the soft bed, gazing at the Saintess' breathtaking beauty, beside him, feeling as if he were at the pinnacle of life. Hong Xian'er, clad in a nightgown, looked at Yi Yun so close before her and asked softly, "Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, Yi Yun's lips curled. "Too satisfied. I'd die happy right now." His words made Hong Xian. "Is it that exaggerated? Of course, who wouldn't be for someone as beautiful as you, Saintess?" In this ambiguous atmosphere, even the aloof Hong Xian'er couldn't help but blush at the compliment. She turned her face slightly and murmured, "By the way, when we're alone you may call me by my name." "Huh?" Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You mean I can call you Xian'er?" Hong Xian'er nodded. "But only when no one else is around." Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Though it was just a change in address, it meant he was beginning to be accepted by her. Maybe later she would truly fall in love with him. "Got it, Xian'er. I like you so much, Xian'er. Xian'er you." He leaned in and called out, making Hong Xian'er embarrassed. "If you keep this up, I'll get rough with you." Hong Xian'er pressed her lips together and shot him a glare of pretend anger. "Cough, got it, Xian'er." "Humph." Hong Xian'er gave a light snort, then changed the subject. "By the way, what's this bet between you and this, eh?" Yi Yun explained. "I see." Hong Xian'er nodded in understanding, then fixed her gaze on him and warned. "You're not allowed to take advantage of her through this." "No problem. I promise, but what?" Faced with Hong Xian'er's puzzled expression, Yi Yun said with a grin, "If we do a little more, he'll definitely stop thinking about her entirely." Hong Xian'er instantly understood his meaning. Right then he leaned in and gently embraced her, loosening the ties of her nightgown. Seeing this, Hong Xian'er quickly said, "No itll dirty the sheets." "What does that matter?" Yi Yun smirked, glancing around. "Let's do it on the floor. You go hold onto the window." After a moment, a faint blush crept onto Hong Xian'er's face, and she nodded lightly. Just this once." Before long, by the window of Hong Xian'er's bedchamber, the pair indulged in another bout of intimacy lasting a full 2 hours before it concluded. Returning to bed to sleep, Hong Xian'er shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Are you satisfied now? Go to sleep." She thought to herself that if she let him continue his reckless behavior, she would surely go mad, and there would be no point in thinking about attending tomorrow's activities. And perhaps it was her imagination, but this fellow Yi Yun seemed to grow more formidable each time they were together. As for Yi Yun, he looked at the utterly weakened Hong Xian'er and curled the corners of his mouth. After spending more time with her, Yi Yun felt he had gradually grasped her weak points, making her beg for mercy every time. "All right, we'll continue next time." Though she had already experienced torment and ecstasy, Hong Xian'er still unconsciously nodded slightly. Under Yi Yun's gradual guidance, this holy maiden too began to savor the taste of such pleasures. Soon, both tired, they fell asleep together. The next day, after the Phantom Tower concluded as previously arranged, Hong Xian'er personally awarded the prizes to the top 5. The winners were first place Yi Yun, second place Dongfang Shui, third place Bai Chun, fourth place Lu Yen'er, and fifth place Zhang Lan. As the fierce contender who cleared all 100 floors of the Phantom Tower, Yi Yun instantly became a celebrity within the ancient path sacred ground. In the following days, the abandoned alchemy room where Yi Yun stayed saw a constant stream of disciples and even elders coming to visit. Some came to recruit him, others to befriend him, and there were even senior sisters who wished to become his Tao companion. Annoyed by the disturbance, Yi Yun eventually found a secluded spot within the sacred ground to cultivate. Ever since his battle in the Phantom Tower, he felt he had gained some insight regarding the flying sword, yet that sensation was like a fleeting dream, elusive and hard to grasp. Thus Yi Yun came here every day, constantly consuming enlightenment pills in an attempt to seize that wondrous feeling. At this very moment, Yi Yun suddenly seemed to comprehend something, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "Wait, that feeling is about to come." In the next instant, Yi Yun pointed forward and uttered softly, "Go," whereupon a sharp aura emanated from the silver blade, then shot forth like a silver thread, grazing past a massive tree ahead. Though the blade did not directly strike the tree was neatly cleaved in two, merely affected by the sword aura. Sensing the unusual sharpness radiating from the silver blade, Yi Yun's eyes lit up with excitement. No mistake. This sharp power is definitely the legendary sword intent. The ultimate essence of the sword. This was the mark of a sword cultivator who had stepped onto the true path, something many genius swordsmen aspired to comprehend at the core formation realm. A sword cultivator who mastered sword intent could greatly enhance the power of all sword techniques in battles against low to mid-tier cultivators. Crucially, he had comprehended it at the peak of the Xiantian realm, proving his talent in the way of the sword. It seems all my cultivation talent is poured into enlightenment. Only with extraordinary insight coupled with consuming enlightenment pills like meals could one possibly comprehend sword intent at this stage. Yi Yun was immensely thrilled. Now at the Xiantian realm, he feared he would find no rival. "I think even without the 10,000 sword formation, no inner disciple of the moon, sacred ground, should be able to match me now." According to the previously set schedule, he was to go to the moon, will sacred ground for the exchange meet tomorrow. To comprehend sword intent the day before undoubtedly gave him a powerful trump card. Yi Yun gently caressed the silver blade in his hand, his mind turning to Yu Rushuang, and he grew increasingly eager for tomorrow. I hope to get some dragon's blood from her, and preferably drop by her place. If they could experience that again, he would surely gain a massive amount of creation points in one go, which held considerable allure for him. Thinking of this, Yi Yun curled his lips and gazed into the distance. Senior Yue, you must wait for me. Meanwhile, inside a certain palace within the moon will sacred ground. Yu Rushuang, who was writing something at a desk, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill down her spine. Strange, could someone be plotting something against me? Yu Rushuang frowned slightly, then shook her head, deciding it must be her imagination. She was currently contemplating what she should teach the disciples of the ancient path sacred ground during the upcoming exchange meet. But the mere thought of the ancient path sacred ground's disciples brought to her mind the outer disciple she had forcefully taken during the 3 sacred trials. I wonder how that fellow is doing now. Yu Rushuang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even now, whenever she thought of what had happened that day, her body still felt a strange sensation. It was as if some switch in her body had been flipped after that one time. Later she tried it herself several times, but she always felt she couldn't replicate the feeling Yi Yun had given her that day. If only she could relive it once more. Damn it, what am I thinking? Yu Rushuang shook her head vigorously, a flush coloring her cheeks. Over the past few months, she would occasionally think of these things, feeling ashamed of her own state of mind. After a while, she took a deep breath and seemed to murmur to herself, stop thinking about that guy. With the gap between you, there's no chance of contact again. You'll never see him again. The next morning, it was time for the exchange delegation to depart. Yi Yun and the other 4 top finishers of the Phantom Tower set off under the leadership of Holy Maiden Hong Xiener and a few escort elders, all aboard a large flying vessel bound for the moon, will sacred ground. Due to the vast distance between the 2 sacred grounds, the flying vessel traveled day and night, occasionally utilizing teleportation arrays to leap forward. Finally, after 3 days, the ancient path sacred grounds exchange delegation could see the mountain gate of the moon, will sacred ground ahead. This looks quite magnificent. Yi Yun stood on the deck, gazing at a towering mountain before him. Among the lofty peaks, amid the thin mist and clouds, pavilions and towers stood in abundance, evoking a true celestial atmosphere. The other disciples also looked ahead, their faces filled with admiration. So this is the moon, will sacred ground. Since they saw the ancient path sacred ground every day, occasionally visiting another sacred ground naturally filled them with novelty. However, Zhang Lan among them stared coldly at Yi Yun. Yi Yun, this time I will make sure you are buried right here in the moon, will sacred ground. Having witnessed Yi Yun's talent, she felt a strong threat. If she did not kill him, her own days would not be peaceful. Now, with senior brother Chen's assistance, she decided to finish Yi Yun off in the moon, will sacred ground, and perhaps shift the blame onto the moon will faction. Alright, compose yourselves. Don't let them think the disciples of ancient path sacred ground are all inexperienced bumpkins. Hong Xiener glanced at them, then turned her gaze downward, narrowing her eyes. It seems they are already welcoming it. Hearing this, everyone looked below. As the flying vessel descended, breaking through the clouds, and landing the moon, will sacred ground came into clear view. A vast square ahead was filled with several hundred cultivators dressed in moon, will sacred ground attire, all staring at them, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Come on, let's go down. Hong Xiener remained remarkably calm, descending from the flying vessel first. Seeing this, Yi Yun and the others followed suit. The moment they landed, a white-robed cultivator ran over with a broad smile. I am Inner Affairs Elder Chong, welcoming your holiness, the Holy Maiden. Yi Yun gave the man a once-over. From the unrestrained spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him, he was most likely a top-tier powerhouse beyond the nascent soul realm. Surely the person sent to receive Hong Xiener would be no small figure. In response to his enthusiasm, Hong Xiener replied with an indifferent expression. No need for formalities. Just follow the usual rules and take us directly to the temporary lodging. This temporary lodging was a secure area arranged by the moon, will sacred ground for them, akin to an embassy. Certainly. Everyone this way, please. Inner Affairs Elder Chong smiled faintly and made a welcoming gesture. Then Yi Yun and his group followed him through the crowd that had lined up to greet them. But the surrounding disciples, all at the Xiantian realm, did not look at them as kindly as this Inner Affairs Elder. Judging by their cultivation levels, they were likely inner disciples. Most of them wore arrogant expressions as if eager for a fight. No wonder Xiener warned me to be cautious. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. It seemed the exchange meet between sacred grounds was not as harmonious as he had imagined. Of course, he wasn't too worried. Disciples like these from Moon Wheel, he could crush a dozen of them with ease. Among them, however, a female cultivator in black robes fixed a sharp gaze on him, looking as if she were his sworn enemy, giving him a considerable sense of threat. What was even more amusing was that the Creation Divine Furnace chose that moment to chime. Detected creation points on the target. Find a way to acquire them. Yi Yun felt a wave of helplessness. On someone else's turf, it wouldn't be easy to extract creation points from the disciples. Not long after, amidst the bamboo groves of the lunar sacred ground, a few courtyards were scattered here and there. Yi Yun and the others entered to have a look, finding more than 10 wooden dwellings for living quarters, along with a spacious room that seemed to serve as a lecture hall. Not bad at all, it really has a feel to it. Yi Yun surveyed the surroundings, genuinely sensing the atmosphere of a retreat for advanced studies. Dongfang Shui and the others were also observing the vicinity with keen interest. Although the architecture here was very simple, it was serene and picturesque, with every corner swept clean of dust, a clear testament to the meticulous effort of the lunar sacred ground. For the next 10 days, most of your rest and learning will take place within this bamboo grove, the Elder of Internal Affairs said with a smile as he addressed the group. If you have any other needs, feel free to bring them up to the attendants nearby. We will do our best to accommodate you. Then we shall trouble Elder Chong. Hong Xianer nodded slightly, then paused as if contemplating something. By the way, I have some matters to discuss with your sacred lord. Could you arrange an introduction? The Elder of Internal Affairs was taken aback for a moment, then replied after a brief thought. No problem. Shall we go now, or? Right now would be best. It was evident that Hong Xianer was eager about this matter. Then she instructed Yi Yun and the others, you all wait here for now, and take the time to familiarize yourselves with the environment. At that moment, the Elder of Internal Affairs gave them a light chuckle. You'd better not wander off too far. I imagine your exchange tutor Grand Elder, Yue, will be arriving soon. When she does, she will explain the rules of the exchange and outline the study curriculum. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, indicating they understood. Seeing this, the Elder of Internal Affairs led Hong Xianer away to meet the lunar sacred lord. The remaining disciples, including Yi Yun, began to discuss animatedly. Bai Chun mused. I've heard that our tutor Grand Elder Yue is not an easy person to get along with. Dongfang Shui nodded slightly and said in a calm voice, indeed, I've long heard that she is renowned throughout the lunar sacred ground for her formidable reputation and harsh temperament. I wonder what kind of person she really is. Jiang Lan shrugged and said, whatever at worst, well, just be careful not to offend her. Lu Yin'er let out a soft sigh and added, I hope this tutor won't be too strict with us. In contrast to their worries and even apprehension, Yi Yun smiled lightly and said, I rather think she might be someone who appears cold but is warm inside. Upon hearing this, the four of them turned to him with expressions full of doubt. Jiang Lan snorted lightly. Have you ever dealt with her? How would you know she's cold on the outside, but warm inside? Faced with her skepticism, Yi Yun felt quite helpless. He couldn't exactly tell the truth, that he had experienced her coldness and warmth not only mentally, but even physically. In the end, he gave a light cough. Alright, I was just guessing. TCH. Jiang Lan rolled her eyes at him, and the others were all speechless. Could one really rely on guesswork for something like that? After that, having nothing better to do, the group decided to wander around a bit and get a preliminary feel for the surroundings. Yi Yun did the same, but when he turned his head, he was startled. Miss, who are you? Behind him there stood a silver-haired girl who had appeared without a sound. On her graceful figure she wore nothing but a single white robe, her bare feet treading on the floor, exuding an ethereal aura. From her appearance, she didn't seem like an ordinary disciple, especially the fact that there was not a trace of mystical energy fluctuation about her. The girl stepped closer, her playful silver eyes examining him with curiosity. You have such an enticing scent on you. As she spoke, she even leaned in and gave a light sniff. Yi Yun was taken aback, and in his ears came the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace. Detect the presence of creation points on her. Find a way to obtain them. He ignored the voice as he didn't even know who she was yet. Just then the others also noticed something amiss and gathered around. Dongfang Shui frowned slightly and asked, Yi Yun, where did this little girl come from? Yi Yun shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. She just appeared out of nowhere. But the silver-haired girl seemed not to have heard what he said at all. Then she placed her hands on his shoulders, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How about you come and mate with me? After saying that, she seemed to realize something was off, paused, and corrected herself. No, it should be called dual cultivation. The moment those words left her mouth, everyone present was dumbfounded. Were the female disciples of the lunar sacred ground really this open? Even Yi Yun was stunned, coughing lightly, and saying, we've only just met, haven't we? The silver-haired girl, however, wore an expression that treated this as if it were a trivial matter. That doesn't matter. We can, well, grow fond over time. Cough, cough. Even Yi Yun, who had encountered many women, was at a loss for words at the moment. This doesn't seem right. Come on. It's so boring here. The silver-haired girl tugged at his hand and shook it, acting like an innocent little child. Just as Yi Yun was at a loss for how to handle the situation, a clear, cold female voice came from nearby. How did you escape again? Upon hearing that voice, the silver-haired girl trembled like a child caught sneaking out to play by an adult and quickly let go of Yi Yun's hand. Before the approaching figure even reached them, she shrank her head and said, They'll go back now. Then casting a glance at Yi Yun beside her, she winked one eye at him. Then came a voice that seemed like mental transmission. "He'll come find you later, okay?" With those words before Yi Yun could react, the silver-haired girl turned and fled barefoot, running away. What a strange person. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Yi Yun shook his head. But soon his gaze shifted to where the voice had come from. As expected, that familiar voice belonged to Yu Ruzhuang. Today Yu Ruzhuang was dressed in a deep blue long dress, her hair flowing like clouds, exuding an aura of authority far greater than during the 3 sacred trials. After stepping into the wooden house, she looked at Yi Yun and the others and spoke coldly. "I am Yu Ruzhuang, Grand Elder of the Lunar Sacred Ground, and your tutor for this exchange. I hope we can get along amicably over the next 10 days. She evidently didn't notice Yi Yun at first, for over the past 3 months, he had become much younger than before, making him hard to recognize without careful scrutiny. Upon learning the identity of the female cultivator before them, Dongfang Shui and the others changed color slightly and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Senior Yu." Now they understood why she was so renowned. The mere invisible pressure radiating from her made them almost dare not meet her eyes. After all, in the presence of a peak transcendent powerhouse, they were no different from ants. Even the usually proud Jiang Lan had become extremely submissive. Yu Ruzhuang waved her hand and said, "No need to be so formal. In the coming days, simply regard me as your teacher." "Yes." They all responded, but despite her words their voices were still tinged with nervousness. Yu Ruzhuang paid no heed, and after scanning the group said calmly, "Next I will explain to you." As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to sense something, and her gaze fell on Yi Yun. You are." Yu Ruzhuang felt a strange sense of familiarity from this middle-aged male cultivator. Faced with her inquiry, Yi Yun finally looked up and smiled. "I am Yi Yun. I've long admired your reputation, Elder Yu." "You?" Yu Ruzhuang, who had been wearing a cold and stern expression, froze upon hearing these words. This fellow was actually Yi Yun. At this moment, Lu Yenner, sensing the awkward atmosphere, asked curiously, "Do you two know each other?" Then Yu Ruzhuang and Yi Yun replied almost in unison, "No." Their simultaneous reaction left the others bewildered. Soon the surprise on Yu Ruzhuang's face faded, and she resumed her cold, stern expression as if nothing. "All right, I'll continue." After that, she explained to Yi Yun and the others the rules to follow within the lunar sacred. For example, which areas were off limits, what activities were prohibited, and the general teaching plan. Having laid everything out, Yu Ruzhuang looked at the group and said indifferently, "You've had a long journey. Rest today, and formal lessons will commence tomorrow morning." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. "Then I'll take my leave." As she spoke, she shot a particular glance at Yi Yun. His eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, Teacher, I have some matters I'd like to consult with you privately. Is that possible?" Jiang Lan and the others were stunned. Was this guy really that bold? Did he really think this was his own home, making such an audacious request to the Grand Elder? But to their even greater surprise, the usually aloof Yu Ruzhuang actually gave a slight nod. "Very well, follow me. Everyone." Yu Ruzhuang left the bamboo forest with Yi Yun, and throughout their journey the two maintained a profound silence. It was akin to two people deeply connected suddenly meeting again after a long time apart, resulting in an awkwardness of not knowing how to interact. However, wherever they went, both disciples and elders respectfully bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Grand Elder." To this, Yu Ruzhuang merely nodded in acknowledgement. Every passerby expressed surprise at the sight of Yi Yun adorned in the traditional garb of the ancient Dao Holy Land. They were curious as to where the Grand Elder was taking this ancient Dao disciple. Soon after, the two arrived at a serene spot within the Moon Wheel Holy Land where a grand palace came into view. However, it was somewhat unexpected that there were no guards in sight, nor could they see a single person. "Senior, this place is..." In response to Yi Yun's confusion, Yu Ruzhuang replied nonchalantly, "This is my sleeping quarters." Isn't this inappropriate?" Yi Yun coughed lightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. To this, Yu Ruzhuang shot him a disapproving glance. "What are you pretending for? You're clearly delighted inside, aren't you?" Cough, cough. "How could that be?" Yu Ruzhuang huffed lightly and led him into the palace, the large door closing slowly behind them. The entire palace was elegantly decorated, rivaling even the Holy Maiden Palace of Hongxianer. The two arrived at a tea room within the palace where the window offered a breathtaking view outside, truly an exquisite place for tea and conversation. Yu Ruzhuang sat by the window picking up the teapot. Seeing this, Yi Yun hurriedly took a teacup and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." As Yu Ruzhuang poured the tea, she slowly remarked, "In this vast Moon Wheel Holy Land, no one below the foundation establishment stage has ever had tea poured by me." Hearing this, Yi Yun smiled widely. "If that's the case, I truly feel honored." He took a sip of the tea and immediately praised it. As expected of tea brewed by a senior, it's delicious. In response, Yu Ruzhuang could only shake her head helplessly. "Stop with the flattery." Despite this, the subtle awkwardness from their long separation was significantly alleviated. After all, they were considered life and death friends. Moreover, an underlying subtle relationship caused both to harbor a natural fondness for each other. Yi Yun observed Yu Rushuang and sighed. However, I never expected you to be so strong, not only the Grand Elder of the Moon will Holy Land, but also the daughter of that esteemed senior. Hearing this, Yu Rushuang took a sip of tea and looked at him with a calm expression. I also did not expect to see you here. Just 3 months ago you were still an outer disciple. How could the ancient Tao Holy Land send you to participate in the exchange meeting? As she spoke, her eyes suddenly became sharp. Wait, you didn't leak our matter, did you? Feeling the chill emanating from her, Yi Yun quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. My presence here is purely due to being naturally selected after reaching the peak of the innate stage. That's more like it. So you've reached the peak of the innate stage. Yu Rushuang pondered for a moment, but then nearly choked on her tea as she exclaimed, wait. You said you've reached the peak of the innate stage? Yes, indeed. If you don't believe me, senior, why not check my body? Seeing Yi Yun smiling widely, Yu Rushuang immediately activated her divine sense for a quick examination. As expected, he was undoubtedly at the peak of the innate stage. This left Yu Rushuang struggling to maintain her composure, unable to help but ask, it's only been 3 months, how did you manage that? 3 months from the peak of Qi gathering to the peak of the innate stage, even she had to be astonished by his outrageous cultivation speed. Unless he had been consuming mid-grade flawless elixirs, as if they were meals. The question is, given his identity, how could he possibly receive such treatment in the ancient Tao Holy Land? Yi Yun raised the corners of his mouth, smiling as he replied, well, it's just a small chance encounter. This piqued Yu Rushuang's interest as she scrutinized him and inquired, could you tell me about your experiences over these past 3 months? Of course, no problem. Yi Yun nodded and began to recount his journey from the end of the Three Saints trial to his recent experiences. Of course, he omitted some crucial details, merely mentioning the events he encountered. For instance, choosing a magic weapon, facing an assassination, being besieged by evil cultivators, and so forth. After listening, Yu Rushuang couldn't help but express her thoughts. I never expected you to have gone through so much in just 3 months, but really hasn't been easy for you. Not too bad after all, I made it through, didn't I? Yi Yun shrugged, and then countered, what about you, senior, during these 3 months? As for me. Mentioning this, Yu Rushuang let out a light sigh. I don't have much to say, I spent most of the last 3 months in seclusion, fully focused on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Yun was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, but didn't you teach us in the meantime? Wouldn't that affect you? Not at all, actually. I was struggling with my breakthrough recently, feeling a bit restless, so I thought this exchange meeting would help clear my mind. I see. After that, the two conversed like long-lost old friends, discussing various topics under the sun. Even after their conversation, Yu Rushuang felt a surge of excitement and showed Yi Yun around her quarters. Then she learned an important lesson: when bringing someone into your personal space, always hide the things that should be concealed. The incident occurred while she was showing Yi Yun her study. As they stood before the desk, Yi Yun caught sight of several inappropriate books regarding dual cultivation. Yi Yun was taken aback, turning to look at Yu Rushuang with a strange expression. Senior, you study this? This left Yu Rushuang completely unsettled, hurriedly organizing the books. Then she feigned a cool demeanor and lightly coughed, saying, don't misunderstand, I only wanted to see if the techniques in these books could help me break through, as I've hit a bottleneck. Oh, have you tried them yet? Yu Rushuang shook her head and replied, I've only experimented with the techniques for now, but to truly cultivate, I need to find a dual cultivation partner. At this, Yi Yun's interest was piqued, and he leaned closer with a grin. What a coincidence, I happen to know a thing. Moi. Yu Rushuang was slightly taken aback. You know this? Yi Yun nodded, chuckling lightly. Indeed, would you like to try it with me, senior? Hearing this, Yu Rushuang's cold expression turned crimson as she immediately refused. No way, that's out of the question. She thought to herself that she was, after all, the Grand Elder of the Holy Land. If something were to happen again, it wouldn't be an accident that could be explained away. Why not? After all, we've already had one encounter, what would it hurt to try again? This statement struck right at Yu Rushuang. But what's there to hesitate about? Yi Yun leaned in closer, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, speaking with a voice that was rich and magnetic. I refuse to believe that when you look at these you don't have any thoughts in that direction. Besides, perhaps this opportunity could help you break through. These two statements once again struck a chord within Yu Rushuang, causing her to forget to push Yi Yun away. After struggling internally for a long time, she thought that although this fellow was somewhat lecherous, he had a point. After all, she had already been with Yi Yun once, so there was no need to be so reserved, and no one would know about their affair. Ultimately, Yu Rushuang raised her head to look at Yi Yun, her cold face now flushed with warmth. She bit her crimson lip and involuntarily averted her gaze, saying then, just this once, and it won't. Yu Rushuang's slightly shy appearance truly stirred Yi Yun before her. Just as he was about to reach out to undress her, Yu Rushuang, her face slightly flushed, stopped him. Wait, I'll do it myself. Then she reached to her waist and quickly prepared herself. At this Yu Shuang looked at Yi Yun with a red face and asked softly, "Hey, what should I do?" Although she had come across some cultivation methods before, she had no practical experience. Although she had an experience with him during the Three Saints trial last time, it had been under the influence of the dragon's blood. Now being fully conscious and facing him openly, she couldn't help but feel shame. To this Yi Yun curled the corner of his mouth, and after a moment's thought said, "Then let's start with the simplest. Go over there, bend over with your back to me, and hold onto the window." This remark made Yu Shuang a bit embarrassed. "Isn't that too shameful? But it works well, and there's no one else around." Hearing this, Yu Shuang pursed her lips. "You robe, don't deceive me." Yi Yun shrugged, and said with a faint smile, "How could I? Just try it. All right." Yu Shuang finally nodded, then glared at him with a red face. "If you deceive me, be careful. I won't be merciful." Seeing her waving her fist, it didn't seem like a joke. "No problem." In response to her threat, Yi Yun answered confidently. Only then did Yu Shuang feel a bit relieved and followed his instructions. A long time later in the bamboo, Hong Xianer seemed to have returned from meeting the Holy Lord, her expression shifting between gloom and brightness. It seemed the conversation had not gone smoothly. After returning to the camp, Dongfang Shui and the others came forward to greet her. "Holy Maiden, you're back." Hong Xianer composed herself and looked at them, asking calmly, "Have you all met Yes. The senior came and gave us some instructions." "That's good." Hong Xianer nodded slightly, then as if sensing something looked around and noticed someone missing. Where did Yi Yun go?" At the mention of him, the others exchanged glances. Then Dongfang Shui explained, "Your Highness' junior brother, Yi, left with Elder Yu." She recounted the events to Hong Xianer. After listening, Hong Xianer raised her slender brows, slightly sensing some surprise. Strange, what could those two have to talk about? Considering their disparity in strength and status, there should have been no opportunity for contact. After pondering for a while, Hong Xianer said to the others, "I understand. You all rest for now, we'll go find him." After all, Yi Yun was no longer what he used to be. If possible, she didn't want anything to happen to him. A short while later, in Yu Shuang's bedchamber, in Yi Yun's ear came the prompt of the Zhaohua Divine Furnace. "Congratulations. You have obtained 1,000 Zhaohua points." Yi Yun's mind quaked. So many Zhaohua points, he was really getting rich. Compared to his ecstasy, Yu Shuang, lying on the bed nearby with sweat all over her face, was rather depressed. Her face still flushed, she looked at Yi Yun nearby and pursed her lips. "It's only been 3 months, how have you become so much more formidable?" Compared to last time, when Yi Yun's body almost fell apart, this time, she felt she was about to die. Clearly, in terms of cultivation base, she was far stronger than him, but in these matters, she was completely under his control. Yet undeniably, this cultivation session with Yi Yun had filled the void and loneliness she had been feeling recently. Yi Yun curled his lips and replied with a smile, "Of course, this is the result of my diligent study." Instantly, Yu Shuang raised her slender brows. "So you cultivate with others every day?" This sudden life or death question made Yi Yun cough lightly. Well, not that often. He knew it would be hard to lie in front of her, so he admitted a bit. Seems like quite a few." Yu Shuang gave a light snort, but it was more of a complaint, not like she was truly angry. After all, in this world, male cultivators with multiple wives and concubines, or female cultivators with many male lovers, were extremely common. Only Yi Yun didn't know this. He only knew he couldn't continue this fatal topic. "Speaking of which, senior." But before Yi Yun could finish, Yu Shuang snorted, "Calling me senior so many times. Do I seem that old to you?" Yi Yun scratched his head and tentatively said then, "Shuang, that's more like it, but don't call me that in public." Yu Shuang raised her chin slightly, looking satisfied. Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief, so she just wanted him to call her by her name. Yi Yun immediately changed the subject and asked, "Shuang, has your cultivation base improved?" At this, Yu Shuang pondered for a moment and said, "Not bad, there has been some improvement." Hearing this, Yi Yun asked with a grin, "In that case, how about we do it every you wish?" Yu Shuang glared at him and snorted, "As things stand, you can't satisfy me yet." "What did you say?" This was undoubtedly the greatest insult to any man. Yi Yun said indignantly, "Shuang, speak with a conscience. You were the one begging for mercy just now." Hearing this, Yu Shuang's face reddened, and she cried out in a coquettish tone, "Who's talking about that? I mean, your cultivation base is too low. You haven't met the conditions for dual cultivation with me." "Ahem. That's what you meant." Yi Yun instantly deflated. There was nothing he could do, the gap was indeed too great. Yu Shuang looked at him and said calmly, "If my guess is correct, you'll probably need to reach the same major realm as me to bring out the full effect of this cultivation." The gap from the peak of the innate stage to the transcendent realm was indeed too large. But he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he asked curiously, "So if I keep getting stronger, I can dual cultivate with you forever in the future?" Yu Shuang pursed her lips and said, "Let's wait until you catch up to me first." This answer was essentially a tacit agreement. Yi Yun grinned. "Don't worry, you'll give it my all." However, his goals still seemed too distant in Yu Shuang's eyes. Catching up to her would not be easy. At that moment Yi Yun remembered there was another extremely important matter for this visit. By the way, Rushuang, have you used the dragon's blood you obtained last time? Hearing him mention dragon's blood, Rushuang was startled for a moment, then nodded. That thing. After I returned I used it to refine a magic treasure. At these words Yi Yun was somewhat disappointed. However, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, and asked, did you? Not quite. Fortunately, Rushuang shook her head slightly, and took out a jade bottle. There are still a few drops. Yi Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, can you sell this to me? Price is negotiable. Without a doubt his reason for wanting to buy it was to see if the Zhaohua divine furnace could replicate it. So no matter the price, Yi Yun wanted to buy it. Unexpectedly, Rushuang directly tossed the jade bottle to him, and said with a smile, if you need it, just take it. Off. Seeing Yi Yun's surprised expression, she said with a faint smile, it was because of you that I obtained this dragon's blood in the first place. It's only natural to share some with you, isn't it? Yi Yun took a deep breath and rushed forward saying, Rushuang, I really like you so much. Come here, let me kiss you. Seeing this, Rushuang quickly pushed him away with both hands, and said with a shameful expression, that's enough. I don't want to. However, her body was still a bit weak, so she couldn't fully resist Yi Yun. But if she used her mystic chi, she was afraid of accidentally hurting him. At that moment, Rushuang's expression suddenly changed. Wait, there seems to be someone outside. Don't try to fool me. Even the Heavenly King himself can't stop me from kissing you today. Who's fooling you? It seems your holy maiden has come looking for you. Oh no. Yi Yun's eyelids twitched. This was more terrifying than the Heavenly King. Instantly, he exchanged a glance with Rushuang. Looking at each other, they both were still in a state of complete undress. All right, hurry up and put your clothes on. Holy Maiden Hong, wait a moment. They'll be right there. This scene made Yi Yun's mouth twitch. For some reason, he inexplicably felt like he had been caught in the act. Soon after, the two composed themselves, adjusting their attire, smoothing their hair, and settling their demeanor. Only then did Rufin lead Yi Yun to open the door. As expected, a graceful figure stood at the threshold, Hong Xianer. Senior Elder Yue, what were you doing just now? Why did it take so long to answer the door? Yu Rufin, master of composure, offered a serene, faint smile. My apologies. I was guiding disciple Yi Yun through a critical phase of cultivation practice, hence the delay. Holy maiden, what brings you here? Instantly Hong Xianer shot him a sharp glance. How dare you ask that? I only came because I feared you might stir up grave trouble under someone else's roof. Absolutely not. I swear. You may ask Senior Elder Yu herself. At that, Yu Rufin gave a slight nod and spoke calmly. Indeed, he is remarkably sensible. Well, as long as he hasn't offended Senior Elder Yue, that's all that matters. Hong Xianer exhaled in relief, then glared fiercely at Yi Yun, her gaze silently warning, you'll pay for this when we return. Yi Yun sighed inwardly, bracing himself for reprimand. Then Hong Xianer turned toward Yu Rufin, paused thoughtfully, and said, by the way, I also have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Senior Elder. Oh, please speak freely, Holy Maiden. Officially, Yu Rufin's rank within the Yuluan sacred sect was slightly lower than Hong Xianer's. Yet as the daughter of the Yuluan sovereign, her actual standing rivaled Hong Xianer's, placing them on equal footing as peers. I wish to speak with you about that ancient dragon-blooded cultivator. The matter was straightforward, and Hong Xianer recounted it concisely. She then presented investigative findings confirming the dragon-blooded cultivator's ties to the Jiuyu sacred sect, and strongly suggesting his current presence within the Yuluan sacred sect's domain. We all understand the peril this dragon-blooded cultivator poses, and now he may well be operating within your... We therefore request temporary cooperation between our sects to locate him. Should he be left unchecked, your Yuluan sacred sect will suffer first. Truth be told, he had already departed the Gu Dao sacred sect's jurisdiction, so they could have simply withdrawn entirely. Yet Hong Xianer had come seeking alliance motivated solely by mutual vulnerability, a gesture born of genuine concern. Yu Rufin studied the report in her hands, her delicate brows knitting together. If I'm not mistaken, you've already approached my father, and been refused. That's correct, Hong Xianer admitted frankly. Still, I hope you might mediate on our behalf. Hearing this, Yu Rufin continued examining the document, her voice measured. To conclude the Jiuyu sacred sect's complicity, and even more so to assert his presence within our domain, based solely on this evidence, seems premature. After all, none could rule out the possibility of a ruse devised by the Gu Dao sacred sect, perhaps using this pretext to disperse vast numbers of their cultivators across Yuluan's territory. Should hostilities erupt, such infiltration would spell catastrophe. With a soft sigh, Hong Xianer replied, you know full well the Jiuyu cultivators are despicable, yet exceedingly cautious. Securing irrefutable proof in short order is near impossible. Though she had witnessed the alliance between the dragon-blooded cultivator and the Jiuyu sacred sect firsthand, the true challenge lay in convincing others of that testimony. Yu Rufin's brow furrowed faintly as she murmured, I hold your integrity in the highest regard, holy maiden, but this evidence alone remains insufficient to act upon. Observing her hesitation, Hong Xian'er sighed inwardly. Within the entire Yuluan sacred sect, only Yu Rufin possessed the influence to sway the Yuluan sovereign. If even she declined, the proposed alliance would inevitably collapse. Just as silence thickened the air, Yi Yan stepped forward and spoke. Senior Elder, some of the information here was provided by me. Yu Rufin paused, fixing him with a thoughtful, slightly narrowed gaze. Do you speak truly? I swear upon my Dao heart. I saw it myself. That dragon-blooded cultivator stood allied with Zi Xiaoluo of the Jiu Yu sacred sect. I nearly perished at their hands. He glanced briefly at Hong Xian'er. Had it not been for the Holy Maiden's teleportation scroll, I would surely have fallen there. A pause followed. Then Yu Rufin fell into quiet contemplation, her eyes shifting slowly between the two. After a long moment, she drew a deep breath. Very well. I shall persuade my father to mobilize the Yuluan sacred sect's resources, exerting every effort to trace both the dragon-blooded cultivator and the Jiu Yu cultivators. Should any tangible leads emerge, we may then discuss formal cooperation. What say you, Holy Maiden? Though not a full commitment, this concession astonished Hong Xian'er. The sacred sect's domain spanned vast territories. Even a preliminary search would consume immense resources. It was clear, Yu Rufin's trust in Yi Yun ran far deeper than her own faith in the Gu Dao Holy Maiden. Hong Xian'er took a slow breath and nodded firmly to Yu Rufin. Agreed. We thank you, Senior Elder. Should cooperation proceed, please do not hesitate to contact the Gu Dao sacred sect. Of course, we shall be the ones pleading for your aid when the time comes. No need for such formality. After all, when lips perish, teeth chill. Thus the tension between the two women eased at last. None could have foreseen that this fragile accord, brokered by Yi Yun, might one day shape the destinies of two great sacred sects. Glancing at the sky, Hong Xian'er smiled. It grows late. We shall not disturb Senior Elder Yu's rest further. Yu Rufin inclined her head gently in acknowledgement. Indeed, do rest well. After exchanging farewells, Yi Yun and Hong Xian'er departed. Yu Rufin watched their retreating figures, lost in quiet reflection. This woman, her bond with him runs deeper than it appears. I must investigate further. In the dim hushed woods, Yi Yun and Hong Xian'er walked side by side. Yi Yun gazed around at the surrounding forest and murmured, how tranquil this place is. Hong Xian'er cast him a sidelong glance, her tone cool and detached. Set aside such trivialities. Tell me plainly, have you known Senior Elder Yu long? Why do you ask? Nonsense. Otherwise, why would she trust you so readily? She let out a soft, dismissive hum. At first she seemed poised to refuse outright. Yet the moment you claimed eyewitness testimony, her stance shifted instantly. Yi Yun scratched his head and grinned. Perhaps my charisma simply shines too brightly. But Hong Xian'er turned fully to face him, her gaze unwavering. I'll overlook many things, but this you must explain without evasion. It was rare for her to wear such. After all, how could a mere disciple from her own sect command such confidence from a high-ranking elder of another sacred sect, without raising profound suspicion? Recognizing her resolve, Yi Yun knew he could no longer withhold the truth. Fine, I confess. We are bound by life and death. Life and death. Hong Xian'er blinked in surprise, then pressed. When did this occur? During the trial of the three sages. He recounted the trial, but omitted all mention of the dragon blood, to reveal that would invite Yu Rufin's wrath, or worse. Upon hearing his account, Hong Xian'er looked both startled and enlightened. So that's why you once inquired about Yu Rufin's name, back then? Precisely. Then why conceal it earlier? How could I dare? When a peerless elder at the apex of cultivation commands silence, who's to say I wouldn't be torn limb from limb for speaking out of turn? He spread his hands helplessly. Hong Xian'er arched a delicate brow, her voice cool. Oh, so you're unafraid now? Well, you insisted I speak. Besides, don't I now have Yu Xian'er standing guard over me? Yi Yun grinned and leaned closer, only for her to step back with a light scoff. Did I ever promise to? Ah well. Yi Yun froze, then sighed dramatically. Then I suppose I must seek asylum in the Yulun sacred sect, and spend my remaining years atoning before Senior Elder Yu. Dare you? Hong Xian'er's voice sharpened, her beautiful eyes flashing, her expression unmistakably declaring you are mine. Yi Yun flashed another grin and hastened to add, just teasing. For my entire life, living or dead, I am and shall remain a servant of the Gu Dao sacred sect. Betrayal is unthinkable. That's more like it. Hong Xian'er turned away, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Seizing the moment, Yi Yun chuckled and asked, given such unwavering loyalty, surely Xian'er might grant me a small reward. A beat of silence passed. Then she halted, turned to face him, and commanded, her voice firm and unyielding. You come here. Huh. Yi Yun hesitated but stepped forward, puzzled. She glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one observed them. Then reaching out, she seized his nape and drew him down. There beneath the dim glow of the forest path, she pulled him into a fierce breath-stealing kiss. The sudden kiss took Yi Yun by surprise. He had only intended to tease, but little did he expect the other party to be so earnest. And the more significant matter awaited. After releasing Yi Yun, she narrowed her beautiful eyes and slowly said, "You've been a great help this time, so I'll give you a little reward in advance. When we return to the ancient path sacred land, I will compensate you for the rest." Seeing his dazed expression, Hong Xian'er couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that? I just didn't expect you, Xian'er, to suddenly be so nice to me." In response, Hong Xian'er acted nonchalant. "I was just thinking that sometimes I should feed you a bit. Otherwise, if some pretty woman tricks you away in the future, it would trouble my cultivation." Hearing her reasoning, Yi Yun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled brightly, saying, "Don't worry, I will always be a person of the ancient path sacred land." "I hope so." Hong Xian'er scoffed lightly, and then walked away into the distance. "All right, we should head back. Xian'er, wait for me." Yi Yun called out, and hurriedly followed. As night fell, the two returned to the bamboo forest and went to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on his bed, Yi Yun was in a good mood as he glanced at the small jade bottle in his hand. Wow, what a fruitful day. Not only had he rekindled a relationship with Yurusu, but he also received a reward from Hong Xian'er, and now he even obtained dragon blood. The only remaining question was whether this dragon blood could be reshaped by the Creation Divine Furnace. Thinking of this, he sat up, opened the jade bottle, and took out a drop of dragon blood, causing the surrounding mystical energy to become agitated. He couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. No wonder it's called dragon blood. Even a single drop is so terrifying. No wonder it is used to refine treasures, yielding a significant enhancement. Thinking this, Yi Yun extended his hand and shouted, "Reshape." Immediately a voice echoed in his ears. "Insufficient creation value. Reshaping this item requires 3,000 points of creation value. Current creation value 1,850 points." Although the creation value was insufficient, just knowing that reshaping was possible made Yi Yun quite satisfied. Lacking enough creation value wasn't a big deal. He could always accumulate more. However, if he couldn't reshape it, he would truly be at a loss for obtaining a large amount of 9th grade dragon blood. Currently, he was still short of nearly 1,200 points of creation value. While it sounded like a lot, it was actually just a bit more than another round of dual cultivation with Yurusu, so it wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. It seems that he'll have to find an opportunity to indulge with Rusu later. Yi Yun stored the dragon blood away, planning to seek an opportunity for reshaping it afterward. He lay back down on the bed, contemplating his future plans. First, it was naturally to accumulate creation value and reshape the dragon blood. Secondly, he aimed to break through to the pill formation stage, ensuring he would have some self-defense capability no matter where he went in the future. Then there was the need to find an opportunity to deal with Chun Tianao and Zhang Lan to avoid future. As for the current exchange meeting, he had achieved his purpose of indulging with Yurusu, and he didn't expect to learn much more. He just needed to get through it safely. But his intuition told him that it probably wouldn't be too peaceful during this time. Suddenly, Yi Yun furrowed his brows. "By the way, I forgot to ask Rusu who that silver-haired girl from earlier was. I remember her saying she would come looking for me later. She wouldn't really crawl into my bed one night, would she?" The next morning, Yurusu, acting as the mentor, called Hong Xian'er away after arriving and allowed the others to have Dongfang Shui, and the others were puzzled by this. Yi Yun understood well that it appeared the moon Will Saint had been persuaded to have Xian'er discuss matters regarding the dragon seed. With nothing to do, Yi Yun decided to leave the bamboo forest and familiarize himself with the moon Will sacred land. Thus he changed into the inner door uniform of the moon Will sacred land and leisurely left the bamboo forest. Speaking of which, this uniform was issued by the moon Will sacred land, primarily considering their special status to avoid being the target of attention wherever they went. Wearing the uniform, Yi Yun strolled around the moon Will sacred land and soon discovered an interesting place. It seemed that due to the relatively gentle nature of the moon Will sacred land's techniques, the number of female disciples recruited was evidently greater than that of male cultivators. Wherever Yi Yun went, he could see numerous beautiful sights. Wow, what a feast for the eyes. Thus, while admiring the stunning beauties, Yi Yun unknowingly arrived in a secluded mountain forest. Where's this? He glanced around, and after some turns realized he seemed to be lost, so he intended to return the way he came. Suddenly, a crisp sound of swordplay attracted his attention. Is someone practicing swordsmanship? Curious, Yi Yun approached, intending to take a look and ask for directions. After passing through 2 or 3 patches of grass, he came into view of a very flat grassy area with flying swords darting through the air. What a coincidence, it's a fellow disciple. Yi Yun was taken aback. It was clear that the other party also primarily practiced swordsmanship. When he looked at the person controlling the flying sword on the grass, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The moon Wheel sacred land truly produces beautiful women." Even this time, the Creation Divine Furnace chimed in with a prompt. "Detected creation value on the target. Please find a way to acquire it." Standing in front was a woman in a white dress, tall and with a curvaceous figure. Her eyes were sharp like blades, exuding an air of heroism. Under her high-slit skirt, her long fair legs were occasionally revealed, so white that one couldn't help. Fortunately, Yi Yun was seasoned in battle. He merely admired her beauty and focused his attention on her swordsmanship. This white-dressed female cultivator was at the peak of the innate stage, likely an inner disciple of the moon, sacred land. Yi Yun watched the flying swords darting around with no trace, secretly amazed. I didn't expect that among the inner disciples of the moon wheel there would be such a formidable female cultivator. The swordsmanship of the other party was far superior to what he had mastered before comprehending sword intent. Of course, now that he had mastered sword intent, he was no longer on the same level as her. Not long after, the flying sword of the white-dressed woman swept past the trees below, and several falling leaves were neatly sliced by the sword energy. This person has such strong aggression. Yi Yun frowned slightly. This was not a good habit for someone practicing sword. She summoned the flying sword back and let out a gentle sigh. Have you seen enough over there? Yi Yun realized he had been spotted and immediately smiled to explain. I apologize, your flying sword was so dazzling that I got mesmerized without realizing it. Well, thank you. The white-dressed woman was extremely aloof and did not regard him highly. Yi Yun didn't mind much, he merely mentioned it, due to their shared status as fellow disciples. By the way, senior sister, you focus too much on offense. If you face an equally skilled sword cultivator, you might suffer losses. You should consider changing it up. After saying this, he turned elegantly to leave, attempting to portray himself as a wise figure. However, before he had taken 2 steps, the white-dressed woman called out coldly, "Stop." Yi Yun was taken aback and turned to ask, "Does senior sister have something to say? Do you also practice swordsmanship?" "Sort of, I know a little bit." "Since that's the case, come and spar with me." The white-dressed woman fixed her gaze on him and snorted. "If you lose, don't ever casually give pointers again. I detest people who prattle on, especially those weaker than me." Looking at her, it was evident she had a strong sense of self. No, it should be said that her self-awareness was excessively strong. Just because he called her senior sister, she seemed to take it as a sign of superiority. Yi Yun felt a bit helpless, realizing he shouldn't have spoken up. But since the matter had progressed to this point, he didn't mind teaching her a lesson. "All right, but what if you lose? Given that you can say this, you're a newly promoted inner disciple, right?" The white-dressed woman scoffed, speaking indifferently. "If I lose, you can do whatever you want." Clearly, this person before him still didn't realize who she was. To put it bluntly, within the entire moon wheel sacred land, she was the strongest before pill formation. And this was the source of her absolute confidence. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's gaze fell on her fair legs, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Are you sure you mean whatever you want?" Feeling his gaze, the white-dressed woman coldly sneered. "If you truly can win against me, I can play with you once." Of course, she dared to make such a statement because she had complete confidence and she merely wanted to teach him a lesson. A flash of green light flickered before Yi Yun's eyes as the Qingxiao sword flew out, circling delightfully around him. As for why he didn't use the silver blade, it was mainly because he felt that would be too unfair to her. "Senior sister, please make the first move." Yi Yun, exhibiting gentlemanly grace, made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, the woman in white let out a cold snort. "Remember, the one who will teach you a lesson right now is named Lin Mingyan." As her voice fell, her delicate fingers formed a hand seal, and she pointed toward Yi Yun ahead. "Go." Instantly, the azure longsword around her dissolved into several sword shadows that shot forth, charging at Yi Yun from all directions. Tisk launching a fierce attack right off the bat. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, showing no sign of retreat, as he directly commanded the Qingxiao sword to meet the assault. Unlike Lin Mingyan's aggressive offense, the Qingxiao sword under his control continuously assumed a defensive stance, nullifying the incoming attacks. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with the sword shadows of both parties, the spreading shockwaves, and the piercing sounds of blades clashing. By now, Lin Mingyan had sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Yun. Her willow-like brows furrowed slightly. "I didn't expect you to also be at the peak of the innate realm." Yi Yun manipulated his flying sword while teasing with a smile. "If you're scared, senior sister, it would be better to concede early. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" These provocative words made a cold glint flash in Lin Mingyan's eyes, and her hands swiftly changed their seal patterns. Then, under her manipulation, the flying sword launched a series of fierce attacks from tricky angles, relentlessly assaulting Yi Yun and quickly suppressing him. Having gained a temporary upper hand, she let out a light snort. "So this is all a peak innate realm cultivator amounts to, Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly. "Is that so? You'll have to defeat me first before you can say that. Let's see how long you can hold out." Lin Mingyan's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her advantage was growing, yet she found it difficult to truly breach his defense. Despite her flying sword's speed and tricky attacks, it seemed as if he could predict her moves, intercepting them with precise accuracy every time. Consequently, Lin Mingyan had to admit that Yi Yun's defensive methods were formidable, and a quick resolution seemed unlikely. Amid the continuous clash of flying swords, Yi Yun even found the leisure to taunt leisurely. I say, senior sister, did you skip lunch? Your flying sword has no strength at all. Lin Mingyan's face darkened slightly, as if provoked by his words. You'll feel the strength soon enough. With that, her spiritual energy erupted, abruptly transforming into wisps of blue radiance that rapidly converged toward the flying sword in midair. Moments later, the azure flying sword trembled violently, its body surging with violent spiritual energy. A layer of icy silver frost seemed to coat the blade, with the sword tip pointing directly at Yi Yun. Take this, sinuous sword art. Lin Mingyan's expression turned fierce as she let out a light cry. As she spoke, the frost-veiled longsword descended abruptly like a silver moon falling from the heavens. A profound grade sword art. Not bad in power. Yi Yun nodded in approval at the silver moon, but then let out a soft sigh. Pity. Compared to me, it's still slightly inferior. With that, he who had been maintaining a defensive stance suddenly pointed at the Qingxiao sword. In an instant, the sword erupted with surging gales, transforming the entire blade into a green tornado that charged straight toward the silver moon ahead. Fengling sword art go. Seeing his clear intention to clash, Lin Mingyan sneered. Such a sword technique can't withstand my sinuous sword art. In terms of the density of spiritual energy and the aura of the sword art, he was somewhat inferior to her. There was no way he could be her match. But to her surprise, when the two attacks collided directly, it was Yi Yun's green tornado that shredded the silver moon. How is this possible? Lin Mingyan's pupils contracted in disbelief as she stared at the green tornado. Know this aura. Only then did she detect an extraordinarily sharp presence on Yi Yun's flying sword. Soon she recognized it, and was even more shocked. Sword intent. At that moment she realized that her opponent was a sword cultivation prodigy who had comprehended sword intent at the peak of the innate realm. But by now it was too late. Believing the best defense was a strong offense, she had reserved no defensive measures. Consequently, she could only watch helplessly as the green flying sword surged forward, irresistibly halting just before her neck. Lin Mingyan stood dumbfounded for a long while, staring at the floating sword before her, then bit her lip and said, I lost. Yi Yun raised his hand to retrieve the flying sword and said with a smile, I told you, blindly attacking against a sword cultivator of similar level can lead to a heavy loss. To be honest, without using the Wanling sword art and the silver blade, and only employing sword intent, the difference in strength between them was not too great. In terms of combat experience, she might even have had the edge, but her habitual flaws in battle were too. The reason presumably was that she hadn't sparred with a sword cultivator of the same rank for a long time. At that moment, Lin Mingyan looked up and asked, that was sword intent you used just now? That's right. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Lin Mingyan was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, this time I have no reason to complain about losing. Then she looked at Yi Yun and asked, could you tell me your name? Yi Yun smiled faintly and countered, who I am isn't important. What matters is, did you learn something? Upon hearing this, the latter nodded lightly. Of course, I've learned my lesson. Though she had been quite arrogant earlier, she appeared to be someone who could accept defeat and was willing to learn. Thus Yi Yun felt the battle had not been in vain. He chuckled lightly and said, in that case, continue your practice. He'll be going now. With that, he turned around, intending to leave with style. Wait. But he was called back. Yi Yun sighed helplessly and turned to ask, what is it now? Lin Mingyan took a deep breath and reminded him, I said that if I lost I could accompany you once. Well, that was just a joke. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, but being in the moon, well, sacred land, Yi Yun preferred to keep a low profile. Yet before he could finish, the Lin Mingyan before him had already begun to undress, and her white dress fell to the ground. The sudden move left Yi Yun stunned. No, senior sister, what are you doing? Truly, Lin Mingyan bit her lip, her tone exceedingly firm. I, Lin Mingyan, always keep my word. Since I promised to accompany you, I must see it through. Huh. Yi Yun's mouth twitched. Even he was taken aback by her actions. But it's still broad daylight. You want to do this out in the wild? He had to admire her boldness. Wasn't she afraid of being seen? Then Lin Mingyan provided an explanation. Aside from me, no one comes near this place all year round. We can just do it directly. Good heavens, this. Seeing Yi Yun hesitate, Lin Mingyan snorted lightly. I, a woman, don't care. What are you concerned about? Or could it be that you're incapable? This last remark instantly provoked Yi Yun, his fists clenched in anger. Hey, with my temper, who are you calling incapable? He glared at Lin Mingyan. Go over there, lean against the tree with your hands. Today I'll give you a thorough lesson. Half an hour later. Congratulations. You have earned 70 fortune points. Yi Yun pulled up his trousers and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Phew, I feel so refreshed. In contrast, Lin Mingyan sat against a tree with her clothes in disarray, still struggling to calm her breathing. Her long hair was plastered to her face with sweat, making her look as if she had just been pulled from the water. It was clear that Yi Yun had thoroughly exhausted her during that half hour. At that moment Yi-Yun glanced at the crimson bloodstains on the ground, and said in surprise, "I never expected you were still a virgin." Lin Mingyan blinked her dazed eyes, and responded softly. Who would have thought that a single outing would not only grant him 70 fortune points, but also allow him to claim a fairy's first blood? Yi-Yun smiled faintly, and asked her, "So, did you enjoy it?" Lin Mingyan bit her lip, and only after a long pause did she speak. It was quite special. She had to admit this was an experience unlike any she had ever known. So this was what dual cultivation felt like. No wonder so many became immersed in it. Upon hearing this, Yi-Yun curled his lips and asked, "In that case, shall we go again?" At these words Lin Mingyan's delicate body trembled, and she quickly shook her head. No need. It was clear she was truly terrified of Yi-Yun, or if they went at it a few more times, she feared she might literally die here. Compared to her earlier arrogant demeanor, Lin Mingyan now seemed tamed by Yi-Yun. Fortunately, Yi-Yun was not one to force matters. Seeing her beg for mercy, he said with a light smile, "All right, take a rest then." As he spoke, he covered Lin Mingyan with a clean garment. Seeing this, she murmured softly, "Thank you." She couldn't help but wonder in her heart whether this man before her was a lecher or a considerate. He had been so rough earlier, yet now he was so attentive. Of course, if Yi-Yun knew what she was thinking, he might describe himself as such. A considerate lecher. Then Lin Mingyan looked at him and asked, "By the way, could you give me some advice on sword?" At this moment, she no longer carried the haughty air she once had. "Of course, go ahead," Yi-Yun replied with a smile, appearing ready to share everything. Consider it a small compensation for having tormented her so thoroughly. In the time that followed, the two of them discussed the art of sword flight. In particular, Yi-Yun offered Lin Mingyan many valuable insights on comprehending sword intent. Soon after, Lin Mingyan abruptly stood up. The freshly draped garment slipped off once more. Yi-Yun looked at her in confusion and asked, "Senior sister?" Without even a hint of shame, Lin Mingyan pulled on her white dress right in front of Yi-Yun, looking extremely anxious. Moments later, she spoke to him with great excitement. "Thank you for the guidance. I've suddenly had a realization. I need to leave at once." Clearly, Yi-Yun's advice had just provided her with a moment of epiphany. Now all Lin Mingyan wanted was to hurry back to her residence, wash away the filth that stained her body, and properly enter seclusion for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi-Yun asked with a faint smile, "Do you need me to escort you?" "No need." Lin Mingyan shook her head slightly, and immediately headed off into the distance, not even pausing to bid him farewell. Watching her walk away with a slight limp, Yi-Yun couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. "I really am too fierce. I should have been gentler with her." Having earned 70 fortune points on this trip, Yi-Yun was in high spirits. Not long after, at a small courtyard in the Moon Will Holy Land, Lin Mingyan limped back, and a female cultivator in blue who seemed to know her hurried over and asked with concern, "Senior Sister Lin, how did you get so badly injured?" After all this, Senior Sister Lin was the foremost inner disciple of their sect. Seeing her unsteady gait, the blue-robed female cultivator assumed she had been wounded by someone, though that assumption wasn't entirely off the mark. Lin Mingyan waved a hand and said, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. You'll be fine after a little rest." "Oh, I see." As she spoke, the blue-robed female cultivator suddenly caught a scent on her and asked curiously, "Wait, Senior Sister, why do you smell a bit briny?" Lin Mingyan knew all too well the source of that smell, and her face flushed slightly. Pursing her lips, she explained, "It's nothing, just some dirt." Seeing that the other was about to ask again, Lin Mingyan took the initiative to change the subject. "By the way, where is my younger sister? She doesn't seem to be here." Mentioning this, the blue-robed female cultivator smiled and explained, "Senior Sister Mingyu has gone to the bamboo grove with some others." "Huh, what is she doing there?" Lin Mingyan paused. The bamboo grove was the place where the ancient path disciples studied and lived. The blue-robed female cultivator chuckled. "What else? She's going to challenge those guys and teach them a lesson about the might of our Moon Will Holy Land." Hearing this, Lin Mingyan frowned. That girl is far too reckless. Ever since the last 3 holy trials, when one of her friends from the outer sect died at the hands of an ancient path disciple, she had harbored a deep hatred for the ancient path Holy Land, and upon learning of the exchange meet, she kept clamoring to go give them a taste of their own medicine. But in Lin Mingyan's view, regardless of whether the act itself was right or wrong, simply challenging an unknown ancient path disciple seemed unwise. Compared to her, the blue-robed female cultivator was confident. "I think there's nothing to worry about. Senior Sister Mingyu is just a bit weaker than you. And with all the elite inner disciples going, even if a fight breaks out, they shouldn't come off badly." Clearly, she had great faith in the strength of their sect's disciples. Normally, Lin Mingyan would have gone to stop her immediately, but with her own sudden insight, she had to take a deep breath. "Let it be this time. I hope she wins." In the past, she wouldn't have worried. After all, the other was the strongest inner disciple besides herself. But her recent defeat made her recall an old saying, "There is always someone better." Then she looked at the blue-robed female cultivator and said seriously, am about to enter seclusion to comprehend the way of the sword. Unless something earth-shattering happens, do not disturb me. The blue-robed female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. I understand. Uelloan Holy Land Bamboo Grove. Yin had just returned from outside, and from a great distance he faintly heard the sounds of cultivators battling ahead. Strange are they training. Before long, when he arrived at his dwelling, he saw Bai Chun and the others gathered outside the wooden cabin with a few unfamiliar young disciples nearby. And on both sides they were cheering different names. Go Dongfang Shui. Go Senior Sister Mingyu. Amid the crowd, Dongfang Shui, wielding a long spear, was locked in combat with a female cultivator in a black dress. The latter was a sword cultivator specializing in a nimble, slender sword style. Judging from the fluctuations of her profound energy, she was also at the peak of the Xiantian realm. In actual combat, the black-robed female cultivator relied on agile movement techniques and sword arts, trading blows evenly with Dongfang Shui. A truly splendid duel to behold. Not bad. Yin watched from behind, nodding approvingly. Though the black-robed female cultivator's strength was far inferior to Lin Mingyin, whom he had just defeated, she was still first-rate among the disciples of Gudao Holy Land. But then again, that female cultivator looked familiar. Oh right, it's her. Yi Yun recalled. Back when he first arrived, she was the one among the crowd who had shown strong hostility toward him. Just then Lin Mingyu raised an eyebrow. You do have some skill, but unfortunately I haven't even used my full strength. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Mingyi's eyes as she let out a soft shout. 8 Shadow Step. As her words fell, her figure suddenly accelerated, and her sword strokes grew ever more fierce. Is that an Earth-grade movement technique? The expressions of several Gudao Holy Land disciples changed in alarm. They had never expected an inner disciple of Uelloan Holy Land to possess such a high-level movement technique. With the activation of her Earth-grade movement technique, the previous balance was instantly shattered. Lin Mingyi's figure flashed and shifted repeatedly, soon closing the distance to Dongfang Shui, rendering her long spear completely ineffective. Not good. Dongfang Shui's face changed color. She tried to thrust her spear, but struck only air. Then Lin Mingyu seized the opportunity and knocked the spear from her grasp with a single sword strike. In an instant the blade was at her throat. Still want to fight? Dongfang Shui's face darkened, but she could only concede. I lose. Seeing this, several Uelloan disciples burst into cheers. Senior Sister Mingyu is invincible. Lin Mingyu wore a proud expression, sweeping her gaze over the Gudao Holy Land disciples with a cold smirk. The disciples of Gudao Holy Land are nothing special, not a single one worth fighting. You were so impressive during the Three Saints trial earlier, but now your inner disciples have all gone soft. Faced with her taunts, the Gudao Holy Land disciples looked increasingly bitter, but could find no words to retort. Just moments ago, every one of them had fought and lost. Even the elders stationed at Gudao Holy Land could only watch in frustration. After all, this was a voluntary spar between juniors, a losing left nothing to say. Seeing them all silent, Lin Mingyu sneered smugly. By the way, didn't you come with 5 people? Where's the other one? Could it be he's hiding because he's afraid to lose? Hearing this, Dongfang Shui and the others frowned. They too wondered where Yi Yun had gone. After all, among them, only Yi Yun had a chance to salvage Gudao Holy Land's honor. Just then a sigh was heard nearby. I'm here, just got back. Instantly, everyone turned to look. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Yenner exclaimed with delight from the crowd. You're finally back. Even Dongfang Shui and the others breathed sighs of relief. At least now Gudao Holy Land's face could be saved. Sorry, I was held up by something trivial. Yi Yin walked over, glanced around, and asked in confusion. So why exactly did you start fighting? Lu Yenner shot a glance at Lin Mingyu and the others, snorting softly. It's all because of these people. They came looking for us. According to her account, they had been cultivating at the camp when these people arrived and challenged them. Being proud geniuses themselves, they naturally accepted, only to be swept through one after another by the black-robed woman with her single sword. After listening, Yi Yin nodded. Alright, I understand the situation. At this, Lin Mingyu taunted him. Judging by their expressions, you must be the strongest among them. I suppose. You could say that. Yi Yin nodded, then smiled frankly. If you can beat me, then you truly have the strength to sweep through Gudao Holy Land's inner disciples. Though his words were arrogant, Dongfang Shui and the others said nothing. Indeed, based on the last Illusion Tower ranking, he was unquestionably the top inner disciple. Lin Mingyu grew intrigued and lifted her chin. Then she raised her sword and pointed it at Yi Yun. So shall we fight? Yi Yun pondered for a moment, looking at her haughty demeanor with a smile. Alright, but I have one small condition. Name it. If I win for the next 10 days, you'll obediently stay here and serve as our little maid, fetching tea and water. At these words, Dongfang Shui and the others were stunned. Making an inner disciple genius serve as a maid. Yi Yun really knew how to have fun. Lin Mingyu frowned slightly, but quickly countered. And if you lose, then he'll give you a pill. Hearing his offer, Lin Mingyu curled her lip. A pill? As if I don't have any. At this, Yi Yun said calmly. Let me clarify. I'm talking about a 4th grade flawless breakthrough pill. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand. And indeed, it was a 4th grade flawless breakthrough pill. Suddenly, the previously dismissive Lin Mingyu was shocked, and everyone else gasped. Wait, is Yi Yun always this generous? A 4th grade flawless breakthrough pill was an extremely precious cultivation resource, even for true disciples of the Holy Lands. Lin Mingyu was naturally captivated and nodded without hesitation. Fine. I agree. She thought that with this pill her chances of breaking through to the pill formation realm would greatly increase. Then she asked eagerly, can we start now? But unexpectedly Yi Yun looked at her, then at the several Yueluan disciples behind her, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, are these friends also here to challenge? The few were startled and snorted. So what if we are? Hearing this, Yi Yun regarded the 5 of them, and said thoughtfully, your senior sister just defeated 4 opponents in a row, she's not at her peak. And I don't like taking advantage of others. How about this? All 5 of you come at me together. At these words, everyone present was stunned. Even Lin Mingyu doubted her ears. What did you say? At that moment, the corners of Yi Yun's mouth lifted. I said I want to fight all 5 of you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yener and the others were stunned. Though they knew this fellow was formidable, they never expected him to be so arrogant as to challenge 5 opponents at once, and all of them were elite disciples of the Lunar Holy Land. Even Lu Yener couldn't help but caution him. This is far too. Before she could finish, Yi Yun raised a hand and let out a faint chuckle. No need to worry, I know what I'm doing. Since he dared to make such a claim, it meant he had absolute confidence. Then lifting his head, he looked toward Lin Mingyu across from him and asked, well, do you dare to take me on? These words were dripping with provocation. Hearing this, Lin Mingyu's face darkened as she snorted coldly. You? Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Even when she herself had fought 4 consecutively, she had taken them on one by one. Yet this guy wanted them all at once, truly brazen to the extreme. In response, Yi Yun asked with a light laugh. Just tell me, yes or no? The disciples of the Lunar Holy Land exchanged glances. As if reaching some consensus, Lin Mingyu said coldly, why would I not dare? With that, she glanced at the others around her. Since he's so confident, let's all go together and teach this arrogant fool a lesson. All right. The rest of them, who had been worried about missing their chance to shine, were delighted that Yi Yun had practically handed himself over. In an instant, the other 4 also drew their weapons and swiftly surrounded Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun asked calmly, so can we begin now? Of course. Lin Mingyu nodded and barked at go. Despite having the advantage in numbers, she didn't give Yi Yun a chance to act first and struck immediately. The other 4 followed suit, each brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Yi Yun. Nearby, Dongfang Shui and the others wore grim expressions. The strength of the other 4 was no joke. If they had been the ones facing them, they would have been defeated in just a few exchanges. Watch out. Dongfang Shui couldn't help but call out. However, Yi Yun remained unfazed and even said with a smile, well struck. In the blink of an eye, 5 streams of silver light flew from his hand. As soon as they appeared, they shot toward the 5 attackers with lightning speed. Lin Mingyu and the others, seeing the incoming silver gleams, all changed expression and immediately raised their defenses. It was only when they got close that they realized the flying objects were strangely shaped silver flying swords. These silver swords were incredibly fast, knocking them back before they could react. Then, as if endowed with intelligence, they relentlessly pursued and pierced at them. Damn, these flying swords are terrifying. In just a few exchanges, they felt their formidable power. Ordinary mystic techniques or mystic energy defenses were easily pierced through by them. Lin Mingyu, with sharp eyes, quickly warned, everyone be careful. This flying sword treasure is likely at the top grade of the mystic rank. These words startled the others. Wait, wasn't their opponent merely an innate realm cultivator? Where the hell did he get so many top-grade mystic rank flying swords? And each one had a different design, clearly a matched set. It was downright absurd. To think their own weapons were only low-grade mystic rank. And Yi Yun's effortless control over multiple flying swords simultaneously was nothing short of astonishing. Watch out. Everyone be careful. Lin Mingyu could only keep warning them. Since this was a private spar, by default they were not allowed to use defensive treasures other than weapons. They had no means to counter the flying swords, and could only face them heat-in. As a result, after a short while, Yi Yun had subdued all 5 of them, using only his 5 flying swords. The nearby spectators, including Dongfang Shui, stared wide-eyed. Where did this guy get so many precious flying swords? Could they have been prepared by the Saintess? Very likely. Otherwise, how could he possibly have 5 top-grade mystic rank flying swords? Tisk, those lunar disciples are in for a rough time. As they predicted within the battle circle, after the weakest one was defeated, the others followed like dominoes. In no time, all 4 except Lin Mingyu were defeated by Yi Yun's flying swords. As for Lin Mingyu herself, she was being constantly assaulted by 5 swords and seemed unable to turn the tide. Hey little girl, keep it up. See if you can last a little longer. Yi Yin leisurely manipulated the silver blades while yawning, treating the whole thing like child's play. This infuriated Lin Mingyu, who gritted her teeth. I think you'd better worry about yourself. As she spoke under the assault of the 5 flying swords, she seized a momentary opening. 8 shadows evasion. While being attacked, Lin Mingyu had been gradually closing the distance. Now sensing the timing was right, she launched this sudden strike. Her figure flickered and she burst out from the encirclement of silver blades, thrusting her sword straight at Yi Yun. So what if you have 5 flying swords? Take this. Lin Mingyu charged forward, her long sword aimed directly at Yi Yun. Behind her, the 5 silver blades were indeed too late to protect their master. But unexpectedly, Yi Yun cracked a smile, making her feel a pang of unease. Sure enough, just as the sword tip was about to strike him, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her left waist, and then her whole body was sent flying by an invisible force. Only at the last moment did she see it. A silver flying sword that had somehow come from the side, striking her with its flat side and flinging her away. Little girl, who told you I only had 5 flying swords? Yi Yin grinned, looking at Lin Mingyu, who had just scrambled to her feet. She wanted to counterattack, but 6 silver blades had already surrounded her, forming a tight circle. One more move, and she would be skewered like a hedgehog. At that point, Yi Yin said with a smile, "What, aren't you going to admit defeat?" Bedraggled and covered in dust, Lin Mingyu stared at the silver blades before her, then collapsed to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained. I admit defeat." Yi Yin smiled faintly, and withdrew all the silver blades. "Good, thank you for your courtesy." The elders and disciples of the ancient path, Holy Land, were all dumbfounded. He actually won. And it wasn't just a Anavar Susviv sequentially, but a simultaneous Anavar Susviv. The difficulty was on an entirely different level. Even Zhang Lan among the onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. He's this strong. Yi Yun's strength far exceeded her expectations, and she even considered abandoning her original assassination plan. To be safe, it was better to wait until they returned and let the clan's elders deal with him. As the battle ended, Yi Yun glanced at Lin Mingyu and said with a laugh, "Speaking of which, don't forget our bet." Hearing this, Lin Mingyu lifted her dust-covered little face and bit her lip. "He'll do as promised." "Good, then he'll give you 1 night to prepare. I want to see you here tomorrow morning." "Understood." Seeing this, "Then why are you still standing here? Go wash your face first." Lin Mingyu stared at him full of resentment. She had been so close. It was all this bastard's fault, hiding an extra flying sword. But since she had already conceded, all she could do was say to the others, "Let's go." With that, Lin Mingyu led her group away in disgrace. What a waste of time. Yi Yin shook his head, then turned to find everyone staring intently at him. Why are you all looking at me like that?" In no time, Lu Yenner and the others spoke almost in unison. "Yi Yin, you're an absolute monster." Now they were completely convinced of his strength. This guy truly deserved to be called the #1 inner disciple of the ancient path, Holy Land. Among the crowd, Dongfang Shui watched Yi Yin, her hands clenched into fists inside her sleeves, lost in thought. After this little episode, the bamboo grove fell silent once more. Late into the night, Hong Xian'er returned to the bamboo grove and bumped into Yi Yun, who was still enjoying the breeze outside. When she came back, he asked with a smile, "That meeting of yours took long enough. How did it go?" Hearing this, Hong Xian'er took a deep breath. "Let's talk about." After all, the matter of the dragon offspring had not yet been made public, and discussing it out here would be too conspicuous. Soon the two entered Yi Yun's room. After setting up a barrier, Hong Xian'er finally revealed a smile and began. "Relax, things went smoothly. The Lunar Holy Master has decided to search the entire region for the dragon offspring. This time they called me over to get the details, and also to offer some advice on their search operation. If all goes well, the full search will begin in 3 days. Yi Yun's eyes lit up, and he said with a grin, "So that means, Sienna, your mission this time is a complete success, right?" Hong Xian'er nodded slightly. There were some deviations and unexpected events, but overall it was indeed a success. In her view, persuading the Lunar Holy Land was the key to believing in the dragon offspring. Then she glanced at Yi Yun and smiled. "This time I have you to thank, really." It was nothing." Yi Yun grinned, then, as if remembering something, he winked at her. "By the way, since everything went so smoothly, how about we celebrate a little?" Just by looking at his expression, Hong Xian'er understood his meaning. In fact, after a few rounds of dual cultivation, she had become quite accepting of it. However, at this moment, she furrowed her brows and reminded him there are others nearby. "What does it matter? He'll just be a bit gentler, won't I?" Yi Yun's lips curled up slightly. Although he always said this, the reality was often quite different. He then looked at Hong Xian'er with a sincere expression. "Xian'er, just grant me this one favor." Seeing the fervor in his eyes, Hong Xian'er felt somewhat helpless. "Do you really enjoy these things so much?" In her view, while this was interesting and the experience was good, it shouldn't be to the extent of addiction, right? To this, Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly. "Of course I enjoy it," he said while sizing up Hong Xian'er, grinning. "Most importantly, it's you, Xian'er, Who else in this continent has the honor like I do? Such flattering words made Hong Xian'er let out a helpless sigh. It was undeniable that this guy before her was truly someone who knew how to please her. Alright, just make it quick so we aren't caught. If it were as it was at the Saintess Hall, a small half-day would pass. Seeing her agree, Yi Yun's eyes brightened, and he grinned widely. Look at you when I resolve things, doesn't it depend on whether Xian'er puts in the effort. As he spoke, he had already leaned and wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and gently holding her in his embrace. Yi Yun nestled against Hong Xian'er's shoulder, and took a gentle sniff. Xian'er, you're truly so soft and fragrant. Hong Xian'er lightly pursed her lips, and turned to him speaking softly. Alright, stop with the sweet talk. What you want to do isn't just this, right? Xian'er truly understands me. Then I won't hold back, he said as his hand fell on the strap at her waist, intending to personally help her remove her clothing, something he had wanted to do for the past few times. During the previous attempts, Hong Xian'er always felt it was too shameful and rejected him, but this time she did not resist. Soon after, Yi Yun finally got his wish and prepared to proceed. Wait a moment. Yi Yun was taken aback, then saw Hong Xian'er extend her hand to construct a barrier in the room. Only then did she look at Yi Yun, her face slightly flushed as she spoke softly. Alright, do what you want to do. Seeing the alluring figure of the red-haired fairy before him, Yi Yun swallowed hard. Then I shall begin. Although both were cautious, a small mishap occurred after a quarter of an hour. The cause was the sudden knocking on Yi Yun's door from outside. Upon hearing the noise, both of them were startled and exchanged glances. You closed the soundproof barrier first. He'll check the situation. If possible, he actually wanted to remain unresponsive, but he feared that someone might force their way in due to certain matters. Hearing his words, Hong Xian'er temporarily turned off the soundproof effect of the barrier and nodded at him. Seeing this, Yi Yun looked towards the door and casually asked, "Who is it?" At this, a familiar voice came from outside. "It's Dongfang, I have something to discuss with you. Can I?" This voice undoubtedly belonged to Dongfang Shui. Yi Yun furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that he wasn't that familiar with her. What could this woman want at such a late hour? But now that the Saintess was in his arms, he certainly couldn't let her in, so he cleared his throat and said, "I'm busy right now. Whatever it is, let's talk about it tomorrow." As he spoke, he glanced down at the Hong Xian'er in his arms and couldn't help but smile. Seemingly sensing the teasing in his words, Hong Xian'er's fair face flushed as she shot him a glare, then reached out to pinch him. Hiss! Yi Yun gasped, nearly sitting up. At the same time, Hong Xian'er blushed even more and glared at him in a low voice. "Don't move around." Just now she had almost cried out. There was no helping it, their current situation was quite delicate. Just then Dongfang Shui outside seemed to sense something unusual and asked curiously, "Yi Yun, are you alright?" "I'm fine, just got bitten by an insect earlier. But I think I heard a woman's voice just now." "Really? It should be your imagination, right?" "That could be." Indeed, Dongfang Shui wasn't very certain. Fortunately, she replied afterward, "If that's the case, I'll talk to you tomorrow. You should rest early." "Alright, you too, Sister Dongfang, rest early." After exchanging pleasantries, Dongfang Shui left the doorway. However, when she returned to her room, she began to... Strange. Can insects really bite cultivators? Meanwhile, in Yi Yun's room. After Dongfang Shui left, both sighed in relief, and Hong Xian'er once again activated the barrier, finally able to speak normally. At this moment, Hong Xian'er raised her brows and looked at him with a smile. "It seems that your charm with women is quite good. Even someone like Shui, whom you've only just met, is seeking you out at this late hour." Although Hong Xian'er wore a smile and spoke gently, it sounded sarcastic. Yi Yun cleared his throat and hurriedly explained, "I'm completely unfamiliar with Sister Dongfang, and it's strange that she came to find me so late. It must be for something serious." "Humph. If it were something serious, would she come looking for you like this?" Hong Xian'er glared at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. It seemed she was getting angry. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately said, "Xian'er, please don't be angry. I swear, I'm truly not familiar with her." As he spoke, he even planted a kiss on her cheek and said earnestly, "If you don't believe me, I can put on my clothes right now and go ask her." Yet Hong Xian'er continued to stare at him coldly. After a moment, she suddenly chuckled, even bending over and covering her mouth. Yi Yun had known her for so long and had never seen her smile so happily, leaving him quite flabbergasted. "Xian'er, you look at how nervous you are. I was just imagining the way those worldly women behave to tease you, but your reaction is truly amusing." Yi Yun's lips twitched as he helplessly said, "Xian'er, do you know this is quite terrifying?" Hearing this, Hong Xian'er leaned in closer, tilting her head to look at him. "Since that's the case, let me compensate you a bit." How are you going to compensate?" Before he could finish, he saw Hong Xian'er turn her body, leaning over to look at him with a light laugh. "Of course it is. In a certain courtyard of the Moon Will's sacred land, when Lin Mingyan stepped out of her room, she saw her younger sister Lin Mingyu sitting at the desk with a gloomy expression. Seeing her expression, Lin Mingyan guessed something and walked over to ask what's wrong. Did the challenge not go well? Hearing the voice, Lin Mingyu looked over in surprise. "Sister, you're finally out." Lin Mingyan nodded. "Yes, I gained some insights during the day, so I went into seclusion to contemplate the sword path. So that means sister has become stronger again." "I suppose so." Lin Mingyan smiled faintly. Although she was still not as strong as the swordsman from earlier, she was indeed much stronger compared to herself. Now that she thought about it, she realized she forgot to ask the other party's identity. That's great. Sister, you must help me avenge. Lin Mingyu rushed over and hugged her sister with a face full of grievance. It was evident that she was someone who was proud towards outsiders, but very obedient in front of her sister. Oh, what happened during the day? Hey Race, what happened? After Lin Mingyu finished recounting the incident, Lin Mingyin was startled. He is that. As she spoke, she recalled something and asked, did he use a green flying sword? No, it was a silver flying sword. Silver. Lin Mingyin pondered for a moment and concluded that it should not be the person she encountered. Thinking of this, she stroked her sister's head to comfort her. I understand now. Tomorrow I will go meet him. Yes. Great. Lin Mingyu was overjoyed and at that time I must teach that despicable guy a good lesson. In the bamboo grove Yi Yun's room. After the session, Yi Yun heard the voice of the Creation Divine Furnace. Congratulations. You have gained 500 creation points. Current creation points 2,350. In this way, if he cultivates bitterly with Yu Rushuang once more, or with Hong Xianer twice, he would be able to reshape the 9-stage dragon blood. Yi Yun was in a very good mood, flashing a grin at Hong Xianer. Xianer, thank you for the hospitality. At that moment, Hong Xianer was rubbing her legs, which were nearly incapable of movement. Hearing his words, Hong Xianer lifted her head with a hint of shame and indignation, chiding him. You fellow, weren't you supposed to be gentler? You are utterly faithless. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun spread his hands and retorted plausibly. This is all because of you, Xianer. Who told you to tease me like that earlier? You. Hong Xianer glared at him. After a long moment, she gave a light snort. Forget it, considering your meritorious service this time, I'll forgive you for now. Hee, I knew Xianer wouldn't blame me. Yi Yun stepped forward and gently embraced her again, but without any intention of doing anything further. Strangely, every time at such a moment, she seemed like a different person. Hong Xianer held in his arms, even felt an instinctive sense of peace, so much so that sometimes she would wonder. If this fellow could become even stronger, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to truly become his Tao companion. Worried about being discovered, she spent the night with Yi Yun. Hong Xianer stayed with him for a while, and then returned to her own room to rest. The next morning, Yi Yun rose early. From today, Yu Rushuang's teaching would officially begin. Before that, however, someone else arrived first. Yo, you're here quite early. Yi Yun saw Lin Mingyu approaching and greeted her with a smile. To that, Lin Mingyu gave a light hum. This young lady naturally keeps her word. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Tell me what slave refers to herself as this young lady. What do you mean? As a maidservant, you must act like one. From now on, address yourself as your maidservant, got it? You. Don't go too far. Lin Mingyu gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Yun. The latter was unperturbed and teased. What? Are you going to disobey your master's words? In the end, Lin Mingyu, on the verge of erupting, forced down her anger and whispered, this maidservant understands. Yi Yun curled his lips slightly and said approvingly, that's a good girl. Work hard during this time. If you serve us well, I might give you a reward if I'm in a good mood. Yes. Lin Mingyu nodded, not taking his words to heart at all. What could this detestable fellow possibly reward her with? Just then Yi Yun pondered for a moment and smiled at her. By the way, I'm a bit thirsty. Go chop some firewood first, then brew a pot of tea. Clearly, he had truly taken Lin Mingyu as his own maidservant. Lin Mingyu, having been a proud daughter of heaven since childhood, had never done such rough work, but now she could only grit her teeth and agree. I understand. My. Lin Mingyu took a deep breath, thinking to herself, let him be arrogant for a while. When my sister comes, I'll have her teach him a good lesson. With that thought, she nodded in slight relief. This maidservant obeys. Very good, go on. Yi Yun was satisfied and sent her to chop wood and boil water nearby. Hong Xianer, who had been watching all this from not far away, walked over in confusion and asked, Yi Yun, what is she doing? In response, Yi Yun smiled and explained to her what had happened here yesterday. When she learned that he had actually taken on 5 geniuses of the Moon Wheel Holy Land, and one, she couldn't help showing surprise. You're actually this powerful? Of course, Yi Yun said confidently with a smile. Now at the Xiantian realm, there should be no one who can match me. Indeed, judging by his performance, he could certainly say that. Not bad, not bad. I really didn't misjudge you. Hong Xianer smiled charmingly, then glanced at Lin Mingyu, who was chopping wood and making fire in the distance. Having never done such rough work, she was in a fluster throughout, and both her dress and fair face were stained with. At first glance, she really looked like a low-level maidservant, evoking a sense of pity. I mean, you can teach her a lesson, but don't go too far. After all, we are on their territory. Don't worry, I have it under control. Yi Yun smiled, faintly signaling her not to worry. That's good. Hong Xianer was fairly reassured about him. Although this fellow was not well-behaved in bed, he was quite reliable in serious matters. Alright, just study hard here. Elder, you should be here soon. As for me, I have to continue helping them plan the search direction. Hearing this, Yi Yun nodded and smiled. No problem, Xianer, go ahead. With Hong Xianer leaving the bamboo grove, the time for Yu Rushuang's lesson drew nearer. Meanwhile, the others at the camp gradually got up. When they saw Lin Mingyu respectfully pouring tea for Yi Yun while holding a teapot, they couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Am I seeing things? How is it that I see Lin Mingyu pouring tea for Yi Yun? It shouldn't be an illusion. I see it too. That guy actually came. Interesting. The group came over one by one, and Yi Yun waved to them. Come. This is the first pot of tea brewed by our little maidservant who chopped the wood, lit the fire, and made it herself. Then he didn't forget to call out to Lin Mingyu beside him. What a lack of awareness. Don't you see people coming? Pour a cup for everyone. Lin Mingyu shot him a fierce glare, but then obediently replied. This maidservant obeys. Then, following Yi Yun's orders, she poured a cup of tea on each nearby table. As the group sat down one after another, Bai Chun glanced at Lin Mingyu, who was bending over to pour tea, then turned to Yi Yun and exclaimed, Junior brother Lin, you really know how to have fun. It's alright. Since we're here for lessons, we really did lack a maidservant to help out. Now that she's delivered herself to our door, why not make use of her? Yi Yun spread his hands and said with a smile. Soon everyone drank Lin Mingyi's tea, and it was actually quite good. During this time, Yi Yun looked at Dongfang Shui, who was sitting nearby, and thought about last night's matter. By the way, senior sister Dongfang, what did you want to see me about last night? Unexpectedly, Dongfang Shui played coy, taking a deep breath and saying, No rush. They'll come find you tonight to talk. Moi. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, finding it odd, but alright then. He felt that her purpose in seeking him might not be so simple. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard a woman's shout from not far away. Mingyu, are you there? Hearing this voice, Yi Yun and the others looked out of the house in confusion. That voice is... Just then Lin Mingyu, who was holding tea, showed a surprised and delighted expression. She immediately looked at Yi Yun and said proudly, Don't bother looking. It's my sister who's come. Your sister? Yi Yun was taken aback and looked at her in surprise along with the others. At this, Lin Mingyu lifted her head slightly and said proudly, That's right. She is without a doubt the strongest among the inner disciples of our Moon Wheel Holy Land. Just last night, she already learned about what happened between us. This time she's come specifically to teach you a lesson for me. You just wait to get beaten. Seeing her proud demeanor, Lu Yenner and the others frowned. Indeed, they had all heard that there was a strongest disciple in the inner sect of Moon Wheel Holy Land who was far ahead of the rest. If that person came to confront Yi Yun, could he still win? Interesting. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and was about to stand up to face the challenge when he suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Mingyu. Wait, I don't think I've asked. What's your name? Hearing this, Lin Mingyu snorted coldly and said flatly, My surname is Lin and my given name is Mingyu. And my sister's name is Lin Mingyan. Lin Mingyan. After hearing this, Yi Yun, who was about to stand up, sat back down directly. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's nothing then. Yi Yun's actions left the others baffled. Hadn't he just intended to go confront them? Why did he suddenly seem to have everything under control? Putting on airs. Lin Mingyu snorted, then called out, Sister, your maid. No, I'm here. She almost blurted out the wrong address, shooting a venomous glare at Yi Yun. It was all his fault. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mingyan quickly entered and spotted Lin Mingyu at the door. Seeing her disheveled and pitiful state, she frowned and asked, Little sister, what happened to you? The others except Yi Yun stared in surprise at the approaching Lin Mingyan. They could sense a sharp aura emanating from her, and their hearts immediately grew wary. This female cultivator was far from ordinary. Sister, thank goodness you're here. Lin Mingyu rushed over as if seeing a savior and pointed indignantly at Yi Yun. It's him. He ordered me to chop firewood and boil water. Oh, let me see who dares to treat my sister. Everyone in the inner sect of the Yueloan Holy Land knew that the sisters shared a close bond, and the elder was especially protective. Lin Mingyan followed her sister's finger and looked. But when she saw the middle-aged male cultivator sitting cross-legged on a cushion, her expression froze. It's Yue. Yi Yun, seated, offered her a faint smile. Indeed, we meet again. The sister Lin Mingyu mentioned was the female sword cultivator he had encountered in the forest yesterday. Lin Mingyan was stunned, never expecting to find him here. She had been wondering how the inner sect suddenly boasted a genius surpassing herself. Turns out it was this guy? The others were equally bewildered. You two know each other. Dongfang Shui and the rest looked at Yi Yun, puzzled. How could they possibly be acquainted? He smiled and nodded. Sort of. To be honest, they had been quite open with each other. Lin Mingyan paused, then turned to her sister. Is the sword cultivator you mentioned him? Exactly. Lin Mingyu nodded, seemingly unaware of the implications. She regarded him as her last hope, clutching her sister's arm and shaking it. Sister, you have to avenge me. Avenge? Lin Mingyan gave a bitter smile. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. She glanced at Yi Yun. I'm afraid I can't do that, big sister. I'm far from his match. The words stunned everyone. Wasn't this woman the top cultivator in the Yueloan inner sect? And now she was openly admitting inferiority to Yi Yun. Sister, how is that possible? You're so strong. Lin Mingyu refused to believe, especially the phrase, far from his match. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mengyan disclosed the truth. Because we fought yesterday, and I suffered a crushing defeat. Afterward, thanks to his guidance, I managed a breakthrough in the sword path last night. To me, he's half a teacher. Upon learning the whole story, Lin Mengyu was dumbfounded. How can this be? Dongfang Shui and the others gaped in shock. Not only had Yi Yun defeated the top cultivator of the Yueluan inner sect, but his sword mastery was also sufficient to guide her to a breakthrough. Bai Chun swallowed hard and blurted out, "Whoa, am I dreaming?" Yi Yun's astonishing feats even made him consider switching allegiances. Lin Mengyan then bowed to the group. "I've heard about my sister's conduct. She came to challenge you on her own. On her behalf, I apologize." She turned to Yi Yun and took a deep breath. "Also, thank you for your guidance yesterday." As the saying goes, one never strikes a smiling face, and she had maintained a proper attitude. Yi Yun shrugged and said with a light laugh, "Oh, I didn't do much. It's your excellent comprehension." Lin Mengyan shook her head and replied earnestly, "You're too modest. Without yesterday, I would have needed much longer to break through on the sword path." Then, as if recalling something, she asked Yi Yun, "By the way, would it be possible for me to visit here over the next few days? There are still some matters regarding the sword path I'd like to consult with you." Perhaps due to her previous lesson, she no longer carried her former arrogance. She believed that more sparring and exchange with Yi Yun would accelerate her progress on the sword path. "No problem," Yi Yun said with a smile. "But you'll have to help us with something, right?" "Of course, that's only right." Lin Mengyan nodded promptly, as if considering what to do. As a result, when their mentor Yu Rushuang arrived, she saw two Yueluan disciples attending to Yi Yun and the others with utmost deference. Mengyan. Yu Rushuang looked somewhat surprised to see them. "What are you doing here?" Everyone stood up and bowed upon her arrival. Lin Mengyu spoke indignantly. "Reporting to Elder for the next few days, we are both serving as Yi Yun's maids." "Oh." Yu Rushuang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yi Yun. "Making the prodigies of Yueluan Holy Land fetch tea and water for you. You sure know how to have fun." Seeing the elder's displeasure, Lin Mengyu secretly rejoiced. Yi Yun, let's see how you get out of this one." This elder Yue, though aloof, was kind to her disciples, so she might reprimand Yi Yun. In response, Yi Yun spread his hands and said, "One lost a bet to me, and the other wants to learn sword techniques from me. It's only natural they serve as maids for a few days, isn't it?" His retort made Lin Mengyu snort. Did Yi Yun really think Elder Yu was that easygoing? Sure enough, she saw Yu Rushuang humph, and then say coolly, "All right then. Just don't bully them too much." Lin Mengyu was stunned. Was that it? Since when had Elder Yu become so lenient? Even the others present were surprised at Yu Rushuang's attitude, thinking she was far more tolerant than rumored. It seemed the rumors weren't true. "Sure thing." Yi Yun nodded cheerfully, then glanced at Lin Mengyu. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve Elder Yu some tea." Thoroughly dominated, Lin Mengyu felt like she could devour Yi Yun alive. But with her sister siding with him, and even Elder Yu not supporting her, she gave up. She gritted her teeth and said, "As you command." "My lord."